At the end of 3rd Street in Tianqiongnu District there was a beast-taming shop on the verge of closure. The glass display window was covered in a thin layer of dust, and the signboard above read, Lao Lin Beast Shop. But the paint had peeled so badly that only the 2 characters, Lao Lin, remained barely recognizable. Through the window the empty shelves inside were visible. Only a few dull-furred, fluff mice, huddled in the corner occasionally lifting their heads to watch the hurried passers-by outside. Lin Feng stood behind the counter ledger in hand, brows furrowed. He had been transmigrated into this world for 3 days now. His memories had fully merged and he had a clear picture of his current situation. This was a world where beast-taming civilization was highly advanced. A century ago global spiritual energy had revived, causing plants and animals to mutate, and humanity gradually mastered the ability to contract, nurture, and evolve with the mutated creatures. Now beast-taming had penetrated every level of society: family, pets, transport, labor, battle companions, and even the core strength of urban defense systems. As for the original, Lin Feng, his parents had disappeared half a year ago while exploring the wilderness outside the new district, leaving behind this shop and his younger sister Lin Xiaoyu, who had just entered high school. Savings were almost gone. That month the shop had sold only 2 of the cheapest grass leaf worms, and the income wasn't enough to cover even the utility bills. "Brother!" A clear voice came from the stairway. A ponytailed girl came down the stairs carrying her school bag. Her school uniform was washed, pale but clean. Lin Xiaoyu was 16 with features 7 parts similar to the original Lin Feng, only more delicate. She had excellent grades and had originally been expected to enter a key beast-taming academy in the main city, but after their parents disappeared she had voluntarily proposed dropping out to help. "Why are you back so early?" Lin Feng closed the ledger. "The afternoon practical class was cancelled." Lin Xiaoyu put down her school bag, deftly picked up a cloth and began wiping the shelves. "Teacher Wang said that traces of thorn vine wolves have been found again on the outskirts of the new district. The school is strengthening its defenses and all outdoor classes for the lower grades have been suspended." Thorn vine wolf, an elite rank fierce beast, lived in packs and excelled at ambush. Lin Feng searched his memories for relevant information. Tianqiongnu District was a newly developed frontier zone. Though the government had built basic defensive walls, fierce beasts from the wilderness would occasionally slip in. Danger also meant opportunity. Many pioneers and exploration teams needed battle-type tame beasts, and that was exactly the main customer base of beast shops. But the problem was, a small shabby shop like Lao Lin Beast Shop simply couldn't afford decent battle beast cubs. The fluff mice, grass leaf worms, and glow butterflies on the shelves were all basic, ordinary grade creatures, not even cute enough to be pets. "Brother Aunt Zhao came by this morning," Lin Xiaoyu said in a low voice after wiping the shelves. "She mentioned this month's rent." "I know." Lin Feng rubbed his brow. Rent, utilities, their living expenses, and Lin Xiaoyu's tuition, though temporarily deferred, would eventually have to be paid. The deficit in the ledger grew like a snowball. According to the original plan, if no business came today, he would have to sell the crystal rock turtle egg left by his parents tomorrow. It was a keepsake left by their parents, and the only valuable thing in the shop, an elite-rank defensive beast worth at least 30,000 credit points on the market. But if he sold it, the shop would truly have nothing left. Ding! The shop door was pushed open and the wind chime gave a crisp sound. A middle-aged man in work clothes poked his head in. "Boss, do you have any beast that can warn against fierce beasts? A cheaper one?" Lin Feng's spirits lifted. "Yes, we do. Glow butterflies are sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy. They can detect fierce beasts 30 meters in advance, and it's only 800 credit points." 800? The man frowned. "The general store at the East Gate sells it for 500. We include a 1-week health guarantee and a small jar of nectar powder. Too expensive." The man shook his head and left. The shop door closed, and the wind chimes sounded once more. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip without speaking, continuing to wipe the counter she had already wiped 3 times. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Before transmigrating, he had been a game designer specializing in pet-raising mobile games. He was all too familiar with concepts like beast-taming, evolution, and skill matching. But theory and reality were 2 different things. This world had no game system, no one-click synthesis. Raising beasts required real knowledge, resources, equipment, and luck. And he currently had nothing. Could I really sell the crystal rock turtle egg? Just as this thought arose, a sudden buzz sounded in his mind. An icy mechanical voice sounded without warning. "Binding conditions met. Myriad Beast Atlas System activating. 10. 50. 100 binding complete. Novice gift pack issued. Novice quest issued successfully. Sell 1 system raised beast within 3 days. Quest reward basic system functions unlocked. Novice funds 5000 credit points. Failure penalty system unbound. Lin Feng froze. System. The transmigrates perk had arrived late but not absent. Brother. Lin Xiaoyu noticed his expression was off. What's wrong? You look pale. It's nothing. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Xiaoyu watched the shop for a moment. I'm going upstairs. Okay. Lin Feng hurried upstairs, returned to his room, and closed the door. In front of him a translucent virtual interface appeared, simple in style and full of technological feel. At the very top were 6 large characters: Myriad Beast Atlas System. Below were several sections: host Lin Feng, unverified breeders shop, Lao Lin Beast shop on the verge of bankruptcy, unlocked Atlas 0, available beasts none, unlock after completing quest, system space not open, warehouse, novice gift pack 1, claim pending. Lin Feng mentally clicked the novice gift pack. Do you wish to claim the novice gift pack? Yes. The gift pack opened with dazzling light. Obtained basic breeding tool set 1, stored in system space. Obtained ordinary grade beast egg 3, random species. Obtained beginner breeding handbook 1. Obtained system certification letter 1. Use this to apply for primary breeder certification at the new District Breeders Association. Then the system space opened. A silver space of about 10 cubic meters with tools neatly arranged, temperature controlled incubator, nutrient mixer, bloodline detector, basic skilled training device. All necessary for raising beasts and more precise than common models on the market. 3 beast eggs floated in the center of the space. Their shells were different colors: 1 pale cyan with cloud patterns, 1 earthy yellow with a rocky texture, and 1 pink with a smooth surface. With a thought, Lin Feng summoned the information of the 3 egg species: cloud feather sparrow, ordinary grade, status waiting to hatch, estimated remaining time 12 hours, breeding requirements temperature 25-28°C, inject 10 ml basic nutrient solution daily, potential evaluation medium, some probability to evolve into elite grade. Wind howl sparrow, species rock armor beetle, ordinary grade, status waiting to hatch, estimated remaining time 18 hours, breeding requirements temperature 22-25°C, placed in an or powder environment, potential evaluation medium, outstanding defensive traits, species honey flower sprite, ordinary grade, status waiting to hatch, estimated remaining time 24 hours, breeding requirements temperature 20-30°C, at least 8 hours of light daily, potential evaluation medium high, can produce flower nectar essence, has commercial value. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. The eggs provided by the system not only had transparent information but more importantly the potential evaluation and evolution probability, data that was simply impossible for outsiders to obtain. In the conventional market, buyers could only judge a beast's quality by experience and luck. The system simply provided the answer. This is practically cheating, Lin Feng muttered to himself. But he quickly calmed down. The system was good, but the prerequisite was to complete the quest. Sell 1 system-raised beast within 3 days. Then the question was how to sell. Who to sell to. How to explain the origin of these high-quality beasts. Suddenly a noisy commotion came from downstairs. Lin Feng frowned and hurried downstairs. In the shop had come 3 young thugs. The leader was a skinny man with dyed yellow hair, kicking the support of a shelf. Where's the boss? Come out. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoyu stood in front of the shelf, pale but unyielding. Huang Mao sneered. Don't be nervous, little sister. We're here to do business. I heard you have a crystal rock turtle egg. Name a price. Lin Feng walked down the stairs. Not for sale. Oh, the boss shows up. Huang Mao glanced sideways at Lin Feng. Don't rush to refuse. You know the Black Scale Chamber of Commerce. Our boss said 3,000 credit points is enough to keep you 2 siblings going for 2 months. The market price for a crystal rock turtle was at least 30,000. This was clearly taking advantage of their plight. I said not for sale. Lin Feng stood in front of his sister. Please leave. Huang Mao's face darkened. You don't appreciate kindness. Lin Feng, I've checked. This shop has owed 3 months' rent, right? If you can't pay next month, Aunt Zhao will take the house back. Then you 2 siblings will sleep on the street. That's our business. Fine, you've got nerve. Huang Mao clapped his hands. But let me remind you, in the area around 3rd Street of Tianqiong New District, any beast-related business has to show some respect to our Black Scale Chamber of Commerce. If you want to keep this shop running, you better wise up. He stepped closer and lowered his voice. Otherwise, if the shop gets robbed one day or these little creatures die for no reason, don't blame me for not warning you." That was an outright threat. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed her brother's sleeve, her fingers trembling slightly. Lin Feng stared at Huang Mao, silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. "Black Scale Chamber of Commerce, right? Fine, I'll remember that. Remember. Now get out." Huang Mao was stunned, then flew into a rage. "You need me to contact the district public security team." Lin Feng shook the communicator on his wrist. "Illegal threats and provoking quarrels, at least 15 days of detention. Do you think the Black Scale Chamber will protect you three small fries?" Huang Mao's face changed, then he glared at Lin Feng. "Fine. You've got guts. We'll see." The three of them slammed the door and left. The wind chimes shook violently, clanging. Lin Xiaoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, her legs going weak and nearly falling. Lin Feng caught her. "Are you all right?" "And no, I'm okay." Lin Xiaoyu's voice still trembled. "Brother, will they really come and cause trouble?" "Most likely they will." Lin Feng looked at the empty shelves. "So we have to get this shop alive as soon as possible." The system was hope. But the system alone wasn't enough, they also needed the ability to deal with trouble. "Xiaoyu, do you believe me?" Lin Feng suddenly asked. The girl looked up at her brother. Over these 3 days something about him seemed different. In the past he was always frowning and sighing, but now his eyes held a new firmness. "I believe you." She nodded firmly. "Good. Then from today this shop will not fail. We'll make it the best and largest beast store in the new district," Lin Feng said, ruffling her hair. But now we need to solve a technical problem first." Lin Feng rubbed his chin. "How do we explain the sudden appearance of high-quality beasts?" His gaze fell on the few listless fluff mice in the corner. He got an idea. In the evening, Lin Feng hung up a new sign. "Lao Lin Beast Shop is now transformed into Wind Whisper Beast Breeding Center, specializing in health checks, potential assessment, and basic skill training for tame beasts. First batch 3 limited premium bred cubs will be for sale tomorrow." The sign was not big but noticeable enough. Transforming into a breeding center, that was a plausible direction. His parents had been junior breeders, although their skill was ordinary. They had left behind some basic equipment, though old. Now Lin Feng was inheriting the family craft and restarting the breeding business, which was logically plausible. And the 3 system beast eggs could be explained as treasures left by our parents, finally incubated through special breeding. As for why they hadn't been brought out before, simple, we didn't have the ability to breed before. Although the explanation was somewhat forced, it would handle most people's questions in the short term. The night grew deeper. Lin Feng took the temperature-controlled incubator from the system space and placed it in the second-floor workshop. He put the 3 eggs into 3 separate compartments and set the temperature, humidity, and nutrient injection programs. On the display, the incubation countdown began to tick. "Brother, these devices." Lin Xiaoyu leaned over the incubator curiously. "I've never seen them before." Lin Feng lied without changing expression. "Mom and Dad bought them a long time ago, stored in the basement. I found them yesterday, fixed them up, and they still work." "Oh." Lin Xiaoyu seemed half understanding but didn't ask more. His sister's trust made Lin Feng feel a little guilty, but the system's existence was too bizarre, so it was better to keep it secret for now. "By the way, Xiaoyu, go to school earlier tomorrow," Lin Feng said. "Come straight home after class. Recently, don't linger outside. Those Black Scale Chamber guys might come looking for trouble." "What about you?" "I'll guard the shop." Lin Feng smiled. "They won't dare act in broad daylight." And he looked at the pale cyan cloud feather sparrow egg in the incubator. Countdown 11 hours 42 minutes. Tomorrow this shop will have the first beast worth showing. The night was deep and quiet. Lin Feng lay in bed unable to sleep. The system interface floated before him, and he repeatedly read the contents of the beginner breeding handbook. The handbook was thin but packed with information covering the essentials of raising ordinary grade beasts, prevention and treatment of common diseases, and basic skill training methods. Much of the knowledge was consistent with the common breeding theories of this world, but it contained many more details and optimized solutions. For example, traditional methods believed the best food for fluff mice was dried grass pills, but the handbook pointed out that adding 5 sweet berry powder could improve their fur gloss and increase their understanding of the digging skill. Another example, the grass leaf worms, leaf hardening, Skill normally required 2 weeks of continuous training to master, but the handbook stated that playing a vibration sound wave of a specific frequency during training could shorten it to 1 week. These little tricks might seem trivial, but accumulated they became a huge advantage. A breeding master, Lin Feng whispered to himself. The system's positioning for him was clear, not a mere beast dealer, but a breeder. By unlocking more atlases through the system and acquiring more advanced breeding knowledge, he would eventually become one of those standing at the top of beast-taming civilization. And the first step was to complete the novice quest. Sell one system-raised beast. Who to sell to? How to price it? How to present it? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Outside the window, the night in Tianqiongnu district was not peaceful. From the direction of the distant defensive wall, the roars of fierce beasts occasionally came. This pioneering city held infinite possibilities, but also concealed deadly dangers. Yet at this moment a long-lost flame burned in Lin Feng's heart. This shop would not fall. He would build his own beast-taming empire here. The first step would begin tomorrow. Incubation countdown 10 hours 17 minutes. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be a brand new day. At dawn, Lin Feng woke up. He rushed into the workshop at once. On the incubator's display, all 3 countdowns were nearing their end. Cloud Feather Sparrow Egg 1 hour 23 minutes remaining. Rock Armor Beetle Egg 7 hours 18 minutes remaining. Honey Flower Spirit Egg 13 hours 42 minutes remaining. The first to hatch the Cloud Feather Sparrow would break its shell around 9 in the morning. Lin Feng washed up quickly, went downstairs and opened the shop. The 3rd street in the morning was quiet, with only a few breakfast shops wafting out appetizing aromas. He pasted the service list he had written last night onto the shop window. Wind Whisper Beast Taming Center Main Services 1. Beast Health Check 50 credits time 2. Basic Potential Assessment 100 credits time 3. Cub Basic Training 200 credits lesson 4. Treatment of Common Beast Diseases price varies 5. Selectively bred cubs for sale today. Limited Cloud Feather Sparrow 1. The last item was circled in red, especially eye-catching. Just as he finished, Aunt Xiao from the grocery store next door poked her head out. "Xiaolin, are you really changing your business?" Aunt Xiao was a woman in her 50s. Her husband worked on the construction team in the new area and her son studied at a university in the main city. When Lin Feng's parents were alive, the two families had been close. Even the rent for the past 3 months had been extended by Aunt Gao's kindness. "Yeah, I'll give it a try." Lin Feng nodded. "I have to find a way to make a living." Aunt Xiao sighed. "But you must be careful. Those people from the Black-Scaled Chamber of Commerce. I heard they've been collecting protection fees on this street, and several small shops have been forced to pay. Old Wang's breakfast shop lost half its business because of their trouble." "Thanks for the warning, Aunt Xiao. I'll be careful. By the way," Aunt Xiao hesitated, "that beast health check of yours, can you really do it?" "Yes, I can." Lin Feng pointed at the price list on the window. "Opening special for 3 days, only 40 credits. Then, can you take a look at A Huang?" Aunt Xiao turned and brought out a dull yellow canine beast with lusterless fur from her shop. Species Earth Dog, Common Grade Status Sub-Health, Mild Malnutrition, Unhealed Old Injury on Right Hind Leg, Digestive Disorder, Age 3 years old, Potential Assessment Low, has missed the optimal growth period, Recommended Treatment Adjust Diet Structure, Supplement Calcium and Vitamins, Massage Right Hind Leg Muscles, Daily Visible Improvement after 1 week. System information automatically emerged before his eyes. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The system could automatically scan and analyze a beast without direct contact as long as it was within a certain range. "Aunt Zhao, has A Huang been losing appetite and having diarrhea recently?" Lin Feng asked. Yes. "How did you know?" "Her right hind leg hurts on rainy days, right?" "Oh, that's amazing." Aunt Zhao's eyes widened. Half a year ago she was grazed by a transport vehicle. It looked fine at the time, but later she started limping from time to time. I took her to the 100 Beasts clinic at the east gate of the new district. They prescribed some medicine, but it didn't help after she took it, and each visit cost several hundred credits. It's not a big problem. Lin Feng recalled the content of the beginner's breeding manual. A Huang's main problem is that her diet is too monotonous. Do you only feed her coarse grain patties? Yes, those are cheap. Even common grade beasts need balanced nutrition. Coarse grain patties are too high in carbs and lack protein and vitamins. Lin Feng said, go to the market and buy some bone powder and green algae tablets, mix them into the coarse grain patties at a ratio of 1:5. Also buy some tendon-soothing herb, boil it in water, and apply the warm liquid to her right hind leg for 15 minutes every day. Is that all? Try it for a week. If there's no improvement, come back to me and I won't charge you. Aunt Chow was skeptical, but she nodded anyway. Alright, I'll try. What about the checkup fee? Opening discount, the first one is free. Lin Feng smiled. Just help spread the word. Okay, I will. Aunt Chow left happily with A Huang in her arms. Lin Feng watched her retreating figure, feeling assured. The system's scanning and analysis ability combined with the knowledge from the beginner's breeding manual was enough to handle common problems of common-grade beasts. This would be the shop's breakthrough. First, build a reputation through low-cost health checks and treatments, then launch high-quality cubs cultivated by the system. At 8:30 in the morning, the street gradually became lively. Lin Xiaoyu came downstairs with her school bag on her back. Seeing the price list on the window, her eyes lit up. Brother, will the cloud feather sparrow hatch today? Yeah, around 9. Great. Lin Xiaoyu put down her school bag. I'll go to school a little later. I want to watch it hatch. All right. At 8:50. Lin Feng went upstairs again. In the incubator, fine cracks had appeared on the pale cyan eggshell. Through the semi-transparent observation window, a tiny figure could be seen squirming inside. Crack, a faint splitting sound. A small hole broke open at the top of the shell and a wet little head poked out. Pale cyan down clung to its skin, its eyes not yet fully open, its tender yellow beak slightly parted as it let out a faint cheep. Cloud feather sparrow hatched successfully. Species: cloud feather sparrow. Common grade status: newborn, healthy, innate skill wind sense, passive, can perceive airflow changes within 20 meters, trainable skills: glide, basic, wind blade, advanced, breeding suggestion: feed first feather nutrient solution within 1 hour after hatching, then feed every 3 hours. System notifications popped out, and Lin Feng felt an icon light up in the Myriad Beasts illustrated book in his mind. It was a line drawing of the cloud feather sparrow marked recorded underneath. The illustrated book page automatically expanded, showing complete information on the cloud feather sparrow, including 3 evolution routes. 1. Conventional route: cloud feather sparrow, wind feather sparrow, elite, storm falcon, master, elite. 2. Mutation route: requires special breeding, cloud feather sparrow, mist, hidden sparrow, elite, stealth trait. 3. Hidden route: requires meeting specific conditions to unlock. Lin Feng's heart raced. Evolution routes: this was the most core secret knowledge for breeders. Only 1 or 2 conventional evolution routes were publicly known. Mutation routes were mastered only by great clans or top breeders. As for hidden routes, they were the stuff of legend. The value the system provided was far beyond imagination. Brother, it's so small. Lin Xiaoyu leaned over the observation window, her eyes shining. The little cloud feather sparrow had completely emerged from its shell and stood unsteadily on the heating pad. It shook its body, and its wet down quickly dried under the constant temperature airflow, revealing fluffy pale cyan feathers. Following the system prompt, Lin Feng took out the first feather nutrient solution from the system space, a small bottled liquid pale green giving off a scent of fresh grass. He carefully used a dropper to feed the little sparrow. Instinctively the bird tilted its head and swallowed. After 5 drops it was visibly more energetic, its eyes fully open, a clear amber color. We should give it a name, Lin Xiaoyu said. Cloud feather sparrow. How about little cloud? Sure. Lin Feng held the bird in his palm. The little one was only the size of a ping-pong ball, so light that it had almost no weight. It gently pecked Lin Feng's finger with its beak and let out a soft cry. Newbie mission progress updated: beast successfully hatched, please sell it within 3 days. The mission countdown still had 2.5 days. At 9:30 in the morning, Lin Feng carried little cloud downstairs and placed it into a prepared display cage. The cage was lined with a soft pad, had a small perch hanging inside, and food and water bowls. Lin Xiaoyu reluctantly went to school. The shop officially opened for business. For the first hour no one came. Occasionally a passerby glanced at the window, saw the Beast Health Check sign, shook their head and left. Such small shops' so-called checkups were mostly just a trick. Until around 10 o'clock a middle-aged woman with a worried face walked into the shop. In her arms was a small fiery red beast that looked like a squirrel, but the tip of its tail burned with a faint flame. Species: flame tail rat. Common grade status: severely weakened, energy depleted. Source: flame on the verge of going out. Age: 8 months. Potential assessment: medium, but if the source flame goes out it will degenerate into an ordinary rat without talent. Emergency treatment advice: immediately supplement fire type essence. Maintain body temperature. Avoid moving it. Boss, can you save it? The woman's voice was choked with tears. I've been to 3 clinics, and they all said there was no hope. It's only 8 months old. It's the first contracted beast of my son. Lin Feng stepped forward to examine it. The flame tail rat's eyes were tightly shut, its breathing feeble, and the flame on its tail was only a tiny spark about to go out at any moment. What happened? Yesterday weren't there thorn vine wolves active outside the new district? My son insisted on taking it to see the world. They ran into a lone one and the flame tail rat used up all its energy releasing fireballs to protect him. The woman wiped her tears. It's my fault I didn't watch him. Energy depletion had brought the source flame to the verge of extinction. In the beginner's breeding manual this was a critical situation. The conventional treatment was to inject a high-concentration fire-type nutrient solution, but that was extremely expensive. A single vial cost over 1,000 credits, and it wasn't guaranteed to save the beast. But Lin Feng had the system. System Mall temporarily open emergency detective purchase permission temporarily granted. Item Flame Maintaining Agent Basic 1. Price 50 System Points Current Points 0. Description: can keep a fire-type beast source flame alive for 72 hours. Buying time for treatment. Purchase on credit. First credit purchase is interest-free. Must repay 100 system points within 7 days. I'll take it on credit, Lin Feng said without hesitation. A pale red potion appeared in the system space. He pretended to rummage under the counter but actually took the potion from his space. I have a fire temperature stabilizer here. We can try, but I can't guarantee it will save it. How much? 300 credits. Lin Feng gave a cost price. The potion was worth far more, but he didn't want to take advantage of someone in need. I only have 200 right now. The woman searched through all her pockets. Pay me 200 for now, and the remaining 100 can be paid later when you have it. Lin Feng took the flame tail rat, gently opened its mouth, and dripped the potion in. As the potion entered the flame tail rat's body trembled slightly. The spark on its tail visibly stabilized. Though it didn't grow stronger, it no longer flickered as if about to die. It's working. It worked. The woman exclaimed. It's only temporarily stabilized, Lin Feng said honestly. It needs at least 3 days of quiet rest, during which you must feed it liquid fire-type food every day, and keep the ambient temperature above 30 degrees. If the source flame remains stable after 3 days, then it will be out of danger. Okay, I'll do exactly that. The woman paid 200 credits and left, hugging the flame tail rat and thanking him profusely. Lin Feng watched her back, his feelings mixed. He had saved it, but he still owed 100 system points. Points could only be earned through completing missions or achievements, and he had none at the moment. However, system notification: successfully treated an endangered beast, achieved benevolent heart, reward system points 50. Beginner treatment experience pack 1 temporary mission triggered, complete 3 effective beast health checks or treatments today. Mission reward system points 30. Basic breeding materials pack 1, an unexpected gain. Moreover, when the woman walked out holding the flame tail rat, she happened to meet Aunt Xiao. The two talked for a few words at the door, and Aunt Xiao pointed to the shop as if praising something. A few minutes later, Aunt Xiao led another neighbor inside, Uncle Zhang, who ran a hardware store, holding a fluorescent butterfly with drooping wings. Shaolin, old Zhang's fluorescent butterfly can't fly anymore. Take a look. Species: fluorescent butterfly, common grade, status wing joint, strains slight, phosphorus powder, allergy treatment advice, apply joint soothing balm, change to a dust-free environment, avoid prolonged flying for 3 days. It's not a big problem. After examining it, Lin Feng said, Uncle Zhang, is your store the most renovating recently? Yeah, how did you know? Too much dust. A luminous butterfly's wing scale powder is sensitive. If it inhales it, it will be uncomfortable. Besides, you've probably had it flying back and forth delivering small parts, so its wing joints are strained. Lin Feng took out joint soothing balm from the system space, one of the common ointments included in the basic tools set from the starter pack. He applied the balm and explained the precautions. How much? Opening special, 60 credit points. So cheap. Dongmen Clinic would charge 200 for that. Uncle Zhang paid readily. Young man, you've got real skill. In one morning, Lin Feng received 5 customers in a row, 3 health checkups and 2 minor illness treatments. The income was modest, just over 300 credit points in total, but word of mouth was beginning to spread. At noon, Lin Xiaoyu came home from school carrying 2 boxed lunches. Brother, I heard about it at school. Her eyes lit up. Li Hao from the neighboring class said you saved his mom's flame-tailed rat. Now lots of classmates are asking about it. Spreading that fast. The new district is only this big. Lin Xiaoyu bit her chopsticks. There might be more people coming this afternoon. By the way, how is Xiaoyun? Lin Feng looked at the display cage. Xiaoyun, the cloud feather sparrow, was already standing steadily on its perch, grooming its feathers. The little one was very smart. Lin Feng had taught it perch on fingertip a few times that morning and it could already wobble through the air and land on his finger. Its growth rate is about 30 faster than normal, Lin Feng said. The advantage of system nurturing is obvious. Then what about the price? Lin Feng thought for a moment. Ordinary cloud feather sparrows had a market price between 800 and 1200 credit points depending on individual differences. But Xiao Yun was system nurtured. Its innate skill wind sense was twice as strong as an ordinary cloud feather sparrow's. Its growth rate was faster, and it had clear evolution route guidance. Set the price at 2,000. So high. Lin Xiaoyu was stunned. Ordinary families can't afford that, right? Our target customers were never ordinary families. Lin Feng said there are so many exploration teams, pioneers and small merchants in Tianqiong New District. They need beast companions that can warn them of danger. Xiao Yun's wind sense has a range of 20 meters. For people operating in the wilderness, it could save their lives at a critical moment. That makes sense, Lin Xiaoyu said thoughtfully. But how do we let people know its value? Just as she finished speaking, the shop door was pushed open. A man in a gray field uniform with a scarred face walked in. He was around 40, lean and tough. A few short batons were tucked into the leather holster at his waist, a beast tamer's command wands. The man swept his gaze across the shop, then landed on Xiao Yun. Boss, how much is this cloud feather sparrow? Lin Feng stood up. 2,000 credit points. Oh. The man raised an eyebrow. 3 times the market price. Give me a reason. This cloud feather sparrow's innate skill wind sense has twice the range of a standard individual. It can sense airflow anomalies within 20 meters. Lin Feng opened the cage door and extended his hand. Xiao Yun, come. Xiao Yun flapped its wings and though it couldn't fly very steadily landed accurately on Lin Feng's palm. In addition, it has undergone targeted nurturing, making its chance of comprehending the wind blade skill 50 higher than an ordinary individual's. Lin Feng continued. If you're on an exploration team, you should know what detecting danger early means. The man stared at Xiao Yun for a few seconds, then suddenly took out a pocket watch-sized device from his waist, a spiritual energy fluctuation detector. He pressed it toward Xiao Yun and numbers danced on the screen. Spiritual energy activity. Indeed 30 higher than an ordinary young one. The man put away the device. How can you prove it can learn Wind Blade? That's usually a skill only elite-grade wind attribute beast companions can master. 1 week, Lin Feng said. You pay a deposit of 1,000 and I'll train it for a week. If it hasn't mastered Wind Blade after a week, I'll refund the deposit in full and give you the cloud feather sparrow for free. The man was stunned. Are you sure? I'm sure. Interesting. The man smiled. I'm the deputy captain of the Huiyan exploration team. My surname is Zhou. Our team really does need a warning-type beast companion. But 2,000. That's too expensive. 1,500. I'll pay in full and take it now. 1,800. Lin Feng refused to yield. That includes 1 week of basic training and a detailed nurturing guide. Captain Zhou stared at Lin Feng for a few seconds, then suddenly extended his hand. Deal. Lin Feng shook his hand. Newbie quest complete, successfully sold 1 system nurtured beast companion. Rewards, all basic system functions unlocked. Starter funds of 5,000 credit points have been issued to the host's account. New functions unlocked: quest system daily main achievement system points shop partially open advanced codex query. Newbie guidance complete. Wishing the host smooth nurturing. The consecutive notifications echoed in his mind and Lin Feng barely suppressed his excitement. Captain Zhou was very straightforward and transferred 1,800 credit points on the spot. Lin Feng placed Xiao Yun into a dedicated transport cage and attached a handwritten nurturing summary. Of course, he left out system information and only wrote conventional advice. I'll come back in a week to check the training results. Captain Zhou lifted the cage. If it's really as you say, I'll help spread the word in the exploration team circle. Thank you. Watching Captain Zhou leave, Lin Feng let out a long breath. The first deal was done. And the price had exceeded expectations. Lin Xiaoyu excitedly grabbed her brother's arm. Brother, we have money for the rent. More than that. Lin Feng checked his account. It had only a few hundred credit points before. Now, adding Captain Zhou's 1,800, the 300 odd from the morning and the 5,000 from the system, the total had reached over 7,000 credit points. 3 months' rent was 3,500. After paying it, there would still be money left for stock and to improve their lives. But more importantly, all system functions were now unlocked. Xiaoyu watched the shop. I'm going upstairs to study something. Okay. Lin Feng hurried upstairs, closed the door, and called up the system interface. The areas that had previously been gray now all lit up. Quest system displays currently available quests. Achievement system already has the Benevolent Heart achievement, rescuing a critically endangered beast companion. Points shop, use system points to purchase special items. Advanced Codex query, detailed nurturing plans, evolution conditions, and hidden traits for registered beast companions. Lin Feng opened the quest system first. Daily quest, reset daily. 1. Complete 5 beast companion health checkups, reward 10 system points, 200 credit points. 2. Sell 1 beast companion, reward 15 system points. 3. Train 1 beast companion to master a new skill, reward 20 system points. 4. Successfully treat 1 sick beast companion, reward 25 system points. Main quests. 1. Shop upgrade, raise the shop from on the verge of closure to normal operations, reward 500 system points, unlock 1 new codex area. 2. Breeder certification, obtain official junior breeder qualification, reward 300 system points, 1 special item. Then came the points shop. Only the beginner area was open and the items were few but all practical. Basic nutrient solution formula, 50 system points, can prepare 3 kinds of basic nutrient solutions. Disease diagnosis glasses, 100 system points, quickly identifies common ailments when worn. Skill training accelerator, standard, 200 system points, reduces skill training time for standard beast compan. He opened the cloud feather sparrow icon, and detailed information expanded. Besides the evolution route he had seen before, there were also optimal nurturing plan, daily dietary proportions, training plan, rest schedule, common diseases and prevention, detailed skill training including wind blade training steps, precautions, and common reasons for failure. Environmental requirements, temperature, humidity, light, space, size. Social habits, whether it suits group living, which beast companions it gets along with. This was practically an encyclopedia of cloud feather sparrows. With all this, Lin Feng murmured, let alone a junior breeder, I can even catch up to an intermediate breeder's knowledge reserve in a short time. However, the system only provided knowledge and tools. True growth still had to come from practice. In the afternoon, Lin Feng took the money he had just earned to the market, and bought a batch of basic supplies, beast companion food, common medicines, and cleaning products. He also bought his sister a new jacket. The school uniform jacket she was wearing had been washed to a pale white and the cuffs were worn through. In the evening, the rock armor beetle hatched successfully. It was a tiny bug with a rock-like carapace only the size of a fingernail, but its shell was hard. As it moved, it made faint click-clack sounds. Its innate skill was hardened, which could increase its carapace defense by 50 for a short time. This one is suitable for customers who need a defensive beast companion. Lin Xiaoyu held the little bug in her hands. Brother, what should we price it at? 1,500, Lin Feng said. Rock armor beetles don't have a high market price to begin with, and they're not aggressive. They're mainly for defense and carrying loads. What about the honey perfume sprite? It should hatch tomorrow. Honey perfume sprite. Lin Feng pulled up the system information. It can produce nectar essence about 10 milliliters per month. The market price of nectar essence is 50 credit points per milliliter. Just this output alone would be worth 6,000 credit points a year. So we can price the sprite itself higher. 3,000. 3,000. Lin Xiaoyu was astonished. That's half a year's income for an ordinary family. So our customer base needs to adjust. Lin Feng said seriously, Xiaoyu, remember this. We don't do the low-end market. The low-end market has thin profits and fierce competition, and it's easy to be suppressed by local powers like the Highland Chamber of Commerce. We need to make premium products target the mid to high-end and serve customers who truly understand beast companions, and are willing to pay for quality. Lin Xiaoyu nodded hard. I understand. At 8 in the evening the shop closed. Lin Feng counted up the day's earnings. After deducting expenses, his net income was 2100 credit points. Adding the 5000 from the system, there was over 7000 in the account. He transferred 3500 to Aunt Zhao and paid 3 months' rent in full. Aunt Zhao sent a voice message with a gratified tone. Little Lin, I knew you could do it. Work hard and tell Auntie if you have any difficulties. Turning off the communicator, Lin Feng stood by the window gazing at 3rd Street in the night. The street lights were dim and a few shops were still lit. In the distance, searchlights from the new district's defensive wall swept across the sky and the footsteps of patrols could be heard from time to time. This was a dangerous world, but it was also a world full of opportunity. The system had given him a chance to turn his life around. But the road still had to be walked step by step. Brother. Lin Xiaoyu came upstairs carrying 2 cups of hot milk. Have something to drink. Thanks. Lin Feng took the cup. Xiaoyu, I've made up my mind. We won't just sell beast companions, we'll also do nurturing training treatment consultation. Build a complete beast companion service system. Just like the big breeding centers in the main city. Yes, but we'll be better than them. Lin Feng took a sip of milk. Because we have something they don't. The system. And a way of thinking from another world. Starting tomorrow I'll mind the shop during the day and study nurturing knowledge at night. Lin Feng continued focus on school, but you can use your spare time to help record customer information and manage inventory. Once the shop is stable we'll hire a shop assistant. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Brother, I believe you can definitely do it. His sister's trust was like warm light in a winter night. The night had grown late. Lin Feng lay in bed, called up the system interface and began reading the advanced chapters of the beginner nurturing manual. Words flowed before his eyes and knowledge etched itself into his mind. Outside the window the night in Tianqiong New district was still restless. But in this little shop hope had already taken root and sprouted. Tomorrow the rock armor beetle would officially go on sale. Tomorrow the honey perfume sprite would hatch. Tomorrow new customers would come. Tomorrow. Daily quests have been refreshed. Host, please begin a new day's nurturing journey. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be an even busier day. Trouble came just half an hour after the price sign for the rock armor beetle was hung out. The newcomer was a fat man in a floral shirt with a gold chain as thick as a little finger around his neck and 2 underlings behind him. Lin Feng recognized him. Lu San, the steward of the Black Scale Merchant Association on 3rd Street, who specialized in collecting debts and discussing business. Yo boss Lin, business is good. Lu San swaggered into the shop, casually picked up a jar of nutrient paste from the shelf, sniffed it, then put it down with disdain. I heard that yesterday Cripple Joe bought a cloud feather sparrow from you. 1,800. Not bad, you've got some nerve asking that price. Cripple Joe was Captain Joe of the Grey Rock exploration team. The scar on his face had been left by a fierce beast's claws in his youth, and he walked with a slight limp. That was what people in the circle called him. Lin Feng stood up from behind the counter. Manager Lu, is there something you need? Can't I just come sit for a while? Lu San plopped down the chair, letting out a strained creak. Boss Lin, let's not beat around the bush. On 3rd Street, any business involving spirit beast has to be approved by our Black Scale Merchant Association. Your shop switched directions and is selling such expensive goods. That's against the rules. What rules? First, your supply channels have to be reported. Lu San raised a finger. Second, prices must be examined and approved by the association. Third, 30% of the profits must be paid as a management fee. Lin Feng smiled. And what if I refuse? Refuse. Lu San smiled too, but his smile was cold. Then this shop of yours might not stay peaceful. For instance, a tax inspector suddenly shows up and says you've been evading taxes. Or the health department says your place doesn't meet hygiene standards and orders you to rectify. Or a fire safety inspection finds your equipment substandard and shuts you down for renovation. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Lin Feng, your parents are gone. It's just you and your sister now. Young man, don't be too stubborn. To survive in the new district you have to understand the rules. Lin Feng stared at Lu San for a few seconds, then suddenly asked. Manager Lu, has your ironback boar recently been lacking appetite and grunting a lot at night? Lu San was taken aback. How do you know? You have a faint smell of rotten earth grass on you. That's a common medicine for treating gastroenteritis in spirit beasts. Lin Feng said calmly. Ironback boars are omnivorous, but their stomachs are weak. If you feed them dirty rotten meat or moldy grain, they're prone to gastroenteritis. Judging by your anxious expression, I'd say you've treated it for days without improvement, right? Lu San's expression flickered. He did indeed have an ironback boar, elite rank, his most prized spirit beast. But recently, for no known reason, it had refused to eat or drink and kept looking listless. He had tried several veterinarians and taken a lot of medicine, but nothing helped. Do you know a way? Lu San's tone softened a little. I'd have to see the specific situation, Lin Feng said. But I can tell you this rotten earth grass doesn't work well on ironback boars because their stomach acid concentration is high and ordinary herbs get broken down too quickly. You need stoneheart powder mixed with stomach clearing leaf. The mineral properties neutralize the stomach acid and let the medicine release slowly. Stoneheart powder. That's not cheap. But it works well. Lin Feng took a small packet of gray-white powder from under the counter. I've got a ready-made single dose here. Take it back and try it. If it works, come find me again. Lu San hesitated for a moment, then took the packet. How much? Grand opening special free. Free. Lu San squinted. Kid, are you trying to sell me a favor? Think of it as making a friend. Lin Feng smiled. Manager Lu, my shop is a small operation and can't handle much trouble. But you've also seen that I have real skill. Rather than bankrupting me, why not let me run my shop well? Then whenever you need it, you'll have a knowledgeable person who can check on your spirit beasts. Isn't that a good thing? Lu San stared at Lin Feng, tapping his fingers on the counter. This kid was interesting. He had combined firmness and kindness, given him a way out, and shown off his abilities. Fine, I'll give you face this time. Lu San put away the medicine packet. But rules are rules. The management fee can wait until your business really takes off. But your supply channels have to be reported. That's the association's bottom line. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Part of my stock is what my parents left behind, and part is bred by me. The rest I picked up at the Wilderness Bazaar. The Wilderness Bazaar was a black market on the outskirts of the new district where spirit beasts, materials, and information of unknown origin were traded. No one checked it, and even if they did, it couldn't be traced. Lu San could accept that explanation. Clever. Lu San stood up. If the medicine works, I'll owe you a favor. If it doesn't, you can still come and cause trouble for me later. Humph. Lu San laughed with his two underlings. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Stabilized for now. But only for now. Local powers like the Black Scale Merchant Association might give face today and turn hostile tomorrow. To stand firm on 3rd Street, small tricks weren't enough. He needed real strength behind him. Brother. Lin Xiyu poked her head out from the 2nd floor, face pale. Are they gone? It's fine for now. Lin Feng beckoned her down. Don't worry, your brother has a way. But they'll come back later. So we need to become stronger quickly. Lin Feng looked at the street outside the display window. Strong enough that they won't dare to come. During the rest of the morning, customers came in one after another. Some came to buy basic feed, and some came to ask about their spirit beasts' coat colors. Lin Feng attended to all of them patiently. The system's disease diagnosis glasses were priced at 100 points in the points store, which he couldn't afford for now. But with the knowledge from the junior breeding manual, he was more than capable of dealing with ordinary problems. At noon, the honey flower spirit hatched. It was a palm-sized pink little spirit with petal-like wings and a small budding flower on its head. As soon as it was born, it flew around Lin Feng, scattering faint specks of light, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. System honeyflower spirit hatched successfully. Species honeyflower spirit, common rank. Status newborn, healthy. Innate skill, honeydew production, produces a small amount of nectar daily, has a mild healing effect. Trainable skills, fragrant aura, calms emotions, healing pollen, basic healing. Breeding suggestion, needs at least 4 hours of sunlight every day and should drink morning dew or purified water. The honeyflower spirit's bestiary entry also lit up. It had 3 evolution paths, one of which was a hidden route shown as. But one of the trigger conditions was marked must consume moonlight moss for a long period. Moonlight moss was a rare material and hard to buy on the open market. So cute. Lin Xiyu's eyes lit up. Brother, can it really produce nectar? Yes, but only a very small amount. Lin Feng reached out his hand, and the honeyflower spirit landed on his palm, rubbing against his fingers affectionately. About 1 or 2 drops a day, but its purity is very high. Ordinary nectar essence sells for 50 credits a milliliter. At this grade it might be worth 100. Then that's 3,000 a month. Lin Xiaoyu calculated quickly. No wonder you priced it at 3,000. No. Set the price at 4,000. Lin Feng changed his mind. Huh. Another 1,000 more. Because it's worth more than just producing nectar. Lin Feng looked at the little flower spirit circling around him. It also has healing abilities. Healing pollen is only basic, but it's very effective for ordinary wounds, fatigue, and minor ailments. For an exploration team that often operates in the wilderness, a cloud feather sparrow that can warn of danger plus a honeyflower spirit that can provide emergency treatment is a perfect match. But who would pay 4,000 for a common rank spirit beast? Someone will. Lin Feng was confident. At 2 in the afternoon, Captain Zhou of the Greyrock exploration team came again. He was carrying an empty cage and his expression was grim. "Boss Lin, that cloud feather sparrow of yours." Captain Zhou put the cage on the counter. "It's dead." Lin Feng's heart tightened, but he calmed down immediately. System-bred spirit beasts were in good health. It was impossible for one to die suddenly. Besides, if it had really died, Captain Zhou wouldn't have that expression. "How did it die?" "When I brought it back yesterday, the guys on the team were curious and took turns playing with it," Captain Zhou said. "Then someone fed it something it shouldn't eat. It started having diarrhea that night, and this morning it stopped breathing." "Where's the body?" "Thrown away." Captain Zhou stared at Lin Feng. "Boss Lin, the goods don't match what was promised. You said it was a healthy young bird and it died in one day. This needs an explanation." Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Captain Zhou, stopped joking. Even if a cloud feather sparrow ate something bad and got diarrhea, it would at most become weak. It wouldn't die in one day. Besides, you have a faint smell of clear spirit grass on you. That's a common medicine for gastroenteritis in spirit beasts. Who did you use it on?" Captain Zhou's expression stiffened. "Also," Lin Feng pointed at Captain Zhou's cuff, "there's a strand of light blue down stuck there. It's freshly shed. If the cloud feather sparrow were dead, you would have disposed of the body and wouldn't have down stuck on you. So, it's not dead. It's lively at your place and even shedding feathers." "Right. You came to test me," Lin Feng said. "You wanted to see whether I know what I'm doing or just bluffing. I understand 1,800 isn't a small amount. But Captain Zhou, if I dare set this price, I have the confidence to back it up. If you don't believe me, bring the cloud feather sparrow here now and I'll examine it in front of you. If it isn't in even better condition than yesterday, I'll refund you double." Captain Zhou stared at Lin Feng for a full 10 seconds, then burst into loud laughter. "Good lad." He slapped the counter. "You've got sharp eyes and real guts. Fine, I'm convinced." He took out a small cage from inside his coat, the same one that had held the cloud feather sparrow yesterday. In the cage, the little cloud feather sparrow was full of energy, grooming its feathers. Seeing Lin Feng, it let out 2 excited chirps. "It really is in good shape." Captain Zhou opened the cage and let the little sparrow out. "A small problem came up yesterday. A wild kid on the team fed it a spicy fruit, and it had diarrhea for half the day. But I fed it clear spirit grass according to the breeding guide you gave me, and it was fine by this morning. And..." He paused, his expression turning serious. "It really can sense changes in air currents within 20 meters. Yesterday evening we were patrolling the outskirts when it suddenly started chirping nonstop. 30 seconds later an arrow flew out from the grass. It was a poacher lying in ambush. If not for its warning, I might have ended up right there. So today you came to buy another one," Captain Zhou said. "You said yesterday you still had rock armor beetles and a honey flower spirit. Bring them all out and let me take a look." Lin Feng perked up and brought out both spirit beasts. The rock armor beetle crawled in a specially made sandbox, its shell reflecting a rocky gleam under the lights. The honey flower spirit perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, watching Captain Zhou curiously. "The rock armor beetle has the innate skill Harden, which raises defense by 50 for 3 minutes with a 10-minute cooldown," Lin Feng introduced it. "It's suitable as a meat shield or for protecting important items. This one is priced at 1,500. The honeyflower spirit has the innate skill honeydew production. It can produce 1 to 2 drops of high-purity nectar essence every day with a mild healing effect. It can also learn healing pollen, which works on flesh wounds. This one is priced at 4,000. 4,000? Captain Zhou raised an eyebrow. "That price is enough to buy 2 elite-rank spirit beasts." "But it keeps producing," Lin Feng said. "Nectar essence costs 100 credits per milliliter on the market. It produces at least 30 milliliters a month, which is 3,000. It pays for itself in half a year, and everything after that is pure profit. And its healing ability can save lives in the wild. You should understand that out there a small infected wound can easily become a death sentence." Captain Zhou fell silent. He was weighing it. The exploration team truly needed a healing-type spirit beast. One of the team members had originally contracted one, but he had died in action last month, and the spirit beast had perished alongside its master. Now the team could only rely on medicine for injuries, and the effect was much worse. 3,500, Captain Zhou bargained. 3,800 plus a month of exclusive breeding consultation and a custom training plan tailored to the exploration team's needs. Lin Feng didn't yield. Deal. Captain Zhou was very straightforward. He paid 5,300 credits on the spot, 1,800 for the Cloud Feather Sparrow, 1,500 for the Rock Armor Beetle, and 2,000 for the Honeyflower Spirit. 8,000 deposit, 1,800 balance. I'll give you the training plan in 3 days, Lin Feng said. During these 3 days you can let your team members get familiar with them. Especially the Honeyflower Spirit, it needs a stable energy supply. It's best to feed it something sweet every day like honey water. Understood. Captain Zhou picked up the 3 cages. Boss Lin, if these spirit beasts are really as useful as you say, the Greyrock exploration team will be regulars at your shop from now on. And I'll help spread the word for you in the circle. Thanks. After seeing Captain Zhou off, Lin Feng looked at the more than 5,000 credits newly arrived in his account, and let out a long breath. In one day all 3 system-bred spirit beasts had been sold with total revenue of 7,100 credits. Combined with yesterday's earnings, his total assets had broken 10,000. But this was only the beginning. System main quest updated, shop upgrade. Current status from on the verge of bankruptcy to slight improvement 15. Please continue to increase shop reputation, sales, and customer satisfaction to complete the shop upgrade. Achievement unlocked 3 orders in 1 day. Reward 30 points. Daily quest complete, sell 1 spirit beast 31. Reward 15 points. The point balance became 95. Now he could buy something. Lin Feng opened the points store and browsed the items. In the end he spent 50 points on the basic nutrient solution formula and 30 points on 3 basic breeding material packs. The basic nutrient solution formula consisted of 3 prescriptions. They were for the basic nutrient solutions of carnivorous, herbivorous, and omnivorous spirit beasts. The cost was only half of comparable products on the market, yet the effect was 20 better. The basic breeding material packs contained a variety of basic herbs, minerals, and special soils, perfect for preparing the nutrient solution. Xiao Yu closed the shop. We're closing early today, Lin Feng said. Huh. It's only 3 o'clock. We're going shopping. Lin Feng picked up his coat. Buy materials for the nutrient solution and also buy some cages, bedding, and feed. And buy you a new pair of shoes. Lin Xiaoyu looked down at her sneakers whose soles were coming apart, and blushed. No need, I can still wear them. Be good. Lin Feng ruffled her hair. Your brother has money now. I can't let my little sister go to school in broken shoes. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes reddened and she nodded firmly. The afternoon shopping went smoothly. Lin Feng bought ingredients according to the system-provided formula and also purchased a batch of basic equipment. Altogether he spent over 3,000 credits, but they were all necessary investments. In the evening the two returned to the shop carrying big bags and bundles. As soon as they reached the door they saw Aunt Zhao waiting anxiously at the entrance. Shaolin, you're back. What's wrong, Aunt Zhao? Ah Huang. Ah Huang is better, Aunt Zhao said excitedly. With the method you told me, in just 1 day it perked up and ate with gusto. My neighbor Old Wang's Ripple Hound is sick too. He wants to ask you to take a look. The consultation fee can be discussed. Ripple Hound. What symptoms? It won't go into water, yelps whenever it touches water, and is losing fur badly. That might be a skin condition. I'll need to go see for myself. Lin Feng put the things down in the shop. Xiao Yu, tidy up first. I'll go with Aunt Zhao. Okay. Old Wang lived on the next street and ran a small grocery store. His Ripple Hound was a large blue-furred dog that was good at controlling water and usually very lively, but it had been listless for the past few days. After examining it, Lin Feng confirmed it was water ringworm, a common skin disease among water-type spirit beasts. He prescribed a medicated bath formula, gave some precautions, and charged 200 credits as the consultation fee. As he was leaving, Old Wang grabbed his hand. Boss Lin, from now on whatever goes wrong with my spirit beast I'll come to you. You're far better than those quacks at the East End Clinic. Back at the shop, Lin Xiaoyu had already organized the purchased items and was cooking in the kitchen. Brother, someone came looking for you again. She set the dishes on the table. He said the ironback boar was cured and he came specially to thank you. Lu San. And he brought a gift. Lin Xiaoyu pointed to the corner. A box of premium spirit beast food worth at least 500 credits on the market. He knows how to handle people. Lin Feng smiled. Also, while you were out in the afternoon several groups came. Lin Xiaoyu counted on her fingers. Aunt Lou, who runs the restaurant on West Street, wants to buy a spirit beast that can repel insects. Foreman Wang from the construction team asked if you had one that could carry heavy loads, and a lady asked if you could breed her flame cat. Business was starting to come to their door. Although they were all small orders, at least it was a good sign. During dinner, Lin Feng told his sister his plan. Tomorrow I'll go to the Breeder Association and take the Junior Breeder Qualification exam. With official certification, my words will carry more weight in the future. But brother, didn't you never attend a breeder school? I have the certification letter from the system, so I should be able to take the exam directly. Lin Feng said. Besides, the junior exam is mainly theory plus practical operations. I've read the manual, so it should be fine. What about the shop? You stay at the shop. If someone comes to buy something, tell them we're temporarily out of stock but can take orders. If someone comes for treatment advice, handle simple problems the way I taught you yesterday and ask the complicated ones to come back in the afternoon. Okay. After dinner, Lin Feng went upstairs to continue studying. He had already read most of the junior breeding manual, and what remained was mainly the practical part. He spent another 20 points to buy the basic diagnosis case collection from the store. It contained 100 common cases which were perfect for practice. The night was deep. Lin Feng opened the window and the night breeze blew in with the new district's unique smell, earth steel, and the scent of grass and trees from the distant wilderness. Account balance 7800 credits. Point balance 25. Shop status slight improvement 15. All 3 system-bred spirit beasts had been sold, but the quest's progress showed current breedable spirit beasts 0. It seemed he would have to wait for the system to release a new quest or use points to buy new spirit beast eggs. But there was no rush. First, build a solid foundation. Tomorrow, take the breeder qualification exam. The day after tomorrow, start accepting treatment orders and earn points. The day after that. Lin Feng looked at the pitch-black street outside the window. One day this street, this new district, would all know the name of the Wind Whisper Spirit Beast Breeding Center. And the Black Scale Merchant Association, and all those waiting to see him make a fool of himself. He would climb step by step to a height where they would have to look up to him. System Rock Armor Beetle sold. Honeyflower Spirit sold. Deposit paid. Cloud Feather Sparrow sold. Current shop reputation faint 10,100. The system notification flickered. Lin Feng closed the interface and lay down on the bed. Tomorrow would be a new step. The Breeder Association building in Tianqiong New District stood on the east side of the central plaza. It was a 30-story silver-gray structure shaped like a spiraling gene strand, its exterior clad in bioglass that could adjust its light transmittance. In front of the building, a towering statue of a spirit beast stood with its head held high, the legendary Tianqiong dragon eagle, the symbol of the new district. Lin Feng stood at the edge of the plaza looking up at the building. It was a workday and the plaza was crowded with people coming and going. There were breeders in uniforms hurrying in and out with their spirit beasts, citizens carrying cubs to seek advice, and groups of students in uniforms touring under their teachers' guidance. The air was filled with a mixture of smells: disinfectant, the musky scent of spirit beasts, and the sweet fragrance of nutrient solution, all mingled into the unique scent of the Breeder Association. Lin Feng took a deep breath and walked toward the main entrance. Automatic recognition gates stood at the door, requiring a breeder badge or a visitor reservation code to pass. He had no badge, but the system authentication letter provided by the system generated a temporary access code. Beep, verification passed. Please proceed to the reception hall on the first floor. The gate opened. The lobby was spacious and bright, with a ceiling at least 10 meters high. At its center floated a massive holographic projection cycling through the latest Breeding Achievements Association announcements and Spirit Beast Tournament information. Curved service counters lined the hall where uniformed staff methodically received visitors. Lin Feng walked to the window marked Qualification Certification. Hello, I'd like to register for the Junior Breeder Qualification exam. The young woman behind the window raised her head and gave Lin Feng a once-over. With his washed-out jacket, he did not look like someone with money or connections. Still, she kept a professional smile. Do you have a recommendation letter or a completion certificate from a preparatory school? No, Lin Feng said, handing over the system authentication letter. But I have this. The woman took the card. It was matte black, slightly cool to the touch, with only a simple beast emblem on the front. She inserted the card into the reader uncertainly. The screen lit up and displayed special approval: qualification holder permitted to take the junior breeder exam directly. Verification Unit Headquarters Special Talent Office. The woman's expression changed instantly, and her tone became much more respectful. Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I'll arrange it for you right away. She worked swiftly at the terminal, and a few minutes later a temporary exam admission slip printed out. Your exam will be in exam room 3 starting at 10 a.m. Please go to the 3rd floor first for the written test. If you pass, the practical test will be held in the afternoon. Here are the exam site map and instructions. Thank you. Lin Feng took the materials and headed for the elevator. He could feel gazes on his back. The conversation at the window had not been loud, but phrases like special approval and headquarters special talent office had caught the attention of several people in the lobby. The Breeder Association's special approval was ordinarily given to only 3 kinds of people: scions of major families, geniuses in a particular field, or people with privileged backgrounds. Lin Feng looked like none of them. In the elevator, a middle-aged man in a white coat glanced at him and asked, "Young man here for the exam?" Junior level. First time. First time. The man smiled, and there was something unreadable in that smile. Good luck then. The practical part of the junior exam has a 70% elimination rate. Thanks for the reminder. The elevator doors opened on the 3rd floor and Lin Feng stepped out. The exam area was very large, divided into dozens of small booths. Each booth contained only a desk, a chair, and a terminal. Many people were already waiting, most of them young people in their early 20s, some nervously flipping through notes, others resting with their eyes closed. Lin Feng found his seat and sat down. System notification: professional qualification examination scenario detected. Temporary function activated. Knowledge retrieval assistance limited to the written test. Note: you may search the Junior Breeder Handbook at any time during the exam, but you must organize the answers yourself. This function was practically cheating. But Lin Feng did not intend to rely on it completely. He had already finished studying the Junior Breeder Handbook, so it should be more than enough to handle the written exam. At exactly 10 o'clock the exam began. The terminal screen lit up and displayed the questions. The Junior Breeder written exam consisted of 300 questions, including single choice, multiple choice, true false, fill in the blank, and short answer types. The exam lasted 3 hours with a full score of 100 and a passing mark of 80. Lin Feng skimmed through it quickly. The first 200 questions were basic, covering spirit beast taxonomy, physiology, nutrition, behavior, and the diagnosis and treatment of common diseases. He knew these well and answered quickly. The middle 50 were application questions. Specific cases were given requiring diagnostic reasoning and treatment plans. This section required practical experience, but the case collection in the Junior Breeder Handbook happened to be just right. The final 50 were comprehensive analysis questions, presenting complex situations that required integrating knowledge from multiple disciplines to solve. This was the hardest part, and the one that eliminated the most candidates. By the time Lin Feng reached the last question, he still had an hour and a half left. Question 300. Suppose you are a pioneer in the wilderness and discover an injured thunderlight leopard, an elite-level thunder attribute spirit beast. Its injuries are a fractured left foreleg, a laceration on the abdomen, chaotic spiritual energy within its body, and signs of poisoning. The supplies you carry are limited to a basic medical kit: gauze, disinfectant, splints, 3 bottles of basic nutrient solutions of different attributes, fire, water, wood, a universal antidote, and a thunder crystal. Please describe in detail how you would handle this spirit beast, and explain the rationale for each step. 25 points. The Thunderlight Leopard was elite level and thunder attributed. It was aggressive, fast, and hot-tempered. Its injuries included fractures, lacerations, poisoning, and spiritual energy disorder, and supplies were limited. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then began entering his answer on the terminal. First, ensure your own safety. Even wounded, a Thunderlight Leopard is dangerous. If no sedative is at hand, try using the sleep-inducing ingredients in a wood attribute nutrient solution to render it unconscious. Second, deal with the most urgent injuries. The poisoning and spiritual energy disorder could be fatal, so use the universal antidote first, while also using the thunder crystal to guide its disordered spiritual energy back into order. Third, treat the external wounds. The abdominal laceration needs debridement and suturing, and the fracture should be stabilized with splints. Fourth, follow-up care. The Thunderlight Leopard is carnivorous, but while recovering it should be fed liquid food. Thunder attribute spirit beasts need thunder crystals to aid their recovery. He wrote in great detail, not only presenting a plan but also explaining why each step was chosen and the pros and cons of each option. After reviewing it, he clicked submit. The written exam has ended. Results will be announced in half an hour. Please proceed to the waiting area. Lin Feng walked out of the booth and found the exam area already half empty. Many people had turned in their papers early. Some looked dejected, others relaxed. Lin Feng Someone called his name. He turned and saw a bespectacled young man around 20 elegantly dressed wearing the school badge of Tianqiong Beast Taming Academy on his chest. Hello, I'm Qinming, a fourth-year student in the breeding department of Tianqiong Beast Taming Academy. The young man extended his hand. I saw you downstairs earlier. Special approval. Sort of. Lin Feng shook his hand. Impressive, Qinming said, his eyes lighting up. There are only a few special approvals a year. Which family are you from? Or whose disciple are you? Neither. Just lucky. Qinming clearly did not believe him, but he did not press. Instead, he eagerly brought up the exam. How did you answer the last question? The Thunderlight Leopard won. Lin Feng briefly explained his approach. After hearing it, Qinming's expression shifted. You used a thunder crystal to guide spiritual energy. Is there a problem? Thunder crystal is indeed a recovery aid for thunder attribute spirit beasts, but using it directly while the beast is injured might stimulate spiritual energy to run wild. Qinming hesitated. The textbook says to use calming herb first to stabilize spiritual energy, then feed thunder attribute spiritual energy in gradually. Calming herb is common in the wild, but it wasn't among the supplies in the question, Lin Feng said. A thunder crystal does carry some risk, but you can control how much is infused and use your own spiritual energy as a buffer. Besides, the Thunderlight Leopard itself is thunder attributed and has a natural affinity for thunder spiritual energy. As long as it is controlled properly, it is safer than using spiritual energy of another attribute. Qinming froze, then murmured, that makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Results are out. Someone shouted. The holographic screen in the hall lit up, displaying the past list and scores. The list was not long, only about 30 people. Of the 150 candidates who took the written exam, 80% had been eliminated. Lin Feng found his name. Lin Feng written exam score 97, rank 1, first place. And only 3 points lost. Whispers rippled through the crowd and many gazes turned toward him. Qinming saw it too, his mouth forming an O. N97. You only missed one question. No, even if it were all correct, short answers would still lose step marks. This is almost a perfect score. Just lucky. Lin Feng still gave the same answer. But he knew it was not luck. The junior breeder handbook provided by the system was too comprehensive, and with knowledge retrieval assistance it was hard not to get a high score. Congratulations. Looks like your afternoon practical is secure. Qinming sounded a little envious. But the practical is even harder. I failed it last year. You took it last year. Passed the written, failed the practical. Qinming pushed up his glasses. This is my second time. I hope I can pass this time. If I don't, I'll have to delay my graduation. The breeder qualification was a mandatory requirement for students of the Beast Taming Academy. Without a junior certificate, they could not obtain their diploma. Let's both work hard, Lin Feng said. The afternoon practical exam was held in the breeding workshop on the first floor. The workshop was enormous, divided into dozens of independent workstations. Each station was equipped with basic breeding equipment, temperature control units, nutrient solution mixers, detectors, basic tools, and so on. Candidates were randomly assigned spirit beasts and exam questions. Lin Feng drew a ripple hound, the same kind of spirit beast cub he had seen at Uncle Wang's house yesterday. The exam question read: this ripple hound is suspected of being infected with parasites. Please perform an examination, make a diagnosis, and formulate a treatment and care plan. A very routine question. But when Lin Feng examined it, he found something unusual. The ripple hound did show symptoms of parasitic infection, loss of appetite, dull fur, and abdominal bloating and pain. However, when he scanned it with the detector, the system alerted dual infection, detected intestinal parasites, common, spirit-devouring microworms, rare. Spirit-devouring microworms, tiny parasites that feed on the spiritual energy within a spirit beast, causing slow spiritual energy loss and being very hard to detect. Conventional deworming drugs are ineffective. Treatment requires a light attribute nutrient solution combined with a spirit energy expulsion agent. This was a trap. A normal parasitic infection could be treated with basic deworming medicine. But if spirit-devouring microworms were present, conventional treatment would only relieve the symptoms and could not cure the root cause. When the judges checked again after the exam and found the beast had not recovered, the candidate would be directly failed. Lin Feng knew exactly what to do. He first followed the standard procedure, took a sample for microscopic examination, confirmed the parasite species, naming only the common type, then prepared basic deworming medicine and fed it to the ripple hound. Immediately after, he also prepared a light attribute nutrient solution, adding a trace of light dust powder to the basic nutrient solution. The material was available on the workbench, and used several substitute herbs for the spirit energy expulsion agent to make a simplified version on the spot. He administered the medicine, observed, and recorded. The whole process was smooth and fluid. An hour later the exam ended. 3 judges, 2 middle-aged breeders and a white-haired old man, began giving their evaluations one by one. Candidate No. 3. The diagnosis is correct, but the dosage is too high and may cause diarrhea in the cub. Candidate No. 7. Standard procedure, but ignored the cub's stress response. Candidate No. 12. Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped up to the workbench. Your procedure is standard, even skillful, said the white-haired elder, the chief examiner, wearing a badge that read Senior Cultivator. But I noticed that after the routine treatment you prepared an additional medicinal solution. Can you explain why? Here it comes. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Because I suspect this ripplehound isn't infected with just the common parasites. Oh. The cub showed all the symptoms of a common parasitic infection. But during my examination I noticed its spiritual energy fluctuation showed a slight yet continuous weakening trend, which is uncommon in simple parasitic infections. Lin Feng continued. Considering its age, condition, and the faint fluorescent residue on the tips of its fur, I speculate it might also be infected with spirit-devouring microbes. The 3 examiners exchanged glances. Spirit-devouring microbes are rare and hard to detect with routine tests. How did you confirm it? Asked another examiner. I couldn't fully confirm, but following the principle of caution I administered preventive treatment. Lin Feng pointed to the solution he had prepared. A light attribute nutrient solution can boost the cub's own spiritual resistance. This simple spiritual energy repellent, though not as effective as specialized medicine, is enough to handle an early-stage infection. Even if I misjudge, these 2 solutions are harmless to the cub. And if you were right, then the routine treatment would only suppress the symptoms temporarily and the parasites would relapse within a week. But my approach can cure it completely. The 3 examiners were silent for a few seconds. The white-haired elder suddenly smiled. Not bad. This exam indeed involved a dual infection. Out of 35 candidates, only you noticed it. He looked at Lin Feng with approval. And you were wise not to jump to conclusions but to adopt preventive treatment. In practical cultivation work we often cannot achieve a 100 diagnosis. Making sound judgments based on experience and clues and choosing the safest plan, that is the quality of an excellent cultivator. Thank you, Master. However, there are a few details in your medicine preparation that could be optimized. The white-haired elder picked up Lin Feng's notes and marked several spots. Reduce the amount of light dust powder by 10% to lessen the burden on the cub. For the substitute herb in the spiritual energy repellent you can use heart-cleansing grass instead of mind-brightening flower. The effect is similar but it's cheaper. Yes, I'll remember that. Final assessment excellent. The white-haired elder signed his name. Congratulations, you've passed the junior cultivator examination. Your certificate and badge will be mailed to your registered address within 3 working days. Thank you, Master. As he walked out of the workshop, Lin Feng let out a breath. Passing was expected, but the excellent rating was a pleasant surprise. It was said that certificates with excellent ratings were embossed in gold, carried extra merit in the association's internal system, and would help with future promotions. Lin Feng. Wait up. Qin Ming chased after him, pale-faced. I think I screwed up. What happened? I drew Firefox and the question was suspected excessive internal heat, red eyes, diagnose and treat. Qin Ming said dejectedly. I followed the textbook and used medicine to clear heat and reduce fire. But then, the Firefox's eyes got even redder and it started bleeding from its nose. What medicine did you use? Ice heart grass, fire clearing leaves, and frost crystal powder. Lin Feng pressed his forehead. Firefoxes were fire attribute spirit beasts, and getting overheated was common. But clearing heat and reducing fire also had to be done in moderation. Iceheart grass and frost crystal powder were both potent cold-natured herbs. For a pure fire attribute spirit beast like the firefox, the medicine's force was too strong and would instead stimulate its fire attribute spiritual energy to rebound, worsening the symptoms. You should start with mild herbs like mint leaves or silver frost flowers. Observe the reaction, then adjust, Lin Feng said. Going straight for a strong medicine can easily cause problems. I was too nervous. Qin Ming was on the verge of tears. This is it, I failed again. I'll have to retake the course next year. Don't panic. The results haven't been announced yet. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Maybe the examiner saw your standard procedure and will give you a retest opportunity since it was just a misjudgment. I hope so. Qinming sighed. By the way, did you pass? One look at your face and I know it's an excellent. Yeah, I pass. Impressive. Qinming said enviously. So what are your plans now? Work at a large cultivation center. Or open your own shop. I have my own shop on 3rd Street. 3rd Street. That place. Qinming hesitated. The competition is fierce. You know the Black Scale Trading Company, right? They control most of the spirit beast business in that area. I know. We've dealt with each other. Then be careful. Qinming lowered his voice. I heard Black Scale has backers, a branch of some big family in the main city. Their way of doing things isn't exactly by the book. Thanks for the warning. They exchanged contact information. Although Qinming had fumbled the practical exam, he had solid theoretical knowledge and was a decent person. Lin Feng thought he might come in handy later. It was already evening when they left the Cultivator Association. The sunset gilded the building in gold, and the statue of the Skydome Dragon Eagle in the square cast a long shadow. Lin Feng didn't go straight back to the shop. Instead, he went to the market. Since he had passed the exam, he decided to celebrate. He bought some meat and vegetables, planning to have a nice dinner with his sister. Passing a clothing store, he bought a new dress for Xiaoyu. It had been a long time since his sister had new clothes. By the time he returned to 3rd Street loaded with bags and parcels, it was already dark. The streetlights were on and a few shops were still open. In Aunt Zhao's grocery store, Ah Huang was lying on the ground chewing a bone. Seeing Lin Feng, it wagged its tail happily. Xiaolin, you're back. Aunt Zhao poked her head out. How did the exam go? I passed. Oh, wonderful. Aunt Zhao beamed. I knew you'd do well, kid. How about dinner at my place? No thanks, Aunt Zhao. I already bought groceries. I'm going home to eat with Xiaoyu. Alright, go on. Xiaoyu came out to check for you several times this afternoon. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and headed toward his shop. From afar he could see the sign for Windwhisper Spirit Beast Cultivation Center lit up. He had put it up yesterday, and it was much more impressive than the old Lin Beast house. The shop was also lit. Pushing the door open, Lin Xiaoyu was lying at the counter doing homework. Hearing the sound, she looked up. Brother, I'm home. So, how did it go? I passed with an excellent rating. That's great. Lin Xiaoyu jumped up and took the bags from her brother. Wow, so much food. And a dress. This must be expensive. Not that expensive. It's a celebration. Lin Feng ruffled her hair. Go try on your new dress. I'll make you something delicious. Okay. Lin Xiaoyu hugged the dress and bounded upstairs with light steps. Lin Feng went into the kitchen and began washing vegetables and cutting meat. When the aroma drifting out of the kitchen, his sister came down. The light blue dress fit her well and made her skin look fair. Beautiful, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Xiaoyu blushed and spun around. Brother, more people came to the shop today. Lu San sent a gift and thanked you for the medicine. His ironback boar is fully recovered. And Uncle Wang brought several coworkers saying they wanted to order group health checks for their team's spirit beasts. Oh, and a member of an exploration team asked if we took on spirit beast training business. One step at a time. No rush. Lin Feng set the dishes on the table. Once the certificate arrives, we can officially start cultivation business. It might get busy then, so I'm thinking of hiring a shop assistant. A shop assistant? Yeah, preferably someone with basic knowledge who can help take care of spirit beasts and greet customers. Lin Feng said. What do you think of Qinming? The one I met at the association today. He's a student at Skydome's Spirit Beast Academy, quite honest, just a bit weak in practical skills. A student. Can he work full-time? He can start part-time and decide after graduation. The siblings chatted while eating, and the meal lasted a long time. After dinner, Lin Xiaoyu washed the dishes on her own initiative while Lin Feng went upstairs and opened the system interface. Main quest: Cultivator certification completed. Rewards 300 points. 1 special item. Special item delivered: Contract Seed Basic 3. Contract Seed Basic, upon use, temporarily boosts the host's mental strength, helping the host establish a contract with a normal grade spirit beast. Each seed lasts 72 hours and is only for the host's personal use. Good stuff. Although Lin Feng didn't plan to contract a spirit beast immediately, he hadn't decided which one would be his first. With this he could instantly contract a suitable beast if he encountered one in the future without worrying about insufficient mental strength. New main quest triggered established reputation. Objective gain positive reviews from 100 customers within 30 days. Current progress 7,100. Rewards 500 points. Unlock new illustrated guide area. Elite grade. Elite grade. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Normal grade spirit beasts had high demand, but the profit margins were limited and the market was saturated. Elite grade was different. That was the true main tier for combat, and working spirit beasts with prices at least 5 to 10 times higher. Moreover, cultivating elite grade spirit beasts was the real test of a cultivator's skill. He needed to speed things up. Xiaoyu, starting tomorrow we'll launch a grand opening celebration event, Lin Feng said as he came downstairs. 20 off on spirit beast health checks, free cultivation consultations, and 10 off on treatment services. For 1 week. Great. I'll make flyers tomorrow. Also, if anyone asks about my cultivator certification, just say the certificate will arrive in a few days. Got it. It was late at night. Lin Feng sat in his workspace organizing the day's gains. He had 325 system points, which could buy quite a bit. He first spent 80 points on a random spirit beast egg normal grade. The egg was pale blue with cloud patterns, but he couldn't tell what species it was. He'd have to wait for it to hatch. He then spent another 50 points on basic diagnostic device blueprint. This would let him build a simple diagnostic tool himself. Though not as good as the system-made diagnostic glasses, it was far superior to the cheap ones on the market. He saved the remaining points. He placed the newly bought spirit beast egg into the incubator and set the parameters. Lin Feng sat in his chair looking out at the night. His experience at the Cultivator Association today gave him a deeper understanding of this world's spirit beast system. A junior cultivator was just the starting point. Above were intermediate, advanced master, and grandmaster ranks. Each rank came with corresponding permissions and resources. The higher the rank, the more spirit beast varieties, cultivation techniques, and rare materials one could access. And the system allowed him to skip years of accumulation and level up quickly. But the system alone wasn't enough. He also needed practice, experience, and connections. Step by step, Lin Feng murmured to himself. First, run the small shop while building reputation and clients. Then unlock the elite grade guide and break into the mid-tier market. And after that, he looked out the window at the brightly lit high-rises in the distance. That was the main city, the true spirit beast commercial center, home to the great families, corporations, and major cultivation institutions. One day he would bring the name Wind Whisper into that place. No, not walk in. He would make those people come to him. Spirit beast egg hatching, 47 hours 59 minutes remaining. Current shop reputation faint, 23,100. Customer satisfaction 7 people, all positive. The system notifications flickered. Lin Feng closed the interface and stretched. Tomorrow was another day. There was still much to do. But at least the first step had been firmly taken. At 7 in the morning, Lin Xiaoyu had already plastered flyers all over 3rd Street. On pink paper, written in elegant handwriting. Wind's Whisper Spirit Beast Care Center Grand Opening Celebration Week. Event period February 28th, March 5th, 7 days in total. Discounts. 1. Spirit Beast Health Check, original price 50 credits, now 40 credits, 20 off. 2. Basic Care Consultation, original price 100 credits, free. 3. Common Disease Treatment, 10 off. 4. Spend 300 credits this week and receive a bottle of basic nutrient solution free. 5. Existing customers who refer new customers will both receive a 12 discount coupon. At the bottom in small print, the owner of this store, Lin Feng, has passed the elementary assessment of the Beast Care Association. Certificate number to be announced. This flyer worked wonderfully. Within half an hour of putting it up, the first wave of customers arrived. Aunt Wang from the breakfast shop next door, carrying her fluffy mouse that was always sneezing. Aunt Wang asked, a little embarrassed. Shaolin, is the consultation really free? I just want to ask, no need for medicine. Of course it's free. Lin Feng smiled and invited her to sit down. Aunt Wang, tell me what's wrong with the fluffy mouse. It keeps sneezing and losing fur, there's even a bald patch now. Aunt Wang brought out the fluffy mouse. It was a gray furry mouse-type spirit beast with an obvious bald patch on its back, lying listlessly in Aunt Wang's palm. Lin Feng did not use the system this time, he simply observed it carefully. The fluffy mouse's nose was damp and its eyes were bright. It didn't seem sick. He then inspected the bald patch. The skin was normal with no redness, swelling, or sores. Aunt Wang, have you recently switched to new bedding? Yes. Aunt Wang slapped her thigh. My son brought back a bag of scented wood shavings from school. He said they were fragrant, so I used them for the fluffy mouse's nest. That's the problem, Lin Feng said. Fluffy mice have sensitive noses and are allergic to strong fragrances. The sneezing is an irritation reaction and the fur loss is stress-induced shedding. Switch back to the original unscented bedding and it should recover within a week. To speed up recovery, you can give it a small spoonful of honey water every day to nourish the skin. Is it really that simple? It really is that simple, Lin Feng said. But if it hasn't improved after a week, bring it back and I'll do a more thorough examination. Okay, thank you, Xiao Lin. Aunt Wang left joyfully. Before leaving, she insisted on giving Lin Feng 2 steamed buns. Homemade, you and Xiao Yu should try them. Thank you, Aunt Wang. The first customer left satisfied. For the rest of the day, the shop never stopped receiving visitors. Most were neighbors with minor ailments: a luminous butterfly refusing to glow, a grass leaf worm with yellowing leaves, an earth-running dog with diarrhea. They were all common problems, and Lin Feng could solve most of them using the knowledge from the elementary Beast Care Manual plus a simple diagnostic device he had built from the system's blueprint for disease diagnosis. Glasses, though it was just lenses with a few sensors, it was still better than observing with the naked eye. The fees were not high, mostly 30 to 50 credit points. But small amounts add up. By noon, Lin Feng had received 12 clients and earned over 400 credit points. More importantly, the quest progress was rising. Build reputation, current progress 19,100. When Lin Xiaoyu returned from school at noon and saw so many people in the shop, she was startled. Brother, so many customers. MHM, the opening promotion is working well. Lin Feng handed her the ledger. Help me record customer information: name, type of spirit beast, problem, treatment plan, and contact info. Regular follow-ups in the future will also build our reputation. Got it. Lin Xiaoyu was very capable and quickly organized a simple set of customer files. She categorized clients by problem type: skin conditions, digestive issues, behavioral abnormalities, malnutrition. Under each category, she recorded treatment plans and follow-up results. In the afternoon, even more people arrived. A few were not from 3rd Street but had come all the way from West Street and North Street. I heard there's a young boss here who cured Lu San's ironback mountain boar. A burly man with a fierce face walked in, speaking loudly. My Earth Split Bear is sick too, can you take a look? The Earth Split Bear was an elite rank Earth Element spirit beast, a power-type creature that could shatter rock with a single swipe in adulthood. Spirit beasts of this level were usually only handled by professional care centers. But Lin Feng didn't hesitate. I can treat it, but elite rank consultation fees are higher. Money is no object as long as you can cure it. The big man led out a brown bear half a person's height from behind him. The Earth Split Bear was indeed in bad shape. It lay on the ground, panting heavily, eyes half closed, chest heaving violently. Species: Earth Split Bear, elite rank, status moderate, poisoning, accidentally ingested the toxic mushroom purple spotted umbrella. The toxin has already penetrated its internal organs. Emergency treatment recommendation: induce vomiting, immediately administer a universal antidote, and use Earth Elemental Essence to stabilize its spiritual power. It ate a toxic mushroom, Lin Feng concluded. Purple spotted umbrella, right? The man's eyes bulged. How did you know? It ran out by itself yesterday and came back like this. I took it to the Eastgate Clinic and those quacks said it had eaten something bad and gave it some anti-diarrhea medicine. It was useless. The toxin of the purple spotted umbrella paralyzes the nerves and then destroys the internal organs. Just stopping the diarrhea won't help, you have to detoxify it. Lin Feng quickly prepared a remedy. First I'll induce vomiting to get rid of the residue in its stomach. Then I'll administer an antidote. But detoxification alone isn't enough. Its internal organs are already damaged and need Earth Elemental Essence to repair them. Do you have any? Yes. The big man pulled out a small bottle from his bag. I bought it for 500 credits, only half a bottle is left. That's enough. For the next half hour Lin Feng was busy and sweating profusely. He induced vomiting, administered medicine, injected the essence, and observed reactions. The Earth Split Bear vomited a huge amount of filth, the stench overwhelming. But after vomiting, its breathing became noticeably calmer. About 80% of the toxin is cleared, but the internal damage needs time to heal. Lin Feng wiped his sweat. For the next 3 days give it Earth Elemental Essence once a day, having the dosage. Keep its diet light, preferably porridge. If it hasn't improved after 3 days, bring it back. The big man watched his earth-split bear open its eyes and weakly lick his hand. His eyes reddened. Thank you? Thank you, boss. How much? Elite rank treatment costs a standard 300. But since you're our first elite rank client during the opening period, I'll give you a 10% discount, 270. No need for the discount. The big man directly transferred 300 credit points. Your skill is worth that price. Those quacks at Eastgate Clinic charged me 500 and didn't cure anything. By the way, my name is Wang Meng. I work for the Monolith Exploration Squad. From now on, if any spirit beast in my squad has problems, we'll come to you. Thank you, Brother Wang. After seeing Wang Meng off, Lin Feng looked at the newly received 300 credit points in his account with mixed feelings. On one hand, he was happy. Elite rank treatment fees were indeed high, one visit worth 10 ordinary visits. On the other hand, there was pressure. Treating a spirit beast at the level of an earth-split bear carried great risk. If he had misjudged or operated improperly just now, he could have killed the bear outright. In that case, forget building a reputation. They might have smashed his shop. Brother, you're amazing. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. You can even cure an elite rank beast. I was just lucky. It was poisoning, not a rare and difficult disease, Lin Feng said honestly. If it were genetic defects, congenital conditions, or severe trauma, I wouldn't be able to help. That's still impressive. You saw how happy Brother Wang was when he left. He said he'd refer clients to you. Just as she finished speaking, the shop door was pushed open again. This time it was an acquaintance, Chen Ming. He was carrying a school bag, his school uniform jacket open, looking grim. Lin Feng. Chen Ming hesitated as if about to say something but stopping. What's wrong? Did you fail the practical exam? I didn't pass and... Chen Ming gritted his teeth. My advisor said that because I failed the practical exam for 2 years in a row, I should either switch majors or drop out. That's serious. Our school's rule is that if you can't get the elementary certificate for 2 consecutive years, you can't continue in the spirit beast care department. Chen Ming lowered his head. My family's circumstances are modest. My parents have worked hard to support my studies. If I'm expelled... His voice choked up a little. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then asked, Do you want to continue studying? I do. Chen Ming looked up abruptly. I really love caring for spirit beasts. I always get straight A's in theory, but in practice, I make mistakes when I get nervous. Then would you like to come work for me? Chen Ming was stunned. You? At your place? I need a shop assistant here, someone who knows basic beast care to help out. Lin Feng said. You can work part-time practicing hands-on skills while you work. When you take the exam again next year, you should pass. But... Your shop. Chen Ming looked around the store. There were quite a few customers, but the shop was small and plainly decorated. It didn't look like it could pay high wages. The salary might not be high, 1,500 credit points a month, lunch included, Lin Feng said. But you'll be exposed to all kinds of spirit beasts with plenty of hands-on opportunities. Besides, I've passed the assessment, so I can share some experience with you. Chen Ming hesitated. 1,500 a month was below average in the new district. But what he lacked now wasn't money, it was hands-on opportunities and guidance. Working at the shop would indeed let him accumulate experience. Additionally, Lin Feng added, if you perform well when the shop expands in the future, you'll be a founding employee and your salary and benefits will rise. All right. Chen Ming made up his mind. I'll do it. When do I start? Tomorrow works. Thank you. Thank you so much. Chen Ming was too excited to speak coherently. I'll work hard for sure. With the shop assistant matter settled, Lin Feng felt somewhat relieved. He really couldn't manage alone. Although Chen Ming was weak in practical skills, he had a solid theoretical foundation and was honest. With some training, he should be useful. Around 4 in the afternoon, Lu San returned. This time he wasn't alone. He had brought a middle-aged man in a suit. Boss Lin busy? Lu San said with a smile. Let me introduce an important guest. This is Manager Li from the Wanlong Trading Company. The Wanlong Trading Company was one of the largest trading firms in the new district, mainly engaged in wholesale of spirit beast materials, equipment, and medicine. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Hello, Manager Li. Manager Li, around 50 years old with slicked back hair and gold-rimmed glasses, sized up Lin Feng. Boss Lin, you're young and promising. I heard you cured Supervisor Lu's ironback mountain boar and Wang Meng's earth-split bear. Just lucky. Luck is also part of one's strength. Manager Lee took a tour around the shop and frowned at the crude equipment. But Boss Lin, your shop is a bit crude. If you want to do big business, your equipment has to keep up. I'm limited on funds for now, so I'll take it slow. I actually have a proposal. Manager Lee stopped. Our Wanlong Trading Company is recently expanding into the beast care business sector, and we need a number of partner shops. If you're willing to join, we can provide equipment leasing, wholesale material prices, and customer referrals. As for the profit split, you get 70%, we get 30%. It sounded tempting. But Lin Feng knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. And the conditions? The conditions are simple. Manager Lee smiled. First, the spirit beasts sold in your store. Beasts and medicines must be purchased from our chamber. Second, major clients must be registered. Third, 30% of the profits belong to the chamber, as a management fee. It was exactly the same as the Black Scale Chamber, only under a different name. And if I refuse, then it would be rather unfortunate. Manager Lee adjusted his glasses. Our chamber has partnerships with all the major cultivation centers and material suppliers in the new district. If you're not our partner, you might not get preferential prices, or contracts from big clients. It was a veiled threat. Lin Feng fell silent for a few seconds, then said, Manager Lee, give me a few days to think it over. Of course. Manager Lee handed over a business card. Give me your answer within 3 days. Oh, and one more reminder, the cultivation market in the new district is about to be reshuffled. Choosing the right partner is very important. After seeing Manager Lee and Lu San off, Lin Feng's expression darkened. Brother, do they want to swallow us up? Lin Xiaoyu asked softly. Not swallow up, control us, Lin Feng said. They provide resources, but they want to take most of the profits and the control. If we agree, the shop becomes theirs. Then what do we do? Stall, Lin Feng said. Stall until we have enough confidence to say no. But confidence didn't come from nowhere. It required money, reputation, and strength. In the evening, the number of customers in the shop dwindled. Lin Feng tallied the day's income: 27 clients in total, with a total revenue of 1100 credit points. Ordinary level treatments accounted for 80%, and among elite level ones there was only Wang Meng's single order. Customer satisfaction, all positive reviews. Building reputation, current progress 31100. The progress was good but not enough. He had to give Wanlong Chamber an answer within 3 days. At the very least, within these 3 days he needed to demonstrate enough value that the other side wouldn't dare to pressure him easily. Xiaoyu, you'll receive ordinary clients at the shop tomorrow. Qinming and I are going out. Where? To visit clients, Lin Feng said. We'll do follow-up visits to the clients I treated today. On one hand, we cement our reputation, on the other, we show our strength. Word of mouth took time, but sometimes you had to be proactive. After dinner, Qinming sent a message saying he would arrive on time at 9 the next morning. Lin Feng replied, Got it, then went upstairs to check the incubation box. The random spirit beast egg he had bought for 80 points had already hatched. The shell cracked open, revealing a hedgehog. No, not a hedgehog. It was entirely emerald green with fine spines covering its back, but those spines were soft like tender sprouts. Its eyes were large, jet black and glistening, and it was tilting its head to look at Lin Feng. Species: sprout hedgehog. Common status: newborn, healthy, innate skills: spine defense, passive, spines harden when attacked, trainable skills: seed shot, healing, seed breeding advice, prefers fresh fruits and vegetables, needs daily sunlight. The sprout hedgehog was a plant-type spirit beast, not aggressive but with decent defensive and supportive abilities. In particular, the healing seed skill could plant a seed with healing effects. Though weak, it was very useful for emergencies in the wild. Another new species. Lin Feng scooped it out. The little thing was very docile, curling up in his palm. Its spines were soft and didn't prick him. From now on you'll be called Little Green. Little Green let out a squeak in response. Now the only spirit beast available for sale in the shop was this sprout hedgehog. Spirit beasts bred by the system were of high quality but limited in number. To maintain a steady supply he had to either wait for the system to refresh quests, or use points to buy random eggs. But points were also limited. I need to find ways to earn more points, Lin Feng pondered. Daily quests gave few points and achievement quests were hard to come by. Main quests had generous rewards but high requirements. Perhaps he could try treating more difficult and complicated cases. The system was very generous with rewards for successfully rescuing critically endangered spirit beasts. Last time it gave 50 points. Just as he was thinking, a knock came from downstairs. So late and still a customer. Lin Feng went down and opened the door. Outside stood an old man in ragged clothes holding a small thing wrapped in tattered cloth. The old man looked over 60, his face deeply wrinkled, his eyes murky, his clothes stained with mud, as if he had just returned from the wilderness. "Boss, please save it," the old man said hoarsely. "It's dying." Lin Feng let him in and unwrapped the cloth. Inside was a bird. No, it was a fowl-type spirit beast, but too small, only the size of a fist. Its feathers were sparse, its body filthy, and its right wing was bent at a strange angle, clearly fractured. More seriously, it had multiple burns with charred black skin giving off a burnt smell. Species: mixed bloodline, unrecognizable status, dying, multiple fractures, severe burns, heavy blood loss, infection, emergency advice, perform immediate all-around first aid, survival probability below 10, even the species couldn't be identified. Mixed bloodline. Was it a hybrid spirit beast? Or a mutant? Where was it injured? Lin Feng asked while quickly preparing first aid tools. Thunderstrike Ridge, the old man said, trembling. While I was collecting firewood, I saw it fall from the sky and there were scorch marks nearby. It might have been struck by lightning. Thunderstrike Ridge was a dangerous area on the outskirts of the new district named for its frequent thunder and lightning. Most spirit beasts there had lightning attributes or strong electric resistance. But this little one obviously hadn't been able to withstand it. I need to perform surgery on it, set the bone, debride the wounds, and fight the infection, Lin Feng said. But the cost won't be low, and I can't guarantee I'll save it. I'll pay whatever it costs. The old man searched through his pockets and only pulled out a few dirty coins totaling less than 10 credit points. I don't have money right now, but I'll pay it back. I can work, I can. Lin Feng looked at the old man's calloused hands, then at the dying little life in his arms. No need to pay, he said. Leave it here. Come back in 3 days. If it survives, you can take it. If it dies, I did my best. The old man was stunned, then fell to his knees with a thud. Thank you? Thank you, boss. You are a truly kind person. Lin Feng quickly helped him up. Please don't do that. Go home for now and come back in 3 days. After seeing the old man off, Lin Feng carried the little bird into the workroom. The injuries were severe. The fracture was manageable. Just align it and fix it in place. But the burns were extensive and already infected. It had lost too much blood, its body temperature was low, and its heartbeat was weak. Xiao, you help me heat up some water and prepare clean gauze. Okay. The siblings got busy. Wound debridement, bone setting, applying medicine, and bandaging. Lin Feng used every means at his disposal, the first aid kit and the system space, self-prepared anti-inflammatory medicine, and even diluted the remaining earth attribute essence liquid and fed a few drops to the little bird. Though the attributes might not match, the life energy in the essence liquid would still be somewhat useful. They worked late into the night, and finally the little bird's breathing stabilized a bit. But it was still out of danger. Treatment progress, wounds stabilized, survival probability increased to 30. Hint: this spirit beast has a faint but special residual lightning attribute spiritual energy in its body. It is recommended to use gentle lightning attribute stimulation to activate its self-recovery ability, lightning attribute. Lin Feng remembered that he still had a piece of lightning crystal, leftover scrap from when he was compounding medicine earlier. He took out the lightning crystal and carefully placed it beside the little bird. The lightning crystal emitted a faint arc of electricity. The bird's body trembled, and then its breathing seemed to become a bit stronger. It was effective. But he couldn't overdo it. It was still too weak. Lin Feng moved the crystal a bit farther away, keeping only a faint energy radiation. Brother, can it survive? Lin Xiaoyu asked softly. I don't know, Lin Feng said, looking at the bird. It's up to it now. Outside the window the night was deep. The night in the Tianqiongnu district was still restless. But inside this tiny shop a battle for life was ongoing. Lin Feng stayed in the workroom, checking the bird's condition every half hour. Its body temperature was slowly rising. Its heartbeat grew from weak to a bit stronger. Its breathing, though still shallow, was at least steady. There was hope. At 3 in the morning, Lin Xiaoyu couldn't stay awake any longer, so Lin Feng sent her to bed. Lin Feng stayed watch alone, eyelids heavy, but he forced himself to keep going. System notification: successfully maintained the vital signs of a dying spirit beast for over 6 hours. Achievement unlocked: Guardian of Life. Reward 100 points. Special item: Life Dew. 1 life dew imbued with rich life essence. Greatly increases the recovery speed of spirit beasts, and has exceptional effects on the dying state. Can only be used once just in time. Lin Feng immediately took out the life dew, a single drop of crystal clear liquid held in a small crystal vial. He carefully dripped it beside the bird's beak. The liquid seeped in. Seconds later a soft green glow emanated from the bird's body. Beneath the charred skin new granulation tissue grew at a visible speed. A faint crack came from the fracture site. The bones were aligning and healing on their own. This effect! Lin Feng was astonished. 10 minutes later the little bird opened its eyes. They were a pair of golden eyes with what seemed like electric arcs flashing deep in the pupils. It struggled to stand but was too weak and lay back down. Species: mixed bloodline, lightning attribute, affinity status, recovering from severe injuries, out of danger, innate skill. Not yet awakened, advice: continue to rest, provide high energy food, avoid stimulation. It was going to live. Lin Feng let out a long breath and collapsed into a chair. Tired but worth it. Not only had he saved a life, he also obtained 100 points and a special item. More importantly, he felt that this little bird was anything but ordinary. Its bloodline was so mixed that even the system couldn't identify it, yet it had an affinity for lightning, and after being struck by lightning in Thunderstrike Ridge it still managed to hold on until he could save it. Perhaps this was an unexpected gain. Lin Feng put a clean pad under the bird and prepared a small bowl of nutritional paste, placing it nearby. Rest well, he said softly. Once you're better we'll have a nice chat. The bird seemed to understand. Its golden eyes glanced at him, then it closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer either, and fell asleep at the desk. The next morning sunlight streamed into the workroom. When Lin Feng woke up he found the little bird already awake, looking at him with its head tilted. Much of the charred black skin had fallen off, revealing fresh pink skin beneath. The fractured wing, still bound with splints, was now able to move slightly. Good morning, Lin Feng smiled. The bird let out a chirp, soft and delicate but clear. A new day had begun. Today he would take Qinming to visit clients. Today he had to find a way to deal with the pressure from Walong Chamber. Today, he needed to make more people know the name Feng Yu. Lin Feng stood up and stretched. Outside the window the Tianxiong New district was waking in the morning light. People began to move about the streets and shops were opening one after another. And at the end of 3rd Street a tiny spirit beast shop was quietly changing the landscape of the entire area. The little bird's recovery was astonishingly fast. In just one night nearly half of the ghastly charred marks on its body had sloughed off, revealing tender pink new skin. Though its fractured wing was still splintered, one could feel through the bandages that the bones were knitting together, at a rate more than 3 times that of an ordinary spirit beast. When Lin Feng examined it, its golden eyes stared at him without blinking. There was no wariness of a wild spirit beast in its gaze, instead there was a hint of curiosity. What breed are you exactly? Lin Feng muttered to himself, as he changed its dressing. The system still displayed breed. Mixed bloodline, but several new lines of information had appeared. Lightning affinity extremely high. Vitality abnormally vigorous. Potential assessment at least elite, rank possibly higher. Its potential was at least elite and might even be higher. If this were at a breeding center it would be priced at over 10,000 credit points. But Lin Feng had no intention of selling it. Since he had saved it, and the bird was clearly extraordinary, he had a vague feeling that keeping it might prove even more valuable. Brother, what does it eat? Lin Xiaoyu leaned over to watch. Lin Feng tried feeding it several kinds of food, ordinary birdseed, fruits, insects, and even diluted nutrient solution. The bird would only take a tiny taste and then stop eating until Lin Feng brought out a small fragment of lightning crystal. Its eyes instantly brightened and it opened its beak to peck at it. Eating lightning crystal? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. That stuff is so expensive. Indeed it was. Lightning crystal was a specialty material for lightning-type spirit beasts. Even average quality cost 100 credit points per gram. The fragment the little bird had pecked at was worth dozens of credit points. Seems like it really is a lightning-type spirit beast. Lin Feng watched it greedily absorbing the energy from the lightning crystal and said thoughtfully, and it's not an ordinary lightning type. Its bloodline is probably very complicated. Just as he was speaking a knock came from downstairs. Boss. I'm here. It was Qinming's voice. Lin Feng went downstairs to open the door. Qinming carried an old backpack and was dressed neatly, clearly having prepared carefully. Boss, what are we doing today? Qinming's eyes sparkled with energy. Don't call me boss, just call me Brother Lin. Lin Feng said this morning we'll go out to visit clients. In the afternoon you'll stay and mind the shop and Xiaoyu will go to school. Got it, brother Lin. Lin Feng handed Qinming the prepared follow-up list. These are the 27 clients treated yesterday. We'll split into 2 routes. You cover the West Street area and I'll cover North Street. The focus of the visits is to confirm the spirit beast's recovery, collect feedback, and also ask if there are any other needs. Understood. Also, Lin Feng added, if anyone asks about the scope of our business, tell them we handle every spirit beast related service: health checkups, treatment, training, breeding, consultation, cub sales. As long as it's related to spirit beasts, we can do it. Cub sales? Do we have any stock now? There's a green sprout hedgehog that just hatched yesterday. If anyone wants to buy today, tell them it requires a pre-order and delivery will be in 3 days. Lin Feng said, price it at 800 credit points, non-negotiable. 800. Isn't that a bit low? Qinming knew the market price very well. Although a green sprout hedgehog is only common rank, it has healing support abilities. The market price is usually around 1,000. During our opening period we take small profits but sell more. Lin Feng smiled. Let's build a good reputation first. The two split up. Lin Feng's first stop was Wang Meng's home. The Rocksteady exploration team's base was at the southwest corner of the new district near the protective wall. It was a row of simple prefabricated buildings with several spirit beasts tethered in the yard: a rift bear, a rock-armored turtle, an iron-back boar. All earth type or strength type. Boss Lin. Why are you here? Wang Meng was training the rift bear in the yard. Seeing Lin Feng, he came over warmly. Just came to see how your bear is recovering, Lin Feng said as he walked over to the rift bear. The bear was in excellent condition, lying on the ground basking in the sun with steady breaths. When it saw Lin Feng, it even lifted its eyelids and let out a low whimper. Breed rift bear, elite rank. Status recovering, toxin cleared, internal organ damage repaired 70. Advice: continue resting for 3 days, avoid strenuous exercise. It's recovering well. After the examination, Lin Feng said, don't let it train for the next 3 days, just let it rest. Don't worry, I'll treat it like an honored ancestor. Wang Meng chuckled. By the way, Boss Lin, you've come at the right time. There are a few more spirit beasts in our team with some minor issues. Could you take a look? Of course. For the next hour, Lin Feng did a thorough examination of 6 spirit beasts from the Rocksteady exploration team. None of the problems were serious. A rock-armored turtle's shell was a little cracked and dry, needing moisturizing ointment. An ironback boar's hooves were badly worn and needed trimming. A few others were just undernourished and only needed dietary adjustments. But among them, Lin Feng found a problem with one stone statue dog. Breed stone statue dog, elite rank. Status subhealth, stones in the body pressing on nerves. Symptoms: sluggish movement, occasional unexplained whining, loss of appetite. Advise surgery to remove the stones, otherwise it may become paralyzed within 3 months. This stone statue dog needs surgery. Lin Feng pointed at the image on the monitor. There are stones in its bladder, and they're already quite large. If we don't take them out, it will hurt more, and eventually it may not be able to walk. Surgery. Wang Meng's expression changed. Is it risky? Any surgery has risks. But I can try. The success rate? Around 80%. 80%. Wang Meng looked at the stone statue dog lying on the ground with dim eyes, gritted his teeth, and said, do it. How much? For elite rank surgery, the standard fee is 500. But since you're a regular customer, I'll give you 20% off, 400. No discount needed. 500 it is. Wang Meng was very direct. As long as it can be cured. It's been with me for 5 years, I can't watch it become paralyzed. Alright, bring it to my shop this afternoon. I'll prepare the surgical equipment. No problem. When Lin Feng left the Rocksteady exploration team, Wang Meng shoved a pack of local specialties into his hands. Dried mushrooms and wild vegetables, all gathered from the wilderness. They're not worth much, but they taste good, Wang Meng said. If you need wilderness materials in the future, just tell me. Our team goes out often and can get good stuff. Thanks, brother Wang. Second stop, Lin Feng went to Aunt Bao's house. Huang had completely recovered and was chasing butterflies in the yard. Seeing Lin Feng, it ran over, wagging its tail, and rubbed against his hand affectionately. Shaolin, thank you so much. Aunt Chow took Lin Feng's hand. Huang now eats everything with gusto, and it even caught a mouse yesterday. That's good. Lin Feng smiled and patted Huang's head. By the way, Aunt Chow, last time you mentioned your neighbor's water wave dog. Yes. Old Wang's water wave dog is better too. Old Wang says you're a miracle doctor and insists on treating you to a meal. No need for a meal, I'm busy. Lin Feng said help me tell Uncle Wang that he can come find me anytime if he has problems with his spirit beasts. Alright. After a full round of follow-up visits, the effect was surprisingly good. Everyone praised Lin Feng's treatment highly and said they would introduce friends to come. 3 families also made on-the-spot reservations for follow-up services. A leaf worm needed regular care, a luminous butterfly needed skill training, and 1 family wanted to buy a gentle spirit beast as a companion for their newly born child. By noon, Lin Feng's reputation progress had risen to 48,100, already close to half. Moreover, system notifications kept popping up. Completed a high-quality follow-up visit, gained points 5. Received a customer's sincere thanks, gained points 10. Discovered a potential business opportunity, gained points 15. His points increased by another 30. When he returned to the shop, Chen Ming had just arrived as well, his face brimming with excitement. Brother Lin. I did follow-up visits at 12 homes and all of them have recovered wonderfully. 2 of them booked health checkups for next week on the spot. 1 more wanted to buy a spirit beast, so I told him about the green sprout hedgehog. He said he'll bring the money tomorrow. Well done. Lin Feng patted him on the shoulder. But... Chen Ming hesitated. While I was doing the visits I heard some news. What news? About the Wanlong Trading House. Chen Ming lowered his voice. They say the Wanlong Trading House has recently been allying with several major breeding centers to establish a new district spirit beast industry alliance. Only shops that join the alliance can get preferential prices and customer resources. Those that don't might be squeezed out. An industry alliance. It sounded grandiose, but in reality it was simply monopoly. Lin Feng frowned. Is the information reliable? Should be. I saw people from the Wanlong Trading House outside the 100 Beasts Clinic on West Street talking with the clinic's owner. The clinic owner didn't look too happy, but it seemed he still signed. Even a mid-sized institution like the 100 Beasts Clinic had no choice but to bow its head. This showed the might of the Wanlong Trading House. Also, Chen Ming continued. Lu San from the Black Scale Chamber of Commerce is now working for the Wanlong Trading House. I heard he let it be known that within 3 days every spirit beast-related shop on 3rd Street must give the Wanlong Trading House an answer. 3 days. That was the deadline Manager Li had mentioned. I understand. Lin Feng's face was calm. Let's eat first. There's a surgery this afternoon. Surgery. The stone statue dog from the Rocksteady exploration team, Bladderstones. A stone statue dog. That's elite rank. Chen Ming's eyes widened. Brother Lin, can you handle it? I'll try. Lunch was made by Lin Xiaoyu, simple fried rice and vegetable soup. Chen Ming ate with gusto, asking Lin Feng all sorts of breeding questions while eating. Lin Feng didn't hold back his knowledge. He picked basic points from the beginner breeding manual and explained them. Chen Ming listened, utterly absorbed. Brother Lin, this knowledge is more useful than what our school teaches. He sighed. Our teachers always focus on theory, but the details of actual operations, for example how to precisely calculate anesthetic dosage based on body weight, or how to judge a spirit beast's pain threshold during surgery, they don't teach those. Practice leads to true knowledge. Lin Feng said this afternoon you'll join me in the surgery and I'll teach you. Really? Thanks, Brother Lin. After the meal, Lin Xiaoyu went to school and Lin Feng began to prepare for the surgery. The Bladderstone surgery on a stone statue dog was considered medium difficulty among elite rank procedures. The difficulty was that the stone statue dog's skin and muscles were highly petrified. Cutting into them required precise force, too light and the blade wouldn't penetrate, too heavy and it might damage the internal organs. Lin Feng took out a full set of surgical instruments from the system space and sterilized them, then prepared anesthetic and hemostatic agents. At 2 in the afternoon, Wang Meng arrived on time with the stone statue dog. The large dog was half a person's height, its entire body covered with gray-white stone-like skin, making clack-clack sounds as it walked. It looked agonized, taking every step with extreme caution. Boss Lin, please take good care of it. Wang Meng's eyes were red. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Anesthesia, shaving, disinfection, draping. Lin Feng put on gloves and picked up the scalpel. Chen Ming stood nearby as his assistant, so nervous that his palms were sweaty. Remember, the first cut must be steady, but don't hesitate. Lin Feng while operating. He explained as he worked. A stone statue dog's hide is 3 times tougher than an ordinary canine, so we use the penetrating cutting method. First pierce vertically at a single point, then tilt the angle and slice along the muscle fibers. The scalpel parted the skin with a faint grating sound. No blood. A stone statue dog's blood circulation was so slow that bleeding was minimal. He incised the skin, separated the muscle, and exposed the bladder. Sure enough, there it was, a stone the size of a pigeon egg, grayish-brown, its surface rough and pitted. See it? Lin Feng pointed at the stone with his tweezers. This kind of stone forms from long-term consumption of hard water along with excessive calcium in the diet. After we remove it, we'll need to adjust its drinking water. Filtered water or rainwater is best. Understood. Chen Ming nodded eagerly. He removed the stone and sutured the wound. The entire process flowed seamlessly, completed in less than an hour. Successfully completed Elite Tier Spirit Beast Surgery. Achievement unlocked, Precision Hand. Rewards points 50, Intermediate Surgical Instrument Set 1. The rewards were substantial. Especially the Intermediate Surgical Instrument Set, far superior to the basic version he was currently using and capable of handling far more complex operations. Alright. Lin Feng peeled off his blood-stained gloves. The anesthesia will wear off in another half hour. Let it rest well during this time. The wound can't get wet for 7 days. The diet should be light, and it needs plenty of water. But it must be soft water. Thank you? Thank you, Boss Lin. Wang Meng looked at the still anesthetized stone statue dog, tears welling in his eyes. You saved its life. By saving it, you've saved half of mine. If there's ever anything Wang Meng can do for you, just say the word. Brother Wang, you're too kind. After seeing Wang Meng off, Lin Feng had Chen Ming clean the operating table and headed upstairs himself to check on the little bird. It had been only a day, but its transformation was even more striking. The charred, blackened patches on its body had nearly all fallen away, revealing a layer of fine down among the new feathers. Not ordinary bird feathers, but silver gray with a metallic luster, with faint electric light dancing at the tip of every single feather. Its body had also grown a full size larger, from the size of a fist to the size of a palm. At the sight of Lin Feng, it flapped its splinted wings, trying to fly over to him, but failed. Easy now. Lin Feng held it up gently in his palms. Wait until your wound is better before flying. The little bird chirped twice, then lightly pecked Lin Feng's finger with its beak. Species: Thunderfeather Sparrow Mutant. Status: Recovery period Bones 80, Healed feathers regenerating. Innate skills: Lightning Flash, Unawakened, Lightning Element Affinity Passive. Potential assessment: Ace-tier chance of higher. At last the identification came through. The Thunderfeather Sparrow, a mutant with Ace-tier potential. Lin Feng's heart raced. Ace-tier. This was nothing like the Elite tier. An Ace-tier spirit beast was already considered high-end combat power. One well-trained Ace-tier beast could easily take on 3 or 5 Elite tier ones. Market price. At minimum 50,000 credit points. And on top of that, it was a mutant, which made it even more valuable. You truly are a wonderful surprise. Lin Feng stroked its feathers. The little bird seemed to revel in it, its eyes narrowing in contentment. But you're mine now. Lin Feng smiled. Once you're recovered, would you like to stay? The little bird tilted its head to look at him, then let out a chirp and nuzzled against his palm. Was that agreement? Detected: the spirit beast Thunderfeather Sparrow has developed a high degree of trust toward the host. Suggestion: you may attempt to establish a contract bond. A contract. Lin Feng recalled that he still had 3 contract seeds basic. Those were special items rewarded by the system, capable of temporarily enhancing spiritual power to assist in contracting common-grade spirit beasts. But the Thunderfeather Sparrow was Ace-tier. Would a basic contract seed be enough? System: can a contract seed contract an Ace-tier spirit beast? In theory, yes, but the success rate is extremely low. It is recommended that the host wait until their spiritual power naturally improves, or until a higher grade contract item is obtained, before making the attempt. In that case, he would wait. After all, the little bird couldn't fly away in its current state. Once it recovered, his own strength would also be greater, and then he could consider the contract. In the remaining hours of the afternoon, Lin Feng had Chen Ming organize the shop's inventory and prepare a batch of basic medications. Chen Ming learned quickly. Most procedures took only 1 demonstration to master. Truly a student with a solid theoretical foundation. Around dusk, Lin Xiaoyu returned from school with news. Brother, the school announced that next month the new district will host a Spirit Beast Cubs exhibition. All breeding institutions, shops, and independent breeders are welcome to register. Exhibition. You display the high-quality cubs you've raised and compete for awards. Lin Xiaoyu pulled out a promotional flyer. First place comes with a 50,000 credit point prize and the title of new district's best new breeder. Also, I heard several major families and big corporations from the main city will be sending people. If you catch their attention, you might even land big contracts on the spot. Lin Feng took the flyer and read it closely. The exhibition was on March 15th, half a month away. The entry requirement was simple: present at least 3 spirit beast cubs raised by oneself or one's institute with no restrictions on species or rank. The judges would score entrance on multiple dimensions: potential health, breeding, difficulty, market value, and more. This is a great opportunity. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. If he could win a placing, not only would he get the prize money, more importantly, he could build a reputation. By then, even if Wanlong commercial firm wanted to pressure him, they'd have to weigh their options. The gravity of an officially recognized breeder was quite different from that of a squeezed small shopkeeper. We're entering. Lin Feng was resolved. But we need 3 cubs. Right now we only have the green sprout hedgehog and the thunder feather sparrow. Can the thunder feather sparrow compete? Isn't it injured? The competition is still half a month away. It should have healed by then, Lin Feng said. But we're still 1 short. We need to find a way to raise 1 more. He could wait for the system to refresh quests, or use points to buy a random egg. But random eggs were far too reliant on luck. Hatch an ordinary one and the competition would be a lost cause. He needed a better avenue. Just as he was thinking, a knock sounded from downstairs. He opened the door and found Lu San. This time the man had come alone, carrying a gift box. Boss Lin busy at work? Lu San wore a broad grin, but there was no laughter in his eyes. Manager Li sent me to ask how you're leaning. The deadline was 3 days. This was day 1. Still weighing it. Lin Feng remained unreadable. After all this concerns the shop's future, I have to be prudent. Prudent you should be. Lu San placed the gift box on the counter. But Boss Lin, I have to warn you. This alliance Wanlong commercial firm is building, it's the real deal. If you join now, the terms are fairly generous. Once the alliance is finalized, if you want to join then, they won't be so accommodating. Thank you for the reminder, Steward Lu. Also, Lu San lowered his voice. I heard you saved a bird from Leiji Ridge. Manager Li is quite interested in that bird, says it might be a rare breed. If you're willing to offer that bird as a token of sincerity, the terms for joining the alliance can be much more flexible. So this was the real agenda. Word about the thunder feather sparrow had spread quickly. The bird is something I saved, but it's no rare breed, just an ordinary thunder bird, not worth much. Lin Feng lied without changing his expression. Oh. Lu San narrowed his eyes. But I heard its feathers carry a metallic luster with arcs of lightning. Ordinary thunder birds don't have such traits. A mutation, nothing more, but its potential is limited, Lin Feng said. If you like it, Steward Lu, when it's fully recovered, I'd sell it to you cheap. No need. Lu San waved his hand. Anyway, Boss Lin, think it over well. I'll be back tomorrow. After showing Lu San out, Lin Feng's face darkened. The news had leaked too fast. It seemed the shop already had eyes. Not Chenming, he'd only come today. That meant one of the previous customers was from Wanlong commercial firm. He had to be careful. Brother, they want the thunder feather sparrow? Lin Xiaoyu asked anxiously. Yes, but they won't get it, Lin Feng said. That bird is special, we'll keep it for ourselves. But Wanlong commercial firm. When soldiers come, we send a general. When floods come, we hold them back with earth. Lin Feng looked at the dimming sky outside. If they try to overwhelm us with power, we'll let strength speak. After dinner, Lin Feng asked Chenming to head home first and return tomorrow. He and Lin Xiaoyu closed the shop and went up to the second-floor workshop to discuss countermeasures. The exhibition is a must, and we need to secure a rank. Lin Feng traced on the map. With half a month left, we have to prepare 3 cubs that are up to standard. Green sprout hedgehog counts as 1, thunder feather sparrow as another. 1 more needed. Brother, aren't you a breeder? Why not breed another one yourself? Lin Xiaoyu suggested. Breeding requires time and resources. Lin Feng frowned. And high-quality breeding eggs are extremely hard to obtain. Besides, the system's random eggs are uncertain in species. Just as he was speaking, a system notification abruptly popped out. Detected hosts facing a development bottleneck. Time-limited quest triggered preparations for the Spirit Beast Cubs exhibition. Quest objective: within 15 days breed 3 Spirit Beast Cubs with at least excellent potential and take part in the new District Spirit Beast Cubs exhibition. Quest rewards points 800. Unlock the Elite Codex Section Special Item Contract Seed Intermediate 1. Failure penalty points reset to 0. Shop reputation declines. A time-limited quest. And the rewards were rich, 800 points unlocking the Elite Codex and an intermediate contract seed as well. Accept, Lin Feng said without hesitation. Quest accepted. Countdown begins 15 days 0 hours 0 minutes. Now the pressure was even greater. 3 cubs with excellent potential. The green sprout hedgehog's potential was good, which didn't reach excellent. The thunder feather sparrow's potential was ace tier, far beyond excellent. That counted as 1. Still 2 more to go. I have to think of something. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. Maybe he could find an opportunity through his current customers. Xiaoyu tomorrow asked the clients who came yesterday if any of their spirit beasts are pregnant, or if they have high-quality spirit beast eggs they'd be willing to sell. We can offer a generous price. Okay. Besides that, I'll stop by the Wilderness Bazaar tomorrow and see if I can find something good. The Wilderness Bazaar. That place is really chaotic. No way around it. We can't get good breeding eggs from proper channels. We'll just have to take our chances. With the plan settled, the siblings each went to rest. Lying in bed, Lin Feng's mind churned with calculations. The exhibition was an opportunity, and also a test. Succeed, and he'd make his mark overnight. Fail, and he might truly be swallowed up by one long commercial firm. I can't fail, Lin Feng murmured. Outside the window the night was as dark as ink. From the direction of the new district's defensive wall a faint alarm sounded. Another ferocious beast was drawing near. In this world where danger and opportunity flourished side by side, to survive, to live well, one had to seize every chance and break through every barrier. The thunder feather sparrow let out a soft call from the next room. Lin Feng listened. The sound was crisp, laced with faint crackles of electric light. Like newborn thunder. The Wilderness Market stood at the northeastern corner of the new district, right beside the buffer zone outside the protective wall. Market was a generous name for it, for the area was cobbled together from abandoned shipping containers, tattered tents, and crude plank shacks. The ground was packed yellow earth that turned into a quagmire at the first rain. The air was thick with the stench of filth, rotting meat, inferior tobacco, and cheap spices. This was a gray zone of the law. The new district security patrols basically did not intervene, only a few gangs collecting protection money maintained the most basic semblance of order. Lin Feng wore an inconspicuous old jacket, smeared some grime on his face, and put on the simple glasses crafted from the system's disease diagnostic glasses blueprint. Though they looked like an ordinary pair of plain glass spectacles, at least they concealed his eyes. By 8 in the morning the market had already grown lively. Stalls were packed side by side, selling all kinds of goods: spirit beast cubs of dubious origin, mud-caked herbs, rust-covered old equipment, and even junk claimed to have been unearthed from ancient ruins. Hawkers' cries rose and fell. Just weaned flametail mouse. The best fire-type starter. Only 300 credits. Bloodstop herb, bone-knitting leaf, antidote mushroom. Bundle price, cheap. Elite rank spirit beast egg. Guaranteed superior rank. If it's fake, we'll repay you tenfold, except with another fake egg, ha ha ha. That last remark drew a burst of laughter. Lin Feng walked slowly through the market, while the system silently scanned the surrounding items. Species fluffy mouse common. Status subhealthy, has fleas. Value assessment low. Species grassleaf worm common. Status malnourished. Value assessment low. Item low grade bloodstop herb. Potency only 30 of standard. Value assessment low. Everything he scanned was basically junk. Now and then there was something halfway decent, but it was either wildly overpriced or had problems. Deep in the market, a stall in the corner caught Lin Feng's attention. The stall owner was a one-eyed old man squatting on the ground, smoking a long-stemmed pipe. In front of him lay only 3 things: a dull gray egg, a palm-sized purple crystal, and a withered piece of wood. He did not hawk his wares, he just sat there quietly. Lin Feng approached, and the system scanned. Item unidentified, spirit beast egg, faint life reaction. Status low vitality, requires special treatment to hatch. Potential estimate indeterminate. Item lightning struck wood fragment. Description: a fragment of an ancient tree struck by heavenly thunder at Leiji Ridge, containing faint thunder attribute energy. Value medium, can be used for thunder attribute spirit beast breeding. Item inferior purple crystal stone. Description: energy has dissipated severely, only a trace of spiritual power remains on the surface. Value low. That egg. Lin Feng crouched down, picked up the egg, and studied it carefully. The shell was rough, its color dim, and it felt cold to the touch, almost devoid of any sign of life. Yet through his system-enhanced senses Lin Feng could detect a faint, extremely weak ripple. "Boss, how much is this egg?" Lin Feng asked. The one-eyed old man glanced at him and raised 3 fingers. 30 credits. 300, the old man said hoarsely. No haggling. 300. Lin Feng frowned. With vitality this low it might not hatch at all. It can hatch, the old man said, blowing out a mouthful of smoke. But I don't have the conditions. If you have a way, buy it for 300, if you profit that's your skill. If it doesn't hatch, don't blame me. That was honest enough. Lin Feng picked up the fragment of lightning-struck wood. And this? 100. I'll take them together for 350. Deal. The old man stared at Lin Feng for a few seconds, then nodded. Fine. Lin Feng paid, carefully wrapped the egg and the lightning-struck wood and stowed them in his backpack. Just as he was about to leave, the old man spoke again. Young man, if you can hatch it, raise it well. Lin Feng paused. What kind of egg is this? I don't know, the old man shook his head. I found it deep in Lazy Ridge. That place is eerie. Beside the egg was a charred corpse like a mother beast struck dead by lightning. I thought it was unusual, so I brought it back. But in the 3 months I kept it, there wasn't the slightest sign of life. Lazy Ridge. Lazy Ridge again. The thunder feather sparrow had been found there too. What exactly was in that place? Thanks for the information. Lin Feng nodded, then turned and left. He made another round through the market, spent 200 credits on a few decent herbs, and prepared to head home. Just as he reached the market exit, 3 men blocked his way. The leader was a scar-faced man with a hideous scar running from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his mouth. He chewed on a straw stalk and looked at Lin Feng sideways. Kid, first time here? Scarface asked. Something wrong. The market has its rules, Scarface said, spitting out the straw. Anyone who buys something here has to pay the information fee, 10% of the sale price. You bought what, over 500 credits worth of goods, right? Pay 50 and you can go. Protection money. Lin Feng frowned. Never heard of such a rule. Now you have, Scarface said as the 2 underlings behind him closed in. Hand over the money and you'll spare yourself a beating. Lin Feng swept his gaze over the 3 men. None of them had spirit beasts, so they were just street thugs. I don't have money, Lin Feng said. No money. Scarface sneered. Then leave the goods behind. He reached for Lin Feng's backpack. Lin Feng sidestepped, kicking him in the knee with all his strength. Scarface cried out in pain and crumpled to the ground. Damn it. Get him. The 2 underlings charged. Lin Feng had never trained in fighting, but ever since he crossed over, his body seemed to have been enhanced by the system. His reflexes and strength were a cut above ordinary men. He dodged a punch, seized the attacker's wrist, and twisted it, making the thug scream and let go. The other one lunged at him from behind. Lin Feng bent low to dodge, and drove his elbow hard into the man's ribs. Gah! All 3 men were on the ground groaning. Many in the market looked over, but no one stepped in. They were all just watching the show. Lin Feng adjusted his backpack, cast a cold glance at the 3 on the ground, and turned to leave. After he had walked a few dozen meters, he suddenly heard something cut through the air behind him. Instinctively he dodged to the side as a wooden stick whizzed past his scalp. Scarface had climbed to his feet at some point, a dagger in his hand and his eyes bloodshot. Kid, you're asking for death. He charged, stabbing straight at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. If that dagger landed, he would be maimed at best, dead at worst. At the critical moment, a dark blur shot out from the side and slammed heavily into Scarface. Arg! Scarface was sent flying, the dagger knocked from his hand. The dark blur landed, a half-man-tall hound-type spirit beast, grayish-white, all over a gargoyle hound. Big stone, well done. Wang Meng walked out from the crowd and patted the gargoyle hound on the head. Brother Wang. Lin Feng was surprised. Boss Lin, you're here at the market too. Wang Meng walked over with a smile. Then he looked at Scarface groaning on the ground, his expression darkening. Blackie, you've got some nerve daring to lay a hand on a friend of mine, Wang Meng. Scarface's face turned pale at the sight of Wang Meng. Be Brother Meng. I didn't know he was your friend. And now you know. Wang Meng kicked him in the stomach. Get lost. If I ever see you collecting protection money around here again, I'll break your legs. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going. Scarface and the 2 underlings scrambled away. Brother Wang, thanks, Lin Feng said with a sigh of relief. That knife strike just now, he really might not have dodged it. Don't mention it. Wang Meng waved a hand. You saved Big Stone too. We're brothers who have faced life and death together. By the way, hunting for goods at the market. Looking for breeding materials and maybe trying my luck for some good eggs, Lin Feng said. Eggs? Wang Meng thought for a moment. This market is full of junk. The really good stuff isn't sold here. But I do know a place that might have what you're looking for. Oh. Follow me. Wang Meng led Lin Feng through twists and turns in the market, finally stopping before an unremarkable tent. A worn wooden sign hung at the tent entrance with the character Beast branded into it by a red-hot iron. Old humpback, you there? Wang Meng pushed open the curtain. The tent was dim, lit by a single oil lamp. A hunchbacked old man sat on an animal hide in the corner polishing a bone. Hearing the voice, he raised his head, his eyes glinting in the darkness. Wang Meng. What a rare guest. The old man's voice sounded like sandpaper scraping. I brought a friend. Want to see the good stuff you keep hidden away? Wang Meng said. Old humpback sized up Lin Feng. New face. What's your background? I run a shop. A beast breeder, Lin Feng said. Beast breeder. Old humpback chuckled, revealing sparse yellow teeth. These days any random nobody dares to call himself a beast breeder. You have a certificate. Lin Feng pulled out the temporary credential issued by the Breeders' Association from his jacket. The formal certificate hadn't come yet, but he had the exam pass receipt with the association's seal on it. Old humpback took it, examined it closely under the oil lamp for a long while, and even felt the raised seal with his fingers. It's genuine, all right, he said with a nod. Fine. For Wang Meng's sake, I'll let you take a look. He dragged out 3 boxes from beneath the animal hide. When the first box was opened, it held 3 spirit beast eggs. 2 were common rank and 1 was superior rank, but all were unremarkable. The second box contained a variety of herbs considerably better in quality than the stalls outside, but the prices were higher too. The third box was very small. When he opened it, old humpback's movements became noticeably more careful. Inside were only 2 things: a fist-sized entirely crimson egg and a palm-length crystal-clear feather. Item: Crimson Flame Bird Egg Superior. Status: Normal vitality, expected to hatch in 15 days. Potential assessment: Excellent, has a chance to evolve into the elite rank Blaze Bird. Special faint flame patterns on the eggshell indicate that this crimson flame bird carries the flame heart bloodline. Item: Wind Spirit Feather. Description: A tail feather shed by the elite rank Wind Attribute Spirit Beast, sky blue bird containing pure Wind Attribute energy. Value high, can be used for Wind Attribute Spirit Beast advancement or skill enhancement. Lin Feng's heart raced. A Blaze Bird Egg, elite rank, excellent potential, and even a special bloodline. This was exactly what he needed for the exhibition. The Wind Spirit Feather was useful too, even if not immediately. How much? Lin Feng asked, keeping his voice steady. The egg 5,000. The feather 3,000, said old humpback. 5,000. Lin Feng's entire savings barely exceeded 10,000, so buying the egg would leave him with only half. And he still needed money for cultivation materials, shop expenses, and his sister's tuition. Too expensive. Lin Feng shook his head. A Blaze Bird's market price is only around 3,000, and an elite rank egg can be had for 2,500. Even if yours has a special bloodline, there's no guarantee it will awaken. Then name your price. 3,500 for the egg and feather together. No. Old humpback closed the box. 4,500 minimum for both. 40. Lin Feng refused to yield. That's all I can offer. Old humpback stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Fine. I can see you really want it. 40 it is. But you'll have to agree to one condition. What condition? If this Blaze Bird hatches and truly awakens the Flame Heart bloodline, you have to let me see it once it's grown. Old humpback said. It won't be for free. I'll give you a big gift then. Deal. Lin Feng transferred 4,000 credit points on the spot. Old humpback carefully wrapped the egg and feather and even threw in an insulated box. This box can keep a constant temperature for 5 days, enough to get them home safely. Old humpback said. Kid, raise it well. Blaze birds have fierce tempers, but they're loyal. Raise it right and it'll be your companion for life. Thank you, senior. Leaving the tent, Wang Meng asked. Boss Lin, was that egg really worth 4,000? Yes, Lin Feng said. If it truly awakens a special bloodline, it could be worth 50,000 once fully grown. 50,000. Wang Meng was stunned. You're really willing to gamble. In this line of work sometimes you have to gamble. Lin Feng smiled. By the way, brother Wang, I owe you for this. I won't forget it. Don't mention it. Wang Meng patted his chest. If you ever need anything, just say the word. But Boss Lin, I have to warn you, old humpback. He's not simple. When he was young, he was a beast tamer hunter in the main city. He only hid out here after offending someone powerful. Take half of what he says with a grain of salt. I understand. Back at the shop, it was already noon. Lin Xiaoyu and Qin Ming were attending to a customer, the one who had booked an appointment yesterday and wanted to buy a sprout hedgehog. Boss, this sprout hedgehog of yours is really something. The customer, a plump middle-aged woman, held the little creature affectionately. My son wanted a gentle one that could assist with healing, and this one is perfect. 800 right. I'll take it. Just a moment. Lin Feng walked over. We've raised this sprout hedgehog for 2 days now. It's very healthy. Also, we'll throw in a week of free cultivation guidance and a bottle of basic nutrient solution. Wonderful. The transaction was completed, bringing in another 800. After seeing the customer off, Lin Feng brought out today's gains. A blazed bird egg, a gray egg thunderstruck with a wind spirit feather, and several medicinal herbs. Brother, these are all. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. A blazed bird egg, elite rank, excellent potential. The gray egg. Unknown, but it might be something special. The thunderstruck wood and wind spirit feather are cultivation materials, Lin Feng said. This is what we'll bring to the exhibition. But the gray egg. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the lifeless egg with worry. Can it even hatch? We'll see. Lin Feng placed both eggs into the incubator. For the blazed bird egg, he set fire-type incubation parameters, temperature 35°C, humidity 40, and injected fire-attuned nutrient solution daily. The gray egg was trickier. Its vitality was too low. Conventional methods definitely wouldn't work. System, what should I do with this egg? Analyzing. This egg has been in a low-temperature, low-energy environment for a long time. Its life source is nearly depleted. Suggested approach: stimulate it with high-concentration life energy combined with thunder-type energy to activate it. Recommended items: life dew remaining 0, 1 thunderstruck wood, thunder crystal. Life dew was used up, but he had thunderstruck wood and some thunder crystal. But would that be enough? Lin Feng thought for a moment, then took out the thunderstruck wood fragment, scraped off some powder with a knife, and ground up a small piece of thunder crystal. He mixed the two powders together, and added diluted nutrient solution to form a paste. Then, using a needle, he drilled a tiny hole in the shell, extremely carefully, only piercing the outer shell without damaging the inner membrane. Using a syringe, he injected the mixture into the egg. Operation successful. Life reaction inside the egg increased to 5. It was working, but not enough. I need more life energy. Lin Feng frowned. Of course, the sprout hedgehog's healing seed. Little green, come here. The sprout hedgehog hopped over and tilted its head at Lin Feng. Use your healing seed on this egg, Lin Feng said, pointing at the gray egg. Little green seemed to understand. The soft spines on its back began to glow faintly. A tiny pale green light floated from the top of its head, drifted onto the gray egg, and seeped into the shell. Received external life energy infusion. Life reaction inside the egg increased to 12. Still not enough. But Lin Feng had run out of ideas. Let's leave it at this for now. I'll inject energy once a day and see if it can pull through on its own. After setting the incubator parameters, Lin Feng turned to the thunderfeather sparrow. The little bird was in much better shape. Its feathers had almost fully grown back. Under the light, its silver-gray plumage gleamed with a metallic sheen, and tiny arcs of electricity occasionally crackled across it. The fractured wing had healed, so Lin Feng removed the splint. Try flying. He set the bird on the table. The thunderfeather sparrow flapped its wings twice, flew up a bit unsteadily, circled the room once, then accurately landed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Chirp! It let out a triumphant call. You've recovered nicely. Lin Feng smiled. From now on, I'll call you Little Thunder. Chirp, chirp. Having a name made Little Thunder even more excited. It fluttered around the room but didn't dare fly too high. The space was limited. In the afternoon, Lin Feng began formulating his breeding plan for the exhibition. 3 young creatures: Little Thunder, Thunderfeather Sparrow elite rank, the Blaze Bird elite rank awaiting hatching, and the Gray Egg unknown awaiting hatching. Little Thunder was already above excellent, the Blaze Bird had excellent potential, and the Gray Egg. That depended on luck. But the exhibition only required at least 3. Without specifying, they had to be the same rank. Even 3 common rank creatures could enter, but they'd never place. I need to put more work into the cultivation. Lin Feng opened the system and used his freshly earned points to buy more materials. Spent 50 points to purchase Flame Essence 3. Spent 30 points to purchase Life Dust 1. Spent 20 points to purchase Basic Training Accelerator 7 Days 1. Flame Essence was for the Blaze Bird Egg. It would enhance its fire-type aptitude after hatching. Sprinkling Life Dust around the gray egg would slowly boost its vitality. The Basic Training Accelerator was for Little Green. Though it wasn't entering the exhibition, the shop needed a display beast, and Little Green fit the role perfectly. By the time all this was done, it was already dark. Before Qinming left for the day, Lin Feng called him aside. "Qinming, starting tomorrow you'll focus on 2 things: learning to prepare the 3 basic nutrient solutions I gave you and following the training plan I set for the Sprout Hedgehog. In half a month I want to see results. I won't let you down." Qinming was full of drive. "Also," Lin Feng paused, "keep an eye on the movements of Hualong Trading and the Black Scale Guild. Report anything to me immediately." "Understood." After seeing Qinming off, Lin Feng had dinner with Xiaoyu. At the table, Xiaoyu asked, "Brother, can we win the exhibition?" "I don't know. But we have to give it everything we've got," Lin Feng said. "If we win, we can establish ourselves in the new district. If we lose, we might have to bow our heads." "I don't want to bow my head," Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip. "We can't let Mom and Dad's shop be ruined in our hands." "We won't." Lin Feng patted her head. "I'm here." After dinner, Lin Feng went to the workshop to check on the eggs. The Blaze Bird Egg sat in its temperature-controlled incubator. The fire patterns on its shell were faintly visible in the light, as if magma were flowing within. The gray egg looked the same as always, but its life reaction had stabilized at 12, no longer dropping. "Hang in there," Lin Feng said to the egg. That night, lying in bed, Lin Feng sorted through his thoughts. The limited-time mission allowed 15 days. 1 day had already passed. 14 remained. Hatching the Blaze Bird Egg would take about 15 days, just barely making it before the exhibition. The gray egg. That was up to fate. Little Thunder needed to fully recover within half a month and master at least 1 skill. Time was tight. But there was something even more pressing. The deadline Hualong Trading had set was only 2 days away. Tomorrow Lu San would definitely come again. He needed to figure out how to handle it. As he thought, Lin Feng drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he stood on a massive exhibition stage facing a dense crowd below. Before him stood 3 imposing spirit beasts: a thunderfeather sparrow wreathed in lightning, a blaze bird surrounded by flames, and a third, one whose form he couldn't quite make out but which radiated an awe-inspiring, terrifying aura. Thunderous applause rang out. Then the scene shifted. Manager Li from Hualong Trading approached with a cold smile, a group of people behind him coming to seize his spirit beasts. Lin Feng jolted awake. Outside the window, dawn had yet to break. The distant sound of a rooster crowing drifted in. He sat up and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was just a dream. But perhaps an omen. To keep people from taking what was his, he needed to be strong enough that no one dared. Strength, Lin Feng repeated in a low voice. He got out of bed and walked to the window. The eastern sky was showing the first pale light of dawn. A new day was about to begin. Downstairs, the steady rhythm of his sister's breathing came from her room. In the shop, 3 eggs were incubating. On his shoulder, Little Thunder had flown over, at some point perched there, lightly pecking at his ear with its beak. "Chirp! I'm fine." Lin Feng smiled. "Come on, time to get to work." Dawn had broken. The battle was only just beginning. Lu San arrived precisely as the 10 o'clock morning chimes echoed through the streets. Feng was just taking his first sip of water for the day. The liquid was slightly cold, and as it slid down his esophagus, it jolted his stomach into a spasm. This time Lu San had come without his lackeys, nor was he wearing his usual affable grin. His face was dark and overcast, as if a storm was about to break. The sky outside the window was indeed overcast, but the weather forecast had predicted no rain. Those forecasts in this godforsaken place had never been accurate. "Boss Lin, have you made your decision?" He got straight to the point, not even sitting down. "Manager Li sent me to deliver a message. You must give a definitive answer today." As he spoke, his right hand remained buried in his pocket, bulging conspicuously, its contents unknown. Lin Feng was busy mixing nutrient solution, and did not raise his head. "Steward Lu, care for some tea?" In truth, he had brewed no tea at all. The teapot held yesterday's leftover water, long since gone cold. "No." Lu San was growing impatient. "Boss Lin, don't beat around the bush. Join the alliance or face the consequences." "Consequences?" Lin Feng set down the test tube. "What consequences?" You're a smart man. Do I really have to spell it out? Lu San lowered his voice. Yesterday you went to the wilderness market and bought flame bird eggs and wind spirit feathers, spending 4,000 credits. Then you bought herbs for another 200. Boss Lin certainly knows how to splash his money around. The intelligence was remarkably thorough. Lin Feng's gaze turned icy. Yesterday when he went to the market he had deliberately taken a detour and even used a disguise, yet he had still been watched. The Wanlong Trading Company truly has far-reaching influence. In this territory of the new district there is nothing Manager Li doesn't know, Lu San said. Boss Lin, you are a man of real ability. Manager Li thinks highly of you, which is why he's offering such favorable terms. Anyone else would have already been devoured down to the bone. Then should I be grateful for his kindness? Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Lu San's tone turned cold. By today either you sign the agreement or those 3 eggs in your shop and that Thunderbird of yours might just not be safe anymore. A threat. A naked, undisguised threat. Lin Feng raised his head and stared at Lu San. Steward Lu, you're also in the spirit beast business. You should know what a breeder hates most. Hates what? Hates when someone touches their spirit beasts. Lin Feng spoke each word deliberately. Those beasts are our life's work, our partners, our very lives. Whoever dares touch them becomes an enemy unto death. Lu San was so pierced by the chill in his eyes that he stumbled back a step, then flew into a rage born of shame. Lin Feng. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think curing a few spirit beasts makes you invincible? One word from Manager Li and you'll never survive in the new district. Then let him try, Lin Feng said calmly. Go back and tell Manager Li that the Fengyu Breeding Center will not join any alliance. If he wants a fight, I'll be happy to oblige. You. Fine. Lu San laughed in fury. Lin Feng, you've got guts. We'll see about that. He slammed the door on his way out, sending the wind chime on the doorframe clattering and jingling. Lin Feng stood where he was, drawing a few deep breaths before he managed to steady his emotions. Brother. Lin Xiyu poked her head out from the stairwell, her face pale. They really will. Yes, they will, Lin Feng said. But don't be afraid. I have a plan. Ever since returning from the wilderness market yesterday, he had anticipated this very scenario. That was why he had taken several measures overnight. First, he had stashed everything valuable: the flame bird eggs, the wind spirit feathers, the thunderstruck wood, and the materials bought with his remaining points, all into his system space. The system space could only be opened by him, it was absolutely safe. Second, he had made a small portable cage for Little Thunder so the creature could follow him at all times. Third, he had given Shinming a few days off and told him to stay away from the shop for now, to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Fourth, he had contacted Wang Meng and asked him to keep an eye on the area around the shop. At present, the shop's visible inventory consisted of only a few ordinary spirit beasts, some basic herbs and tools, together worth less than 1,000 credits. Even if it got trashed, the loss would be minimal. But what methods would the Wanlong Trading Company resort to? Cut off supplies. He had never had a fixed supplier to begin with. Poach his customers. He had just opened for business, he had very few customers. Cause trouble. Send the peacekeeping squad. Lin Feng frowned. He knew no one over at the peacekeeping squad. If Manager Li really could pull strings there and find some excuse to shut down his shop, things would get very troublesome. Just as he was mulling it over, the shop door was pushed open again. This time a middle-aged man in uniform walked in, wearing the badge of the peacekeeping squad on his chest. Here they come. Lin Feng's heart sank, though his expression remained unreadable. Hello, is there something I can help you with? I'm Deputy Captain Zhang of the 3rd Detachment of the new District Peacekeeping Squad. The middle-aged man flashed his credentials. We received a report that you are illegally selling protected spirit beast cubs. Please cooperate with the investigation. Protected spirit beast cubs. Lin Feng understood immediately. This was a frame-up. Captain Zhang, I only sell ordinary grade spirit beasts, all within the legal scope of sales. Lin Feng said. You are welcome to inspect. Captain Zhang looked around the shop. Indeed, there were only leafworm beetles, glimmerwing butterflies, and fluff mice, all the most common breeds. Someone reported that you are harboring a Thunderlight leopard cub. Captain Zhang stared at Lin Feng. The Thunderlight leopard is a second-class protected spirit beast. Selling one privately would land you in prison. A Thunderlight leopard. An elite-grade lightning-type spirit beast indeed listed on the protected roster. But Lin Feng simply didn't have one. Captain Zhang, even a report needs evidence, Lin Feng said. Search if you must. But I must warn you, if you find nothing I can countersue for defamation. Captain Zhang's expression flickered. When he had accepted Manager Li's commission, the man had sworn on his life that there was a Thunderlight leopard cub here. But looking at the situation now, perhaps there really wasn't one. And the search warrant? Lin Feng asked. Captain Zhang had no search warrant. Routine inspections of ordinary shops by the peacekeeping squad typically didn't require a warrant provided there was reasonable suspicion. But given how confident Lin Feng looked, doubts began to stir in his mind. If you have no search warrant and no solid evidence, Captain Zhang, I'll have to ask you to leave. Lin Feng made a gesture of farewell. I still have business to run. Captain Zhang hesitated for a few seconds, then finally walked away. Lin Feng let out a breath of relief but knew this was far from over. Sure enough, half an hour later 2 more people arrived, from the health department. We received a report that your sanitary conditions are substandard and that spirit beast waste has been piled up carelessly, posing a risk of disease transmission. Lin Feng led them through the shop, spotless and orderly, every spirit beast in its own cage, cleaned twice daily with complete disinfection records. The health department inspectors found nothing to criticize and left in disappointment. Then came the fire safety inspection, the tax audit, the business license inspection. One wave after another. They all came looking for faults, yet none found any substantive problems. Lin Feng was exhausted from fending them all off. Although they hadn't found anything by the end of the day, not a single customer had set foot in the shop, who would dare buy anything from a place that peacekeeping officers and health inspectors kept raiding one after another. Brother, they're trying to starve us out. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes reddened. I know. Lin Feng stared at the empty street. But this is all the lowdown tricks they've got. If they tried something truly heavy-handed, that would actually be easier to deal with. Just then Wang Meng arrived. He wasn't alone. Behind him followed 5 or 6 burly men, all members of the Panshir exploration team. Boss Lin, I heard someone's been giving you trouble. Wang Meng's voice boomed, deliberately making sure the neighbors heard. Which blind bastard dares mess with a friend of Wang Meng? Tired of living. Brother Wang, it's nothing, already handled. Lin Feng said. Handled my ass. Wang Meng glared. I just saw it with my own eyes. Peacekeeping Health Department Fire Brigade. Coming at you in waves. That's not solving a problem, that's picking a fight. He turned and shouted to the gathered neighbors. Look here, folks. Boss Lin is running a decent shop, healing the sick and saving lives, and now he's being harassed like this. Is there no justice left? The neighbors murmured among themselves. Yes, Xiao Lin's such a good man. Yesterday he treated my Huang. He must have offended someone powerful. The Wanmong Trading Company. I heard they're forming some alliance, and anyone who won't join gets bullied. Wang Meng's outburst shifted public opinion back in Lin Feng's favor. Lin Feng was grateful, but on the surface he had to play peacemaker. Brother Wang, forget it. Don't stir up trouble. I don't stir up trouble, but I don't run from it either. Wang Meng slapped his chest. Boss Lin, open your shop with peace of mind. From today on I'm having my brothers take turns guarding your door. Let's see which blind bastard dares to cause you any more grief. But this. No buts. Wang Meng brooked no argument. Oh right, Dashi has recovered marvelously. He's running and jumping around now. Boss Lin, you're the benefactor of our Panshir exploration team. Whoever touches you touches the whole team. Wang Meng left with his men, leaving 2 team members behind, standing flank on either side of the shop, entranced like a pair of guardian gods. The effect was immediate. In the afternoon, not a single relevant authority came knocking. A few bold customers even slipped in to make purchases. Boss Lin, I support you, an old granny said, buying 2 jars of nutrient paste. The Wanmong Trading Company has gone too far. Thank you, Granny. By evening the shop had actually managed to close several deals. Not many to be sure, but at least they hadn't been completely strangled. That night Lin Feng treated the 2 team members to dinner. The brothers Wang Meng had sent one named Dazhuang, and the other Tieju, both simple honest men. Boss Lin, don't worry. With us around nobody dares to make trouble. Dazhuang slapped his chest in a vow. That's right. Brother Meng said you're one of us. Taiju echoed the sentiment. A warmth spread through Lin Feng's chest. In this world he had arrived as a rootless transmigrator, but now he had a sister, friends, and people willing to stand by him. I won't forget Brother Wang's kindness, Lin Feng said earnestly. From now on the Panshir exploration. I'll take care of all the medical treatment, and care for the squad's spirit beasts free for life. That's great. Dazhuang grinned. Those old buddies in the squad all have old injuries and we've been worrying about not finding a good doctor. After seeing the two off, Lin Feng closed the shop and went upstairs. Today had been hard but he had made it through. But the Wanlong Trading Company would not let things rest. Brother, they'll come again tomorrow, won't they? Lin Xiaoyu asked anxiously. They will, Lin Feng said. But their tactics will be more covert and more vicious. Then what do we do? Wait. Lin Feng looked out at the night. Wait for our spirit beasts to hatch, wait for the exhibition to begin. As long as we get a place at the exhibition and have official backing, the Wanlong Trading Company won't dare act so blatantly. 12 days remained. For these 12 days he had to hold on. At night Lin Feng went to the workshop as usual to check on the eggs. The flame patterns on the scarlet flame bird egg were more distinct, as if magma were flowing inside. Even through the shell he could feel the heat. The system displayed incubation progress 715 days. The gray egg was still the same, its life reaction maintained at 12. Lin Feng gave it another injection of the mixed solution, and Xiao Lu contributed a healing seed. System life reaction inside the egg increased to 15. It was progress but too slow. At this rate whether it could hatch before the exhibition was doubtful. Xiao Lei, however, was already hopping with energy. It flew back and forth in the room, occasionally releasing thin arcs of electricity, startling Lin Xiaoyu. It can discharge electricity. Thunder-type spirit beasts are all like that. Lin Feng laughed, catching Xiao Lei as it grew tired of flying. But you need to control it a little. Don't break the appliances at home. Chirp. Xiao Lei seemed to understand and restrained its electric glow. The next day the Wanlong Trading Company's counterattack came as expected. It was not through officials nor through thugs. It was commercial competition. At the corner of 3rd Street a new Wanlong Spirit Beast Care Center had opened, luxuriously decorated with brand new equipment, flower baskets at the entrance, and firecrackers sounding with a deafening roar. Grand opening special, all services half off, free checkups for the first 3 days. All the neighbors were drawn over. After all, who doesn't like free things? Lin Feng's shop became quiet again. Brother, they're trying to steal our business. Lin Xiaoyu bit her lip. It's normal commercial competition. There's nothing we can do. Lin Feng was calm. Let them take customers. How many days can they stay free? How long can they keep half off? Once the promotion ends, the customers who should come will come back. But even so, watching the bustling crowds across the street, while his own shop was deserted, he still felt bitter. Worse still, in the afternoon, Qin Ning sneaked over with bad news. Brother Lin, I found out. The Wanlong Trading Company is poaching our customers. Qin Ning lowered his voice. They sent people to make follow-up visits to the customers we've treated, saying we use inferior medicine and the effects won't last, and advised them to go to the Wanlong Care Center for a full examination. Did any customers believe them? A few. Qin Ming hesitated. Aunt Zhao didn't, and Brother Wang Meng didn't either. But the others? I can't be sure. Lin Feng closed his eyes. This was the cruelest move, destroying your reputation. The trust he had painstakingly built could be shattered in just a few words. Brother Lin, what do we do? Qin Ming paced around in agitation. Should we also cut prices? Offer free services? No. Lin Feng opened his eyes. Cutting prices is the stupidest thing to do. They have deep pockets and can keep losing money forever. We can't afford that. Then, we'll do what they can't. Lin Feng said. Qin Ming, I need you to help me with something. What is it? Go to the customers they've lured away and tell them if after an examination at the Wanlong Care Center they find any problem with our previous treatment, Lin Feng will pay double compensation and apologize publicly. But if there's no problem, ask them to come back and I'll give their spirit beasts a free deep care treatment. Will this work? Let's try, Lin Feng said. Also spread the word for me. Starting today, the Fengyu Nurturing Center is launching a spirit beast health records service. Every customer who has spent money here can set up an exclusive health record with lifetime free follow-up visits and regular health advice. Health records? Yes, Lin Feng said. We have both paper and electronic versions recording in detail the spirit beast species, age, medical history, medication records, and precautions. This requires professional expertise. It's not something any random care center can do. Qin Ming's eyes lit up. I understand. This is about building long-term trust. Go and be careful not to be spotted by Wanlong's people. Okay. After Qinming left, Lin Feng sat behind the counter looking at the bustling Wanlong Care Center across the street. Lower prices. Free services. That was the game of capital. But he was going to play the game of expertise. Competing on professionalism, service, and long-term value. Xiao Yu, write a notice for me and post it at the door. What should it say? Just write, starting today this shop is offering the Spirit Beast Health Records service. Existing customers can set up records for free. New customers can enjoy it with their first purchase of 200 credit points or more. The records include detailed health assessment, personalized dietary plan, regular follow-up reminders, and disease prevention advice. Okay. After the notice was posted, there was little reaction at first. But by the afternoon, a few customers who had been lured away earlier slipped back. Boss Lin, is that health record real? A middle-aged man asked. Of course. Lin Feng took out a sample. All the information about your spirit beast will be kept on file. From now on, no matter what problem arises, I can pull up its history at once and make the most accurate judgment. Then, can you set one up for my waterwave hound? Last time you cured its skin disease and I've always wanted to thank you. Yes, it's free. Lin Feng spent half an hour creating a detailed file for the waterwave hound: breed, age, weight, past medical history, medication, allergies, dietary preferences, behavioral habits. Every detail down to the smallest. Holding the thick file, the middle-aged man's eyes reddened. Boss Lin, this is what truly caring for spirit beasts means. That so-called care center across the street just made me fill out a form and then pushed a pile of medicine on me. It's what I should do. Lin Feng smiled. Reputation is built bit by bit. And destroyed bit by bit. The Wanlong Trading Company can use money to buy brief prosperity, but it cannot buy true trust. In the evening, Wang Meng came again. This time he was carrying a huge bundle. Boss Lin, the brothers and the squad gathered these herbs from the wilderness. See if any of them are useful. When he opened it, inside were all kinds of fresh medicinal herbs: bloodstop grass, heart-cleansing flower, moonlight moss. And even a few rare thunder-pattern mushrooms. Thunder-pattern mushrooms grow deep in Lijialing Ridge and are top-grade nurturing material for thunder-type spirit beasts. A single one costs 500 credit points on the market. Brother Wang, this is too valuable. Lin Feng hurriedly declined. Valuable? Not at all. The brothers just picked them along the way. Wang Meng grinned. By the way, we've already had a word with Li Kezi. He won't dare make trouble again. Li Kezi was the captain of the security squad's 3rd detachment, and Captain Zhang's superior. Brother Wang, you don't ask and the answer is brotherhood. Wang Meng clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Boss Lin, I'm a rough man and I don't understand all those devious tricks. But I know this: whoever treats me well, I'll treat them well. You saved Dashi, so you are Wang Meng's benefactor. Whoever makes things hard for you is making things hard for me. Lin Feng's throat tightened. Thank you? No need to thank me. I'm off, the squad still has things to do. Wang Meng bustled off. Lin Feng looked at the bundle of herbs and made a decision. He picked out the thunder-pattern mushrooms, took out the wind spirit feather he had bought earlier, and added some auxiliary materials, preparing to give Xiaolei an enhanced nurturing. The growth of an elite-grade spirit beast cannot rely on natural feeding alone, it requires a specialized nurturing plan. The Thunderfeather Sparrow is a thunder-type spirit beast, fast, fierce in attack but weak in defense. So the nurturing direction had to capitalize on strengths and avoid weaknesses, maximizing its speed advantage and attack power to the extreme. He ground the thunder-pattern mushrooms into powder, mixed in the crushed wind spirit feather, added a high-concentration thunder-type nutrient solution, and blended it into special feed. Xiaolei caught the scent and flew over excitedly. Eat up, it's specially prepared for you. Xiaolei buried its head in the feed and ate ravenously. Electric light flickered over its body and the metallic sheen of its feathers became more pronounced. System: the Thunderfeather Sparrow consumed the special feed. Potential development increased by 2. System: current potential development 7. It worked. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Potential development is the system's quantitative indicator of a spirit beast's growth potential. Ordinary spirit beasts usually start at 0 upon hatching, and it can be slowly raised through nurturing, training, and combat. The higher it rises, the higher the spirit beast's ultimate ceiling. Xiaolei was at 5 when it first hatched. After eating the special feed, it rose to 7. Keep feeding it, and it could rise even higher. But the special feed consumed a great deal of resources. Only 3 thunder-pattern mushrooms and 1 wind spirit feather remained. He had to use them sparingly. Take it slow. Lin Feng stroked Xiaolei's head. Before the exhibition I'll make you the one who shines brightest. Chirp. Xiao Lei let out a cry as if saying no problem. The night was deep. The lights of the Wanlong Care Center across the street were still on, and faint clamor could be heard. Lin Feng turned off the shop lights, leaving only the one in the workshop. Under the light the 2 eggs lay quietly in the incubator. One was red as fire. One was gray as stone. 12 days remained. In 12 days the true measure would be revealed. The gray egg's disturbance occurred late on the 7th night. At that moment Lin Feng was mixing potions in his workshop when he suddenly heard a faint crack from the incubator, like a pebble striking glass. He immediately set down the test tube and leaned in for a closer look. The gray egg lay quietly in the incubation chamber. Its shell was still rough and lusterless, showing no visible change. But a system prompt suddenly popped up: unknown egg internal life activity intensifying current life reaction 31 suggestion replenish high concentration energy. Immediately the life reaction had jumped from 15 to 31. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. Over the past 7 days he had injected the gray egg every day with a mixed solution of thunderstruck wood powder, lightning crystal powder, and nutrient fluid, while Xiao Lu contributed a healing seed daily. But the life reaction had remained frozen at 15. He had thought the egg was hopeless. Who could have guessed it would suddenly surge like this today? I need high concentration energy. Lin Feng rummaged through the materials on hand. There was not much lightning crystal left, and only a small piece of thunderstruck wood remained. But the exhibition was still 8 days away, and the gray egg had to hatch before then, or the task would be considered a failure. There's no choice but to use that. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and took out the wind spirit feather from his system space. The wind spirit feather was an elite-grade tail feather of an azure sky bird imbued with pure wind-attributed energy. It had originally been reserved for Xiao Lei's advancement, but now he could not afford to worry about that. Carefully he plucked a small tuft of down from the wind spirit feather, roughly 1/10 of its total amount. The down was as fine as hair, yet it contained cyan light motes visible to the naked eye. He ground the down into powder, mixed it with lightning crystal powder, and added 3 drops of thunder pattern mushroom extract. The thunder pattern mushroom was a gift from Wang Meng. Lin Feng had only extracted its essence, and had been reluctant to use it until now. He stirred it into a paste and injected it into the egg. This time the eggshell showed a transformation visible to the naked eye. The rough grayish patterns began to emit a faint glow. It was not a bright light, but a deep somber radiance that seemed to absorb the light around it. A thump-thump heartbeat came from inside the shell, weak yet undeniably present. Energy injection successful. The egg's internal life reaction has risen to 47. Warning: this egg demands a complex energy composition. Injecting a single attribute may cause imbalance. Detected internal energy composition: lightning 45, wind 30, unknown 25, lightning, wind, and unknown. Lin Feng was stunned. Ordinary spirit beast eggs had a single attribute. Dual attributes were already rare, and triple attributes. He had almost never heard of such a thing. And 25% of it was an unknown attribute. Just what breed is this? Lin Feng murmured. But this was not the time to study it. The egg was continuously absorbing energy. If its needs were not met, it might die inside the shell. I need to infuse the 3 attributes in balance. Lin Feng checked his stock. For lightning there were lightning crystals and thunder pattern mushrooms. For wind there was the wind spirit feather, though only 90% of it remained. The unknown attribute. He had absolutely no clue. System: what could the unknown attribute be? Analyzing. Based on the energy wave characteristics, it is suspected to be a shadow or space attribute, but it cannot be confirmed. Suggestion: use an attribute-less high-purity energy source to supplement it. An attribute-less high-purity energy source. Lin Feng suddenly remembered something and pulled a small bottle from the drawer. It was the earth attribute essence left over from the surgery on the Fisher Bear. Although it was earth attributed, the essence itself was highly purified energy. Theoretically, after removing its attribute impurities, it could serve as attribute-less energy. Removing the impurities required specialized instruments, but Lin Feng had none. I'll just have to try. He diluted the earth attribute essence and carefully injected a small portion. The eggshells shook violently. Dark light and cyan glow flashed, alternately tinged with a hint of earthy yellow. 3 types of energy clashed, merged, and reorganized within the egg. Warning: energy conflict. The egg's internal life reaction is fluctuating sharply. 52, 38, 65. Suggestion: stop injecting immediately or the eggshell may rupture. Lin Feng stopped at once. Fine cracks had already appeared on the eggshell, but fortunately it had not shattered. The energy fluctuations within gradually calmed, finally stabilizing at 58. It had risen but not fully. What was worse, the shell was cracked. Though it was only on the surface, it meant the hatching time might arrive early, or that the risk of failure had greatly increased. I'll bet on this. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. He pulled out his last resort, points. Opening the system shop, he quickly scanned the items. Items that could provide attribute-less high-purity energy. Energy Crystal Basic contains 100 units of pure attribute-less energy. Price 200 points. Too expensive. He had less than 300 points in total right now. Life Essence Diluted provides life energy that can transform into any attribute. Price 80 points per drop. This one could work. Lin Feng spent 160 points to buy 2 drops of Life Essence Diluted and dripped them onto the cracks in the eggshell. The liquid seeped in at once. The vibrations within the eggshell intensified once more, but this time they were gentle, regular pulses. The cracks began to mend on their own, and intricate patterns surfaced on the dull gray shell. Lightning veins on the left, whirlwind veins on the right, and a deep dark vortex in the center. Energy injection successful. The egg's internal life reaction has risen to 82, estimated hatching time 48 to 72 hours. It worked. Though he had spent 160 points, he had finally raised the life reaction above the safety line. Moreover, the hatching time had been greatly shortened, so the egg should hatch before the exhibition. Lin Feng let out a breath of relief and slumped into his chair. This one night of chaos was more exhausting than 10 surgeries. But it was worth it. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaoyu saw the gray egg in the incubator, and gasped, "Brother! The eggshell. It's glowing." Not only was it glowing, the patterns on the shell were slowly shifting as if alive. "It's about to hatch. Watch it closely over these next 2 days," Lin Feng said. "Call me the moment anything happens." "Okay." During the day, the Wanlong Care Center across the street remained bustling. The free physical examinations attracted a large number of customers, and a long line formed at the entrance. Lin Feng's shop stayed quiet, but occasionally an old customer would slip in quietly. "Boss Lin, my Rongrong mouse is sneezing again," an elderly woman said in a low voice. "The place across the street is free, but I can't trust them, so I came back to you." "Thank you for your trust." Lin Feng examined it carefully. "It's still allergies. Just continue using last time's medication. I'll adjust your dietary formula so it won't relapse easily in the future." "Wonderful. Boss Lin, my child wants to raise a spirit beast. What do you recommend here?" a young father asked. "It depends on the child's personality and home environment," Lin Feng explained patiently. "If the child is quiet, a luminous butterfly or a grass leaf worm is a good choice. If the child is active, consider a Rongrong mouse. If they want to cultivate a sense of responsibility, the Earthwalk Hound is the most suitable." "Do you have any Earthwalk Hounds?" "Not at the moment, but they can be reserved. They'll arrive in 3 days. Then I'll take one." "How much?" "Ordinary quality is 800, premium quality is 1200. "I'll take premium." These scattered bits of business did not earn much money, but at least they kept the shop running. More importantly, word of mouth was slowly returning. At noon, Qinming came rushing over excitedly. "Brother Lin. Great news." "What news?" "I found out something. Trouble has broken out at the Wanlong Care Center." Qinming lowered his voice. "Their free checkups are a sham. They're really just pushing medicine. Many customers have discovered that their spirit beasts are perfectly fine, but Wanlong insists there's a problem and prescribes a pile of expensive medicine." And then, a few people made a scene on the spot, calling them swindlers. The Wanlong staff tried to suppress it, but there were too many people. They couldn't hold it down. Qinming's eyes lit up. "People are spreading the word everywhere now that Wanlong Care Center is a scam." Lin Feng smiled. As expected, the free option was often the most expensive. "There's even more explosive news," Qinming continued. "I have a classmate working at the Wanlong Care Center, and he said the medicine they use is nearly expired stock and their equipment is old, obsolete models. Totally inaccurate." "Do you have evidence?" "Yes. My classmate secretly took photos." Qinming took out his communicator and pulled up several pictures. The production dates on the medicine packaging had been altered, and the instrument models were outdated versions from 10 years ago. "Nice work." Lin Feng patted Qinming on the shoulder. "Post these photos anonymously on the new district's social platforms. Remember to use a virtual account." "Got it." That afternoon, a post titled "The Truth Behind Wanlong Care Center Expired Medicine and Outdated Instruments" went viral across the new district's social platforms. Complete with photos and text and backed by solid evidence, the post quickly sparked heated discussion. See. Nothing free is ever good. They diagnosed my spirit beast with severe malnutrition and insisted I buy a nutrient solution at 500 a bottle. But when Boss Lin looked at it, it was completely fine. Disgraceful. Report them. Public opinion began to turn. The queue outside the Wanlong Care Center shrank rapidly, and by evening the place was nearly deserted. Manager Li stood in his second-floor office staring at the empty first-floor lobby, his face ashen. Useless. He smashed the cup in his hand. You can't handle even such a trivial matter. Lu San stood beside him, not daring to breathe. That Lin Feng has some tricks after all. Manager Li's face darkened. I underestimated him. Manager, then what should we do? If the hard way won't work, we'll try the soft way, Manager Li said coldly. Isn't he going to attend the exhibition? Then let him be ruined and disgraced at the exhibition. What do you mean? Go find Boss Zhao of Baisho Clinic and Boss Qian of Yichong Pavilion. Tell them I'm inviting them for tea. Manager Li narrowed his eyes. At this exhibition I'll make sure that Lin Feng doesn't even make it onto the stage. Meanwhile, Lin Feng knew nothing of Wanlong Trading Company's new plan. He was worried about another matter. The incubation of the crimson flame bird egg had hit a problem. The flame patterns on the eggshell grew brighter and the temperature climbed higher, but the hatching progress remained stuck at 90. It had not budged for 2 days. Crimson flame bird egg hatching progress 90. Status energy saturated but lacking shell-breaking stimulation. Suggestion: provide external stimulation to help the chick break free. Shell-breaking stimulation. Lin Feng consulted the information. As a fire attribute spirit beast, the crimson flame bird needed a high-temperature environment in the final stage of incubation to ignite its fire attribute instincts. At the same time, it required a certain amount of vibration or tapping to mimic the mother bird pecking at the shell. High temperature was easy, just set the incubator to 40 C. But vibration. Lin Feng tried tapping the shell lightly. It was useless. He brushed it gently with a feather, still useless. Do I have to wait for it to come out by itself? Lin Feng frowned. But only 7 days remained until the exhibition. If it dragged on to the last day, the chick would be unstable and the showcase would suffer. While he was fretting, Little Thunder flew over. It landed on the incubator, looked at the crimson flame bird egg curiously, and then extended its beak and gave a gentle peck. Thud. It was a very soft sound. But in that instant a cracking noise came from inside the shell. A crack spread outward from the pecked spot. Little Thunder seemed to find it amusing and pecked again. Thud thud. More cracks appeared. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Little Thunder's beak carried faint arcs of electricity, and every peck sent a wisp of thunder attribute energy into the shell. But the crimson flame bird was pure fire attribute. By all logic it should have rejected thunder attribute energy. Yet miraculously the shell not only did not reject it but cracked even faster. Thunder and fire counter each other, but they also nourish each other. Lin Feng suddenly understood. The crimson flame bird absorbed a large amount of fire attribute energy inside the egg, but breaking the shell required an instant of stimulus. Thunder attribute energy clashes with fire, but precisely because they clash it provides the strongest stimulus. He no longer stopped Little Thunder, instead he encouraged it, keep going, peck gently, don't use too much force. Little Thunder chirped twice and began pecking at the shell in a steady rhythm. Thud thud thud. With every peck more cracks appeared. Finally, after a dozen or so pecks, a small hole broke open at the top of the shell. A wet fiery red little head poked out. Its eyes were not open yet, but its beak was already strong enough to start pecking from the inside. Little Thunder stepped back and puffed out its chest proudly, as if saying, "Look, I helped." Lin Feng smiled and stroked its head. Nicely done. The crimson flame bird's hatching process lasted half an hour. When it finally broke completely out of the shell and stood on the heat mat, Lin Feng saw it in full for the first time. It was fiery red all over, its feathers were still damp, but its future splendor was already visible. The most special feature was a tuft of golden down on its chest like a small blazing flame, the mark of the flame core bloodline. Crimson flame bird hatched successfully. Breed crimson flame bird elite rank. Status newborn healthy. Innate skills fire feather, passive feathers have inherent flame resistance, flame core special bloodline, fire attribute skill power 20. Trainable skills fireball, flame impact, flame shield. Potential evaluation excellent, flame core bloodline awakened. Breeding advice, provide high-calorie food, keep the environment dry and warm. Excellent potential, flame core bloodline awakened. Lin Feng's heart raced. This was even better than he had expected. An ordinary crimson flame bird only had good potential. With the flame core bloodline it jumped straight to excellent, and a 20 increase in fire attribute skill power. That was a huge advantage in real combat. From now on your name is Little Flame. Lin Feng held the little bird in his palm. Little Flame let out a chirp. The sound was still delicate but carried the scorching heat of fire attribute energy. Little Thunder flew over out of curiosity, wanting a closer look, but the heat radiating from Little Flame kept it from approaching. Thunder and fire opposing each other was no joke. Don't be afraid. You two are partners from now on. Lin Feng put the two birds together. Little Flame tilted its head to study Little Thunder, and Little Thunder tilted its head to study Little Flame. The two birds stared at each other for a few seconds. Little Flame suddenly hiccuped and spat out a small spurt of fire. Little Thunder was so startled it jumped back, feathers puffed up. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. With Little Flame he now had 2 of the 3 spirit beasts for the exhibition. Only the gray egg was missing. He looked toward the other incubator. The patterns on the gray egg were still shifting and its life reaction had risen to 85, but it still seemed to be one final step away from hatching. Hang in there, Lin Feng murmured. Late at night Lin Feng lay in bed taking stock of his situation. Points balance 127. Funds a little over 6,000 credit points from the scattered business of the past few days plus his previous savings. Spirit Beast Little Thunder Thunderfeather Sparrow Elite Rank Potential Development 9 Little Flame Crimson Flame Bird Elite Rank Newborn Little Green Sprout Hedgehog Ordinary Rank Good Potential and Training Gray Egg Unknown Hatching. Shop reputation was slowly recovering, but foot traffic still could not compare with the shop across the street. Enemies Wanlong Trading Company and the other merchants they might have joined forces with. Allies Wang Meng and the Boulder Exploration Team Chenming and a few old customers who trusted him. Exhibition 7 days away. Odds of victory. 50-50. Just as he was thinking, a soft knock came from downstairs. It was not the front door, it was the back door. Lin Feng got up cautiously and looked out the window. A figure stood in the back alley, face too indistinct to make out. He went downstairs quietly and peered through the crack in the door. It was Chenming. Brother Lin, open up, urgent. Chenming's voice was very low. Lin Feng opened the door, and Chenming slipped inside, his face pale. What's wrong? I found out about Wanlong Trading Company's new plan. Chenming gasped for breath. They've joined with 100 Beast Clinic, Imperial Pet Pavilion, and 3 other shops to sabotage you at the exhibition. How exactly? They bribed the judges, Chenming said. 2 of the 3 judges at this exhibition have been bought. As soon as your spirit beasts go on stage, they'll find all sorts of reasons to give low scores or even call a violation and disqualify you. Lin Feng's heart sank. This move was ruthless. The exhibition was officially organized. If the judges had been bought, no matter how hard he worked, it was useless. Is the information reliable? Reliable. My classmate works at the Wanlong Care Center and overheard Manager Li say it on the phone. Chenming paced anxiously. Brother Lin, what should we do? Maybe. We just don't enter. Not enter. Lin Feng shook his head. Not entering would play right into their hands. They would say I had a guilty conscience, and no strength, then squeeze me out with a perfectly good excuse. Then what do we do? Lin Feng was silent for a moment. Who are the 3 judges? One is a senior breeder from the Breeders' Association surnamed Bai. They say he is very fair, so he probably wasn't bribed. Another is a vice president of the new District Chamber of Commerce surnamed Qian. He was bribed. The third is a special envoy from the main city district surnamed Zhao. He was bribed as well. 2 had been bribed, 1 was impartial. 3-1, unless... Can you get Judge Bai's contact information? Lin Feng asked. I can try. But it's unlikely. People at that level keep their contact information confidential. Do your best. Lin Feng said, also help me do something. What is it? Look into Vice President Qian and Special Envoy Zhao, see if they have any dirt, or preferences. Chenming's eyes lit up. Brother Lin, you mean? They can bribe judges and we can find the judges' weaknesses, Lin Feng said calmly. But not bribery. It's communication. I understand. I'll go check right away. Chenming left in a hurry again. Lin Feng stood in the dark shop and looked out the window. The night was deep, but a faint light was already rising at the sky's edge. Dawn was close. And the darkness before dawn was always the thickest. But it didn't matter. He had Little Thunder, Little Flame, and a mysterious gray egg that was about to hatch. He had friends willing to help him and a reputation slowly recovering. And the system. System, bring up my attribute panel. Host Lin Feng. Class Junior Breeder. Mental Strength 15, Average Ordinary Person 10. Skills: Junior Breeding Art, Junior Diagnosis Art, Junior Healing Art. Spirit Beast, Thunderfeather Sparrow, Bond Level 20, Crimson Flame Bird, Bond Level 5, Green Sprout Hedgehog, Bond Level 10. Shopkeeper, Spirit Beast Breeding Center, slightly improving. Reputation faint 45,100. Points 127. Mental Strength 15 was a bit above an ordinary person's but still far from enough. Bond levels. Little Thunder was the highest at 20, perhaps because Lin Feng had saved its life and it naturally felt close to him. Little Flame was only 5, it had just hatched and still needed to build affection. Little Green was 10, moderate, neither high nor low. But what was the bond level for? Bond level reaching 30 unlocks basic telepathic communication. Bond level reaching 50 allows sharing part of a spirit beast's senses. Bond level reaching 70 allows synchronizing part of a spirit beast's abilities. Bond level reaching 100 allows complete synchronization with a spirit beast and unlocks fusion evolution. So that was it. The higher the bond level, the deeper the rapport with one's spirit beast, and the stronger the combat power that could be unleashed. I need to find a way to raise my bond level. As he was thinking, a crisp crack came from the workshop. Lin Feng rushed in. The gray eggshell had cracked. It was not a small crack. From top to bottom a large gash had split open. A deep dim light leaked from the crack, mingled with cyan wind whirls and silver arcs of lightning. The three energies intertwined, forming a small vortex in the air. Then a wet claw reached out from the crack. The claws were dark gray, covered in fine scales with sharp tips and faint arcs of electricity dancing across them. They gripped the edge of the eggshell and pushed hard. Crack! The eggshell shattered completely. A creature Lin Feng had never seen before staggered to its feet. It was about the size of a palm, with the build of a young leopard but more slender. Its entire body was dark gray with short, dense fur that gleamed like metal under the light. A silver stripe ran along its spine from the top of its head all the way to the tip of its tail. Its tail was long, ending in a fork like two tiny whirlwinds. The strangest part was its eyes. The left a deep dark purple, the right a clear sky blue with what seemed like stars swirling deep within the pupils. It stood amid the broken shell fragments, shook off the sticky fluid, then raised its head and let out a faint cry, ow ow. The sound was neither leopard nor bird, but somewhere between the two, carrying an odd resonance. Beast taming incubation successful. Species. Mutant triple attributes. Naming, please name the host attributes: lightning, wind, shadow, level, elite, growable status, newborn, healthy, innate skills, thunder, shadow, step, passive, leaves, lightning after images while moving, increases evasion, wind perception, passive, senses changes in surrounding airflow, shadow, stealth, active, merges into shadows to conceal one's form, trainable skills, thunder, claw, cyclone, blade, shadow, strike, potential assessment, elite, possibly higher, special 1. 3 attributes coexisting in extremely rare energy structure. 2. Shadow attribute is latent, requires specific conditions to awaken. 3. Has the trait elemental balance, able to use all 3 attribute skills simultaneously. Cultivation suggestions: need to supplement nutrition for all 3 attributes simultaneously. Maintain energy balance, avoid imbalance caused by one attribute becoming too strong. Naming, please name the host. Lin Feng stared at the creature before him, his breathing slowing by half a beat. 3 attributes: lightning, wind, and shadow. And a mutant at that, with elite potential, possibly higher. This wasn't just excellent potential, this was rare. I'll call you Xiaoying, Lin Feng said softly. Xiaoying looked up at him, left eye dark purple, right eye sky blue. There was no confusion in its gaze, but rather an innate alertness and intelligence. It took a few still and steady steps to Lin Feng's feet, and rubbed its head against his pant leg. Ah, wow, a very soft cry full of attachment. Lin Feng bent down and picked it up. Xiaoying's fur was surprisingly soft, but beneath it he could feel solid muscle. Its body temperature was lower than that of ordinary tamed beasts. Holding it was like holding a piece of warm jade. Welcome to the world, Xiaoying. Ow. In the cage beside the incubation box, Xiao Lei and Xiao Hua had also woken up. The 2 birds crowded at the edge of the cage, curiously observing the new member. Xiao Lei chirped twice as if greeting it. Xiao Hua tilted its head, the golden down on its chest faintly glowing. Xiaoying jumped down from Lin Feng's arms, walked to the cage, and looked up at the 2 birds. The 3 beasts stared at each other for a few seconds, then Xiaoying suddenly raised a paw and gently tapped the cage. Zzzt. A tiny arc of electricity leaped from its claw tip onto the cage. Xiao Lei flapped its wings excitedly, and released an arc of its own. The two arcs collided in midair, bursting into tiny sparks. Cheap. Xiaohua refused to be outdone. It hiccuped and spat out a small puff of flame. 3 beasts, 3 attributes, and they actually got along. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He had worried that elemental counteractions would cause fights, but apparently he had been overthinking. Alright, settle down. Lin Feng separated the 3 beasts. Xiaoying just hatched and needs rest. Xiaolei, Xiaohua, you two go back to sleep too. After settling the 3 beasts, Lin Feng sat in the chair in his workshop and looked at everything before him. A thunderfeather sparrow elite level, a crimson flame bird elite level, flame heart bloodline, and this mysterious 3 attribute tamed beast. 3 all gathered. And every single one was extraordinary. The exhibition. Lin Feng clenched his fist. This time I have to win. The next morning when Lin Xiaoyu saw Xiaoying, she was too shocked to speak. Brother. What is this? A new species. I named it Xiaoying, Lin Feng said. Lightning, wind, and shadow, 3 attributes. Very high potential. 3 attributes. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. I've never heard of a tamed beast with 3 attributes. That's why it's a mutant. Very rare, Lin Feng said, stroking Xiaoying's head. But this needs to be kept secret. Before the exhibition, no outsiders can know. I understand. In the following days, Lin Feng plunged into a frenzy of preparation. Every morning he got up at 5, preparing specially formulated nutritious meals for Xiaolei, Xiaohua, and Xiaoying. Xiaolei's thunderstripe mushroom feed, Xiaohua's high-heat flame essence, Xiaoying's 3 attribute balanced meal. Each one had to be carefully prepared without a single mistake. At 7, training began. Xiaolei's training focused on speed and precision. Lin Feng hung a dozen small bells in the courtyard, making Xiaolei dart through them without touching any. This trained its flight technique and lightning control. Xiaohua's training was about skill mastery. Crimson flame birds naturally knew how to use fireballs, but blazing impact and flame shield had to be learned later. Lin Feng used wet sandbags as targets, having Xiaohua practice the accuracy and power of its fireballs. Xiaoying's training was the most complex. 3 attributes meant it had far more possibilities, but also made balance far harder. Lin Feng first trained its basic physical fitness, running, jumping, pouncing, clawing. Then he gradually introduced attribute training using thunder, shadow step to dodge obstacles, wind perception to find hidden objects, and shadow stealth to move within the shadows. 6 hours of training every day, with the rest of the time spent resting, eating, and building bonds. Lin Feng's contract bonds were slowly increasing. Xiaolei 2025, Xiaohua 512, Xiaoying 08. Not high, but at least it was a start. News also came from Qinming. Brother Lin, I found out. On the afternoon of the 4th day, Qinming ran into the shop panting. Vice President Qian loves collecting antiques, especially artifacts from before the beast taming era. Special Envoy Zhao is a womanizer. He often goes to the Nightingale Club. Antiques and women. Lin Feng frowned. He had neither, and he didn't plan to use either. What about Judge Bai? Judge Bai's full name is Bai Qiming. He's 62, a senior cultivator, rigid but fair. He has a granddaughter who suffers from a strange illness many doctors have failed to cure her, Qinming said. I got this from inside the Cultivator Association. The information should be reliable. Strange illness. What symptoms? I'm not sure. I only know it's congenital. She's physically weak and can't contract tame beasts. The moment she tries, she faints, Qinming said. Judge Bai has worn himself out over his granddaughter. Unable to contract tamed beasts. Lin Feng's heart stirred. In a world so highly advanced in beast-taming civilization, being unable to contract a tamed beast meant being excluded from mainstream society. For a cultivator clan, it was practically a disgrace. If I could cure his granddaughter, Lin Feng mused. But Brother Lin, you're not a doctor. That's a human disease, not a beast's disease. But there might be a connection, Lin Feng said. Many treatments for tamed beast diseases can be adapted for humans. And besides, the system might have a way. He called up the system shop and searched for keywords like cure disease and congenital. The results were mostly exorbitantly priced, costing thousands of points. The only thing he could afford was basic diagnosis. Art human version allows basic diagnosis of the human body and identification of common diseases. Price 100 points. Perfect, he had 127 points. Buy it. Purchase successful. Points minus 100. Remaining 27 points. Skill basic diagnosis. Art human version acquired. A surge of information flooded his mind containing basic human anatomy, diagnosis of common illnesses, and principles of medicine. Though it was only basic, it was already far beyond what an ordinary person knew. "Chenming, can you find a way to get me a meeting with Judge Bai?" Lin Feng asked. "That would be difficult. Judge Bai rarely meets outsiders, and with the exhibition approaching he must be very busy. Think of something. Any opportunity will do." "I'll try." 3 days later the opportunity came. The Cultivator Association was hosting a tamed beast health management lecture, and the speaker was none other than Judge Bai Qiming. The lecture was open to the public, but front row seats required reservations. Chenming used his connections to get a ticket. "Brother Lin, this is tomorrow's lecture. It starts at 9 in the morning. After the lecture, Judge Bai usually stays in the meeting room for half an hour to answer questions from the audience. That's your best chance to approach him. Good work." Lin Feng patted Chenming on the shoulder. The next morning Lin Feng got ready and prepared to head out. "Brother, let me come with you." Lin Xiaoyu was worried. "No need. You watch the shop and take care of the 3," Lin Feng said, pointing at the 3 beasts in the cage. "Remember, don't let anyone in, especially anyone from Wanlong Trading." The lecture was held in the 3rd-floor conference hall of the Cultivator Association. When Lin Feng arrived, it was already more than half full. Most of the attendees were cultivators of a certain age or practitioners in related fields. There were few as young as him. At exactly 9, Bai Qiming stepped onto the podium. The old man was in his 60s with graying hair combed meticulously, wearing a dark gray Zhongshan suit and reading glasses. His expression was stern. "Today's lecture is on prevention and intervention of common genetic diseases in tamed beasts," Judge Bai said, his voice steady and powerful. "With the popularization of beast taming cultivation techniques, more and more people are paying attention to bloodlines, breeds, and evolution paths. But in this process, one issue has been severely overlooked: genetic diseases." The lecture lasted 2 hours. Judge Bai delivered a profoundly insightful lecture covering every detail from the origins of hereditary diseases, detection methods, and treatment strategies to preventive measures. The audience below sat spellbound, scribbling notes, without pause. Lin Feng listened with equal earnestness. Though the system had bestowed upon him a vast trove of knowledge, Judge Bai's decades of accrued experience were a precious treasure no system could ever provide. The lecture drew to a close, ushering in the QA segment. Some queried the risks of bloodline refinement, others asked about the accuracy of genetic testing. Judge Bai addressed each question in turn. When his turn arrived, Lin Feng rose to his feet. "Judge Bai, I have a question. If a contracted beast bears 3 attributes simultaneously and exhibits the elemental balance trait from the moment of hatching, how should one preserve that balance during the nurturing process to avoid attribute conflict?" The entire venue fell into hushed silence. 3 attributes. Elemental balance. Such a question lay well beyond the scope of a junior breeder's expertise. Many present had never even conceived of the notion of elemental balance. Judge Bai adjusted his spectacles, studying Lin Feng with measured scrutiny. "What is your name?" "Lin Feng, proprietor of the Fengyu Breeding Center." "Lin Feng." Judge Bai seemed to be sifting through memories. "I've been told that a young man opened a small shop on 3rd Street, healed the earth-splitting bear belonging to the Rockstead expedition team, and revived a bird rescued from Leiji Ridge. That would be you, wouldn't it?" "It is me." "Impressive." Judge Bai nodded. "The question you raised earlier touches upon advanced breeding theory. In essence, the heart of nurturing a 3-attribute contracted beast lies in energy harmonization. One must not favor any single attribute, all 3 must advance in tandem. This calls for precise nutritional formulations, rigorous training plans, and even environmental regulation. The slightest misstep could cast the attributes into imbalance, at best compromising the beast's potential, at worst sending it into a fatal rampage. And what if this contracted beast also carries a recessive attribute such as shadow?" Lin Feng pressed. Judge Bai's eyes sharpened. "Have you encountered such a creature?" "I once came across a record in an ancient manuscript." The lie rolled off Lin Feng's tongue without so much as a flicker of expression. "The shadow attribute." Judge Bai mulled it over briefly. "That is vastly more complex. The shadow attribute is innately antagonistic to attributes such as light, thunder, and wind. Maintaining balance would require a special harmonizing agent, for instance an extract of moonlight moss or stardust powder." Moonlight moss. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Among the bundle of herbs Wang Meng had delivered there happened to be several sprigs of moonlight moss. "Thank you for the guidance, Judge Bai." Lin Feng resumed his seat. The QA segment came to an end and the crowd slowly dispersed. Lin Feng did not depart with the rest, instead he lingered by the conference room door. Half an hour later Judge Bai packed up his materials and emerged from the conference room. Seeing Lin Feng still waiting, he arched an eyebrow in surprise. Something else? Judge Bai, I would like to speak with you privately. It concerns your granddaughter's illness, Lin Feng said earnestly. Judge Bai's face clouded over in an instant. Who told you? I have my own channels. I come with no ill intentions, Lin Feng said. I only wish to see whether I might be of help. I happen to know a particular form of medicine. A particular form of medicine. Judge Bai let out a derisive laugh. Boy, my granddaughter has been examined by no fewer than a dozen celebrated physicians from the central city, and every last one declared her condition hopeless. What possible recourse could a small-time shopkeeper have? How can you know unless you try? Lin Feng refused to yield. What's more, I ask for no payment. If I succeed, think of it as merit amassed. If I fail, you will have lost nothing. Judge Bai held Lin Feng's gaze for a long moment. At last he sighed. Follow me. He led Lin Feng out through the association's rear exit and into one of its dedicated vehicles. The car threaded its way through the new district, eventually pulling up before an aging apartment building. My granddaughter is at home, Judge Bai said. She is too unwell to go outside. Hear me well, Judge Bai continued. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, once you leave this place you forget it all. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. Understood? The apartment occupied the third floor, small in size yet meticulously neat. The living room walls bore certificates and awards, all testifying to Judge Bai's accomplishments. In the bedroom a fragile girl lay in bed. She appeared to be 14 or 15, her countenance pallid, her lips a dusky purple, her breaths whisper thin. This is my granddaughter Bai Wei. Judge Bai's voice softened. Wei Wei, this is brother Lin Feng. He's come to see you. Bai Wei opened her eyes that were beautiful yet entirely devoid of radiance. She mustered a weak smile. Hello, brother Lin Feng. Hello? Lin Feng walked over and took a seat at the edge of the bed. Skill activated, basic diagnosis, human version. The system interface materialized. Name Bai Wei, age 15, symptom congenital spiritual energy disorder. Cause the spiritual energy channels within her body were malformed from birth, preventing normal circulation. Any attempt to forcibly channel the energy would unleash a berserk surge and rupture her internal organs. Current status: weak vitality, steadily draining. Treatment recommendations: 1. Administer a spiritual energy stabilizer to temporarily relieve symptoms. 2. Employ a specially contracted beast's life-sharing ability to gradually repair the spiritual energy pathways. 3. Obtain the formula for a spiritual energy harmonizing tonic for long-term regulation. Note: this ailment is exceedingly rare. Conventional medical measures are ineffective. Spiritual energy disorder. Lin Feng looked at Judge Bai. Judge Bai, is it true that every time Wei Wei attempts to contract a beast she faints and wakes up even weaker afterward? Judge Bai's body gave a start. You? How do you know this? I also know that the spiritual energy pathways in her body are inherently disordered, unable to circulate in any normal fashion. Conventional treatment would only aggravate her condition, Lin Feng continued. But that does not mean all remedies have been exhausted. You have a way. Judge Bai's voice quavered. I do, though it will take time along with certain rare ingredients, Lin Feng said. For now I can prepare a spiritual energy stabilizer to bring her a measure of ease. To root out the affliction entirely, however, I'll need the formula for the spiritual energy harmonizing tonic, and a contracted beast endowed with the life-sharing ability to complement the treatment. Life-sharing. That's a legendary grade healing ability, Judge Bai murmured under his breath. I know where one might plausibly be found. Lin Feng continued. Deep in the wilderness there is a contracted beast called the life deer that commands this ability. Yet it is an elite tier creature and exceedingly scarce. No matter how scarce, I will find it. Judge Bai seized Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, if you can heal Wei Wei, I Bai Qiming will be eternally in your debt. Name your terms. So long as they lie within my power I shall not refuse. Judge Bai, you are too kind, Lin Feng said. I will start compounding the medicine. Please have these materials ready: 3 stalks of heart-cleansing herb, 2 blooms of spirit-soothing flower, 1 sprig of moonlight moss, and 500 milliliters of pure water. Moonlight moss. Judge Bai was taken aback. What would you need that for? Moonlight moss serves to stabilize spiritual energy, Lin Feng explained. Combined with heart-cleansing herb and spirit-soothing flower, it can temporarily bring the deranged spiritual energy back into order. It is not a root cure, Lin Feng clarified. But it will bring Wei Wei considerable relief, enough for her to at least get out of bed and move about. I'll go find these at once. Judge Bai's hands trembled with excitement. We have heart-cleansing herb and spirit-soothing flower at home. Moonlight moss. I recall there is some stored in the association's warehouse. I'll accompany you. The pair returned to the Breeder Association where Judge Bai used his clearance to retrieve the moonlight moss from the warehouse. A mere 3 sprigs but more than sufficient. Lin Feng prepared the medicine in the workroom. He ground the moonlight moss into powder, boiled the heart-cleansing herb and spirit-soothing flower into a decoction, then mixed and strained the brew. To it he added a single drop of life essence diluted, gifted by the system, the most precious material he could summon. The medicinal liquid took on a pale green tint, emanating a crisp, refreshing scent. Back at the Bai residence, Bai Wei had already fallen asleep. Lin Feng carefully fed her the potion. Within minutes a faint blush crept onto Bai Wei's wan cheeks and her breathing grew considerably more even. She opened her eyes, a touch of luster had returned to them. Grandfather, I think I feel a little better. Wei Wei. Tears of joy streamed down Judge Bai's face. How do you feel? Warm. Not so painful anymore. Bai Wei made an effort to sit up. She was still terribly weak, but she could move now. It works. It truly works. Judge Bai turned to Lin Feng and bowed deeply. Lin Feng, great kindness defies words of thanks. Whatever you require in the days ahead, do not hesitate to speak. Judge Bai, please rise. Lin Feng helped him up. This is but a temporary alleviation. For a complete cure we still must locate the life deer and the formula for the spiritual energy harmonizing tonic. I'll be on the lookout, and I ask that you also make inquiries on your end. Good. Good. When Lin Feng left the Bai home, night had already fallen. Judge Bai personally saw him to the ground floor and, lowering his voice, asked, Lin Feng, I've heard you are preparing for the exhibition. Yes. This exhibition. Some people involved are less than clean. Judge Bai's words were laden with implication. But rest easy. With me around, no one will dare make a move against you. Prepare yourself well. When the time comes, I'll be waiting to see your contracted beasts. Thank you, Judge Bai. Back at the shop, Lin Feng was in high spirits. Not just because he had mended Bai Wei's condition, but because, with Judge Bai as his shield, the exhibition was as good as secured. The Wanlong Trading Company could buy Vice President Qian and Special Envoy Zhao, but Bai Qiming was beyond any purchase. And with Judge Bai standing guard were the other two contemplating underhanded tricks, they would have to think twice. Brother, you're back. Lin Xiaoyu bounded over. How did it go? Smoothly. Lin Feng smiled. Get ready. The exhibition begins in 3 days. Late that night, Lin Feng stood in his workroom gazing at the 3 contracted beasts in their cages. Little Thunder was asleep, a stray arc of lightning flickering across its body from time to time. Little Fire was curled into a tight ball, the golden tuft on its chest emitting a faint luminosity. Little Shadow was the most alert of the 3, one eye a dark violet, the other a clear cerulean, both glittering brightly in the darkness. Oh! It tilted its head inquisitively at Lin Feng. It's nothing. Lin Feng patted its head. Rest well. In 3 days we'll show everyone what a true breeder looks like. Outside the window a new moon hung like a curved blade. The glittering lights of the Tianqiong New District extended all the way to the distant wilds. And at the very end of 3rd Street, inside a small humble shop, 3 seeds were about to break through the earth. Exhibition, you just wait. The venue for the new district's Spirit Beast Cub exhibition was the Sky Dome Arena beside Central Plaza. A ring-shaped structure with a capacity of 5,000, it was originally the site for Spirit Beast battle competitions. It had been temporarily converted into the exhibition grounds today, with a red carpet laid over the central sand battle zone and exhibitor booths arranged in a ring around it. By 7 in the morning the plaza was already a sea of people. Besides the breeders and merchants taking part, most of the crowd were residents who had come to watch the excitement. Spirit beasts were so common in the new district that almost every household kept 1 or 2. Not only would this exhibition showcase rare cubs, but it was said that several major families and large corporations from the main city would send people to scout for quality stock, which meant high-value deals might be on the table. When Lin Feng arrived with his 3 spirit beasts, he was taken aback by the scale of the scene before him. So many people. Lin Xiaoyu said, nervously clutching the hem of her clothes. That's normal, this is the new district's biggest annual event, Lin Feng said calmly. Today he wore a clean white shirt and a dark gray vest, looking like a proper businessman. The 3 spirit beasts were kept in specially made display cages. Xiao Lei's cage had an anti-electric coating, Xiao Hua's had heat insulation, and Xiao Ying's was made of opaque dark material. Their booth was C17, far from an enviable spot sitting at the edge of the venue. Lin Feng didn't mind though. Good wine needs no deep alley. Boss Lin. Wang Meng pushed through the crowd with a few of his brothers, each one carrying something: folding tables, chairs, a sun umbrella, and even a small cooler. Brother Wang, what are you all doing? We're here to back you up. Wang Meng grinned. This booth of yours is way too shabby. We'll spruce it up for you. The burly men worked swiftly, and in a few minutes the originally bare booth was neatly arranged. The sun umbrella was raised, tables and chairs set out, and drinks placed in the cooler. Wang Meng had even brought a sign: Wind Whisper Breeding Center. Professional breeding, guaranteed quality. Thanks, Brother Wang. Lin Feng felt a warm glow inside. Don't mention it. So these 3 little ones are the stars of the show. Wang Meng leaned close to the display cages. Oh ho, this crimson flame bird. Golden feathers on its chest. The flame heart bloodline. Good eye, Brother Wang. This thunder bird is no slouch either. Electric light in its feathers, elite rank, I take it. Then this one. Wang Meng looked at Xiao Ying's cage and froze. What breed is this? I've never seen it. A mutant variant. 3 attributes. Lin Feng lowered his voice. 3. Wang Meng drew in a sharp breath. Boss Lin, you've been quietly turning out something this formidable. Just lucky, Lin Feng said with a smile. This is no luck. Wang Meng turned serious. Boss Lin, be careful today. I heard Wanlong Trading Company is up to no good. They've joined forces with several other outfits to sabotage you at the exhibition. I know. I'm prepared. Good then. Wang Meng clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. I'm heading to our team's booth in Zone B. Just give me a shout if anything comes up. After Wang Meng left, Lin Feng began setting up the booth. He lined up the 3 cages in a row and placed a detailed introduction card in front of each one. Thunderfeather Sparrow, elite rank. Attribute lightning. Talents lightning flash, lightning affinity. Traits fast, precise attacks, excellent at giving early warnings. Breeder Lin Feng. Crimson flame bird, superior rank, flame heart bloodline. Attribute fire. Talents flame feathers, flame heart, 20 fire. Attribute skill power. Traits powerful attacks, precise flame control. Breeder Lin Feng. Shadow leopard mutant variant, 3 attributes. Attributes lightning, wind, shadow. Talents thunder, shadow step, wind, perception, shadow stride. Traits rare, 3 attribute constitution, extremely high potential. Breeder Lin Feng. For the last card Lin Feng hesitated, but he still wrote shadow leopard. Xiao Ying did look somewhat like a leopard, though not exactly. The name was neutral enough. At 8:30 the exhibition officially began. 3 judges had already taken their seats at the judging panel. In the center sat Judge Bai Qiming, expressionless and ramrod straight. To the left was a heavy-set man with a smile all over his face and eyes squeezed into slits, Vice President Qian. To the right was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing an impeccably tailored suit and an arrogant expression, Special Commissioner Zhao. Elder by this year's spirit beasts look quite impressive, Vice President Qian said with a genial chuckle. Judge Bai acknowledged the remark, swept his eyes across the arena and finally stopped at booth C17, where he gave the faintest of nods. Special Commissioner Zhao also spotted Lin Feng, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The procedure was simple. Each exhibitor took turns on stage to present their spirit beasts, and the judges scored on the spot with a maximum of 100 points. The final scores were averaged, and the top 10 entrants would receive prize money and certificates of honor. At 9 in the morning the presentations began. Several major breeding centers in Zone A went first. 100 Beasts Breeding Center presents Ironback Boar, superior rank. Traits strong defense, outstanding endurance. Pet Pavilion presents Crystal Butterfly, superior rank. Traits beautiful, produces crystal powder. Wanlong Breeding Center presents Earth-Splitting Bear, superior rank. Traits immense strength, skilled at digging. All were superior rank and all were decent, but nothing stood out. All the judges' scores were between 80 and 85. When Zone B came around, Wang Meng's Rockstone exploration team took the stage. They presented a rock-armored turtle, superior rank with astonishing defensive power and natural patterns on its shell. The judges gave it 87 points, the highest score so far. Haha, thank you, judges. Wang Meng grinned broadly and flashed Lin Feng a thumbs up as he walked off stage. At 10 in the morning it was Zone C's turn. Zone C was mostly made up of independent breeders and small shops, so the quality of the presented spirit beasts was uneven. There were common rank grassleaf worms and luminous butterflies, as well as superior rank stone statue dogs and ripple hounds. Most scores fell between 70 and 80. Booth C16 Lou's Spirit Beast Shop, please come to the stage. A gaunt middle-aged man walked on stage carrying a cage containing a flame-tail rat superior rank. Its coat was nice enough, but it didn't seem to be in the best of spirits. Greetings, judges. This flame-tail rat is purebred. Both parents were superior rank. Boss Lou began. Before he could finish, Special Commissioner Zhao suddenly interrupted. Wait. This flame-tail rat of yours. Is it sick? Boss Lou was taken aback. And no, it isn't. It's perfectly healthy. Healthy? Commissioner Zhao sneered. Look at the flame on its tail. It flickers and dims by turns. That's clearly unstable energy. And you still dare to bring a spirit beast with such hidden flaws to an exhibition. You small shops really will stop at nothing for money. Boss Lou's face went pale. That's enough, Zhao. Don't be so harsh, Vice President Qian said, trying to mediate. But Boss Lou, there really is something off with this flame-tail rat. How about this? I'll give you 60. Be more careful next time. 60. Boss Lou walked off stage in a daze. Whispers broke out below the stage. That's too harsh. Exactly. That flame-tail rat was clearly okay. They're obviously trying to bully people. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Boss Lou's booth was right next to his, and they had exchanged a few words. Lou was an honest man. Lin Feng had looked at that flame-tail rat too. It was merely a little nervous, nothing like unstable energy. This was killing the chicken to warn the monkey, a show aimed at him. Booth C17 Wind Whisper Breeding Center, please come to the stage. Here it came. Lin Feng took a deep breath, lifted the 3 display cages, and stepped onto the stage. The spotlight fell on him, and thousands of eyes from the audience watched. He could feel the gazes of Special Commissioner Zhao and Vice President Qian on the judging panel, cutting like knives. Greetings, judges. I'm Lin Feng from Wind Whisper Breeding Center, he said in a steady voice. Today I will present 3 spirit beasts bred by me. He opened the first cage, and Xiaolei flew out to land steadily on the display stage. Its silver-gray feathers shone with a metallic luster under the lights, and tiny arcs of electricity danced among its plumage. Head held high and chest puffed out, it looked around with sharp eyes radiating the full presence of an elite rank. Gasps rose from the audience. Elite rank. A breeder this young can produce an elite rank. Those feathers. They carry electric light. It's a lightning attribute. Lin Feng introduced it. Thunderfeather Sparrow, an elite rank lightning attribute spirit beast. Its talent Lightning Flash lets it accelerate to 3 times the speed of sound in 0.5 seconds. Lightning Affinity lets it absorb lightning attribute energy from the environment, giving it tremendous endurance in sustained combat. It has already mastered Lightning Rush and Thunder Net Binding. Demonstrated, Judge Bai said. Xiaolei Lightning Rush. Target the humanoid target over there. Chirp. Xiaolei gave one flap of its wings, turned into a streak of silver light, and crossed 30 meters in an instant, slamming into the humanoid target's chest. Electricity burst out, leaving the dummy's chest charred black. Most people only saw an afterimage. Thunder Net Binding. Xiaolei opened its mouth and spat a net woven of electric arcs over another target. The net tightened, binding the target firmly as arcs leaped and crackled. Good. Someone in the audience cheered. Judge Bai nodded and wrote down a number on the scoring board. Special Commissioner Zhao and Vice President Qian exchanged a look, their faces darkening. The second one. Lin Feng opened the second cage. Xiaohu flew out, its fiery red feathers seeming to burn under the lights. The golden down on its chest was especially eye-catching, like a flame that would never go out. Crimson Flame Bird, superior rank, bearing the rare Flame Heart bloodline, Lin Feng said. Its talent Flameheart increases fire attribute skill power by 20. It has already mastered Fireball and Flame Impact. Demonstrate. Xiaohu Fireball, continuous fire. Cheap. Xiaohu opened its mouth and shot out 3 fist-sized fireballs in rapid succession, striking 3 targets with unerring accuracy. The flames burst apart, and the heat was so intense that even the audience below could feel the wave. Flame Impact. Xiaohu flapped its wings, turned into a line of fire, and charged the last target. At the instant of contact, the flames exploded and blew the target to pieces. Its power was clearly far above that of an ordinary Crimson Flame Bird. The audience went wild. Flame Heart bloodline, it's real. This power is almost elite rank. Who is this kid? Special Commissioner Zhao's face was gloomy, and Vice President Qian had lost his smile. The third one. Lin Feng opened the last cage. Xiaoying stepped out. It had dark gray fur, a silver pattern along its back, and a forked tail. What drew the eye most were its eyes, dark purple in the left, sky blue in the right. It stood on the stage silent and unruffled, calmly watching the judges with an innate arrogance in its gaze. What breed is this? Vice President Qian couldn't help asking. Shadow Leopard, a mutant variant with 3 attributes: lightning, wind, and shadow, Lin Feng said. Its talents are thunder, shadow step, wind perception, and shadow stride. It has also already mastered Thunderclaw and Cyclone Blade. 3 attributes. The audience erupted. Are you kidding? How can 3 attributes coexist? It must be fake. Demonstrate. We want a demonstration. Quiet. Judge Bai rapped the table and the hall gradually calmed down. Lin Feng, demonstrate, Judge Bai said. Xiaoying, thunder, shadow step, 1 lap around the stage. Xiaoying moved. No blur, no lightning flash, it simply started to run. But the strange thing was that every step left a faint phantom of lightning at the spot where it had just been. The phantom would linger for a second before fading. And Xiaoying's own speed was terrifying. It ran a full lap around the 30-meter stage in the blink of an eye. Wind perception. Lin Feng took out a black cloth and blindfolded Xiaoying. Now it can't see, but it can still sense the surroundings. He signaled the staff to place a few obstacles at random around the stage. Blindfolded Xiaoying deftly avoided every single one, and walked over to Lin Feng. Shadow stride. Xiaoying's body blurred and it vanished into the shadows. A few seconds later it emerged from another patch of shadow 10 meters away. The entire hall was dead silent. 3 attributes, 3 talent skills, and all demonstrated successfully. This wasn't a fake. This was a true miracle. Thunderclaw. Xiaoying raised its right paw, silver arcs leaping from the tips of its claws. It slammed the special testing board and left 3 deep scorched gashes. Cyclone Blade. It flicked its tail and 2 cyan wind blades shot out, carving 2 slits into the testing board. The demonstration ended. Xiaoying walked back to Lin Feng's feet and sat down quietly. Lin Feng looked at the judges' panel. Judge Bai remained expressionless, but he wrote a very high number on the scoring board. Vice President Qian and Special Commissioner Zhao were grim-faced and did not move their pens for a long time. The 2 of you need to score now, Judge Bai reminded them. Well, Vice President Qian forced a smile. Lin Feng, is it? These 3 spirit beasts of yours are indeed impressive. But I have a question. Please ask? This Shadow Leopard, you say it has 3 attributes, but no attack skill has been demonstrated for the Shadow attribute. Shadow Stride is merely concealment. It can't prove the beast has a Shadow attribute offensive ability, Vice President Qian said. According to the rules, a presented spirit beast must prove every attribute it claims. If you can't prove it has a Shadow attack, we'll have no choice but to score it as 2 attributes. Special Commissioner Zhao immediately followed up. Exactly. Moreover, I have serious doubts about how you obtained this creature. A 3-attribute mutant. How did you come by something so rare? Don't tell me. It was stolen. Those words were venomous. If he couldn't prove a Shadow attack, Xiaoying's value would take a major hit. Compounded by the accusation of theft, Lin Feng could be disqualified outright. The audience broke into discussion. That's right, the Shadow attribute never showed an attack. 3 attributes is too far-fetched. Could it really have been stolen? I don't like the look of this guy. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. He had anticipated something like this, but he hadn't expected them to be so shameless as to sling mud so directly. Judges, he said slowly, regarding the Shadow attribute's attacking ability, I can prove it. But before I do, I'd like to ask one thing. If I can prove it, will the 2 of you apologize publicly? You. Vice President Qian was choked speechless. If I can't prove it, I'll voluntarily withdraw from the exhibition, close my shop, and leave the new district, Lin Feng continued. But if I can prove it, then please, in front of everyone, admit your error and resign from your positions as judges. The whole hall was in an uproar. Was this kid insane? Daring to make a bet with the judges? Vice President Qian and Special Commissioner Zhao's expressions shifted again and again. They had dared to make things hard for Lin Feng because they thought he could not produce evidence. But seeing Lin Feng so confident. What's the matter? Afraid to bet? Lin Feng smiled. A bet it is. Commissioner Zhao slammed the table and stood up. I don't believe you actually have a 3-attribute Shadow attack. If you can demonstrate it, Zhao will resign on the spot. Good. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoying. Xiaoying, use your best Shadow skill, Shadow Strike. Xiaoing fixed its gaze on Special Commissioner Zhao, and the dark purple light in its left eye blazed fiercely. Its body flickered and it vanished on the spot. The next second it appeared from the shadow behind Zhao. A sharp claw pressed against Special Commissioner Zhao's throat. The cold touch made Zhao go rigid and cold sweat soaked through his back in an instant. This is? His voice trembled. Shadow Strike. A shadow attribute attack skill. It can teleport through shadows and launch a lethal strike. Lin Feng said calmly. Xiaoing, come back. Xiaoing withdrew its claws and returned to the stage in a few bounds. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The arena was dead silent. Then thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Amazing. It really has 3 attributes. Special Commissioner Zhao, how about honoring the bet now? Commissioner Zhao's face was ashen and he collapsed back into his chair. Vice President Qian also turned ghastly pale, his lips trembling and unable to form words. Judge Bai stood up and declared in a booming voice, after on-site verification, the Shadow Leopard presented by Wind Whisper Breeding Center is indeed a 3-attribute mutant variant with extraordinary potential. My score is 98 points. 98 points. The highest score of the entire exhibition so far. Vice President Qian, Special Commissioner Zhao, it's your turn to score. Judge Bai looked at the two. They exchanged a glance, knowing the tide had turned. Under the watch of so many eyes, they didn't dare play any more tricks. 95 points. Vice President Qian said weakly. 94 points. Commissioner Hao's voice was even fainter. Average score 95. 7. Currently ranked first. Far ahead of the runner-ups, 87. Congratulations to Wind Whisper Breeding Center, currently at the top of the leaderboard. The host announced loudly. Lin Feng left the stage amid the applause. Wang Meng and his brothers rushed over and surrounded him. Boss Lin. Legendary. Absolutely legendary. 3 attributes. First time I've seen it in my life. Did you see those 2 bastards' faces turn green? Ha! Lin Feng smiled, but his gaze drifted toward the judges' panel. Judge Bai gave him a slight nod. As for Vice President Qian and Special Commissioner Zhao, they were slinking away, too ashamed to stay any longer. The exhibition went on, but everyone knew the champion of the day was already beyond doubt. Wind Whisper Breeding Center had earned instant fame. After the exhibition ended, the name Fengyu Breeding Center spread across the entire Tianqiongnu district in a single day. The triple attribute Shadow Panther, the Flame Heart Blazing Bird, and the elite grade Thunderfeather Sparrow, any one of them alone would have been enough to cause a stir, let alone the fact that all 3 came from the same small shop and the same young breeder. Rumors spread like wildfire, did you hear? That little shop on 3rd Street has bred a triple attribute spirit beast. Not just triple attributed, that blazing bird carries the Flame Heart bloodline, and that elite Thunderfeather Sparrow's speed is terrifying. The judges even made bets on the spot. That kid made Special Envoy Zhao and Vice President Qian look like fools in public. Judge Bai gave it 98 points. A record in the history of the new district exhibition. But Lin Feng, at the center of public attention, was unusually calm. He was standing in the Breeder Association's office taking the award certificate and the bonus check that Judge Bai handed to him. This is the 50000 credit point first place prize from the exhibition, along with the certificate for Best New Breeder of the new district. Judge Bai looked at Lin Feng with admiration in his eyes. Lin Feng, you did very well. It's not only your breeding skill that's impressive, you also have courage. Thank you, Judge Bai. Lin Feng accepted the check and the certificate. And thank you for speaking up for me on stage. I only said what needed to be said. Judge Bai waved his hand. But you must be careful. Vice President Qian and Special Envoy Zhao may have left in disgrace, but the forces behind them won't let this go. The Wanlong Commercial House, the Baishou Clinic, the Yuchong Pavilion, you've offended an entire chain of interests. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. But I had no choice. If I hadn't stood up, I would have been the one thrown out today. Yes, you had no choice. Judge Bai sighed. That's how this circle works. Either you bow your head or you step on everyone else. Since you chose the second path, you must be prepared for the backlash. I will. Also. Judge Bai paused. Weiwei's medicine is very effective. She can get out of bed and move around now, and her spirits have improved greatly. About the life deer and the spiritual energy harmonizing potion you mentioned, I've asked around. The life deer has appeared deep in the Miwu forest, but that area is a level 3 danger zone. Without spirit beasts of elite grade or higher going there is suicide. Miwu Forest, a restricted zone 300 kilometers south of the new district, was rumored to be home to sovereign-level ferocious beasts. And what about the spiritual energy harmonizing potion? The potion recipe is stored in the association's confidential archives and only senior breeders have access to it. Judge Bai said. I am a senior breeder, but when core secrets are involved I still need approval. And some people may try to sabotage it. Lin Feng understood. Although Vice President Qian had been humiliated in public, he had been entrenched in the association for years and his connections remained. If he knew that Judge Bai was looking into the recipe, he would probably obstruct it. Let's not rush. Weiwei's current condition can hold for a few more months, Judge Bai said. First establish your shop. Wait until you have enough strength and reputation before making plans. Coming out of the association, Lin Feng did not return directly to the shop. Instead, he went to the new district bank. The 5,000 credit point prize plus the shop's earnings over the past period put nearly 6,000 credit points in his hands, a considerable fortune in this world. He withdrew 1,000 as working capital and deposited the rest as term deposits. The interest wasn't high, but it was safe. When he walked out of the bank, it was almost dark. Lights were coming on in the shops along the street, and pedestrians hurried by. Lin Feng walked slowly, mapping out his next plans in his mind. He now had fame and money, but the challenges had only grown greater. The Wanong commercial house would not let matters rest, and the breeding centers whose spotlight he had stolen would not sit idle. I need to hurry up and get stronger, Lin Feng murmured to himself. The system quest was still incomplete. Main quest: build reputation. Objective: receive positive reviews from 100 customers within 30 days. Current progress 58100. Time remaining 18 days. He still needed 42 more positive reviews with 18 days left. The fame brought by the exhibition should help him attract more customers. Limited time quest preparations for the Spirit Beast exhibition completed. Reward 800 points. Unlock Ace Grade Codex Area Special Item Contract Seed Intermediate 1. Claim now. Claim. Points received 800. Current points 827. Ace Grade Codex Area unlocked. You can now view and breed Ace Grade Spirit Beasts. Obtained Contract Seed Intermediate 1. Lin Feng immediately opened the system interface. In the Codex area, the previously gray Ace Grade icon was now lit. When he tapped it, a dense array of Spirit Beast icons appeared, over 100 in total. Blaze Hound, Stone Gargoyle, Water Spirit, Wind Falcon. All of them were Ace Grade. But every icon was gray, requiring specific quests or points to unlock. To unlock an Ace Grade Spirit Beast in the Codex, you must meet any of the following conditions. 1. Successfully breed an Ace Grade Spirit Beast. Completed Blazing Bird. 2. Spend 300 points to purchase it. 3. Complete a specific achievement quest. Lin Feng chose the first method. The Blazing Bird's icon lit up immediately, and the full details expanded. In addition to the basic information, there were more detailed breeding plans, evolution routes, and skill combination suggestions. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. With the Ace Grade Codex, he could now breed Ace Grade Spirit Beasts in bulk. As for the Contract Seed Intermediate, its effect was much stronger than the basic one. Contract Seed Intermediate, after use, it temporarily boosts the host's spiritual power and helps the host establish a contract with an Ace Grade Spirit Beast. Each seed lasts 7 days and can contract up to 2 Spirit Beasts. Perfect timing. He currently had 3 Spirit Beasts, but his spiritual power was only enough to contract 1. Little Thunder Thunderfeather Sparrow was elite grade, so the intermediate contract seed might not be enough. Little Flame Blazing Bird was Ace Grade and could be used. Little Shadow Panther was Ace Grade, but with its triple attributes it might require even more spiritual power. Let's contract Little Flame first. Lin Feng made the decision. The Blazing Bird had strong attack power, and the Flame Heart bloodline giving it excellent combat ability. Moreover, it was a fire type which complemented Little Thunder's lightning type. As for Little Shadow, he would wait until his spiritual power improved or he found a higher grade contract seed. When he returned to the shop, it was completely dark. But the shop was blazing with light, and the noise of a crowd filled the air. Lin Xiaoyu was spinning in circles behind the counter, while Chen Ming also helped receive customers. The shop was packed with people who had come after seeing the exhibition. Boss Lin is back, someone shouted. The crowd immediately swarmed around him. Boss Lin, are you selling that Shadow Panther? I'll give you 1,000,000. 100,000. Spare change for a beggar. I'll pay 150,000. Boss Lin, I want to order a blazing bird, one with the flame heart bloodline. Money is no problem. A thunderfeather sparrow. I want a thunderfeather sparrow. Lin Feng's head was ringing from the noise, so he raised his voice. Everyone quiet down. The crowd gradually fell silent. First, the 3 spirit beasts from the exhibition are not for sale. They are my partners and will not be sold, Lin Feng said. Second, this shop accepts orders, but there will be a queue. The breeding cycle for ace-grade spirit beasts is at least 1 month, and not everyone can awaken a special bloodline. What about ordinary ace-grade ones? Like the blaze hound or stone gargoyle? Those can be ordered. For specific varieties and prices, please consult the staff. Lin Feng pointed to Qinming. This is Qinming, the shop's assistant breeder. He will give you a detailed introduction. Qinming was startled, then puffed out his chest. Right. Come to me. I'll introduce everything. The crowd surged toward Qinming. Lin Feng took the opportunity to slip away to the second-floor workshop. All 3 spirit beasts were there. Little Thunder stood on a perch grooming its feathers, Little Flame curled up on a heat mat fast asleep, and Little Shadow crouched in the shadows, only its mismatched eyes glowing. When Little Shadow saw Lin Feng, it stood up, trotted over, and rubbed against his pant leg. Ao Wu, you did great today. Lin Feng stroked its head. Hungry? I'll give you all a treat. He brought out the specially prepared feed, a bowl of thunder-patterned mushroom rice for Little Thunder, flame essence for Little Flame, and a triple attribute balanced meal for Little Shadow. The 3 spirit beasts buried their heads in their food. Lin Feng sat in a chair and watched them, a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. In less than a month since he had crossed into this world, he had gone from nearly bankrupt little shop owner to the most sought-after breeder in the new district. Though the road ahead was still dangerous, at least he had a foothold. Brother Lin Xiao, you brought dinner up. There are so many people downstairs that Brother Qinming is almost too busy to handle it. Let him handle it for now, you eat first. Lin Feng took the bowl. How much did we earn today? 8 spirit beast orders, 3 ace grade and 5 normal grade. Treatment fees brought in nearly 2,000, and a lot of people signed up for health records. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Brother, we're going to be rich. We're not rich yet, but at least we don't have to worry about the rent. Lin Feng smiled. By the way, starting tomorrow the shop's prices will be adjusted. Adjusted? Ordinary treatment prices stay the same, but for ace grade and above treatment, breeding and training prices will go up by 30. The deposit for ordering spirit beasts will be raised from 20 to 50. Lin Feng said. Our target customers are no longer ordinary residents, but the exploration teams, merchant associations, and great clans that truly need high-quality spirit beasts. Will that be too expensive? Lin Xiaoyu was a little worried. There's a reason for being expensive, Lin Feng said. Our skills are worth that price. Moreover, price is also a filter. It filters out customers who only want bargain deals and don't understand value. I understand. After dinner, Lin Feng began sorting through today's order list. 8 spirit beast orders with a total deposit of 4,000 credit points, and that was after he had required a 50 deposit. If all were delivered, the total income would exceed 8,000. Adding the treatment fees and follow-up breeding expenses, the shop's monthly income could break 1,000,000. 100,000 credit points could buy a decent house in the new district. But Lin Feng didn't plan to buy a house, he wanted to expand the shop. The current storefront was too small, the first floor for business and the second floor for living and breeding already stretched to its limits. To do something big, he needed more space. Just as he was thinking, Qinming's voice came from downstairs. Brother Lin. Someone's here for you. Lin Feng went downstairs and saw an elegantly dressed, refined middle-aged man in a suit standing in the shop. Boss Lin, nice to meet you. The man extended his hand. I'm Manager Zhou, the purchasing manager of the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce. The Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce was the second largest chamber of commerce in the new district, second only to Wanlong Commercial House. Manager Zhou, hello. Lin Feng shook his hand. What can I do for you? Our president watched the live stream of today's exhibition and is very interested in your Shadow Panther. Manager Zhou got straight to the point. The president wants to buy that Shadow Panther. The price? You name it. Here it comes. The influence of the exhibition had already attracted a big buyer. Sorry, the Shadow Panther is not for sale. Lin Feng shook his head. It is my partner, not a product. Don't reject me so quickly, Boss Lin. Manager Zhou smiled. Our president said that if you are willing to sell, the price can be negotiated. How about 300,000 credit points? 300,000. The other customers in the shop all drew in sharp breaths. 300,000 credit points were enough to buy 3 houses in the most prosperous area of the new district. Lin Xiaoyu nervously clutched her brother's sleeve. Chen Ming's eyes also went wide. But Lin Feng's expression did not change. Manager Zhou, this is not a question of money. 0,000. Manager Zhou raised the offer. The crowd began to stir. 6,000. Lin Feng still shook his head. 8,000. Manager Zhou stared at Lin Feng. This is the highest price the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce can offer. Boss Lin, with 8,000 credit points, you'll never have to worry about finances for the rest of your life. 8,000. Lin Feng's heart raced. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. With 8,000, he could immediately expand the shop, buy the best equipment, hire the best staff, and even go develop in the main city. But he looked toward the second floor. Little Shadow's mismatched eyes seemed to be looking back at him. Sorry, Lin Feng said. Not for sale. Manager Zhou's smile vanished. He stared at Lin Feng for a few seconds, then nodded. I respect your choice. However, Boss Lin, allow me to remind you, an innocent man may be convicted for the treasure he possesses. If you reject the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce today, tomorrow you may reject the Wanlong commercial house, the Zhao family, the Li family. Are you sure you can withstand all that pressure? Even if I can't withstand it, I must, Lin Feng said calmly. If I can sell my own partner, then what kind of breeder am I? Manager Zhou was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. Boss Lin, you are an interesting person. This is my business card. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. Also, if you breed other high-quality spirit beasts in the future, our Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce would be happy to purchase them at a high price. He handed over a golden-bossed business card, turned and left. The shop fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with complicated expressions. Respect, bewilderment, and envy mingled together. Brother, Lin Xiaoyu whispered. 8,000. Are you really not going to sell? No. Lin Feng patted her head. Money can be earned again, but there is only one little shadow. Lin Xiaoyu nodded firmly. Chen Ming also walked over and said in a low voice, Brother Lin, the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce is easy to deal with. The Wanlong commercial house, on the other hand, probably won't be so polite. I know, Lin Feng said. That's why we need to move fast. Chen Ming, starting tomorrow you'll be mainly responsible for the daily care and basic training of the spirit beasts. Xiaoyu, you'll handle reception and records. I need to go into seclusion for a few days. Seclusion. I need to study how to breed ace-grade spirit beasts and improve my own strength. Lin Feng glanced toward the second floor. Fame alone isn't enough, I need real skill to stand firm in this world. Late at night the customers gradually left. Lin Feng closed the shop and hung up a temporarily closed sign. He needed time to digest today's gains and plan his next steps. First, complete the quest, earn 100 positive reviews and unlock more of the codex. Second, breed more ace-grade spirit beasts and expand the shop. Third, improve his spiritual power so he could contract a second spirit beast as soon as possible. Fourth, find clues about the life deer and the spiritual energy harmonizing potion to repay Judge Bai's kindness. Fifth, guard against Wanlong commercial house's retaliation. The road was still long, but at least the direction was clear. Lin Feng returned to the second-floor workshop. Little Thunder flew over and landed on his shoulder, Little Flame hopped into his arms, and Little Shadow rubbed against his ankle. 3 spirit beasts, 3 partners. We'll walk on together, Lin Feng whispered. Outside the window the lights of the new district were like a sea of stars. And in this little shop a new legend was only just beginning. Early the next morning the news that Wind Whisper Cultivation Center is temporarily closed spread across 3rd Street. The neighbors all buzzed with discussion. Some thought Lin Feng had made a fortune and was planning to skip town, some thought he had been scared off by the Sky Vault Chamber of Commerce's big move, and others speculated that he was being retaliated against by the Wanlong Trading Company. In reality, Lin Feng had simply closed the shop door and was working himself to the bone inside. The first thing was to complete the quest. Build reputation, current progress 58,100. He still needed 42 positive reviews with 17 days remaining. The buzz from the exhibition could attract new customers, but relying on natural growth alone might not be enough. Lin Feng had Qinming print a batch of flyers. The content was simple. Wind Whisper Cultivation Center's opening promotion continues. From today through the end of this month, all customers who visit the store 1 free basic health check for their spirit beast. 2. 10% off bookings for elite grade spirit beast cultivation. 3. An exclusive cultivation plan as a gift when registering for an advanced health record. Qinming and Xiaoyu split up to distribute the flyers targeting large expedition teams, Chamber of Commerce compounds, and affluent districts. The second thing was to plan the new shop. The current shop was too small. The business area on the first floor was less than 30 square meters, and the second floor had to serve as both living quarters and a cultivation area. There simply was no room to turn around. To expand the business, he needed a larger space. Lin Feng sketched a plan on paper: first floor reception area, display area, treatment room, and merchandise area. Second floor cultivation area divided into common, elite, and special zones and training room. Third floor living area, office and archive room. Backyard open-air training ground and spirit beast activity area. The ideal was grand, but reality was harsh. Land in the new district was not cheap, especially in good locations. He looked up property prices at a fringe location like 3rd Street. A 3-story shop with a backyard would cost about 150,000 credit points. Near Central Plaza it would be at least 300,000. In the main urban district. Don't even think about it. Prices started at 1 million. Still not enough money. Lin Feng frowned. The exhibition prize was 500,000 credit points, and the shop's income was 600,000, totaling 110,000. Adding the 400,000 in advance deposits already collected, that came to 150,000. That was just enough to buy a comparable shop on 3rd Street, but renovation equipment and stocking up would still require a large sum. I need to find a way to open up more sources of income. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the system. The elite grade codex had been unlocked, but only the Crimson Flame bird was available. To cultivate other elite grade spirit beasts, he either had to successfully cultivate one more or spend 300 points to purchase a codex entry. He now had 827 points, enough to buy 2 codex entries. Which one should I buy? Lin Feng browsed the codex list. There were many elite grade spirit beasts, each with its own characteristics. Some were suited for combat, some for support, some for transport, and some for production. He needed to choose species with good market prospects, moderate cultivation difficulty, and the ability to complement each other. In the end, he chose 2 Flamehound elite grade fire attribute, highly loyal, suitable for guarding, tracking, and combat. Market price 800,150,000 credit points. Water Sprite elite grade water attribute, healing support type, can release healing mist and purify toxins. Market price 100,000 credit points. 1 offensive, 1 supportive, a perfect combination. Purchased Flamehound Codex entry, spent 300 points. Purchased Water Sprite Codex entry, spent 300 points. Point balance 227. The Codex entries lit up, and detailed information flooded into his mind. The Flamehound's cultivation cycle was 25 days, requiring a fire attribute environment, high-calorie food, and regular combat training. The Water Sprite's cultivation cycle was 30 days, requiring a water attribute environment, a pure water source, and a quiet environment. The cultivation costs were not low. A Flamehound pup cost about 2,000 credit points, and materials. A Water Sprite was even more expensive at 3,000. But the selling prices were high too, leaving plenty of room for profit. Let's start by cultivating 2 of each to test the waters, Lin Feng decided. He bought 4 elite grade spirit beast eggs, 2 Flamehounds and 2 Water Sprites, in the system shop for 400 points. Point balance minus 173. The point balance had gone negative. But that didn't matter. Once the spirit beasts were cultivated and sold, he would earn the points back. He put the eggs into the incubator, set the parameters, and began designing cultivation plans. Flamehounds needed a high-temperature environment, so he partitioned off a corner of the cultivation area, installed heated stone slabs, and kept the temperature steady at 38 C. Water Sprites needed a humid environment, so in another corner he installed a humidifier and a water pool, keeping the humidity above 80. The cultivation of common-grade spirit beasts could not stop either. Lin Feng bought 10 common-grade spirit beast eggs, 2 of each of 5 common species, for 200 credit points, and handed them over to Qinming. Qinming, you'll cultivate these common-grade ones, Lin Feng said. Follow the plans I gave you and ask me anytime if you have questions. Me. Can I do it? Chen-Ming was both excited and nervous. You know the theory, what you lack is practice. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I'll be watching. This is a good chance for you to earn your cultivator certification. Thanks, Brother Lin. I'll work hard. After arranging all this, Lin Feng began thinking about the third matter, improving his spiritual power. The system showed his spiritual power was 15 while ordinary people averaged 10. That counted as excellent, but it wasn't enough. To contract a second spirit beast Xiaohua, he needed at least 20 points of spiritual power. How could he improve it? The system shop had a spiritual power enhancement potion, but one bottle cost 500 points, which he couldn't afford. Daily training could improve it slowly, but that was too slow. Maybe I can try real combat. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Lei. A beast tamer's spiritual power was most effectively tempered through fighting side by side with one's spirit beasts and growing together. But where could he get real combat? Private fights were forbidden in the new district, and the wilderness was too dangerous. Just as he was thinking about this, a knock came from downstairs. It was Wang Meng. Busy, Boss Lin. Wang Meng came in carrying a large bag. The brothers on the team went to gather herbs in the wilderness and picked up a few more stalks of moonlight moss, so I brought them to you. Brother Wang, you're too kind. Lin Feng took the bag. Inside, sure enough, were 3 fresh stalks of moonlight moss and quite a few other herbs. No need for courtesy, we're all brothers. Wang Meng grinned. Right, I also came about something else. 3 days from now our team is going to Gravel Canyon for a mission. We're short a team cultivator. Are you in? Gravel Canyon? Isn't that a Tier 2 danger zone? Right, but we're only going to the edge, we won't go deep. Wang Meng said. The mission is simple: gather rock-hard grass and clear out some low-tier fierce beasts along the way. As for the pay, 1000 credit points per day and you get 20% of the materials gathered. How about it? 1,000 a day plus a share of the materials. That was a very generous reward. Besides, Gravel Canyon was a great place for real combat. I'm in. Lin Feng agreed. That's the spirit. Wang Meng slapped his thigh. Then it's settled. Meet at the base at 6 in the morning 3 days from now. By the way, bring your spirit beasts. Real combat is good for their growth. Okay. After Wang Meng left, Lin Feng began to prepare. Although Gravel Canyon was only at the edge of a Tier 2 danger zone, he couldn't be careless. He checked on Xiao Lei, Xiaohua and Xiaoying, then went out to buy some wilderness necessities: insect repellent, a first aid kit, dry rations, and a water bottle. He also specially prepared portable food boxes and water feeders for the 3 spirit beasts. At 5 in the morning on the 3rd day before dawn, Lin Feng got up. He placed Xiao Lei in a specially made travel cage with ventilation holes and shock absorption, and Xiaohua and Xiaoying in pet backpacks lined with heat-insulating and shock-absorbing materials. Chen-Ming and Xiaoyu stayed behind at the shop to mind things. Brother, you must be careful, Lin Xiaoyu said, her eyes red-rimmed. Don't worry. I'm just going along as support, not on the front line, Lin Feng said, ruffling her hair. Mind the shop. You handle regular customers and let Chen-Ming deal with the reserved ones. The Rock Shield Expedition Team's base was in the southwest corner of the new district near the defense wall. When Lin Feng arrived, the team had already assembled. Counting Wang Meng, there were 8 people in all, each with 1 or 2 spirit beasts by their side. Rift Bear, Stone Statue, Hound, Rock Armor, Turtle, Ironback, Boar. All of them were Earth attribute, or strength type, perfectly fitting the name. Rock Shield. Boss Lin is here. Wang Meng came up to greet him. Let me introduce you. These are our team's brothers, Dezhuang, Taizhu, A Chang, Oldli, Xiao Wu, A Fei, and Hosey. Everyone greeted him in turn, all with friendly attitudes. Lin Feng had cured the Rift Bear and the Stone Statue Hound, so his reputation within the team was high. This is Boss Lin Feng, our team cultivator, Wang Meng said. Protect him well, all of you. If anyone lets even one hair on Boss Lin's head fall, I'll skin him alive. Don't worry, Brother Meng. Boss Lin is our benefactor. We'll definitely protect him. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. The members of the Rock Shield Expedition Team all seemed very reliable. Move out. The group left the new district through a side gate in the defense wall and entered the wilderness. Gravel Canyon lay to the southwest, about 20 kilometers away. The path was rough, covered with loose rocks and shrubs, and occasionally they could see the footprints and droppings of fierce beasts. It was Lin Feng's first time leading the new district, and everything looked new to him. The wilderness wind carried the scent of grass and soil. In the distance mountains rose and fell beneath a clear blue sky. If not for the occasional roars of fierce beasts, this would have been a rather nice place for an outing. "First time out of the city, Boss Lin?" asked a Chang who was walking beside him. He was tall and lean with a pangolin mastiff beside him that excelled at digging and tracking. Don't be nervous. This road is frequently traveled, so there aren't many fierce beasts," a Chang said. "Even if there are, they're only common grade. Anyone on our team can handle them." Just as he was speaking, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. "Alert!" Wang Meng said in a low voice. Everyone stopped at once, and the spirit beast shifted into combat readiness. The bushes parted and 3 gray wolves emerged. No, not ordinary gray wolves. Their fur shimmered with a metallic luster, and their teeth were exceptionally sharp. Species Iron Fang Wolf, common grade, status hungry, extremely aggressive, threat level low. "It's 3 Iron Fang Wolves, common grade." Wang Meng breathed a sigh of relief. "Dezhuang, they're yours." "You got it." Dezhuang was a burly man with a stone statue hound beside him. At his command, the stone statue hound charged forward with a roar. The Iron Fang Wolves refused to be outdone, baring their fangs and lunging. But the gap in strength was too great. The stone statue hound was elite grade, thick-skinned and sturdy. When the Iron Fang Wolves bit down, they could only leave white marks. After a few exchanges, the 3 wolves were sent flying by the stone statue hound and fled howling miserably. "Done!" Dezhuang patted the stone statue hound's head. "Good job." Lin Feng watched with great interest. It was his first time seeing spirit beasts in real combat. Although it was a one-sided fight, he could still observe their coordination. "Keep moving." Along the way they encountered several more groups of fierce beasts, all easily dealt with. Lin Feng took the opportunity to observe everyone's fighting style, and their spirit beast traits gaining a lot. Around noon the team arrived at Gravel Canyon. It was called a canyon, but it was actually a huge fissure in the earth with steep rock walls on both sides and a rocky bank in the middle. On the cliff walls grew a pale yellow grass, rock-hard grass, a common material for making earth attribute medicines. "Old Li Xiao Wei Fei, the 3 of you gather rock-hard grass. Everyone else stand guard." Wang Meng assigned the tasks. "Boss Lin, you come with me and take a look around for any other useful herbs while we're at it." "All right." Lin Feng followed Wang Meng as they strolled through the canyon. He activated the system's scanning function and quickly discovered quite a few good finds. Discovered bloodstop grass, good quality. Discovered heart cleansing flower, good quality. Discovered iron or low purity. Discovered unknown or requires appraisal. "Brother Wang, there's bloodstop grass and heart cleansing flower here. Should we pick them?" "Pick them. They're all good things." Wang Meng's eyes lit up. "Boss Lin, you've got sharp eyes. These herbs were hidden so well. You can find them all." Lin Feng smiled but didn't explain. The 2 advanced while gathering herbs, and before they knew it they had reached the depths of the canyon. "That should be enough. Time to head back," Wang Meng said, glancing at the sky. "If we go any deeper we might run into veteran rank feral beasts." The words had barely left his mouth when a low growl came from a cave ahead. It wasn't loud, but it was full of menace. Wang Meng's expression changed. "Damn, it's a rock armor bear. Veteran rank." Before the words faded, a brown bear emerged from the cave. It was a size smaller than the earth-split bear, but its body was covered in rock-like armor. Its claws were as sharp as knives, and its eyes were blood red. Species rock armor bear, veteran rank. Status enraged, extremely territorial. Threat level medium. Damn, we've wandered into its lair. Wang Meng drew the short staff from his waist. "Boss Lin, fall back. Dezhuang, Tiezhu, come help." Dezhuang and Tiezhu arrived quickly. 3 spirit beasts, the stone statue hound, the earth-split bear, and the ironback boar, surrounded the rock-armored bear in a triangle. But the rock-armored bear was a powerhouse among veteran ranks with extremely high defense and no weak offense. 3 against 1, and yet it was a surprisingly even fight. "Boss Lin, can your spirit beasts help?" Wang Meng shouted. "This beast's hide is too thick, we can't take it down anytime soon." Lin Feng looked at Xiao Lei and Xiao Hua. Xiao Lei was elite rank while Xiao Hua was veteran rank. Although both were still young, their attributes countered the rock armor bear. Lightning countered earth, and fire countered earth. Xiao Lei thunderbolt dash. Xiao Hua harassed it with fireballs. The 2 spirit beasts burst out of the backpack. Xiao Lei turned into a streak of silver light, and shot straight for the rock armor bear's eyes, the most weakly defended spot on its body. The rock armor bear instinctively shut its eyes, but its eyelids were also covered in rock armor. ZZZT. The lightning exploded against the armor, leaving a patch of scorched black. Xiaohua followed close behind, hurling 3 fireballs in a row at the same spot. When rock expands with heat then contracts with cold, cracks will form. This was a technique Lin Feng had learned from the system's knowledge. Sure enough, the spot that had been struck repeatedly showed fine cracks in the rock armor. A good opening. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. Daozuang attacked the crack. The stone statue hound charged in with a roar. The earth-split bear slammed down with a paw, and the iron-backed boar lowered its head and rushed forward. Roar! The rock-armored bear, seized by pain, swung its claws in fury. One claw lashed across the iron-backed boar's back, leaving 3 bloody gashes. The iron-backed boar shrieked and retreated. "Achang!" Wang Meng shouted urgently. Achang's pangolin mastiff burst up from underground and clamped its jaws onto the hind leg joint of the rock-armored bear, the junction where the armor plates met a relatively weak spot. The rock-armored bear stumbled unsteady on its feet. "Xiao Lei once more!" Lin Feng shouted. Xiao Lei accelerated again. This time it didn't go for the eyes but targeted the gap behind the rock-armored bear's ear, a place not covered by armor. Crackle! The lightning stabbed in and the rock-armored bear let out a shrill, anguished roar, shaking its head wildly. Seizing the chance, Xiaohua spat out a blaze impact, striking the earlier crack directly. Crack! The rock armor broke apart, exposing the flesh beneath. Now! Wang Meng smashed his staff down, hitting the wound dead center. The rock-armored bear let out a mournful howl and crashed to the ground. The battle was over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Boss Lin, your spirit beasts. Their coordination was incredible. Daozuang gave a thumbs up. Especially that Thunderbird, it was unbelievably fast. And that Scarlet Flame Bird, its fireballs were dead on target. Taizhu also added his praise. Wang Meng walked over and clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. If it weren't for you we might have gotten hurt. It was the least I could do, Lin Feng said with a smile. But the ironback boar is injured, it needs treatment. He walked over to examine the wound. The 3 gashes on the ironback boar's back were deep and wouldn't stop bleeding. Flesh wounds, but there's gravel in the cuts, they need to be cleaned. Lin Feng took out a first aid kit from his bag. Hold it still. Don't let it move. Disinfecting, debriding, stitching, applying medicine. His movements were practiced and fluid. 10 minutes later the ironback boar's wound was fully treated. The bleeding had stopped, and it looked much better. Boss Lin, your technique is far better than our team vets. Wang Meng marveled. I learned a little before, Lin Feng said vaguely. Actually, he had learned it from the basic nurturing manual the system gave him, a book that covered not only spirit beast medicine but also basic surgical knowledge. After gathering the rock heart herb, the group prepared to return. Before leaving, Lin Feng glanced into the cave. Brother Wang, could there be anything valuable in the rock-armor bear's lair? Possible. Wang Meng's eyes lit up. This kind of feral beast likes collecting shiny things. Come on, let's go in and take a look. The cave was not deep, but it was spacious. Sure enough, in the corner was a small pile of things, a few decent quality ores, several rare medicinal herbs, and an egg. Discovery: rock-armored bear egg, veteran rank. Status: normal, vitality hatchable. Potential assessment good. A rock-armored bear egg. Lin Feng's heart raced. The rock-armored bear was a veteran rank beast with outstanding defensive power and a considerable market price. What's more, the egg's potential was good. With proper nurturing it might even reach excellent. Boss Lin, this egg goes to you. Wang Meng was very straightforward. You contributed the most today, and you saved the Chang's boar. This is what you deserve. Thanks, brother Wang. Don't be polite. But... Wang Meng lowered his voice. The rock-armored bear is dead, but there may be more of its kind in this area. We need to leave quickly. Understood. The group packed up and quickly withdrew from Gravel Canyon. The return trip went smoothly and they encountered no more feral beasts. As evening fell, the team returned to the new district. When settling the reward, Wang Meng not only gave Lin Feng 1,000 credit points but also insisted on giving him 30% of the herbs they had gathered. We agreed on 20%, so 20% it is, Lin Feng declined. If it weren't for you today we might all have been hurt. Wang Meng forced the items on him. Stop refusing or I'll get upset. Lin Feng had no choice but to accept. Counting the herbs, he had netted more than 2,000 credit points from the day's trip and had gotten a rock-armored bear egg for free. More importantly, there was real combat experience. Xiao Lei and Xiaohua had clearly grown from the battle. The system showed that both their combat experience and coordination had increased. His own spiritual force had also gone from 15 to 16, only a small increase, but it was indeed effective training. Back at the shop, Chenming and Xiaoyu came up to meet him. Brother. Are you okay? Brother Lin, how did it go? Everything went smoothly. Lin Feng put down his backpack. And I picked up an egg. An egg? Lin Feng took out the rock armor bear egg. It was dull gray, about the size of a watermelon, with rocky patterns on its surface. Rock armor bear egg, veteran rank. Incubation conditions: earth element, environment temperature 2832 C. Daily infusion of earth element nutrient solution. Estimated hatching time 20 days. This egg can fetch quite a bit, right? Chenming's eyes gleamed. I'm not selling it, Lin Feng said. I plan to hatch and raise it myself and later make it the store's centerpiece. As a defensive spirit beast, the rock armor bear was well suited to be the shop's guard. Moreover, it was relatively docile as long as it wasn't provoked, and could be trained to help carry heavy loads. By the way, how did business go today? Lin Feng asked. We've taken pre-orders for 5 spirit beasts, 2 of them veteran rank. Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly. And many people came in to register health records. Just the deposits alone came to 60,000. That much? They all came because of the exhibition. Lin Feng nodded. The effect of a good reputation was beginning to show. At this rate, completing the task of 100 positive reviews within a month shouldn't be difficult. Chenming, take care of those 4 veteran rank eggs and nurture them according to the plan I wrote. I'll go prepare the incubation environment for the rock armor bear egg. Sure. It was late at night. Lin Feng placed the rock armor bear egg into a specially made earth element incubator and set the parameters. There were now 5 incubators in the workshop: 2 flame hound eggs, 2 water sprite eggs, and 1 rock armor bear egg. Add in the normal rank eggs downstairs and the entire shop was already like a small breeding base. I need to expand as soon as possible. Lin Feng thought, looking at the cramped workshop. But there still wasn't enough money. Buying land, building a new shop, purchasing equipment, hiring staff, it would take at least 200,000. Maybe I could take on some high-difficulty commissions. Lin Feng pondered. For example, treating severely injured spirit beasts or raising spirit beasts with special requirements. Such commissions paid well, but the risks were also high. Just as he was thinking, the system suddenly popped up a notification. Host detected to possess 3 or more spirit beasts. New feature unlocked: Spirit Beast Training Grounds Virtual. Description: a simulated training ground can be generated in the system space. The host and spirit beasts may enter for real combat training without any danger to their lives. Each activation costs 10 points and lasts 1 hour. Virtual training grounds. This feature was incredibly useful. He could train combat skills in there without getting hurt. Lin Feng immediately spent 10 points to open the training grounds. His vision blurred and he found himself standing on a vast open grassland beneath a soft white sky with no end in sight. Xiaolei, Xiaohua, and Xiaoying appeared beside him. Virtual training grounds activated. Training content can be set: basic combat skill, coordination, attribute, matchups, simulated combat. Please choose simulated combat. Opponents: 3 iron-fanged wolves. The moment the words left his mouth, 3 iron-fanged wolves appeared opposite him, exactly like the ones they had encountered in the wilderness today. Xiaolei, Xiaohua, go. A virtual battle began. An hour later, Lin Feng exited the training grounds drenched in sweat but mentally exhilarated. Inside the training grounds he could experiment freely with all kinds of tactics without worrying about his spirit beasts getting hurt. Xiaolei and Xiaohua's coordination became more and more seamless. Xiaoying was still young, but it had already shown astonishing potential. It could teleport through shadows and launch sneak attacks that were almost impossible to defend against. With this, our growth speed can double. Lin Feng wiped his sweat. But it consumes a lot of points, so I need to use them sparingly. In the following days, Lin Feng fell into a regular busy rhythm. By day he ran the shop, attended to customers, and nurtured spirit beasts. At night he entered the virtual training grounds to sharpen his and his spirit beasts' combat abilities. Every few days he went on a mission with the Boulder exploration team, earning extra money and accumulating real combat experience. The shop's business grew better and better, and the reputation progress bar climbed steadily. Building reputation, current progress 73,100. He was still 27 positive reviews short. But trouble had also arrived. The Wanlong trading house began its counterattack. They joined forces with several shops, including the 100 Beasts Clinic and the Imperial Pet Pavilion, to launch a joint discount package. Spend 500 credit points at any one of them, and you get a 20% discount at the others. This was clearly aimed at the Wind Whisper Nurture Center. But Lin Feng was not flustered. He launched a customized nurturing service, creating tailored nurturing plans based on the client's needs and budget. For example, if an exploration team needed combat-type spirit beasts, he would recommend the Flame Hound or the Rock Armor Bear. If a family wanted a gentle pet, he would recommend the Water Sprite or the Green Sprout Hedgehog. High-quality personalized service. That was something the big stores couldn't match because they went down the standardized mass production path. Gradually, the Wind Whisper Nurture Center's reputation shifted from cheap to professional. The people who came to Lin Feng were no longer ordinary citizens looking for cheap bargains, but truly knowledgeable clients willing to pay for quality. Exploration team captains, trade association stewards, and even purchasing representatives from major families. One afternoon, an unexpected visitor arrived at the shop. A woman in a black trench coat and sunglasses. She walked and scanned the room, then took off her sunglasses. It was a strikingly beautiful face, but her gaze was as cold as ice. "Lin Feng?" she asked. "That's me. And you are?" "My name is Suwan." The woman extended her hand. "I'm the captain of the Shadow Exploration Team. I'd like to talk business with you." The Shadow Expedition Team was one of the most mysterious and elite exploration teams in the Tianqiongnu district. Rumor had it that they took on only the most dangerous and unspoken missions, venturing into unexplored regions, infiltrating enemy forces, and even assassinating certain targets that were inconvenient to handle. Every member's identity was classified. All that was known was that the captain was a woman codenamed Nightingale. And now that mysterious captain was sitting in Lin Feng's shop drinking the tea Lin Xiaoyu had brewed. "Captain Su, I've heard so much about you," Lin Feng said politely. "What kind of business did you wish to discuss?" Suwan set down her teacup and did not mince words. "I need a scouting-type spirit beast. Requirements: strong concealment, wide perception range, the ability to stay hidden for long periods, and preferably some offensive capability. Budget: no more than 100,000 credit points." 100,000. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged. "There are many kinds of scouting spirit beasts. What specific attributes do you need?" "Dark attribute is best, with wind attribute second," Suwan said. "It must be small, no larger than a house cat. It must be fast, reaching at least 30 meters per second. Perception range: at least 50 meters. As for offense, it doesn't need to be extremely strong, but it must be able to kill in a single strike or have a powerful control skill." The requirements were specific and demanding. Dark attribute spirit beasts were already rare, and to require a small build, great speed, wide perception, and strong attack power. It was almost like demanding all the strengths of every scouting spirit beast on the market combined. "Captain Su, the kind of spirit beast you're describing probably doesn't exist on the market," Lin Feng said truthfully. "I know." Suwan looked at him. "That's why I came to you. I watched the live stream of the Shadow Leopard at the exhibition. 3 attributes, and Shadow was among them. Though it's still young, its potential is boundless. If you can breed something similar but specifically optimized for scouting, I'll pay the full 100,000 credit points right now." Lin Feng fell silent. Little Shadow was indeed the perfect scouting spirit beast template. Shadow stealth, wind perception, lightning, shadow step, fast, well concealed, and with a wide perception range. Little Shadow's wind perception currently reached 30 meters, but after growing it could exceed 50. But the problem was that Little Shadow was a unique mutant. Breeding a similar variety would require time and luck. The breeding cycle will take at least 2 months, and success is not guaranteed. "The appearance of a mutation is a matter of probability," Lin Feng said. "I can only guarantee that the resulting spirit beast will have the dark or wind attribute and scouting aptitude, but I cannot guarantee it will reach the level of the Shadow Leopard." "I understand," Suwan nodded. "But you are currently the only breeder in the new district who has produced a 3-attribute mutant. I believe in your ability. 2 months, 100,000 credits with a 50,000 deposit, and the balance paid after success. If it fails, the deposit is non-refundable, but I won't pursue it." Those were rather generous terms. Even failure meant no consequences. He would simply lose the 50,000 deposit. If he succeeded, 100,000 credits would come in. "May I ask what you intend to use this spirit beast for?" Lin Feng asked. Suwan looked at him for a few seconds and suddenly smiled, though the smile was cold. "Boss Lin, in the new district, knowing too much is not a good thing. All you need to know is that this spirit beast is very important to me, and money is not an issue. Besides, if you manage to breed it successfully, the Shadow Expedition Team will be your friend from now on. In this corner of the new district, having a friend is always better than having an enemy, right?" It was both a threat and an olive branch. Lin Feng understood. If he accepted this commission, he would be tying himself to the Shadow Expedition team. The benefit was gaining a powerful backer, the downside was the danger it might drag him into. I need some time to think it over, Lin Feng said. Fine. I'll give you 1 day. Su Wan rose and put on her sunglasses. I'll come again at this time tomorrow. Oh, and a word of warning, Wanlong Trading Company has been looking into your supply channels lately. Be careful. She turned and left the hem of her trench coat cutting a sharp arc. The shop fell quiet. Brother, Lin Xiaoyu whispered. That person is frightening. Lin Feng frowned. The pressure Su Wan gave off was far greater than Wanlong Trading Company's. It was the aura of someone who had truly seen blood and taken lives. Then this commission? Are we accepting it? We're accepting it. Lin Feng made up his mind. 100,000 credit points is enough for us to buy land and expand the shop. Besides, with the Shadow Expedition team as a connection, Wanlong Trading Company will have to think twice before making a move against us. But, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lin Feng ruffled his sister's hair. Go call Qinming up. Let's discuss the breeding plan. When Qinming came up, Lin Feng briefly explained the situation. A dark attribute scouting spirit beast. Qinming pondered. Dark attribute spirit beasts are already scarce. The common ones are the shadow cat, night bat, and nether wolf. But the shadow cat is too small and weak in attack, the night bat isn't suited for long-term stealth, and the nether wolf is too large to satisfy the requirements. So we need to improve on them. Lin Feng sketched on paper. We can use the shadow cat as a base and try introducing wind or lightning attributes to breed a mutant. But the success rate? Very low, Qinming said bluntly. The chance of a mutation appearing is less than 1% and the direction cannot be controlled. It might produce a stronger scouting type, or it might produce a freakish piece of scrap. I know, Lin Feng said. But we still have to try. Su Wan gave us 2 months. We can attempt 3 or 4 batches and at least one should yield good stock. What about the cost? I'll cover the cost, Lin Feng said. Qinming, I need you to help me collect all the information on dark attribute spirit beasts, especially the breeding records of the shadow cat. Also ask around the black market to see if there are any high-quality shadow cat eggs. Got it. In the following days, Lin Feng ran the shop while preparing for Su Wan's commission. He first bought 3 shadow cat eggs from the system store, spending 300 points. He also purchased wind and lightning attribute catalysts, intending to try inducing a mutation. The breeding plan was complex. During incubation, he had to alternately infuse dark and wind lightning energy into the egg to spur genetic mutation. But the timing, dosage, and frequency of the energy infusion had to be precisely controlled, otherwise the embryo would die. Lin Feng practically lived in his workshop, sleeping only 4 or 5 hours a day. Meanwhile, business in the shop remained brisk. The excitement from the exhibition was still going strong, and new customers came through the door every day. The reputation progress bar climbed steadily. Reputation building current progress 89,100. Only 11 positive reviews were needed. That afternoon a special customer arrived. He was a youth of 17 or 18, plainly but neatly dressed, carrying an old backpack. He walked around the shop several times before finally summoning the courage to approach the counter. Excuse me. Is Boss Lin in? That's me. Lin Feng came out of the workshop. What can I do for you? The youth hesitated, then pulled a cloth-wrapped bundle from his backpack. He opened it to reveal an egg. The shell was deep blue, covered with snowflake-like patterns and cold to the touch. Tight frost crystal sparrow egg, elite grade. Status low, vitality preserved at low temperature for a long time, life response weak. Potential excellent, extremely low probability of evolving into the elite class ice phoenix bird. Special, contains a faint ice attribute essence within the egg. The frost crystal sparrow is an ice attribute elite grade spirit beast, adept at controlling ice with moderate speed and solid attack power. But this egg's condition was terrible. Its life response was only 20, and it could die inside its shell at any moment. My parents left this behind. The youth's voice choked. They disappeared in Bingfeng Valley half a year ago, leaving only this egg. I tried to hatch it myself, but I didn't have the right conditions and it wouldn't hatch. I heard Boss Lin is a breeding master, so I wanted to ask if you could take a look. Is there any hope? Lin Feng carefully examined the egg. Its vitality was low, but it wasn't beyond saving. The frost crystal sparrow was an ice attribute beast and needed a low temperature environment to hatch. The youth probably lacked professional hatching equipment, causing the life energy inside the egg to drain away. It can be saved, but it will take time and some rare materials, Lin Feng said. The cost is not low, at least 3,000 credit points. The youth's face instantly turned pale. I only have 500 right now. He bit his lip. But I can work to pay it off. I'll do any kind of work. Please save it, it's the only keepsake my parents left me. Looking at the plea in the youth's eyes, Lin Feng thought of himself before his transmigration, just as helpless, just as desperate for someone to lend a hand. What's your name? How old are you? Lin Feng, 17. Are you still in school? I dropped out. After my parents disappeared, my family had no money for tuition. Lin Feng lowered his head. Lin Feng was silent for a few seconds, then said, Tell you what, I'll take the egg and hatch it for you for free. But you'll have to work in my shop. Room and board included, 800 credit points a month. Are you willing? Lin Feng was stunned, then tears poured out. Yes. I'm willing. Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you? Don't cry. A man should stand tall. Lin Feng patted his shoulder. Ming, take him to get settled. He can stay in the empty room next to yours. All right. Ming led Lin Feng upstairs. Lin Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. Brother, we already have Brother Ming in the shop. Wouldn't adding one more person be? No, it's just right. Lin Feng said. Look at how busy the shop is. You have school and still have to help, and Ming alone can't handle everything. Lin Feng looks fairly sharp. With some training he should be useful. And besides, Lin Feng looked at the frost crystal sparrow egg. This egg is no ordinary thing. The frost crystal sparrow is indeed elite grade, but there is a chance it can evolve into the elite class ice phoenix bird. If it truly hatches and is raised properly, it will be worth far more than 3,000. And what if hatching fails? Then I'll count it as a failed investment. Lin Feng smiled. In business you have to accept some risk. That night Lin Feng placed the frost crystal sparrow egg into a specially made low-temperature incubator, set the temperature to -5°C. The hatching temperature for ice attribute spirit beasts was far lower than normal, and dripped a few drops of system-produced life essence diluted onto it. The life response within the egg. The life reaction slowly climbed back up from 20 to 25. There's hope. Lin Feng let out a relieved breath. He was about to head to the virtual training ground when Ming knocked and came in. Brother Lin, I found out about the shadow cat eggs. Ming lowered his voice. The black market does have them, but the price is very high. A shadow cat egg with excellent potential costs 5,000 credit points. Besides, the seller is from the Wanlong Trading Company. The Wanlong Trading Company was controlling the supply at the source. This was something Lin Feng had anticipated. He had cut into too many people's pie, so they would naturally try to choke him off at the source. Are there any other channels? There is one, but it's risky, Ming said. At the wilderness market there's a middleman called Old Ghost who says he can smuggle eggs out of the main city. But the price is doubled and he insists on cash. No bookkeeping, no paper trail. Smuggling. Lin Feng frowned. The risk was too great. If he was caught, not only would the goods be confiscated, he might even end up in prison. Don't rush just yet. Let me think of another way, Lin Feng said. By the way, is Lin Feng settled in? Yes. That kid is really diligent. The moment he arrived he started helping clean up and feed the spirit beasts. He's just a bit reserved, Ming said. He doesn't even dare speak loudly. Take it slow. He'll be fine once he gets familiar with everything. Late at night Lin Feng entered the virtual training ground. Today he configured Combat Simulation 3 veteran rank fierce beasts. The opponents were a flame-tailed tiger fire, an iron-armored rhinoceros earth, and a wind wolf wind, perfectly matching the attributes of Little Thunder, Little Fire, and Little Shadow. Begin. The battle was fierce. Little Thunder was fast, but the flame-tailed tiger's fire-type attacks had a huge area of effect, making it hard to get close. Little Fire had strong offensive power, but the iron-armored rhinoceros's defense was too high, so fireballs had limited effect when they struck it. Little Shadow was the most agile. With Shadow Stealth plus Thunder Shadow Step, it moved like a ghost, appearing and vanishing without warning. But the Wind Wolf's sense of smell was extremely sharp and could roughly lock onto its position. It was 3 against 3 and they barely won after more than 10 minutes. Our coordination still isn't tight enough, Lin Feng summarized. Little Thunder and Little Fire can use elemental synergy, thunder and fire together with doubled power. Little Shadow can act as an assassin and strike vital points. Let's try this tactic next time. After leaving the training ground, Lin Feng was so exhausted he collapsed straight onto the bed. But the gains were substantial too. Both Little Thunder's and Little Fire's contract bond levels increased by 1, and his own mental strength rose to 17. At this rate, in another month I should be able to contract Little Fire. Lin Feng calculated silently. The next day Suwan arrived right on time. Have you made your decision? I have. I'll accept the commission. Deposit of 50,000 delivered within 2 months. But I have one condition. If I run into material shortages during the nurturing process, I hope the Shadow Exploration team can help. Reasonable. Suwan was very straightforward and transferred 50,000 credit points on the spot. This is the deposit. List whatever materials you need and give it to me. They'll be delivered within 3 days. Also, Lin Feng paused. I'd like to ask you a question. Speak. If you were the Wanlong Trading Company, what methods would you use to deal with a newly emerging breeding center? Suwan glanced at him with a half-smile. You've finally hit the right question. I thought you were going to keep pretending not to know. I'm not stupid. The Wanlong Trading Company's tactics are nothing more than a few standard tricks: cutting off supply, poaching clients, finding fault, and slinging mud, Suwan said. Right now your reputation is riding high, so they won't dare make an open move for a while, but they won't be short on underhanded tricks. For example, reporting you for smuggling prohibited spirit beasts or planting something that shouldn't be there in your shop. Lin Feng's heart tightened. But you don't need to worry too much, Suwan said. Since you've accepted our commission, the Shadow Exploration team will naturally protect you. At least for these 2 months the Wanlong Trading Company won't dare touch you. They can't afford to provoke us. Thank you? No need. We each get what we need. Suwan stood up. Nurture it well. I'll be waiting to see the finished product. After seeing Suwan off, Lin Feng immediately began his preparations. He drew up a long list of materials needed to nurture a dark attribute reconnaissance spirit beast, at least 5 shadow cat eggs, shadow stones, wraithgrass, moonlight dew, wind spirit feather fragments. Among them the shadow cat eggs were the biggest problem. The Wanlong Trading Company was strangling the supply and the black market was too expensive. It looks like I'll have to find a way on my own, Lin Feng thought. He had the system. Maybe he could try buying them from the system store with points. But the shadow cat was veteran rank. In the system store 1 egg sold for 500 points, so 5 eggs would cost 2500 points, and his points were currently negative. He couldn't afford it. I need to earn points first. How? Complete quests, unlock achievements, and cure difficult cases. Lin Feng looked at the ice crystal sparrow egg in the low-temperature incubator. If he could successfully hatch this egg and nurture it to an excellent level, he should earn quite a few points. That's the way. First, focus all my energy on finishing the ice crystal sparrow. Over the next half-month, Lin Feng devoted most of his energy to the ice crystal sparrow egg. Every day he adjusted the temperature, injected nutrient solution, and gently stimulated it with mental strength. The life reaction inside the egg rose slowly and steadily, 25, 30, 35. At the same time, the shop's business remained as busy as ever. Qin Feng quickly adapted to the work at the shop. He didn't say much, but he was quick with his hands and learned fast. When Qin Ming taught him to prepare basic nutrient solutions and care for ordinary spirit beast cubs, he picked it all up quickly. Brother Lin, Qin Feng is good material, Qin Ming said privately to Lin Feng. His parents were breeders before, only junior level ones, but they laid a solid foundation for him. Some things he knows better than I do. Then nurture him well, Lin Feng said. When the shop expands later, we'll need more hands. That afternoon the reputation progress bar finally filled to the brim. Quest: build a reputation. Current progress 100,100. Quest complete. Reward 500 points. Unlock new codex section veteran rank supplement. Point balance 327. Finally done. Lin Feng let out a long breath. For this month he had been busy almost day and night, but he had finally reached his goal. Moreover, the reward was generous. 500 points plus the remainder from before brought his total to 827 points. Unlock a new codex section. He opened the system and found a new rare category beneath the veteran rank codex section. He clicked into it, and found more than a dozen rare veteran rank spirit beasts inside, including the Shadow Cat, Ice Crystal Sparrow, Netherwolf, and Night Bat. Unlocking the Shadow Cat Codex entry costs 300 points. Bought. Shadow Cat Codex entry unlocked, 300 points consumed. Point balance 27. Detailed information about the shadow cat flooded into his mind. Nurturing cycle 28 days requires a dark aspect environment, a quiet space, and nocturnal food. Its innate skills were shadow step, short distance teleportation through shadows, and night vision, clear sight in the dark. Now that I have the codex, I can nurture one myself. Lin Feng was in excellent spirits. He immediately bought 5 shadow cat eggs from the system store, spending 500 points. Point balance 27. He was broke again. But it was worth it. With these 5 eggs, Su Wan's commission stood a real chance. That night, just as Lin Feng was about to rest, a sudden crack came from the workshop. It was the ice crystal sparrow egg. He rushed over and saw fine cracks spreading across the shell. A pale blue light shone through the cracks and wisps of cold air seeped out. It's about to hatch. Lin Feng hurriedly adjusted the incubator settings, raising the humidity and lowering the temperature. Ice crystal sparrows needed a colder environment to break out of their shells. The cracks multiplied. At last a small hole broke through the top of the shell. A damp pale blue little head poked out. Its feathers were translucent ice crystal blue, and its eyes were sky blue like 2 beads of ice. Cheap. It let out a thin, weak cry. Lin Feng carefully scooped it out and dried it with a soft towel. Ice crystal sparrow hatched successfully. Species: ice crystal sparrow, veteran rank. Status: newborn, healthy. Innate skills: ice crystal armor. Passive: feathers can condense ice crystals for defense. Frost's breath. Active: expels a stream of low temperature air. Trainable skills: ice spike, freezing wind, ice wall. Potential assessment: excellent. 5 chance to evolve into the elite rank. Ice phoenix bird. Breeding advice: keep in a low temperature environment, provide ice aspect food. Excellent potential. And there was a 5 chance to evolve into elite rank. Although the probability was very low, at least there was hope. From now on I'll call you Little Ice, Lin Feng said softly. Little Ice chirped twice and rubbed against Lin Feng's palm. Successfully hatched and rescued an endangered spirit beast. Achievement unlocked: Miracle of Life. Reward 200 points. Special item: Ice Heart Stone 1. Point balance 227. Ice Heart Stone, a gem imbued with pure ice aspect energy. It accelerates the growth of ice aspect spirit beasts and increases the power of ice aspect skills. What a treasure. Perfect for Little Ice. Lin Feng placed the Ice Heart Stone in Little Ice's nest. The little thing immediately pressed close and greedily absorbed the cold energy within. The next day Lin Feng called Qin Feng over. Look who this is. When Qin Feng saw Little Ice in the nest, he was completely stunned. His hand trembled, wanting to touch it but not daring to. It's alive. Very healthy with excellent potential, Lin Feng said. It's your parents' spirits in heaven watching over you. Qin Feng's tears streamed down instantly, and he bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Boss Lin. No, brother Lin. From now on this life of mine belongs to you. Tell me to go east, and I'll never go west. Don't say that. Lin Feng helped him up. Take good care of it. From now on it's your companion. But before you contract it, you need to raise your mental strength. Starting today, train with me every night. Yes. The shop had gained another spirit beast, and also a loyal, devoted employee. Looking at all of this, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of accomplishment. The shop, the spirit beasts, the employees, the friends. Everything he had in this world was slowly taking shape. Although the road ahead remained difficult, at least he was no longer alone. On the 3rd day after the ice crystal sparrow hatched, the new district sounded the beast tide warning. The piercing alarm rang out at 6 in the morning as if it would tear the entire sky apart. Lin Feng jolted awake in bed and rushed to the window. The streets below were already in chaos, people fleeing frantically toward the protective wall, while the security team bellowed orders. Big brother, what's happening? Lin Xiaoyu ran in, wearing her pajamas, her face pale. A beast tide warning, Lin Feng said grimly. Get dressed quickly and prepare emergency supplies. In this world, a beast tide was a sword hanging over everyone's head. The ferocious beasts of the wilderness would gather, driven by food shortages, territorial disputes, or abnormal weather, and surge against human settlements. A small beast tide was merely a nuisance, but a large one could annihilate an entire city. The new district had only been established for a little over a decade, yet it had already endured 3 beast tides. The worst of them claimed over 1,000 lives. Lin Feng quickly checked the spirit beasts in his shop. Xiao Lei, Xiao Hu, Xiao Ying, Xiao Bing, the green sprout hedgehog, as well as 5 shadow cat eggs, 4 flame hound eggs, 1 water sprite egg, and 1 rock armored bear egg, all in the process of hatching. These were his life's work, he could not afford to lose any of them. Chen Ming. Qin Feng. Move all the spirit beasts to the basement, Lin Feng shouted. The shop had a small basement originally used for storage, but it had been reinforced, and was relatively safe. Lin Feng had Qin Ming and Qin Feng carry all the cubs' eggs and valuable materials down, and he helped as well. After an hour of frantic work, everything was finally secured. Lin Feng locked the basement door and headed out onto the street with his sister and 2 employees. 3rd Street was already under martial law. The security team's barricades sealed off both ends and only those holding emergency passes were allowed through. "Attention all residents!" a security officer shouted through a megaphone. "The Beast Tide is expected to reach the eastern protective wall of the new district in 2 hours. All non-combatants proceed immediately to the Central Square shelter. Exploration teams, breeders and medical personnel assemble at the East Gate to assist in defense." Breeders too. Lin Feng was taken aback. But then he reconsidered. There would surely be many injured spirit beasts during a beast tide, and a breeder's healing abilities would indeed prove useful. "Xiao Yu, go to the shelter with Qin Ming and Qin Feng," Lin Feng said. "I'm going to the East Gate." "Brother. It's too dangerous." Lin Xiaoyu grabbed his hand. "Don't worry, I'm only going to help with healing, not fight on the front lines," Lin Feng said, patting her hand. "Take care of yourselves in the shelter. Wait for me to come back." "Brother Lin, I'm coming with you." Qin Feng suddenly spoke up. "I have a spirit beast I can help." In his arms lay Xiaobing. Though it had only just hatched a few days ago, the ice crystal sparrow could already fly, albeit unsteadily. "I'm coming too," Qin Ming also said. "I'm a breeder. Only a junior one, but I can still help." Lin Feng looked at their resolute gazes and nodded. "All right, we'll go together." "Xiao, you go to the shelter on your own. Be careful." You all be careful too." The 4 separated. The East Gate was the main gate of the new district, where the protective wall was thickest. A crowd of over 100 had already gathered, warriors from the exploration teams, members of the security force, and breeders and doctors in white coats. The atmosphere was tense and suffocating. On the distant horizon dust billowed and a dark mass of beasts could be seen approaching. Harsh roars, thundering footsteps, and the flapping of wings mingled into a symphony of death. "All breeders assemble over here," a middle-aged man in military uniform called out. Lin Feng and his companions walked over and found more than 20 breeders already gathered. Most of them were middle-aged, few were as young as Lin Feng. "I'm the military spirit beast medical officer surnamed Sun," the middle-aged man said sternly. "The beast tide is expected to arrive in 1 hour. Our task is to treat injured spirit beasts and warriors. Remember safety first. The treatment area is set up 50 meters behind the protective wall. Do not go to the front lines." The crowd nodded. "Now let me assign tasks. You few handle minor injuries, you few handle initial stabilization of severe cases, you few." Medical Officer Sun rapidly delegated. When it came to Lin Feng's turn, he glanced at the junior breeder badge on Lin Feng's chest and frowned. "So young. You go to the minor injury area and learn from old Zhao." "Medical Officer Sun, I can handle severe injuries," Lin Feng said. "You can?" Sun raised an eyebrow. "Young man, this isn't an exhibition. This is a battlefield where lives are at stake. If you mishandle a severely injured beast, it will die. I've saved an elite-grade earth-rending bear and performed surgery to remove stones from a stone-statue dog," Lin Feng said calmly. The surrounding breeders all turned to look at him. "So you're Lin Feng?" an old man with graying hair asked. "The one who bred the triple attribute shadow leopard?" "That's me. Old Sun, give him a chance," the old man said to Medical Officer Sun. "This young man has real skill. I saw him at the exhibition." Medical Officer Sun hesitated, then nodded. "Fine. Then you'll be in a group with Old Bai, responsible for the severe injury area. If anything goes wrong, you take responsibility yourself." "Understood." The severe injury area was set up in a hastily erected medical tent with minimal equipment, just a few operating tables and some basic medicine. Old Bai, the elderly man who had just spoken up for Lin Feng, was a senior breeder from the Breeder Association specializing in spirit beast medicine. "Nervous, boy?" Old Bai asked while organizing his instruments. "A little. That's normal. The first time I went to the battlefield, my legs went weak." Old Bai chuckled. "But don't worry, this beast tide isn't that large. It's mainly a mixed pack of thorn vine wolves and iron fang wolves. There are no ferocious beasts above elite grade. As long as the protective wall holds, we'll be fine." Thorn Vine Wolves and Iron Fang Wolves were both common grade, but they were numerous and skilled at coordinated attacks. Then why the alarm? Lin Feng asked. Because something feels off about this beast tide, Old Bai said gravely. Normally Thorn Vine Wolves and Iron Fang Wolves don't move together. Moreover, the scouting team said something more powerful seems to be driving the beast from behind. Lin Feng's heart sank. Something more powerful. It could be elite grade or even higher. Don't overthink it. Just do your job. Old Bai patted his shoulder. Here they come. The first batch of wounded arrived. Most were warriors from the exploration teams bearing scratches and bites, nothing too severe. But their spirit beasts fared far worse. Some had broken legs, some had torn abdomens, some had their eyes gouged out. Quick! Stop the bleeding! Debray! Old Bai immediately snapped into action. Lin Feng dove into his work as well. The first patient was a stone statue dog whose left front leg had been bitten clean through, hanging by a strip of skin. Its owner, a young warrior with red-rimmed eyes, pleaded. Doctor, please save him. He's been with me for 3 years. Hold him still. Don't let him move. Lin Feng quickly examined the wound. The bone was completely shattered, it required realignment. But the medical tent had no anesthetics, and no proper bone-setting tools. We'll have to use the most primitive method, Lin Feng said to Old Bai. Old Bai, help me stabilize him. I'll set the bone. Are you sure you can? Yes. Lin Feng took a deep breath, gripping both ends of the broken bone with both hands, and communicated with the system through his mind. The system's innate skill, precision hand made his hands as steady as stone. With a soft click, the bone was realigned. The warrior's spirit beast convulsed in agony but was pinned down firmly by its master. Lin Feng quickly sutured the muscle and skin, applied medicine, and secured a splint. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Done. Rest for 2 months and it should recover 80% of its function, Lin Feng said. Thank you. Thank you, doctor, the warrior cried as he hugged his stone statue dog. Next. Over the next 2 hours, Lin Feng and Old Bai treated more than 20 severely injured spirit beasts. Setting bones, suturing, stopping bleeding, treating internal injuries. They were so busy they couldn't even take a sip of water. But Lin Feng noticed that under the extreme pressure he was growing calmer and calmer. The medical knowledge from the system combined with all the practice he'd had recently allowed him to handle injuries with ease. Successfully treated a severely injured spirit beast, 10 points. Successfully treated a severely injured spirit beast, 10 points. The system notifications kept popping up and his points were steadily climbing. Outside, the sounds of battle grew increasingly fierce. Roars, explosions, and screams mingled together. Wounded were carried in one after another, some already lifeless. The defense line is under heavy pressure, Old Bai said, wiping sweat from his brow. There are more beasts this time than we expected. Just as he spoke, the tent flap was thrown open and a blood-soaked warrior burst in. Doctor! Quick! Captain Wang is severely injured. Behind him, 2 team members carried in a stretcher. On it lay Wang Meng, his chest torn by 3 gashes so deep the bone was visible, blood pouring out without end. The earth-rending bear beside him had collapsed as well, its abdomen ripped open with intestines spilling out. Brother Wang! Lin Feng rushed over. Wang Meng was still conscious. Seeing Lin Feng, he offered a pained smile. Lin! Boss Lin! Didn't expect to meet you here. Don't talk. Lin Feng quickly assessed the injuries. The gashes on his chest were deep, reaching the lungs. He needed immediate surgery. The earth-rending bear was even worse, internal organs damaged and massive blood loss. Old Bai, I need an operating table. There's only one table. Who do you save first? Lin Feng answered without hesitation. Both at once. Chen Ming. Qin Feng. Come help. Chen Ming and Qin Feng ran over and their faces turned pale at the sight of Wang Meng. Don't just stand there. Qin Feng, hold brother Wang down, don't let him move. Chen Ming, you handle the rending bear's wounds, stop the bleeding first, push the intestines back in and I'll suture it once I'm done here. I can't. Just do as I say. Sprinkle the hemostatic powder and press down with gauze. Flush the intestines with saline, put them back in the abdominal cavity and temporarily block the opening with gauze. Even as he gave orders, Lin Feng had already begun operating on Wang Meng. Without anesthesia, Wang Meng's veins bulged from the pain, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to cry out. Debriding, stopping bleeding, suturing the lung lobes, suturing muscles, suturing skin. Lin Feng's hands were as steady as a machine, every stitch precise. 20 minutes later, Wang Meng's wounds were fully treated. Take him to the rear. Let him rest, Lin Feng said, drenched in sweat as he turned to the earth-rending bear. The bear's condition was even worse. Its breathing was faint, its heartbeat nearly inaudible. Xiao Bing! Lin Feng called out. Xiao Bing flew over from Qin Feng's arms. Use frozen breath. Freeze around the wounds to slow the bleeding. Xiao Bing opened its beak and sprayed a pale blue stream of frigid air. The blood around the bear's wounds quickly congealed and the bleeding slowed. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to clean out the abdominal cavity, treating each damaged organ one by one, removing the ruptured spleen, suturing the perforated intestines, repairing the lacerated liver. It was the most complex surgery he had ever performed. Without modern medical equipment, he relied purely on the system and his knowledge to push through. An hour later, the earth-rending bear's wounds were finally fully treated. Lin Feng collapsed onto the ground, covered in blood, his hands trembling. Did we make it? Qinming's voice was shaky. He's stabilized for now, but whether he lives or dies depends on his own vitality. Lin Feng gasped. Old Bai walked over, his eyes filled with admiration. Boy, you're the most impressive young breeder I've ever met. With wounds like these, even I wouldn't dare say I could definitely save him. Just lucky. Lin Feng forced a bitter smile. Successfully treated a dying elite grade spirit beast. Achievement unlocked. Guardian of Life advanced reward 300 points. Special item diluted Spring of Life X1. Successfully treated a severely wounded warrior. Achievement unlocked Healer's Compassion reward 100 points. Point balance 627. The rewards were generous, but Lin Feng was in no mood to celebrate. Outside, the sounds of battle continued and they were getting closer. Not good. The defense line might not hold. Old Bai's expression shifted. Prepare to retreat. The moment he finished speaking, cries erupted outside the tent. The protective wall has been breached. The beasts are flooding in. What? Panic seized everyone. Medical officer's son rushed and blood splattered across his face. Retreat. Everyone retreat to the second defense line. Hurry. People scrambled to gather supplies and carry the wounded to the rear. Lin Feng glanced at the earth-rending bear on the operating table, then at the unconscious Wang Ming. Qin Feng, carry Brother Wang on your back. Qinming, help me lift the earth-rending bear. Brother Lin, it's too heavy. Even if it's too heavy, we lift it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. We can't leave them behind. The four of them struggled to move Wang Ming and the bear onto a stretcher cart, and followed the crowd retreating. The streets were utter chaos. The beast had already stormed into the new district, clashing with the security team and the exploration teams. Flames, lightning, ice shards, wind blades. Skills flew everywhere, buildings were destroyed, and screams and blood filled the air. It was the first time Lin Feng had truly witnessed the cruelty of this world. This way. Old Bai pointed. The second defense line is at the central square. The group stumbled onward. Suddenly 3 thorn vine wolves burst out from a corner ahead, blocking their path. Their eyes were bloodshot, their bodies stained with gore, clearly lost in a blood frenzy. Damn it! Qinming's face went pale. Qin Feng clutched Xiao Bing, his hands trembling. Lin Feng took a deep breath and set down the stretcher cart. Xiao Lei, Xiao Hua, Xiaoing, come out! 3 spirit beasts shot out from his backpack. Xiao Lei, Thunder Flash, harass the one on the left. Xiao Hua, Fireball, attack the middle one. Xiaoing, Shadow Sneak, strike the one on the right. Battle erupted in an instant. Xiao Lei turned into a streak of silver, continuously harassing the left thorn vine wolf, keeping it from focusing its attacks. Xiao Hua spat out a rapid succession of fireballs, not particularly powerful, but enough to force the middle wolf to dodge. Xiaoing vanished into the shadows, then reappeared behind the right wolf, lashing a claw at its eyes. A howl of pain rang out as the wolf's eye was gouged out. But the other 2 were not intimidated. Instead, they lunged forward even more ferociously. Qin Feng. Xiao Bing, freezing wind, slow them down. All right. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Xiao Bing, go. Xiao Bing soared into the air and sprayed a wide arc of frigid air. The 2 thorn vine wolves' movements slowed markedly. Xiao Hua, flame charge. Xiao Hua transformed into a streak of fire and slammed into the middle wolf. Flames exploded and the wolf was blasted away. Only one remained. Lin Feng looked at Xiao Lei. Finish it. Xiao Lei flapped its wings and its entire body blazed with electric light. Instead of using Thunder Flash, it hovered midair, gathering lightning. It was a new skill it had recently learned in the virtual training grounds. Lightning Strike. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the last thorn vine wolf directly on the head. A thunderous boom rang out. The wolf's body was charred black, twitching on the ground. The battle was over. Lin Feng gasped for breath, looking at his 3 spirit beasts. They too were exhausted, but their eyes remained sharp. Well done! Lin Feng patted their heads. Brother Lin, you're incredible. Qin Feng gazed at him with admiration. No time for that. Move! The group hurried toward the central square. The second defense line was set up around the square with sandbags and vehicles piled into makeshift fortifications. Many people were already there, mostly the elderly women and children. Lin Feng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief after settling Wang Ming and the earth-rending bear. Boss Lin! Someone called out. He turned to see Su Wan. She was there too, accompanied by a few members of the Shadow Exploration team, all bearing wounds but with eyes still sharp. Captain Su! Glad you're safe, Su Wan said, glancing at the spirit beasts behind him. I saw your fight just now. Good coordination. But the real test hasn't come yet. What do you mean? Su Wan pointed eastward. The main force of the beast tide hasn't arrived yet. What just broke in was only the vanguard. The real army numbers at least 1,000 ferocious beasts, and among them there might be elite grade, or even higher. Lin Feng's heart sank. When will the military reinforcements arrive? Old Bai asked. At the earliest 2 hours, Su Wan said. These 2 hours we're on our own. A suffocating despair hung over the square. 1,000 ferocious beasts, including elite grade ones. The current defense line couldn't possibly hold. But it's not hopeless, Su Wan said, looking at Lin Feng. Your shadow leopard has 3 attributes and limitless potential. If it can grow, it might turn the tide of battle. It's only been a month since it hatched. That's why I need your help. Su Wan continued. The Shadow Exploration team possesses a forbidden artifact that can greatly enhance a spirit beast's potential in a short time, but the cost is enormous. The beast may overdraw its life force or even die. Are you willing to let Xiaoying try? Lin Feng was stunned. Enhanced potential in a short time, but possibly die. He looked at Xiaoying. Xiaoying looked back at him, its mismatched eyes holding no fear, only trust. There's no time to hesitate, Su Wan interrupted. Either take the gamble or wait to die. Choose. Everyone in the square turned to look at him. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his gaze was resolute. I choose to gamble. Su Wan's forbidden object was a black crystal the size of a palm. Inside it a liquid seemed to flow, sometimes pitch black as ink, sometimes shimmering with an eerie purple light. The sheer proximity made Lin Feng's heart seize, a warning from his instincts. This thing is called the Abyss Crystal. We found it in an ancient ruin. Su Wan's voice was so low that only Lin Feng could hear it. It can unlock a spirit beast's deepest potential, but the side effects are just as obvious. Mild cases leave it weak for days. Severe cases can permanently damage its foundation, or even kill it on the spot. Xiaoying stood at Lin Feng's feet, looking up at the black crystal with a low whine in its throat. The dark purple light in its left eye flickered wildly while the sky blue in its right eye remained calm as water. The 2 attributes seemed to be locked in conflict. Are you sure you wanted to use this? Su Wan asked. It is only a month old and has not fully developed yet. The risk is far greater than for an adult spirit beast. Lin Feng crouched down and stroked Xiaoying's back. The little creature's fur was soft but taut, and its muscles trembled faintly, not from fear but desire. It seemed to feel an instinctive affinity with the crystal. System analyzed the Abyss Crystal's effect on Xiaoying. Item: Abyss Crystal damaged. Description: a fragment containing primal shadow energy. It can forcibly stimulate the potential of a shadow attribute spirit beast, but it carries severe side effects. Predicted effects on Xiaoying: 1. Shadow attribute awakening increased by 30 to 52. Wind and thunder attributes temporarily suppressed. 3. Life force consumption intensified, causing continuous weakness for 3 to 7 days. 4. A 10 chance of shadow energy going out of control, leading to a rampage or death. Recommendation: if you decide to use it, prepare high concentration life energy items such as life essence as a buffer. Lin Feng opened his system space where 1 drop of life essence diluted and 1 bottle of spring of life diluted remained. They were all rewards from previous missions. Can life essence act as a buffer? Yes, but its effect is limited. It can only lower the death rate by 5. From 10 to 5. Still too high. Lin Feng looked at Xiaoying. The little one nuzzled his palm, its odd-colored eyes full of trust. Are you willing to try? Lin Feng asked softly. Xiaoying did not hesitate, and nodded firmly. All right. Lin Feng rose and said to Su Wan, I agree. But I will monitor the entire process from the side and be ready to interrupt at any moment. Fine. Su Wan handed him the abyss crystal. Remember, once it begins there is no stopping. Stopping halfway will make the energy backlash even worse. Understood. A patch of open ground was cleared in the center of the plaza. Xiaoying stood in the middle. Lin Feng held the abyss crystal and stood before it while Su Wan and the Shadow Expedition team members encircled them for protection. The others, Elder Baichen, Mingqin Feng and the wounded and refugees, watched tensely. Ready? Lin Feng asked. Xiaoying let out a low growl and sank slightly into a battle stance. Lin Feng drew a deep breath and pressed the abyss crystal against Xiaoying's forehead. The instant it touched, a sudden transformation erupted. The black liquid in the crystal seemed to come alive and seep through Xiaoying's skin. Xiaoying's body shook violently as it let out a pained whimper. The silver patterns on its back blazed with blinding light, and the dark purple glow in its left eye flickered madly, almost drowning out the sky blue in its right eye. System shadow energy is being injected into Xiaoying. Current shadow attribute awakening 15. 20. 25. Warning: wind and thunder attributes suppressed energy imbalance. System life force consumption accelerating. Xiaoying's breathing grew rapid and its body visibly withered. Its once glossy fur lost its sheen and its eyes began to lose focus. Now. Lin Feng instantly took out the life essence, diluted and dripped every drop into Xiaoying's mouth. Pale green life energy flowed in. Xiaoying's body gave a slight tremor and the withering slowed, but it did not stop. Not enough. Lin Feng took out the spring of life, diluted and poured the entire bottle down. This time Xiaoying's body finally steadied. The withering stopped. Its fur regained its luster, and its eyes refocused. But the abyss crystal's energy was still pouring in. System shadow attribute awakening 30. 35. 40. Warning: shadow energy is about to pass the critical threshold. Xiaoying suddenly threw back its head and howled. It was no cub's whimper but a majestic roar. The sound carried an eerie resonance, as if a call from the depths of the abyss. Its body began to change. It did not grow larger, but its muscles became more defined, brimming with explosive power. Its dark gray fur transformed into pure black, gleaming with a deep muted radiance in the sun. The silver patterns on its back now stretched from the crown of its head to the tip of its tail like a trail painted with moonlight. The most astonishing change was in its eyes. The dark purple light in its left eye receded into an abyssal darkness that seemed to devour all light, while the sky blue in its right eye grew even purer, like the clearest sky. One eye black, one eye blue, one dark, one light. Two utterly opposing attributes had achieved a strange harmony within its body. System shadow attribute awakening 45. Talent skill Shadow Sneak has evolved into Shadow Step, allows free movement in shadows without distance restriction. New talent skill acquired Shadow Bind uses shadow energy to bind the target, rendering it unable to move. Potential assessment elite tier after Shadow Awakening potential has surged. Success. Not only had its shadow attribute awakening risen dramatically, but its skill had evolved and a new skill had appeared. Yet the cost was equally obvious. Xiaoying lay on the ground, gasping, its entire body drenched in sweat. The transformation had consumed too much of its life force. Lin Feng hurriedly checked its status. Status: extremely weak, life force overdrawn, needs 5 to 7 days of rest. Attribute imbalance Shadow attribute 2 strong, wind and thunder attributes suppressed by 80. Recommendation: replenish significant life energy, and gradually restore balance. Xiaoying, how do you feel? Lin Feng picked it up. Xiaoying gave a feeble AO, nuzzled his hand and closed its eyes and fell asleep. It was simply too exhausted. It worked. Su Wan walked over, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Not only did it survive, but it also completed its initial awakening. Lin Feng, this spirit beast of yours has far more potential than I imagined. But the cost was heavy too. Lin Feng looked at the sleeping Xiaoying in his arms. It needs at least a week to recover its combat ability. A week. Su Wan looked eastward where the dust cloud was drawing closer. We may not have that much time. The main force of the beast tide was already closing in on the second line of defense. From the hastily built watchtower, the black mass of beasts on the horizon could be seen clearly. Thorn vine wolves, iron fang wolves, flame-tail tigers, rock armor bears. At least 7 or 8 kinds of ferocious beasts mixed together, numbering over 1,000. In the middle of the beast tide, a few extraordinarily massive silhouettes were faintly visible. System scanning. Detected veteran tier ferocious beasts 3 flame-tailed tigers 2 rock armor bears 1 wind wolf. Detected elite tier ferocious beast 1 thunderstorm bear at the rear of the beast tide. Elite tier. And it was a thunderstorm bear, a thunder attribute elite tier ferocious beast with formidable attack and no weak defenses. We are in serious trouble. Su Wan's face sobered. A thunderstorm bear's thunder shock can paralyze enemies across a wide area. If it reaches the defensive line, we will not hold out for 10 minutes. What can we do? Lin Feng asked. Strike at the head first, Su Wan said. As long as we take down the thunderstorm bear, the beast tide will lose its commander and fall into chaos. But the problem is how to get close to it. The beasts are packed so tightly that charging in would mean death. Lin Feng looked at the sleeping Xiao Ying in his arms, then at Xiao Lei on his shoulder, and Xiao Hua in his embrace. Xiao Lei was thunder attribute, an elite tier extremely fast, but its attack power was not enough to instantly kill the thunderstorm bear. Xiao Hua was fire attribute and veteran tier with strong offense but frail defenses. Charging into the beast tide, it might not even reach the thunderstorm bear. Xiao Ying had just awakened, too weak to fight at all. Maybe. A thought struck Lin Feng. We don't have to charge in. What do you mean? Xiao Ying awakened a new skill, Shadow Bind, which can restrain a target from a distance, Lin Feng said. Even if it may only last a few seconds in its current state, that is enough for Xiao Lei to launch a killing blow. What about the distance? Shadow Bind's effective range is 50 meters, but with Xiao Ying in its current condition it may only be 30. 30 meters. Su Wan thought. Not enough. The thunderstorm bear is in the middle of the beast tide, at least 200 meters from the defensive line. Then we need someone to lure it out. Lin Feng looked at Su Wan. The Shadow Expedition team is skilled in stealth and assassination. Can you lure the thunderstorm bear within 30 meters? Su Wan was silent for a moment, then nodded. We can try, but the risk is great. A thunderstorm bear is elite tier and has an extensive perception range. The moment our people get close, it will detect them. Then we use bait, Lin Feng said. Use something to seize its attention and make it approach on its own. What would attract a thunderstorm bear? Thunder attribute essence. Lin Feng remembered the few thunder crystals still left in his system space. Thunderstorm bears feed on thunder attribute energy, and have an instinctive craving for high-quality thunder crystals. If we place the thunder crystals 30 meters in front of the defensive line, it may be drawn over. Su Wan's eyes lit up. That could work. But it will take time to arrange. The beast tide will arrive in 20 minutes, so we must act immediately. I will set up the thunder crystals, Lin Feng said. I will arrange the people and prepare for support. Su Wan turned and left. Back in the plaza, Lin Feng found Elder Bai. Elder Bai, I need 3 high-quality thunder crystals as pure as possible. Thunder crystals. I have some. Elder Bai dug a small pouch out of his medical kit. Inside were 5 thumb-sized thunder crystals of decent quality. Is that enough? More than enough. Lin Feng took the pouch, then found Chen Ming and Qin Feng. Look after Xiao Ying. Don't let it move. Brother Lin, what are you going to do? Qin Feng asked anxiously. I'm going to kill the thunderstorm bear, Lin Feng said calmly. What? Chen Ming exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? That's an elite tier ferocious beast. If we don't kill it, we'll all die. Lin Feng checked his equipment. Xiao Lei, Xiao Hua, prepare for battle. Xiao Lei let out a chirp, its fighting spirit soaring. Xiao Hua flapped its wings, the golden down on its chest glowing. Lin Feng brought his 2 spirit beasts. Under the cover of several shadow team members arranged by Su Wan, they quietly crept to the very front of the defense line. Here they were less than 500 meters from the beast horde and could clearly hear the roars and footsteps of the ferocious beasts. The ground trembled and the air was thick with the stench of blood and beasts. This is the place. Lin Feng stopped. They were 30 meters from the defense line, exactly within the maximum range of Shadow Bind. He took out 3 thunder crystals and arranged them in a triangle on the open ground. Then he produced a small bottle of thunder vein mushroom powder and sprinkled it around. This would amplify the aura of thunder attribute energy. Take cover! The group quickly ducked behind the nearby ruins. A few minutes later, the vanguard of the beast horde arrived. The first to charge over were a pack of thorn vine wolves. They caught sight of the thunder crystals, hesitated for a moment, but did not approach. The thunder attribute was naturally repressive to them. Next came iron fang wolves, blazing tail tigers. None of them came near the thunder crystals. It's coming, Su Wan said in a low voice. The horde parted and a massive brown bear stepped out. It was a size larger than an ordinary rock-armored bear, its body wreathed in blue electric arcs. With every step the ground trembled slightly. Its eyes were blood-red, filled with savagery and hunger. A thunderstorm bear. It had clearly caught the scent of the thunder crystals, its gaze fixed unblinkingly on the 3 crystals. Roar! The thunderstorm bear let out an excited bellow, and charged forward with great strides. 30 meters. 25. 20. Now. Xiaoying! Lin Feng called out in his mind. Although Xiaoying was sleeping in the rear with a contract bond of 25, Lin Feng could already communicate with it through simple mental messages. Ayo! Xiaoying replied weakly. It forced its eyes open and looked toward the thunderstorm bear. Shadow bind activated. At the thunderstorm bear's feet, several dark shadows rose from the ground, coiling around its limbs like chains. Caught off guard, it was firmly locked in place. Roar! The thunderstorm bear was both startled and enraged, struggling madly. But Shadowbind's binding power was immense. Even with its elite-level strength, it would take 2 or 3 seconds to break free. 2 or 3 seconds, that was enough. Xiaolei Thunderstrike! Maximum power! Xiaolei flew into the air, its body blazing with electric light. This time it gathered the lightning for a longer time, making the strike far more powerful. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rolling. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket crashed down, striking the thunderstorm bear's head precisely. Boom! The lightning burst apart, its blinding light making everyone instinctively shut their eyes. When the glow faded, the thunderstorm bear lay on the ground, its head charred, black blood oozing from all 7 orifices. But it was still breathing. It's not dead. The vitality of an elite rank beast was too strong. A single thunderstrike hadn't killed it. Xiaohua! Finish it off. Flame impact, aim for the eyes. Xiaohua transformed into a line of fire and shot straight at the thunderstorm bear's face. The flames burst and the thunderstorm bear let out a miserable scream as its eyes were burned blind. But it still wasn't dead. The searing pain instead ignited its savagery, and it thrashed wildly, the chains of Shadowbind beginning to crack. Not good. Su Wan's face changed. It's about to break free. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and looked at Xiaolei. Once more. Xiaolei flapped its wings wearily. That last strike had consumed most of its energy, and it couldn't launch a second thunderstrike in such a short time. What to do? The thunderstorm bear had already freed one front paw and was on the verge of breaking completely free. Once it broke loose in its fury, the 30 meters would be crossed in the blink of an eye. Everyone would die. Just then. Chirp! Xiao Bing flew over. It had woken up at some point, still weak, but its eyes were resolute. Xiao Bing! Why are you here? Qin Feng shouted from behind. Xiao Bing did not answer. It flew above the thunderstorm bear and opened its mouth, spraying a pale blue stream of air. It wasn't frost breath, but a freezing wind. The bone-chilling stream enveloped the thunderstorm bear's wounds. Blood quickly congealed and the wounds froze over. The thunderstorm bear's movements slowed under the extreme cold. Though it only lasted a few seconds, that was enough. Xiaoying! One last time, Shadowbind! Xiaoying exerted every ounce of strength and used the skill once more. This time the chains of Shadowbind were even more solid, binding the thunderstorm bear tightly. Xiaohua, the final strike. Xiaohua gathered all its remaining energy, the golden down on its chest blazing with dazzling light. It didn't use flame impact, instead it spat out a fireball the size of a fist but deep crimson in color. The fireball wasn't fast, but as it passed, the air itself warped. The ultimate skill of the Blazeheart bloodline, Blazeheart Burst. The fireball struck the thunderstorm bear's chest. Instead of exploding, it melted into the body. 1 second. 2 seconds. Rumble! The flames erupted from within, blasting a huge hole in the thunderstorm bear's chest. Its heart was charred to cinders. The thunderstorm bear's roar came to an abrupt halt, and its massive body crashed to the ground. It was dead. The elite rank beast, the thunderstorm bear, was dead. A brief silence fell over the beast horde. Then chaos erupted. Having lost their leader, the beasts no longer attacked in an organized manner. Instead, they began attacking each other, fighting over spoils and even fleeing. A few beasts charged toward the defense line but were easily driven back. More scattered in all directions, the beast tide had collapsed. Did we succeed? Chen Ming couldn't believe it. We succeeded, Qin Feng murmured. The square erupted with thunderous cheers. We won! We won! The thunderstorm bear is dead. The beast tide has scattered. Boss Lin. It was Boss Lin. People surged over surrounding Lin Feng in the middle. Gratitude, respect, admiration. All kinds of gazes fell upon him. But Lin Feng was in no mood to savor the cheers. He rushed over, picked up the unconscious Xiaoying who had overexerted itself, and then checked on Xiao Lei and Xiao Hua. Xiao Lei's energy was depleted, weak but not seriously injured. Xiao Hua was also overexerted. Blaze heart burst had consumed too much, and it needed rest. Xiaoying was in the worst condition. Having activated Shadow Bind twice in a row while still weak, it had now fallen into a deep coma, its life force faint. Elder Bai! Quick! Save it! Lin Feng shouted. Elder Bai hurried over, and after examining it his face turned grim. Its vitality is severely overdrawn. It needs an immediate infusion of high-concentration life energy. Otherwise, it might not survive the night. Life energy. Lin Feng looked toward his system space. It was empty. Suddenly reminded of something, he rushed to the thunderstorm bear's corpse. An elite-rank beast should have a beast core, a crystal containing pure energy. Sure enough, at the spot where the thunderstorm bear's heart was, he found a fist-sized blue crystal glowing with electric light. Thunderstorm bear beast core elite contains abundant thunder attribute and life energy. Can be absorbed directly or used for nurturing. Xiaoying, swallow it. Lin Feng stuffed the beast core into Xiaoying's mouth. The core dissolved upon entry, turning into pure energy that flowed into Xiaoying's body. Its pale complexion gradually recovered and its breathing steadied. High concentration energy detected. Spirit beast, shadow leopard, life force recovering. Estimated recovery time 35 days. Shadow attribute awakening level stabilized at 45. Wind and thunder attribute suppression lifted. Slow recovery initiated. It was saved. Lin Feng let out a long breath and collapsed onto the ground. Around him the crowd was still cheering, but he could no longer hear them. He held the three spirit beasts, looking at their tired yet peaceful sleeping faces, and a surge of indescribable emotion rose in his heart. It was relief, lingering fear, and also pride. They had won. In this cruel world they had survived. And they had grown stronger. Su Wan walked over and looked at Lin Feng, a complex glint passing through her eyes. Lin Feng, from today onward the Shadow Exploration Team owes you a favor. If you ever need anything, just say the word. Thank you? Lin Feng nodded. Also. Su Wan paused. Once the beast tide has completely subsided, come to the Shadow headquarters. There are some things I want to talk to you about. Okay. The aftermath of the beast tide lasted until dusk. Military reinforcements finally arrived and began mopping up the remaining beasts. The new district had suffered considerable losses. The east defensive wall was damaged, dozens of buildings destroyed, and over 100 casualties. But compared to the potential massacre of the entire city, this was the best possible outcome. When Lin Feng returned to the shop, it was already dark. Everything in the shop was fine. The spirit beasts and materials in the basement were intact. Lin Xiaoyu, safe in the shelter, hugged her brother for a long time and cried when she saw him return safely. Chen Ming and Qin Feng busied themselves caring for the spirit beasts, feeding each one specially prepared nutritious meals. Xiao Lei and Xiao Hua recovered quickly. After a good sleep they were already much more energetic. Xiaoying was still sleeping, but its vital signs were stable, and it should wake up in a few days. Lin Feng sat by the second-floor window watching the streets below gradually return to order. In the distance, workers were repairing the defensive wall. Security patrols moved about clearing away beast corpses. Occasionally sporadic sounds of battle could still be heard, but they were no longer a threat. This battle had brought him many gains. His points had risen to 927. Xiao Ying's shadow attribute had awakened, increasing its potential. He had earned the friendship of the Shadow Exploration Team. More importantly, actual combat experience. The life and death battles had greatly improved his synergy with his spirit beasts. But the losses were not small. Although the shop hadn't been destroyed, a month's nurturing plan had been disrupted. The hatching progress of the Shadow Cat eggs, Flame Hound eggs, and Water Sprite eggs had all been affected. Moreover, he had revealed too much of his strength. A 3-attribute Shadow Leopard, an elite Thunder Feather Sparrow, a Blaze Heart Crimson Flame Bird. These had already drawn too much attention. The Wanlong trading firm, the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce, and even the military might all develop an interest in him. Whether that was a blessing or a curse, it was hard to say. Brother, time to eat. Lin Xiaoyu came up with the food. Lin Feng took the bowl. Xiaoyu, once the beast tide is completely settled, we need to speed up our plan to expand the shop. Lots of people came asking today, saying that when the shop reopens they want to be the first to buy spirit beasts. That's good. After dinner Lin Feng went to see Xiaoying. The little one was still asleep, but its breathing was steady and its fur had regained its luster. The darkness in its left eye and the azure in its right eye were still visible even in sleep. Lin Feng gently stroked its head. Rest well. When you wake up we'll become stronger together. Outside the window a new moon rose. The night in the new district had finally returned to peace. But everyone knew that some things had already changed. The wind whispered breeding center along with its owner Lin Feng would no longer be an obscure little shopkeeper from this day forward. His name would spread throughout the new district along with the legend of the Beast Tide battle. And a greater storm was still ahead. On the third day after the Beast Tide the new district had largely returned to order. The damaged protective walls had been patched through the night, and the ruined buildings were beginning to be rebuilt. Bloodstains and traces of battle could still be seen on the streets, but the panic on people's faces had given way to relief at having survived the disaster. Fengyu's Spirit Beast Center reopened for business. Yet Lin Feng had not expected to see a long queue already in front of the shop. It stretched from one end of the street to the other with at least 100 people. Some had come to buy spirit beasts, some to seek treatment, some to express thanks, and some simply to watch the commotion. Shopkeeper Lin. I want to order a flame hound. I've even brought the deposit. Dr. Lin, my spirit beast was hurt in the Beast Tide. Please take a look. Tamer Lin, I want to learn from you. Take me as your apprentice. Hero Lin. Thank you for killing the thunderstorm bear and saving our new district. The crowd was loud and chaotic. Lin Feng was surrounded in the middle, unable to move even an inch. In the end, the security team had to send people to maintain order before the situation was brought under control. Everyone. Lin Feng raised his voice. Thank you for your trust. But this shop has just gone through the Beast Tide. Many facilities need repairs and the spirit beasts need rest too. Today we will only accept emergency treatment. For other business please come back tomorrow. After much persuasion the crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Feng returned to the shop exhausted and collapsed into a chair. Brother, you're a celebrity now. Lin Xiaoyu poured him some tea and said with a smile, just now Aunt Wang was saying that she wanted to introduce her daughter to you. Stop joking. Lin Feng gave a wry smile. Fame is a double-edged sword. Now the entire new district knows I have 3 rare spirit beasts. Trouble will come knocking soon. Brother Lin is right. Chen Ming walked in from outside with a grim expression. I just heard some news. Wanlong Commercial House is making a move. What move? They've joined forces with Baisho Clinic, Yuchong Pavilion and 5 other shops to form the new District Spirit Beast Commercial Alliance. Chen Ming said on the surface they say it's to regulate the market and protect consumer rights, but in reality, I think they want to set industry standards to exclude small shops like ours. How would they exclude us? For example, they might require all tamers to hold an advanced certificate to open a shop or require a minimum floor area for the shop and certain equipment. Chen Ming said worriedly. We don't meet any of those conditions right now. Lin Feng frowned. This move was indeed ruthless, using industry regulations to suppress others in a perfectly legitimate-sounding way. When will it be established? This afternoon? The founding meeting is at the Chamber of Commerce building and it said the district chief and several major families were invited. Chen Ming said. Brother Lin, should we go too? Go. Of course we should go. Lin Feng stood up. They've already set up the stage. If we don't show up, wouldn't we be disappointing the effort they went to? At 2 in the afternoon at the new District Chamber of Commerce building. The conference hall, which could hold 300 people, was packed. In the front rows sat the owners of the major shops, representatives of the Spirit Beast Tamer Association, and officials of the new district government. In the back rows sat citizens who had come for the excitement, and reporters. When Lin Feng arrived with Chen Ming, the meeting had already begun. On the stage, Manager Li of Wanlong Commercial House was speaking with great fervor. In order to regulate the spirit beast market of the new district, and protect the legitimate rights and interests of all consumers, our 7 organizations jointly initiate the founding of the new District Spirit Beast Commercial Alliance. The alliance will formulate unified industry standards, service regulations and pricing systems so that the spirit beast industry of the new district can develop healthily. Thunderous applause burst out below the stage. Lin Feng found a corner and sat down, listening quietly. After Manager Li finished, Boss Zhao of Baisho Clinic took the stage and announced the Alliance's first set of rules and regulations. First, every Spirit Beast shop must have a business area of at least 100 square meters and a breeding area of 50 square meters, otherwise no business license will be issued. Second, all personnel engaged in Spirit Beast breeding and medical treatment must hold an intermediate or higher certificate issued by the Spirit Beast Tamer Association. Third, all Spirit Beasts sold must be certified by the Alliance and bear anti-counterfeiting labels. Fourth. As he listened item by item, Chen-Ming's face grew paler and paler. Every single one of these regulations struck directly at the lifeline of Fengyu's Spirit Beast Center. Shop area. They did not even have 50 square meters right now. Tamer certificate. Lin Feng only had a preliminary certificate, and Chen-Ming did not even have that. Alliance certification. Their Spirit Beasts were all raised by themselves. Where would they get certification? They're trying to drive us into a corner, Chen-Ming said in a low voice. It's not over yet, Lin Feng said calmly. Sure enough, after Boss Zhao finished, Boss Qian of Yuchong Pavilion went up and announced the Alliance's preferential policies. To support the development of the industry, the Alliance will provide the following support to member units. First, priority supply rights. Second, sharing of customer resources. Third, a technical exchange platform. Fourth, priority recommendation for government projects. In other words, join the Alliance, and you could have anything you wanted. Stay out, and you would have nothing. Now please welcome the first batch of Alliance members to the stage to sign the agreement. Manager Li announced in a loud voice. The owners of the 7 shops went on stage one by one and signed the agreement. Below, reporters' camera flashes flickered endlessly and the atmosphere was heated. After the signing, Manager Li changed his tone. Of course, the Alliance is open. We welcome all shops that meet the standards to join. However, we will also resolutely resist shops that do not meet the standards, or that may even harm consumer rights. His gaze swept across the audience, and finally came to rest on Lin Feng. For example, certain small shops with no qualifications, no certification, and no safeguards use attention-grabbing tricks to deceive consumers. Such shops must be rectified. Otherwise, the Alliance will join with the relevant authorities to resolutely ban them. It was a naked threat. Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up and walked onto the stage. Whispers spread through the audience. Is that Lin Feng? That's him, the one who killed the thunderstorm bear during the beast tide. What is he going to do? Fight the Alliance? Manager Li had not expected Lin Feng to dare come on stage. He was stunned for a moment, then sneered, Shopkeeper Lin, is there something you need? Yes. Lin Feng took the microphone. I want to ask a few questions. Go ahead. Manager Li's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes were very cold. First, what is the basis for the standards set by the Alliance? Who authorized the Alliance to formulate industry standards? This. Manager Li was stumped. We did it for the development of the industry. Second, what rights do Alliance members enjoy, and what obligations do they bear? For example, if an Alliance member sells inferior Spirit Beasts and causes losses to consumers, will the Alliance take responsibility? Of course we will. We will establish a compensation fund. Third, what is the Alliance's certification procedure? Who does the certification? How much does it cost? How long before the result comes out? The 3 questions in a row rendered Manager Li speechless. The audience began to stir. That's right, why do they get to call the shots? Does certification cost money? How long will it take? If their own people sell fakes, who polices it? Manager Li's expression was awful as he forced an explanation. These details will be refined gradually after the Alliance is established. In other words, you currently have nothing settled, yet you dare to set standards and demand that others follow them. Lin Feng smiled. Manager Li, your skill at getting something for nothing is already truly masterful. You. Manager Li trembled with rage. Furthermore, Lin Feng looked at the people below the stage. I want to ask all the bosses, tamers, and government officials present, when the beast tide came, where exactly were these 7 Alliance units? He paused and raised his voice. When I was treating the wounded at the front line, I didn't see them. When I was holding the line against the ferocious beasts, I didn't see them. When my Spirit Beast fought desperately and killed the thunderstorm bear, they didn't see that either. Now that the beast tide is over, they jump out to set standards, regulate the market, and ban this and that. On what grounds? Below the stage all was silent. Just because their shops are big. Just because they have money. Lin Feng sneered. I, Lin Feng of Fengyu's Spirit Beast Center. My shop is not big and my money is little, but when the beast tide came, I was on the front line. I saved 32 wounded people and treated 58 Spirit Beasts. My spirit beast killed the thunderstorm bear and saved half the new district. He pointed at Manager Lee. What about you? What did you do? Hid in safe places, waited for the war to end, and then came out to reap the rewards. And now you want to kick out the people who truly did the work. Well said. Someone in the audience shouted. It was Wang Mei. He had been sitting in the back row with the rock exploration squad, and now he stood up and applauded. Shopkeeper Lin is right. During the Beast Tide, those big shops closed their doors and suspended operations. Only Shopkeeper Lin was risking his life on the front line. And now they jump out and want to be the big shots. Bah. That's right. On what grounds? We support Shopkeeper Lin. After that first one took the lead, more and more people stood up to voice their support. Manager Lee's face was livid as he glared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, don't stir up emotions here. The alliance is for the development of the industry. The development of the industry. Lin Feng cut him off. If the development of the industry means making those with real ability leave while those who only know how to talk rise to the top, then we don't need that kind of development. You. Enough. A dignified voice rang out. Everyone turned to look. It was the district chief, a middle-aged man in his 50s in a suit with a severe expression. Shopkeeper Lin, what you said has some merit. During the Beast Tide you did make contributions to the new district, the district chief said slowly. But industry regulations are also necessary. We can't bend the rules just because you have rendered meritorious service. I never intended to break the rules, Lin Feng said. I only want to ask who gets to decide the rules. How are they decided? If the rules themselves are unfair, why should we obey them? Then what do you think would count as fair? Lin Feng took a deep breath and said what he had prepared long ago. First, standards can be set, but they must be open and transparent, formulated jointly by the Spirit Beast Tamer Association, the Chamber of Commerce, and the government. A few shops should not have the final say. Second, certification can exist, but it must be just and must not become a tool for collecting fees. I suggest setting up an independent certification committee with rotating members to avoid monopoly. Third, individuals or shops with special contributions should be granted exemptions or supportive policies. For example, those who made major contributions during the Beast Tide should have the standards appropriately relaxed and be given time to develop. Every one of these 3 points was reasonable, and they also gave the government a way to save face. The district chief thought for a moment and nodded. What you said makes sense. Manager Lee, your alliance's charter needs to be discussed again. Manager Lee's face turned even more unpleasant, but he did not dare contradict the district chief. Yes. Additionally, the district chief said, looking at Lin Feng, Shopkeeper Lin, in view of your contributions during the Beast Tide, the district government has decided to confer on you the title of honorary citizen of the new district and award you 1,000,000 credit points. Your shop will enjoy a 1-year tax exemption and you will be permitted to expand your business. A plot of land will be allocated to you on 3rd Street for building your new shop. The whole hall erupted in commotion. Honorary citizen. 100,000 credit reward. 1 year of tax exemption. And land allocated to him. This was a windfall of enormous proportions. Lin Feng was stunned as well. He had not expected the district chief to be so generous. Thank you, district chief. He bowed. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. The district chief patted him on the shoulder. Work hard. The new district needs young people like you. The alliance founding meeting came to an anticlimactic end. Manager Lee and the others left with livid faces while Lin Feng was surrounded by people offering congratulations. Shopkeeper Lin, congratulations. When you make it big, don't forget us. Brother Lin, that was incredible. The district chief personally backed you. Lin Feng handled them one by one, but he knew very well in his heart, this was only the beginning. Wanlong Commercial House would not let this go. Today's conflict had completely torn the facade. From now on there would be open attacks and hidden schemes in even greater number. But at least he had one time and room to develop. Back at the shop, Lin Feng told them about the district chief's reward. 100,000 credit points. Tax-free for a year. And land. Chen Ming jumped with excitement. Brother Lin, we've hit the jackpot. How big is the plot? Lin Xiaoyu was more concerned with the actual benefits. There's an empty plot behind 3rd Street, about 500 square meters. Lin Feng took out a map. I've checked it. The location is good, close to the main street but not too noisy. We can build a 3-story building with a backyard. 500 square meters. Chen Ming's eyes lit up. Then we can build a large breeding room, set up a training ground, and have a display hall. Don't rush it, one step at a time. Lin Feng said. First we draw up the blueprints, find a construction crew, and buy materials. These things take time. Besides, we don't have enough hands right now. With just the three of us we can't manage a shop that big. We can hire people, Chenming said. With our reputation now, plenty of people will want to join. But we need to hire reliable ones. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Here's the plan, Chenming. You're responsible for hiring. Requirements: diligent and down-to-earth, preference for those with a foundation in spirit beast raising and character above all else. Xiao Yu, you handle the accounts and purchasing. I'll be responsible for design and breeding. Okay. In the following days, Fengyu's Spirit Beast Center was overwhelmed with work. People came endlessly for treatment, buying spirit beasts, and consultations. The threshold was nearly worn through. Lin Feng simply posted a notice at the door. Due to business expansion, this shop is temporarily suspending ordinary consultations. We will accept only appointments and critical emergencies. The new shop is expected to open in 1 month. Please look forward to it. Even so, many people still came every day, drawn by his reputation. That afternoon a special visitor arrived at the shop. It was a man in a black trench coat, around 30 years old, with a scar on his face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He held a spirit beast in his arms, covered with black cloth, its breed hidden. Is shopkeeper Lin here? The man asked in a hoarse voice. That's me. Lin Feng rose. What can I do for you? The man lifted the black cloth. Inside was a dragon. No, not a real dragon. It was a lizard-type spirit beast, but with wings and horns, its body covered with pale golden scales. At this moment, though it was on the verge of death, its scales dim and lusterless, its wings broken, and its breathing weak. Species: pseudo-dragon lizard, elite rank thin dragon blood. Status: dying, multiple fractures, internal organ damage, loss of dragon blood. Threat level high. Dragon blood spirit beasts are highly aggressive. In a near-death state they may go berserk. Treatment difficulty: extremely high. A pseudo-dragon lizard is a spirit beast with a thin heritage of dragon blood and extremely high potential. When mature it can reach elite rank, or even higher. But it was ferocious in temperament, and extremely hard to tame. Can you save it? The man asked, his voice betraying no emotion. Lin Feng examined it carefully. The injuries were severe but not hopeless. The fractures could be set, the internal organs repaired, and the lost dragon blood would need to be replenished with dragon blood essence, but that substance was absurdly expensive. I can save it, but the cost will be very high, Lin Feng said. How much? At least 50,000 credit points, and I can't guarantee it will survive. The man was silent for a few seconds, then pulled a cloth pouch from his chest and tossed it onto the table. The mouth of the pouch came open, revealing what was inside: a dozen or so gems of various colors and several ingots of metal. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. Those gems were elemental crystals, top-grade materials for spirit beast cultivation, each one worth over 1,000 credit points. The metal ingots were adamantine and mithril, rare metals used to forge spirit beast equipment. The total value was no less than 100,000. Is this enough? The man asked. It's enough, but it's too much. Save it, and all of this is yours. The man cut him off. If you can't save it, I won't blame you. Lin Feng stared at the man. Does it mean a lot to you? It saved my life, the man said. Now it's my turn to save it. Lin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll do my best. He asked Chenming to prepare the operating room while he mixed the medicines. The pseudo-dragon lizard's injuries were too complex, ordinary methods wouldn't work, and a special approach was necessary. I need dragon blood herb and water of life, Lin Feng said. I have the dragon blood herb, but as for water of life, I have it. The man produced another small bottle. Inside was a pale green liquid emanating a dense aura of life. Water of life, the legendary holy relic of the elven race. A single drop was worth 10,000 in gold. A small bottle like this was worth at least 200,000. This man was no ordinary person. Lin Feng took the water of life and asked no further questions. The surgery lasted 3 hours. Setting bones, repairing internal organs, suturing wounds. The hardest part was replenishing the dragon blood. The pseudo-dragon lizard had already lost most of the dragon blood in its body. He had to extract the essence from the dragon blood herb and inject it together with the water of life. Throughout the entire process, the pseudo-dragon lizard kept struggling. Even while unconscious, its body resisted instinctively. Lin Feng had no choice but to have Chenming and Qin Feng hold it still while he focused on the operation. Finally, the last stitch was sewn. The pseudo-dragon lizard's breathing settled, and its scales gradually regained a pale golden luster. Treatment successful. Achievement unlocked Dragon Blood Healer. Reward 500 points, and Dragon Blood Essence X1. Point balance 1427. 500 points. And Dragon Blood Essence 2. Lin Feng barely suppressed his excitement, and said to the man, it's saved, but it needs at least a month to recover. During that time it must not exercise strenuously. Feed it high-protein food every day along with Dragon Blood herb juice. The man looked at the pseudo-dragon lizard whose breathing had become steady, and the tension on his face finally relaxed. Thank you? He bowed deeply. My name is Lei Lai. I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, come find me anytime. He pulled a black token from his chest and handed it to Lin Feng. Take this. Wherever you are, show it, and you can find me. The token was cold in his hand, engraved with a Lei character. Are you? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Lei Lai picked up the pseudo-dragon lizard. I'll come back for it in a month. Please take care of it during this time. Don't worry. Lei Lai left, leaving behind the bag of priceless materials and the token. Lin Feng looked at the token, understanding full well that Lei Lai's background was by no means simple. But he had no time to think it over because a new trouble had arrived. Chen Ming rushed upstairs. Brother Lin, bad news. Someone has occupied the land for our new shop. What? Lin Feng frowned. Who occupied it? I don't know. A group of people pitched tents on the land and put up a sign saying it was their land. Lin Feng's expression turned cold. The alliance matter had just been settled and now someone else was picking a fight. It seemed some people simply would not let him live in peace. Let's go take a look. The newly allocated land lay behind 3rd Street on what had once been a derelict old warehouse district. After the new district chief specially approved it for Lin Feng, the site should have been cleared and prepared for construction by now. But now 7 or 8 tents had been raised on the vacant lot, and a dozen or so people were there cooking over open fires. At the entrance stood a wooden sign scrawled with private property, "Trespassers will die." When Lin Feng arrived, Wang Meng was already there confronting the people in the tents with a few of his brothers. Brother Wang, what's going on? The question had come from Lin Feng. Boss Lin, you've come just in time, Wang Meng said, pointing at the men. These bastards showed up out of nowhere. In the middle of last night they suddenly seized this land and claimed to be from the Black Tiger Gang, demanding protection money. Black Tiger Gang. Lin Feng had never heard the name. It's a small gang in the new district. They usually collect protection money from street vendors and wouldn't dare touch large shops. Wang Meng lowered his voice. But someone might be directing them from behind, otherwise they wouldn't dare be so brazen about occupying your land. Lin Feng understood. This was Wanlong Trading Company's latest trick. Instead of showing itself, it sent street toughs to cause trouble. Who's in charge? Lin Feng stepped forward. A burly bald man came out of a tent, his face a mass of brutal flesh, a tiger head tattooed on his neck and an iron rod in his hand. I am Wang Hu, 3rd in command of the Black Tiger Gang. The big man looked at Lin Feng askance. So you're Lin Feng. The Black Tiger Gang has taken a fancy to this land. If you know what's good for you, hand over 5,000 credits, and we'll be out of here right away. If not, then you can forget about building your new shop. This land was granted to me by the new district chief. I have the official documents, Lin Feng said calmly. New district chief? Wang Hu sneered. I don't know any new district chief. I only know money. 5,000 credits, not 1 credit less. And if I don't pay, don't pay. Wang Hu waved his iron rod. Then don't blame my brothers for getting rough. Your shop and those precious spirit beasts of yours might just have an accident one of these days. A blatant threat. Wang Meng could no longer hold back. Wang Hu, if you dare touch even 1 hair on Boss Lin, I'll kill you, damn it. Wang Meng, I know you, Wang Hu said with a sneer. Rock Exploration Team, right? My Black Tiger Gang has 300 brothers. Can you afford to provoke us? Wang Meng wanted to say something else, but Lin Feng stopped him. Wang Hu, are you really set on making trouble for me? Lin Feng looked at him. How much did Wanlong Trading Company pay you? I'll pay double. Wang Hu's face changed. What Wanlong Trading Company? I don't know them. Cut the crap. Are you paying or not? No. Good, you've got backbone. Wang Hu gave a cruel grin. Boys, give him a lesson. A dozen thugs closed and brandishing clubs and machetes. On Wang Meng's side there were only 5 people. Though all were seasoned hands from the exploration team, they were clearly outnumbered. Just as a fight seemed inevitable, the sound of a car engine came from the distance. A black off-road vehicle sped over and screeched to a halt at the edge of the vacant lot. The door opened and Su-Wan jumped out, followed by 4 members of the Shadow Exploration team. Wan-Hu, it's been a few days. Your guts have grown, haven't they? Su-Wan strolled over slowly with her hands in her pockets. When Wan-Hu saw her, his face turned pale at once. As squad leader Su, why are you here? I heard someone was bullying a friend of mine here, so I came to take a look. Su-Wan swept her eyes over the thugs. What has the Black Tiger Gang changed its trade to collecting land plots now? Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Sweat broke out on Wang-Hu's forehead. We were just resting here. We'll leave right away. Resting. Su-Wan kicked the campfire on the ground. You rest while carrying weapons. Wan-Hu, are you taking me for a fool? I wouldn't dare. Wan-Hu's legs went weak. The Shadow Exploration team was one of the most untouchable powers in the new district. Their business was one of licking blood off a knife's edge, and every one of their men was ruthless and merciless. Not to mention the Black Tiger Gang, even Walong Trading Company had to be courteous before Su-Wan. Lin Feng is my friend, Su-Wan said, looking at Wang-Hu. Touch him, and you touch me. Understand? Yes. Wang-Hu nodded like a pestle pounding garlic. Then why aren't you scramming? Scram right now. Wan-Hu and his men fled, stumbling over themselves, not even bothering to take their tents. Only then did Su-Wan turn to Lin Feng. Are you all right? I'm fine. Thank you for getting me out of that, squad leader Su, Lin Feng said gratefully. It was nothing. Su-Wan waved a hand. But a small fry like Wang-Hu daring to occupy your land means someone must be backing him. Be careful these days. A visible spear is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. I understand. Su-Wan glanced at the vacant lot. This is a good piece of land, 500 square meters, enough to build a proper cultivation center. Need any help? I know a few reliable construction crews. Then I'll have to trouble you, squad leader Su. Don't be so polite. Su-Wan smiled. Oh right, during the last beast tide your shadow leopard was severely overextended. How is it recovering now? It's still resting, but it can already move around. That's good. Su-Wan paused. What about the matter I mentioned last time? Have you thought it over? Lin Feng knew she was referring to the Shadow Exploration team's commission to breed reconnaissance spirit beasts. The materials are all ready. I'll begin in the next few days. Before he could finish, police sirens sounded in the distance. Several security patrol vehicles drove up and stopped beside the vacant lot. 7 or 8 security patrol officers got out of the vehicles. The one in front was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Who is Lin Feng? The man asked. I am. Someone has reported you for illegally occupying land and violently driving off the original residents. The middle-aged man took out his badge. I am Zhou Ming, captain of the 3rd Detachment of the Security Patrol. Please come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Lin Feng frowned. Captain Zhou, this land was specially approved by the new district chief. I have the documents. Documents can be forged, Zhou Ming said in a flat voice. Besides, there are witnesses reporting that you just violently threatened Black Tiger Gang members and forced them to leave. Under the new district's public security regulations, violent threats against others can result in detention and fines. Su-Wan stepped forward. Captain Zhou, I am Su-Wan of the Shadow Exploration team. I witnessed the whole thing. The Black Tiger Gang members threatened Boss Lin first. We were only acting in legitimate self-defense. Squad leader Su, I know who you are. Zhou Ming pushed up his glasses. But this involves a land dispute, and the Shadow Exploration team has no authority here. Lin Feng has to come back with us to be investigated. Wang Meng could no longer hold himself back. Zhou Ming, how much dirty money have you taken? How dare you frame Boss Lin? Watch your words. Zhou Ming said coldly, defaming a security patrol officer adds another crime. The situation froze. Lin Feng knew that the other side had set this trap long ago. First they had the Black Tiger Gang make trouble. Once he fought back, they could immediately take him in on charges of violent threats. Once inside the security patrol, they could make black white and white black however they pleased. Captain Zhou, I'll go with you, Lin Feng said. But my lawyer will be here soon. Lawyer? Zhou Ming laughed. Boss Lin, do you think this is the main urban district? In the new district's security patrol, what I say goes. Is that so? A voice old but authoritative rang out. Everyone turned to see Assessor Bai walking over with another white-haired old man. Assessor Bai. Zhou Ming was stunned. Captain Zhou, what an imposing show of authority. Assessor Bai walked up to Zhou Ming. Whether Lin Feng has occupied land illegally is not for you to say nor for me. It depends on the documents. Then where are the documents? Show them. The documents. They're at the station. Sweat broke out on Zhou Ming's forehead. Then go get them, Assessor Bai said coldly. Go now. I'll wait here. If the documents are genuine, you've abused your power. If they're forged, I'll go to the new district chief myself and ask who gave you the audacity to forge the district chief's written order. Zhou Ming's face turned ashen. He dared to bully a small shopkeeper like Lin Feng who had no backing, but he did not dare to offend Assessor Bai. A senior spirit beast cultivator was already highly regarded in the new district, and Assessor Bai was also a powerful figure in the Spirit Beast Cultivators Association. I may have misremembered. Zhou Ming changed his tune. The person who made the report may not have been talking about this plot. Not this plot. Assessor Bai stared at him. Then why did you make such a show of force to come and arrest someone? Captain Zhou, are you treating your position as a joke? I'll review my conduct. Cold sweat streamed down Zhou Ming's face. Get out of here. Assessor Bai waved his hand. If I ever see you making things difficult for Lin Feng again, you won't be captain anymore. Yes. Zhou Ming slunk away with his men. Wang Meng roared with laughter. Assessor Bai, you're truly formidable. Assessor Bai waved his hand and looked at Lin Feng. Boy, have you gotten yourself into trouble again. The tree wishes to be still, but the wind never ceases. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Thank you, Assessor Bai, for coming to my rescue. Don't thank me, thank old Zhao. Assessor Bai indicated the old man beside him. This is old Zhao, the grand old man of the new district. He's the one who handled the paperwork for that plot of yours. Old Zhao said with a cheerful chuckle, young Lin, I've looked at your documents. The procedures are all complete, no problems. That Zhou Ming came looking for trouble because he'd been paid. But don't worry. Tomorrow I'll go see the new district chief and get the ownership of this plot settled once and for all. Let's see who still dares to covet it. Thank you, old Zhao, Lin Feng said gratefully. No need to thank me. You saved Wei Wei, that's half my life. Old Zhao patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Wei Wei can get out of bed and walk now, and she can even contract spirit beasts. I'll remember this kindness for the rest of my life. It turned out that old Zhao was an old friend of Assessor Bai and Bai Wei's grandfather. Only then did Lin Feng understand why Assessor Bai had been so willing to help him. By the way, have you drawn up the design for your new shop yet? Assessor Bai asked. Not yet. I'm still looking for a designer. No need to look. I know one. Assessor Bai continued. He came back from the main urban district. He specializes in the design of spirit beast cultivation centers and is very experienced. I'll have him come find you tomorrow. That's excellent. After seeing off Assessor Bai and old Zhao, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Today had been full of twists and turns. Though all of them had been defused, they also exposed a problem. He had too shallow a foundation, and just anyone dared to come looking for trouble. He had to get the new shop built as soon as possible, and raise his strength. Squad Leader Su, please arrange the construction crew as soon as you can, Lin Feng said. I want it completed within a month. A month? Su Wan raised an eyebrow. A bit tight, but not impossible. If you pay more, it can be done in half a month. How much more? Under the normal schedule, a month-long project costs about 200,000 credits. For an expedited half-month project, at another 50,000, Su Wan said. We'll use the best materials and guarantee the quality. 250,000 credits. Lin Feng calculated the money he had on hand. The 100,000 credits the new district chief had awarded, the 50,000 credits in income the shop had earned during this period, the bag of materials Lei Lai had given him, worth at least 100,000 credits, and his previous savings. In total it came to roughly 300,000 credits. Enough. Fine. 250,000 credits, completion in half a month. Lin Feng made the call. How decisive. Su Wan smiled. I'll have someone come survey the site tomorrow, and we'll start the day after tomorrow. After seeing Su Wan off, Wang Meng came closer. Boss Lin, isn't this too rushed? Can a building really be finished in half a month? It has to be done whether or not it can. Lin Feng looked at the vacant lot. A long night invites many dreams. The sooner it's built, the sooner we can rest easy. Back in the shop, Lin Feng began drawing the design plans. First floor, reception hall, display area, merchandise area, and treatment room. Second floor, cultivation zone, divided into standard, elite, and special sections, laboratory, and archive room. Third floor, living quarters. Staff dormitory, kitchen, living room, office, storage room. Backyard, open-air training ground, spirit beast activity area, small ecological pond. Once the blueprints were drawn, he annotated every detail: ventilation system, temperature control system, surveillance system, security system. He worked late into the night. Early the next morning, the construction crews Su Wan had introduced arrived. The foreman was a man in his 40s, surnamed Zhang, with dark, weather-beaten skin. One look showed he had spent years on construction sites. "Boss Lin, I've looked over your design drawings." "No problem," Foreman Zhang said. "We'll finish in half a month with quality guaranteed. But one thing, you'll have to purchase the materials yourself. We only handle construction." "Do you have a materials list?" "Yes." Foreman Zhang handed over a sheet. "This is what's needed. Just buy according to this list. But some of the materials can only be bought in the main city. The new district is out of stock." Lin Feng took the list and looked. High-strength alloy beams, blast-proof glass core components for temperature control systems, surveillance equipment. None of them were ordinary building materials. "All right, I'll find a way." After seeing Foreman Zhang off, Lin Feng began purchasing materials. Ordinary building materials could be bought in the new district, but the special materials could only be obtained in the main city. Chen Ming watched the shop. "I'm going to the main city," Lin Feng said. "The main city? That's really far. It takes 2 hours by hovercar." Chen Ming was worried. "Besides, prices are high in the main city. Did you bring enough money?" "I did." Lin Feng patted his backpack, which held the pouch of gems and metal ingots Lei Lai had given him. "If I sell these, it should be enough." "Want me to go with you?" Qin Feng volunteered. "No need. Look after Xiaoying and the others. Especially Xiaoying, though it has recovered well, it still needs quiet rest." Lin Feng went alone to the new district station and boarded a hovercar bound for the main city. The hovercar was the world's primary means of transport. It looked like a bus but had anti-gravity devices underneath, allowing it to fly 10 meters above the ground. It was faster than the cars of the old world and was not restricted by terrain. 2 hours later, the hovercar arrived in the main city. The gap between the main city and the new district was like that between a first-tier city and a small town. Buildings towered on every side, streets were wide and spotless, and private hovercars wove overhead. Pedestrians were stylishly dressed, and the spirit beasts beside them were all of rare and valuable breeds. Following the map, Lin Feng found the main city's largest materials market, Wankai Street. The entire street was lined with shops selling construction, breeding, and forging materials, a dazzling array. Lin Feng walked into the largest-looking shop. "Shopkeeper, I'd like to buy materials." He handed over the list. The shopkeeper was an elderly man with glasses. He took the list, glanced at it, and pushed up his glasses. "Young man, this list of yours is quite something. High-strength alloy beams and blast-proof glass are easy enough, but the core components for a temperature control system, those are regulated goods. You need a license to buy them." "A license?" "Yes. Temperature control systems are related to spirit beast breeding. To prevent the illegal breeding of dangerous spirit beasts, the main city requires a senior breeder's license issued by the Breeders' Association before you can purchase them." The shopkeeper sized Lin Feng up. "A young man like you probably doesn't have one, right?" Lin Feng frowned. He only had a junior certificate, still far from a senior one. "Is there any other way?" "There is. Find someone who has a license to buy them for you." The shopkeeper lowered his voice. "But there's a service fee, at least this much." He held up 5 fingers. 5,000. 50,000. That's robbery. Lin Feng couldn't help saying. "Too expensive." "Then go find someone else." The shopkeeper tossed the list back. Lin Feng walked out of the shop heavy-hearted. No wonder Su Wan had said some materials were hard to buy. They were regulated goods. As he was worrying, he suddenly heard someone call him Lin Feng. He turned and saw a young man in a white lab coat, somewhat familiar. "You're Chen Ming." "No, not Chen Ming. I'm Chen Ming's older brother, Chen Liang." The young man laughed. "I saw you at the exhibition. That tri-attribute shadow leopard was incredible." Chen Liang, Chen Ming's older cousin, worked at the Breeders' Association in the main city. "Brother Chen, what are you doing here?" Lin Feng asked. "Just buying some materials." Chen Liang patted the bag in his hand. "What about you? What are you here for?" Lin Feng explained. "Core components for a temperature control system." Chen Liang frowned. "Those really are hard to buy. But I do know someone who might have a way." "Who?" "The vice president of our association, Elder Ma," Chen Liang said. Elder Ma loves to mentor promising young people. He should have heard about your performance at the exhibition. If you go ask him, he might be able to get you the license. Elder Ma. Would he help me? Worth a try, you've got nothing to lose. Come on, I'll take you to see him, Chen Liang said. The Breeders' Association headquarters in the main city was far more impressive than the new district branch. The 30-story building was covered with glass curtain walls, and 2 enormous spirit beast statues stood at its entrance. Chen Liang took Lin Feng up to the 25th floor and stopped outside an office. Elder Ma, it's Chen Liang. I brought a friend to see you. Come in. They pushed the door open. Inside sat an elderly man with graying hair but a vigorous bearing, reading documents. Elder Ma, this is Lin Feng, a breeder from the new district, Chen Liang introduced. Elder Ma looked up, sized Lin Feng up, and said, Lin Feng. The one who bred the tri-attribute shadow leopard at the exhibition. That's me. Interesting. Elder Ma put down the documents. What do you need from me? Lin Feng handed him the materials list. I want to buy these materials, but the core components for the temperature control system require a senior breeder's license. Elder Ma glanced at the list. Building a breeding center? Yes. Quite a large project. Elder Ma smiled. Ambition is a good thing in a young man. But a senior license is no easy matter. You must pass an examination and have 3 senior breeders jointly recommend you. I know, so I wanted to ask Elder Ma to help. Why should I help you? Elder Ma cut him off. Lin Feng was stunned. Chen Liang quickly tried to smooth things over. Elder Ma, Lin Feng has great potential. During the Beast Tide he even... I know about the Beast Tide. Elder Ma waved his hand. But potential is potential and rules are rules. If I casually pulled strings for people, how could the association maintain order? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Elder Ma, what must I do for you to help me? Elder Ma stared at Lin Feng for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Young man, quite direct. All right, I'll give you a chance. He took a piece of paper from a drawer. On it was drawn an anatomical diagram of a spirit beast. This is an anatomical diagram of a lava giant lizard. It is stricken with a strange disease that has never been cured. If you can tell me the cause and the treatment, I'll write you a recommendation letter. The lava giant lizard was an elite-grade spirit beast with dual fire and earth attributes, famed for its defense and high-temperature attacks. Lin Feng took the diagram and examined it carefully. The system automatically scanned. Species: lava giant lizard, elite grade. Status: abnormal body temperature, continuously decreasing lava carapace cracking, loss of appetite, lethargy. Cause analysis: fire attribute, spiritual energy in the body is disordered, leading to core temperature imbalance. Possible causes: 1. Accidental ingestion of cold-natured herbs. 2. Prolonged exposure to low-temperature environments. 3. Genetic defect. Treatment plan: 1. Inject high-purity fire attribute essence to stabilize core temperature. 2. Use flame heart herb to assist regulation. 3. Keep ambient temperature above 40 C for 1 week. The cause is disordered fire attribute spiritual energy, leading to core temperature imbalance. Lin Feng said it may have accidentally eaten cold-natured herbs or been in a low-temperature environment for too long. Treatment: inject fire attribute essence to stabilize its temperature, regulate it with flame heart herb, and keep it in a high-temperature environment. Elder Ma's eyes lit up. Are you certain? Certain. Then what if I asked you to prepare fire attribute essence on the spot? Could you do it? Yes. Lin Feng recited the formula. 3 grams of blazing flame flour, 10 grams of volcanic ash, 5 grams of lava crystal powder. Mix with purified water, heat over a low flame until boiling, then cool to 40 C and inject. Elder Ma stared at Lin Feng for a long moment, then burst into loud laughter. Good. Good. A true talent indeed. He took a seal from the drawer and stamped it on the recommendation letter. Take this and go to the first floor lobby to process your senior breeder's license. As for the materials, I'll write you a note. Go to Balian Pavilion to buy them. The owner there is a friend of mine and will give you a discount. Thank you, Elder Ma. Lin Feng said joyfully. Don't rush to thank me. Elder Ma's smile faded. I'm helping you because you have real ability. But remember, the main city is not like the new district. The waters here run deep. Once you hold a senior license, you'll come under certain people's notice. Be extra careful in the days ahead. I understand. After leaving Elder Ma's office, Chen Liang excitedly clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. You're something else, you got it done so fast. Elder Ma is famous for being hard to deal with. Just lucky, Lin Feng said modestly. In truth, it wasn't luck, it was the system. Without the system scanning and analysis, he could not have diagnosed the cause so quickly. With the recommendation letter, Lin Feng smoothly obtained the senior breeder's license. He then took Elder Ma's note to Balian Pavilion, bought all the materials, and even got a 20% discount. Altogether he spent 180000 credit points, 70000 less than budgeted. The money saved can go towards some good equipment. Lin Feng was in an excellent mood. In the evening he returned to the new district laden with bags and bundles of materials. At the construction site for the new shop, the crew had already begun laying the foundation. Foreman Zhang saw that Lin Feng had bought all the materials and gave him a thumbs up. "Impressive, Boss Lin. You pulled that off in no time. Thanks for your hard work, Foreman Zhang. Let's keep moving quickly. Don't worry. In half a month I guarantee you a beautiful building." Back at the shop, Lin Feng put the materials away and went to see Xiaoying. The little thing had recovered well and could already run and jump. After its shadow attribute awakened, its fur became even blacker, and the odd color in its eyes became more pronounced. It was now chasing Xiao Lei and Xiao Ho around the yard, looking full of life. "Brother Lin, Xiaoying secretly ate 2 thunder crystal stones today," Qin Feng reported. "Oh." Xiaoying immediately hid behind Lin Feng, rubbing its head against his leg with a look of pure innocence. Lin Feng laughed. "It's fine, let it eat. It needs energy while recovering." Just as he said that, the system suddenly sent a notification. "Spirit Beast Shadow Leopard Shadow Attribute Awakening has reached 50. Unlock new skill. Shadow Clone creates a clone with 30 of the original strength lasting 10 minutes. Potential evaluation upgraded to Elite Grade, Upper Limit Monarch Grade." The shadow attribute had reached 50. It had even unlocked the new skill Shadow Clone. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Although the Shadow Clone only had 30 of the original strength, it was perfect for reconnaissance, harassment, and confusing enemies. Xiaoying's growth rate was far faster than Lin Feng had expected. If this trend continued, by the time the new shop was finished, Xiaoying might well break through to elite grade. When that day came, the Fengyu Breeding Center would truly have the confidence to stand firm in the new district. "Grow well." Lin Feng stroked Xiaoying's head. "Together we'll make this shop bigger and stronger." Xiaoying gave an awoo and rubbed against his palm. Outside the window the sun was setting. The new shop's foundation had already been laid, and its skeleton of steel and concrete had begun to take shape. Everything was moving in the right direction. On the 7th day of constructing the new store, the 3-story main structure had already been erected and workers were installing the exterior walls and interior partitions. Lin Feng dropped by the construction site every day to check the progress and brought water and snacks for the workers. Foreman Zhang slapped his chest and swore that it would absolutely be finished in 8 more days. "Rest easy, Boss Lin." Foreman Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow. "I, old Zhang, have been in construction for 20 years and have never once missed a deadline. I guarantee this building of yours will be both sturdy and handsome." "Sorry for all the trouble, Foreman Zhang." Lin Feng handed him a bottle of water. "No trouble at all. Once you take the money, you deliver the work." Lowering his voice, Foreman Zhang added, "But you'd better be careful, Boss Lin. I hear members of the Black Tiger gang have been hanging around nearby these past couple days. They're probably up to no good." Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. "They dared to cause trouble." "Can't say for sure. Those thugs will do anything for money," said Foreman Zhang. "Maybe I should have a few of my men keep watch at night." "No need. Your men have worked hard enough during the day. They should get a good night's rest," Lin Feng said. "I'll arrange for someone to watch the site." The someone he meant were actually spirit beasts. Little Shadow had fully recovered. After its shadow attribute awakening reached 50, its night vision and stealth capabilities had increased dramatically. Having Little Shadow keep watch was far more reliable than hiring a few workers. Little Thunder and Little Fire could also help. Little Thunder handled aerial surveillance, and Little Fire provided light and drove off small animals. The 3 spirit beasts took turns on duty, and with Lin Feng himself making a round every 2 hours, nothing should go wrong. At 10 in the evening the construction site quieted down. The workers had all gone back to rest, leaving only a few temporary lights glowing. Wind blew through the unfinished structure with a low mournful sound. Little Shadow lay in the shadows on the rooftop, its left eye dark violet, and right eye sky blue, warily scanning the area. Little Thunder perched on top of the scaffolding, occasionally tilting its head to listen to the surroundings. Little Fire meanwhile was curled up dozing in the temporary work shed. It had tired itself out training during the day and needed rest at night. Lin Feng wrapped himself in a blanket and dozed by a window on the 2nd floor. He didn't dare fall into too deep a sleep. Every 2 hours he got up and made a patrol round. At 2 in the morning, when drowsiness was at its heaviest, Little Shadow suddenly pricked up its ears and let out a low growl from its throat. There was movement. It slipped silently down the stairs and merged into the shadows. Beneath the wall surrounding the construction site, a dozen or more dark figures were creeping closer. They wore dark clothing and cloth masks, carrying buckets and tools. Hurry up. While no one's here, pour it all out. The leader was a scar-faced man, none other than Wang Hu, the Black Tiger Gang's third boss, who had been frightened off by Su Wan before. Third boss, is this stuff really going to work? Asked one of the underlings. Nonsense. This is the secretion of metal-devouring ants designed to corrode metal and concrete. Once it's poured out, the foundation of this building will be ruined within 3 days. Wang Hu sneered. That kid Lin Feng dares to oppose Wanlong trading. He's looking for death. But what if we get caught? Caught my ass. It's the middle of the night. There's not even a ghost around. Wang Hu kicked the lackey. Move it. Pour it, and we leave. The dozen or so men climbed over the wall and crept up to the foundation. Just as they were about to pour the corrosive liquid, a shadow rose up from beneath their feet. Ah! The leading lackey screamed and collapsed to the ground. Something had wound around his ankle. Looking closely, he saw it was actually a black shadow coiled tightly like a chain. What the hell is this? Wang Hu was startled. Little Shadow emerged from the darkness, growling low, baring sharp teeth. Its eyes glimmered with strange colors in the night, making it look especially eerie. It's a spirit beast. Kill it. Wang Hu drew a dagger. But Little Shadow was faster. It turned into a streak of black and darted through the crowd. With each person it passed, it used shadow bind to snare their feet or slash their wrists with its sharp claws. Ah! My hand. Where is it? Screams rose one after another. Little Shadow's shadow stride let it move freely through the shadows, and the thugs simply couldn't catch it. Useless. Spread out. Use fire on it. Wang Hu roared. Someone lit a torch, but Little Shadow had already retreated into the deeper shadows and disappeared. Third boss it. It's gone. What's there to fear? It's just a beast. Wang Hu forced himself to remain calm. Keep pouring. But no one dared to move. The eerie shadow from just now and their companions' screams had scared the guts out of them. Damn it. A bunch of cowards. Wang Hu snatched a bucket. I'll do it myself. He was just raising it when a silver light descended from the sky. Crackle! A bolt of electricity struck Wang Hu's wrist. The bucket clattered to the ground, splashing corrosive liquid everywhere. It hissed and sizzled as pits were eaten into the concrete floor. Wang Hu screamed and stumbled back, clutching his wrist. Looking up, he saw a silver-gray thunderfeather sparrow hovering in midair, electric light flickering across its wings. There's another one. Wang Hu was terrified. Oh! Little Shadow burst out of the darkness once again, this time aiming straight for Wang Hu's face. Wang Hu instinctively raised his dagger to block, but Little Shadow's claws were faster than his blade. One swipe tore across his face. Ah, my eyes! Wang Hu shrieked, clutching his face as blood seeped through his fingers. Seeing this, the other thugs turned and fled. Running. Lin Feng's voice came from above. He stood on the unfinished second floor, a high-powered flashlight in hand, flooding the scene below with blinding light. Everyone stopped right there. The thugs couldn't open their eyes under the harsh glare, and with Little Thunder's electric glow and Little Shadow's threat looming over them, they stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. Lin Feng came downstairs and walked up to Wang Hu. Wang Hu. It's you again. Wang Hu clutched his face as blood dripped between his fingers. Boss Lin, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Lin Feng kicked the bucket on the ground. You bring corrosive liquid to pour on my foundation, and that's a misunderstanding. I was forced. Wang Hu wore a bitter, pleading expression. It was managerly from Wanlong Trading. He gave me 30,000 credit points to sabotage you. If I didn't do it, he would cut off my source of income. Just as he expected. Lin Feng had long suspected Wanlong Trading, and now Wang Hu had admitted it in person. Where did the corrosive liquid come from? Lin Feng asked. Managerly gave it to me. He said he bought it from the black market in the main city. How much more is there? This is all of it. It's all here. Lin Feng checked and confirmed there was only what had been brought. I'm reporting tonight's incident to the security patrol, Lin Feng said coldly. You'd better pray they don't give you too harsh a sentence. No. Boss Lin, please. Wang Hu dropped to his knees. I have elderly parents and young children at home. If I go to prison, I'm finished. Please, Boss Lin, have mercy and let me off this once. I swear I won't cause you any more trouble. Let you off? Lin Feng smiled. So you can go on hurting other people. I can tell you a secret. Wang Hu said hastily. A secret about Wanlong trading. Talk. Manager Li has been in contact with some big shot in the main city lately. They seem to be planning something big. I overheard them talking about the Beast King rite and blood sacrifice. I don't understand the specifics, but it's certainly nothing good. Beast King rite. Blood sacrifice. Lin Feng frowned. Both terms sounded ominous. What else? And Manager Li has been secretly purchasing ingredients for a berserker potion. That medicine can greatly boost the spirit beast's combat power in a short time, but the side effects are severe. After it's used, the beast is ruined. Wang Hu said, I suspect he wants to use it against you. Lin Feng had heard of the berserker potion. It was a banned substance expressly forbidden for sale and use in the main city. If Wanlong trading really was dabbling in this, things were serious. Do you have any proof of what you're saying? I don't have proof, but I can help you steal it. Desperate to save his skin, Wang Hu would say anything. I have an informant at Wanlong Trading and can get a hold of their transaction records. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. Killing Wang Hu would do no good and would only invite the Black Tiger Gang's revenge. Better to keep him as a spy. Fine. I won't send you to the security patrol. Lin Feng said, but you must agree to 3 things. Say them. I'll do 100. First, bury what happened tonight in your gut. Don't tell a soul, including Wanlong Trading. Yes. Of course. Second, keep in contact with Wanlong Trading. If anything stirs, report to me immediately. No problem. Third, Lin Feng crouched down, staring into Wang Hu's eyes. If you try any tricks or harm others again, I'll make you suffer more than you would in prison. Understand? Wang Hu glanced at Little Shadow and Little Thunder behind Lin Feng and shuddered. Understood. Absolutely understood. Get lost. Wang Hu fled as if granted a pardon, scrambling away so frantically that he left even his own men behind. The other thugs scattered in disarray. Lin Feng looked at the corrosive liquid on the ground and frowned. This couldn't be left behind, he had to get rid of it. He had Little Fire breathe flames and burn the corrosive liquid dry. When the fire met the liquid, it let out a sizzling hiss and gave off pungent white smoke. By the time the site was cleaned up, dawn was almost breaking. Back at the shop, Lin Feng had no desire to sleep. The information Wang Hu had revealed cast a shadow over his heart. Beast King rite. Blood sacrifice. Berserker potion. Those words together carried an ominous air. What exactly was Wanlong Trading trying to do? He opened the system and searched for Beast King rite. Beast King rite, an ancient sacrificial ritual that uses large quantities of spirit beast blood as offerings to summon the descent of the Beast King. After the Beast King descends, it will slaughter living beings wildly until its energy is exhausted. This rite was classified as forbidden and has been lost for several hundred years. A forbidden ritual lost for centuries. Was Wanlong Trading trying to summon the Beast King? Why? And the Berserker potion. That thing did extreme harm to spirit beasts. One use would ruin them. Unless they were preparing for a desperate fight, or had some hidden motive, there was no reason to use such a thing. Looks like I need to find out what Wanlong Trading is really up to. Lin Feng muttered to himself. But Wanlong Trading was heavily guarded, forcing his way in was out of the question. He needed a way to infiltrate it. Just as he was thinking, a knock sounded from downstairs. So early, who could it be? Lin Feng went downstairs and opened the door. Outside stood a stranger about 30, impeccably dressed and elegant in demeanor. Boss Lin, sorry to disturb you. The man smiled. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Wenyuan, Vice President of the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce. The Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce was the second largest commercial association in the new district, second only to Wanlong Trading. What can I do for you, Vice President Zhou? Lin Feng asked. There's a business deal I'd like to discuss with you, Boss Lin. Zhou Wenyuan said, mind if we talk inside? Please come in. The two sat down in the shop and Lin Xiaoyu brought tea. Boss Lin, I'll be direct. Zhou Wenyuan took a sip of tea. Our Tianqiong Chamber wants to invest in your new store. Invest? Yes. We'll provide the money, people, and resources to make it the largest and most advanced spirit beast breeding center in the new district. All you need to provide is your skill and your name, Zhou Wenyuan said. For the shares you take 60%, we take 40%. How about it? The terms were very favorable. But Lin Feng knew there was no free lunch in this world. Vice President Zhou, why does the Tianqiong Chamber want to invest in me? Because we value your potential. Zhou Wenyuan said openly. Your performance at the exhibition, your contribution during the Beast Tide, and your ability to breed a 3-attribute shadow leopard. All of this proves you're a genius. Our chamber likes to invest in geniuses. And what about Wanlong Trading? We're competitors with Wanlong. Zhou Wenyuan smiled. They suppress you, so we support you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So you're investing in me to deal with Wanlong? Not entirely. Zhou Wenyuan said, we do want to get the better of Wanlong, but more importantly we believe you can bring us substantial returns. The value of a top-tier spirit beast breeder is far greater than you imagine. Lin Feng was silent. The Tianqiong Chamber's investment could solve all his problems, funding, connections, and resources. With the chamber as his backer, Wanlong Trading wouldn't dare act rashly against him. But the price was giving up 40% of his shares and accepting the chamber's guidance. I need time to think, Lin Feng said. Of course. This is a major matter and deserves caution. Zhou Wenyuan rose. I'll give you 3 days to consider it. 3 days from now let me know your decision, whatever it is. He left a business card and took his leave. Lin Feng looked at the card, lost in thought. Accepting the investment would allow rapid growth but risked being sidelined. Declining it meant relying on his own efforts, slow growth while still facing Wanlong Trading's suppression. What should he choose? Brother, I think you should agree, Lin Xiaoyu said softly. With the Tianqiong Chamber protecting us, Wanlong won't dare act recklessly. But 40% of the shares is too much, Qinming said. We built this store with hard work, why should we hand over 40% of it? But they're also putting in a lot of money, Qin Feng cut in. Just building the store costs over 200,000. We only have 100,000 now, we're still half short. The three of them each had their own opinion. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. Let me think. He needed more information. Qinming, look into the Tianqiong Chamber's reputation. Find out which shops they've invested in before and how those turn out. Qin Feng, take a walk around Wanlong Trading and see if there's anything unusual. Xiaoyu, mind the store. If anyone comes to pre-order spirit beasts, write down their information and keep the same prices. Okay. The three split up to carry out their tasks. Lin Feng went to the backyard and watched the 3 spirit beasts playing. Little Shadow was leaping through the shadows practicing Shadow Clone. It could now split into 2 clones each with 20% of the original strength lasting 5 minutes. Little Thunder was practicing its new skill Thunderstorm, a wide area attack with immense power but also immense consumption. Little Fire in turn was practicing Flame Control, condensing fire into various shapes. Watching them, Lin Feng reached a decision. No matter whether I accept the investment, strength is the foundation, he murmured to himself. As long as I'm strong enough, no one can control me. He opened the system store and looked at Spiritual Power Enhancement Potion. 1 bottle cost 500 points, and could permanently increase spiritual power by 5 points. He had 1427 points now, enough for 2 bottles. Buy. Purchase Spiritual Power Enhancement Potion 2. Consumed 1000 points. Points remaining 427. 2 pale blue potions appeared in his hand. Lin Feng tilted his head back and drank. A cool feeling spread from his throat to every part of his body. His mind felt as if rinsed by a clear spring. His thinking became sharper and his perception keener. Spiritual power increased 1722. Contracted spirit beast limit 1-2. He could now contract a second spirit beast. Lin Feng looked at Little Fire. The Crimson Flame Bird, veteran rank, Flame Heart bloodline, strong combat ability, high potential. That's the one. Intermediate contract seed. He still had 1 seed left, and it could be put to use right now. Lin Feng took out the contract seed. It was a pale golden seed radiating a gentle glow. Little Fire, are you willing to become my partner? He reached out his hand. Little Fire tilted its head, looked at Lin Feng for a few seconds, then flew over and landed on his palm. As the seed merged into Little Fire's body, Lin Feng felt a scorching surge of energy flow into his spiritual world. He focused his mind and guided the energy, forming a contract imprint in his consciousness. The process was much smoother than when he had contracted Little Thunder. Little Thunder had been elite rank and required enormous spiritual power. That time had nearly failed. Little Fire, being veteran rank and with the aid of the contract seed, succeeded in only 10 minutes. Contract successful. Spirit Beast Crimson Flame Bird Little Fire Contract Bond 15 Unlocked ability Fire Affinity Passive increases Fire type skill power by 10 Shareable skill Flame Burst requires contract bond above 30 success. Lin Feng could feel an invisible bond between himself and Little Fire. He could vaguely sense what Little Fire was thinking, hungry, wanting to train, wanting to fight. I'm counting on you from now on, Little Fire. Lin Feng smiled and stroked its head. Little Fire chirped twice and nuzzled affectionately against his hand. Now he had 2 contracted spirit beasts. With Little Thunder elite rank, Little Fire veteran rank, and Little Shadow, uncontracted but veteran rank with elite potential, his combat power was already considerable. But it was still not enough. Wanlong Trading was scheming in the dark. The Tianqiong Chamber was trying to win him over. The Shadow Exploration Team had commissioned him for a task, and local snakes like Wang who were eyeing him covetously. To gain a foothold in such a complicated situation, he needed greater strength, broader connections, and deeper roots. All of that came down to money. It looks like I need to speed up making money, Lin Feng thought. As it happened, the materials for the reconnaissance spirit beast Su Wan had commissioned were ready, and he could begin cultivating it. He planned to use the most radical approach on the 5 Shadowcat eggs, stimulating them with both Shadow Stones and Wind Spirit Feathers at once, hoping to breed a mutated variant with both Shadow and Wind attributes. The success rate might only be 10, but if it succeeded, the value would increase tenfold. Take the gamble. Lin Feng walked into the workshop and began mixing the breeding solution. He ground the Shadow Stones into powder, shredded the Wind Spirit Feathers into fragments, and mixed them with Moonlight Moss extract and diluted life essence into a viscous dark green liquid. He placed the 5 Shadowcat eggs in a specialized incubation chamber, injected the breeding solution, and adjusted temperature, humidity, and energy concentration. It was a lengthy process that would take 7 days. And during those 7 days, 2 major events happened in the new district. First, Wanlong Trading announced that it would hold the new district Spirit Beast tournament 1 month later with 1 million credit points and a rare Spirit Beast equipment item as the champion's prize. Second, the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce announced that it would invest in building the new district breeder academy open to all Spirit Beast breeders above the primary level. Tuition would be fully waived and graduates would be guaranteed job assignments. Any sharp-eyed person could see that the two were locking horns. Wanlong Trading wanted to showcase its power and recruit experts through the tournament. The Tianqiong Chamber wanted to nurture talent and build its foundations through the academy. And Lin Feng had become the prize both sides wanted to claim. Wanlong Trading sent an invitation asking him to be a judge at the tournament. The Tianqiong Chamber sent him an appointment letter asking him to be a guest professor at the academy. The 2 invitations lay side by side before Lin Feng. Brother, which one will you pick? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Lin Feng looked at the 2 gilded invitations and smiled. Only children make choices. What about adults? Adults want both. Accept both. Chen Ming's eyes widened. Brother Lin, these 2 are bitter rivals. If you accept invitations from both, won't you offend both sides? Lin Feng picked up the invitation from Wanlong Merchant House and flipped it open. As a judge, I'd need to evaluate 50 matches, 500 credits each, 25,000 in total. 5 days of workroom and board included, plus a chance to interact with all kinds of elite spirit beasts. He then picked up the appointment letter from Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce. Visiting professor. 2 classes per week, 2 hours each, 1,000 credits per hour. 8 classes a month, that's 8,000. They also allow me to use the academy's laboratories and equipment. He closed both documents and looked at Chen Ming. Do you think I should give up all this money and resources just to save face? But. Chen Ming scratched his head. Wanlong Merchant House clearly has ill intentions. Inviting you to be a judge might just be a chance to make things difficult for you. And Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce may not truly respect you either, they might just want to use your fame to recruit students. You're right. Lin Feng nodded. But precisely because both sides want to use me, I must accept. Because only this way can I use them. Use them. Lin Feng smiled. Wanlong Merchant House wants to showcase its strength through the tournament and win over experts. If I'm a judge, I can observe those experts up close and perhaps poach a few. Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce wants to cultivate talent through the academy and establish its foundation. If I'm a professor, I can reach the most promising students and build connections early. Moreover, by accepting both invitations, they'll check each other. Wanlong won't dare to harass me openly because I can turn around and side with Tianqiong. Tianqiong won't dare to use me carelessly either because I can go to Wanlong. In this way, I'm actually safer. Chen Ming was dumbfounded, then gave a thumbs up. Brother Lin, with your brains, it's a shame you're not in business. We are in business, Lin Feng said. The profession of spirit beast breeder is essentially a business. Breeding spirit beasts for money is business, teaching students is business, being a judge is business. Since it's business, we have to maximize profits. Then, what if they join forces against you? They won't. Lin Feng was certain. Wanlong and Tianqiong have been fighting for over a decade, they're already irreconcilable. They can join forces to suppress small fry, but they never unite against someone capable of tipping the balance, because that would push that person into the other camp. Chen Ming nodded, half understanding. Lin Feng didn't explain further, and began writing replies. The reply to Wanlong Merchant House was simple. Honored by your invitation, I am deeply flattered. I will attend punctually to serve as a judge. The reply to Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce was slightly more complicated. Thank you for your high regard. I am willing to serve as a visiting professor. However, due to limited time, I can only arrange one class per week, scheduled for Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Additionally, I hope to borrow the Academy's elemental laboratory to cultivate special spirit beasts. I seek your approval. After finishing the letter, he handed it to Chen Ming. Deliver it. Now. Now. As soon as Chen Ming left, Qin Feng rushed in from the backyard. Brother Lin, bad news. Xiaoying and Xiaobing are fighting again. Lin Feng pressed his forehead. This was already the 5th time this month. Xiaoying had the shadow attribute, Xiaobing the ice attribute. The two attributes were naturally opposed. Add to that Xiaoying's liveliness and Xiaobing's quiet sensitivity, the two little ones brawled every few days. In the backyard, the two spirit beasts were confronting each other. Xiaoying lowered its body, a threatening growl rumbling in its throat. Xiaobing's body shimmered with ice crystals, lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Oh! Xiaoying pounced its speed, leaving only after images. Squeak! Xiaobing blasted a freezing wind, trying to slow it down. But Xiaoying used shadow shift, vanishing into the darkness, then appeared behind Xiaobing the next instant, swiping with a claw. Xiaobing flapped its wings and glided backward to dodge while icing the ground to restrict Xiaoying's movement. The two spirit beasts traded blows, locked in a fierce skirmish. Enough! Lin Feng bellowed. Xiaoying immediately withdrew its claws and obediently crouched down. Xiaobing also retracted its ice crystals and flew onto Lin Feng's shoulder. How many times have I told you, no fighting? Lin Feng said with a stern face. Fight again and no treats for 3 days. Oh! Xiaoying whimpered in grievance. Squeak! Xiaobing also lowered its head. In truth, Lin Feng knew their fighting wasn't real combat but play. Advanced spirit beasts possessed intelligence, and knew their limits. But play also had to have limits. If one accidentally hurt the other, it would be trouble. Go face the wall and reflect for an hour. Lin Feng pointed to the corner. The two spirit beasts trudged to the corner, and crouched back to back. Only then did Lin Feng look at the other spirit beasts in the yard. Xiaolei was practicing thunderstorm, Xiaohua was practicing flame core burst, the green sprout hedgehog was basking in the sun, and several newly hatched flamehound pups were chasing and playing. Everything was in order, except for the 5 shadow cat eggs still gestating quietly in the incubator. Lin Feng walked over to check their progress. Shadow cat egg no. 1 incubation progress 65, dark attribute concentration 48, wind attribute concentration 22, mutation probability 10. Shadow cat egg no. 2 incubation progress 63, dark attribute concentration 51, wind attribute concentration 19, mutation probability 12. Shadow cat egg no. 3 incubation progress 67, dark attribute concentration 45, wind attribute concentration 25, mutation probability 15. Shadow cat egg no. 4 incubation progress 61, dark attribute concentration 53, wind attribute concentration 17, mutation probability 8. Shadow cat egg no. 5 incubation progress 64, dark attribute concentration 49, wind attribute concentration 21, mutation probability 11. The highest mutation probability was egg no. 3 at 15. The scout spirit beast Su Wan wanted required the dark or wind attribute small size, high speed, wide perception range, and attack capability. If he could breed a shadow cat with both dark and wind attributes, it would be a perfect fit. But the probability of a dual attribute mutation was too low. Lin Feng could only do his best without guarantees. I hope at least one will come out, he murmured. 3 days later both replies arrived. Wanlong Merchant House agreed to have Lin Feng serve as a judge, and even included a VIP card entitling him to a 20% discount at all Wanlong affiliated stores. Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce also approved Lin Feng's request to teach on Saturdays, and granted him use of the elemental laboratory. The appointment officially took effect with a monthly salary of 8,000, and the first month's wages were paid in advance. They're really generous. Chen Ming's eyes gleamed at the 8,000 credits paid in advance. This is an investment. Lin Feng put away the money. They're betting on my future. So what do we do now? With jobs from both sides, can you manage the schedule? The judge job starts next month, and the professor job starts this Saturday. Lin Feng said the timing doesn't conflict. By the way, how's progress on the new store? The main structure is done, we're doing interior decoration now. Captain Zhang said it will be ready in 5 more days. 5 days. Soon. A sense of anticipation rose in Lin Feng's heart. With his own new store a stable source of income and the protection from both Wanlong and Tianqiong, he could finally gain a firm foothold in this world. On Saturday, Lin Feng went to Tianqiong's Spirit Beast Breeder Academy for his first class. The academy stood in the eastern part of the new district, spacious and grand in architecture. At the entrance hung a gilded plaque reading Tianqiong's Spirit Beast Breeder Academy, beneath which was Zhou Wenyuan's inscription, nurturing talents, blessing the new district. When Lin Feng arrived, the classroom was already packed with students. Most were young people of 17 or 18, with a few in their 20s, presumably there for further study. Over 50 people filled the lecture hall that could hold 100. That's Lin Feng. He looks so young. I heard he bred a 3-attribute shadow leopard. Is that true? It's true. My cousin is in the security squad and saw the shadow leopard kill fierce beasts during the beast tide. That impressive. Then we should listen carefully today. Amid the whispers, Lin Feng stepped to the podium. Hello everyone. I'm Lin Feng. He opened his teaching notes. Today's topic is attribute countering in spirit beasts and practical application. He didn't lecture on dry theory but went straight to real combat cases. Take the lightning attribute as an example. It counters water but is countered by earth. So in actual battle, if your spirit beast has the lightning attribute and faces an earth attribute opponent, what should you do? The students below looked at each other in confusion. It's simple, don't meet it head on, Lin Feng said. Lightning has speed and can fight guerrilla style. Earth has high defense but low speed, so you can use your speed advantage to harass and drain the opponent's stamina. But what if the opponent's earth attribute spirit beast knows a ranged skill like Earth Spike? A student asked. Good question. Lin Feng nodded. This leads to our second point, skill coordination. He drew a simple battle diagram on the blackboard. Suppose your lightning attribute spirit beast knows lightning rush and thunder net binding. The opponent's earth attribute spirit beast knows earth spike and rock armor. How would you fight? The students began discussing. Lin Feng stepped down from the podium, listened to their ideas, and then pointed out problems one by one. You can't just focus on speed, you also need to consider energy consumption. Thunder net binding isn't effective against the earth attribute because rock insulates. Earth Spike is a ranged skill, but it has a wind-up. You can predict it by observing ground vibrations. For the 2-hour class, the students listened spellbound. Lin Feng's lecture was packed with substance, no fluff, and grounded in real cases, easy to understand. When the bell rang, the students were still hungry for more. Teacher Lin, will you cover combat again next week? Yes. Lin Feng packed his notes. Next week's topic is spirit beast coordination and team tactics. Awesome. The students swarmed up for autographs, photos, and questions. Lin Feng patiently answered them all. When the students dispersed, Zhou Wenyuan came in through the back door. Teacher Lin lectured wonderfully. He applauded. I listened to half the class and benefited greatly. Vice President Zhou flatters me. Lin Feng said modestly. It's not flattery, it's the truth. Zhou Wenyuan said the academy's other teachers are either too theoretical for students to understand, or they just recite textbooks without practical experience. Someone like you with both theory and combat experience is rare. I'm just sharing what I know. That's exactly what's most valuable. Zhou Wenyuan patted Lin Feng's shoulder. By the way, I've arranged the elemental laboratory for you. It's on the 3rd floor of the lab building, and here's the key. If you need materials, just tell the logistics department. The academy will provide them as much as possible. Thank you? Don't mention it, you deserve it. Zhou Wenyuan paused. Also, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Please go ahead. The academy is planning to form an elite class to select the most promising students for focused training. We'd like you to be the class advisor, teach 2 extra classes a week, and your salary would double. How about it? Class advisor, doubled salary and access to the most promising students. The temptation was great. But Lin Feng knew that once he accepted he would be completely tied to Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce's ship. Vice President Zhou, I have a lot on my plate right now. The new store is about to open and there's the judge work with Wanlong. Lin Feng declined tactfully. Let's discuss the class advisor position later. A trace of disappointment flashed in Zhou Wenyuan's eyes, but he quickly recovered his smile. I understand. Busy with work. But Teacher Lin, let me warn you, things at Wanlong run deep. It's fine to be a judge, but don't get involved too deeply. I understand. Leaving the academy, Lin Feng went straight to the elemental laboratory. The laboratory was large and fully equipped: incubators, attribute concentration regulators, energy monitors, gene analyzers. All top-tier equipment, far better than what he had in his own shop. As expected of a chamber of commerce, deep pockets. Lin Feng sighed. He transferred the 5 shadow cat eggs here and adjusted the breeding parameters. The elemental laboratory's environment was more stable and its energy concentration higher, which should improve mutation probability. By the time he finished, it was already evening. Back at the shop, Jinming rushed over excitedly. Brother Lin, great news. What good news? One of our shadow cat eggs is showing signs of mutation. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. Which one? No. 3. Both dark and wind attribute concentrations are rising. Mutation probability has jumped to 20. Lin Feng hurried to the incubator. Egg no. 3 was indeed glowing with light cyan and dark purple interwoven patterns emerging on its shell. What about the others? The others haven't changed much, they're still at the same progress. Good, focus on no. 3. Inject 1 extra dose of breeding solution each day. Lin Feng instructed. Got it. During dinner, Lin Xiaoyu asked, Brother, the new store is almost done. When are we moving? We'll wait for Captain Zhang's notice. He said 5 days, so it should be in a few days. What's the new store's name? Still Fengyu Breeding Center. Lin Feng thought for a moment. Let's call it Fengyu Spirit Beast Ecological Park. In the future, besides breeding and sales, we'll also offer training, boarding, medical care, reproduction. A one-stop service. Ecological Park. That's a great name. Chenming said excitedly. Should we hire more people? The 3 of us can handle it all. And then we'll hire after opening. Lin Feng said. Receptionists, breeding assistants, cleaners. We'll need at least 5 or 6 more. What about wages? Market rate, room and board included, bonuses for good performance. Then plenty of people will apply. Qin Feng interjected. Who in the new district doesn't know Brother Lin's reputation now? As he spoke, a knock came at the door. So late, who could it be? Lin Feng opened the door. Outside stood a stranger in his early 20s, pale-faced with shifty eyes. Who are you looking for? Is Boss Lin here? The young man's voice trembled. That's me. I want to sell something. The young man pulled out a cloth bundle from his chest and opened it to reveal an egg. The shell was deep purple with silver speckles emanating faint energy ripples. Species: unknown. Status: extremely low vitality, life force nearly exhausted. Attribute: cannot be detected. Potential: cannot be detected. Warning: this egg contains dangerous energy, incubation is not recommended. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. An egg even the system couldn't identify. Where did this egg come from? He asked. I found it in the wilderness. The young man's eyes flickered. Boss Lin, will you take it? I'll sell it cheaper. Lin Feng stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, You're from Wanlong Merchant House, aren't you? The young man's face changed drastically, and he turned to flee. But Lin Feng was faster, grabbing his wrist. Tell me who sent you. And no one sent me. I really found it. Found it? Lin Feng sneered. This egg's energy fluctuation is at least elite level. You just happened to find an elite level spirit beast egg in the wilderness. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? The young man struggled in vain, then gave up and confessed it was Manager Li who sent me. He said sell this egg to you, and after it's done he'd give me 5,000 credits. As I thought. What's wrong with this egg? I don't know. Manager Li only said to make you accept this egg, and then what? The young man hesitated, then lowered his voice. Then the egg will hatch in 3 days, and the thing that hatches will go out of control. Lin Feng's heart sank. A vicious scheme. If he accepted the egg and a rampaging spirit beast hatched 3 days later, hurting people and destroying property, all the blame would fall on him. At best he'd pay compensation and close shop, at worst he'd go to prison. What else did Manager Lee say? He also said, if you didn't accept it, I should smash the egg in front of your shop and claim you're a dishonest merchant selling fakes. Framing him, double insurance. Lin Feng released his hand. Leave the egg. You can go. The young man was stunned. Why, you'll really take it? But I won't pay you, Lin Feng said. Go back and tell Manager Lee I've accepted the egg and thank him for his kindness. The young man left doubtfully, put down the egg and ran off. Lin Feng closed the door and picked up the deep purple egg. Warning: the egg contains violent energy, immediate destruction is advised. Destroy it. Yes, no destruction, Lin Feng said. I want to see what Walong Merchant House is really up to. He placed the egg in a specially made isolation box, its walls covered with sealing talismans. He had prepared these for cultivating special spirit beasts. They could block energy fluctuations. Then he called up the system store and searched for energy suppressor. Energy suppressor small can suppress energy rampages of spirit beasts below elite level for 24 hours. Price 300 points. He bought it. Point balance 127. Lin Feng attached the suppressor to the eggshell, and the violent energy fluctuations inside immediately weakened, calming down. It'll hatch in 3 days. Lin Feng looked at the egg. Let's see what you hatch into. Night deepened. Lin Feng sat in the workshop looking at the 3 eggs before him. One was Shadow Cat Egg No. 3 undergoing mutation. One was the strange deep purple egg lurking with danger. And the last was a random egg he had bought with his remaining points in the system store, arriving just today. Random Spirit Beast Egg Elite may hatch into any elite level Spirit Beast. Incubation progress 0. Troubled times indeed. Lin Feng murmured to himself. The new store was about to open. Walong Merchant House eyed him hungrily. Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce courted his favor. The Shadow Exploration Team had commissioned him, and there was this strange egg that might hatch anything. Yet instead of fear, he felt a hint of excitement. Turbulent times create heroes. The stage of this world was vast, and his story was only just beginning. Outside the window, the lights of the new district flickered in the night. In the direction of the new store, the outline of the building was already visible. 5 days. 5 days later, Fengyu Spirit Beast Ecological Park would officially open. The night before the new shop opened, Lin Feng did not sleep a wink. He sat in the 3rd floor office of the nearly completed Fengyu Spirit Beast Ecological Park, staring blankly at the night scene outside the window. Downstairs, the workers were putting the final touches on the project, installing the sign, adjusting the lights, arranging potted plants, and cleaning the floor. This 3-story building was his greatest achievement since arriving in this world. The 1st floor housed the reception hall, exhibition area, merchandise area, and treatment room. The lobby with its 6-meter-high ceiling felt exceptionally spacious. In the exhibition area, bulletproof glass partitioned the space into individual booths holding the young spirit beasts that would soon go on sale. The shelves in the merchandise area were stocked with all manner of breeding materials, medicines, and feed. The treatment room was equipped with state-of-the-art medical equipment capable of handling most spirit beast injuries and ailments. The 2nd floor was the breeding zone, divided into 3 sections: ordinary grade, elite grade, and special grade. Each section had independent temperature, humidity, and lighting control systems, ensuring that spirit beasts of every attribute could grow in the most comfortable environment. There were also a laboratory, a reference room, and a staff lounge. The 3rd floor was the residential quarter and office area. 4 staff dormitories, each with its own private bathroom. A kitchen, a living room, plus Lin Feng's own office and bedroom. In the back courtyard were an open-air training ground and a spirit beast activity area covering 300 square meters, enough space for dozens of spirit beasts to move around at once. He had also dug a small ecological pond for raising water attribute spirit beasts. The whole building's design was simple yet far from crude, complete in every function and exuding professionalism in every corner. Boss Lin, everything's done. Captain John knocked and came in, a tired but satisfied smile on his face. Take a look and check over everything. If there's no problem, sign the papers and this project will be officially complete. Lin Feng followed Captain Zhang from the 1st floor to the 3rd, carefully inspecting the entire building inside and out. The walls were smooth, the floors firm, the wiring sound, the pipes leak free, and all equipment ran properly. No problem, Captain Zhang. You've worked hard. Lin Feng signed the acceptance form. I'll transfer the final payment to you tomorrow. You got it. Boss Lin is a man of action. Captain Zhang grinned. If anything ever comes up, just call me anytime. Old John here may not be good for much, but building houses is my forte. After seeing Captain Zhang off, Lin Feng returned to his office and began sorting through everything he would need for the next day's opening. The invitations had long since been sent out, judged by Elder Zhao, the new district chief Zhou Wenyu, and Su Wan Wang Meng Lei Lai, though he wasn't sure whether Lei Lai would come, as well as representatives from the major chambers of commerce and the new district expedition team captains and fellow spirit beast breeders. More than 50 invitations had been sent in total. The gifts were ready too. Every guest who arrived that day would receive a grand opening gift pack containing a small can of special nutrient paste, a 20 discount coupon, and a brochure introducing Fenyu Ecological Park. The spirit beasts were also prepared: 20 ordinary grade, 8 elite grade, including 3 flame hounds, 2 water elementals, 2 rock armor beetles, and a shadow cat cub, and 2 special grade Xiao and Xiaobing, not for sale, only for display. There was also that strange deep purple egg. Lin Feng had placed it in the safe in his office, held down by an energy suppressor. Of the 3-day incubation period, only 1 day remained. Tomorrow would be the big day. Everything was ready. Yet Lin Feng still felt a little uneasy. Would Wanlong commercial firm come to cause trouble? Would the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce seize the opportunity to pressure him? Could the Shadow Expedition team's commission be completed on time? What would hatch from that strange egg? Brother, why aren't you asleep yet? Lin Xiaoyu pushed the door open, carrying a cup of hot milk. Can't sleep, Lin Feng said, taking the milk. What about you? Why are you still up? I can't sleep either. Lin Xiaoyu sat down on the sofa. Tomorrow's the opening. It feels like a dream. A month ago we were worrying about the rent, and now we have a building of our own, Lin Feng finished. But this is only the beginning. Xiaoyu, you must remember, in this world, if you want to gain a firm foothold, money and property alone aren't enough. You also need strength, connections, and something that can protect you. I know. Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Brother, I'll work hard to help you. I won't hold you back. You've never held me back. Lin Feng ruffled her hair. Go to sleep. We still have to get up early tomorrow. You sleep early too, brother. After Lin Xiaoyu left, Lin Feng sat for a while longer before finally lying down in his bedroom. But he still couldn't sleep. The experiences of the past month flashed through his mind: transmigration, awakening the system, saving Xiaoying, attending the exhibition, fighting the beast tide, building the new shop, scene after scene like a movie. Tomorrow is a new beginning, he whispered to himself. At 6 in the morning, when the sky was barely pale, Lin Feng got up. He changed into the custom-tailored suit, dark gray, perfectly cut, making him stand tall and sharp. On his chest he pinned the breeder badge and the medal for honorary citizen of the new district. Downstairs, Chen Ming and Qin Feng were already busy. They wore matching uniforms, dark blue vests over white shirts, and were arranging flower baskets, checking equipment, and preparing tea and refreshments. Brother Lin, morning. Brother Lin, does this arrangement look good? The two were full of energy. Very good, Lin Feng nodded. Where's Xiaoyu? She's in the kitchen preparing snacks. She said she wanted to make something special. Alright, you two keep at it. I'll go check on the spirit beasts. In the breeding zone, the spirit beasts were all awake. The ordinary grade ones were feeding, the elite grade ones were doing morning exercise, Xiao and Xiaobing were playing, and Xiaoying, Xiaolei, and Xiaohua were resting in a corner. Today they too would be on duty, responsible for demonstrations and security. Perk up. Today is our family's grand opening, don't let me down. Lin Feng petted each of them in turn. Chirp. Awu. Squeak. The spirit beasts all played along. At 8 o'clock guests began to arrive one after another. The first to arrive was Wang Meng, leading the entire rock expedition team and carrying over a large flower basket. Boss Lin, congratulations, congratulations. Wang Meng's loud voice drew everyone's attention the moment he entered. I picked this flower basket myself. Look at these flowers, aren't they festive? Thanks, brother Wang, Lin Feng said with a smile, walking over. Don't be so polite with me. Wang Meng clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and lowered his voice. I brought 10 brothers today, all armed. If those bastards from Wanlong dare cause trouble, I'll make sure they walk in standing and leave lying flat. With you here, brother Wang, I can rest easy. At 9, Judge Bai and Elder Zhao arrived together. Not bad, kid. Judge Bai looked around the shop and nodded in satisfaction. This scale and these facilities match a mid-tier breeding center in the main city. It's all thanks to your support, Lin Feng said respectfully. Cut the flattery. Work hard. Judge Bai took a box from inside his jacket. This is my opening gift to you, a set of high-end surgical instruments. Main city goods, far better than what you have in your shop. This is too precious. Take it. You'll need it. Judged by Brook, no refusal. Elder Zhao's gift was a plaque bearing the 4 characters benevolent heart healing skill signed with his name. I wrote it myself. Hang it in the shop, it can ward off evil, Elder Zhao said with a chuckle. Thank you, Elder Zhao. At 10 the new district chief arrived. The district chief appearing in person caused a sensation throughout the venue. Reporters swarmed forward, cameras flashing non-stop. Lin Feng, work hard and bring glory to our new district. The district chief said a few brief words, cut the ribbon, then hurried away. He still had several meetings to attend that day. But just by coming he had already shown Lin Feng a great honor. At 10:30 Zhou Wenyuan arrived with members of the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce. Boss Lin, congratulations on the opening. Zhou Wenyuan presented his congratulatory gift, a check for 500,000. This is our chamber's investment. No need to repay it. Consider it the good faith deposit for our stake. 500,000. The whole room burst into murmurs. Vice President Zhou, this. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Take it. You've earned it. Zhou Wenyuan said in a low voice, with this money you can buy the adjacent plot as well and expand the training ground. Our chamber will give you full support. This was clearly meant to bind Lin Feng firmly to their war chariot. But right now Lin Feng truly needed the money. Thank you, Vice President Zhou. I'll put this money to good use. I trust you. At 11 Su Wan arrived. She came alone without any subordinates, but her presence was still formidable. Black trench coat, sunglasses, high heels. The moment she stood there everyone automatically cleared a path. Captain Su, welcome. Lin Feng stepped forward. Congratulations. Su Wan handed him a box. Open it and take a look. Lin Feng opened it. Inside lay a black bead only the size of a thumbnail, yet its interior seemed to hold a flowing starry sky. Shadow Orb Rare contains pure shadow energy capable of accelerating the growth of shadow attribute spirit beasts and enhancing the power of shadow skills. The value of this item was no less than the check for 500,000. Captain Su, this is too precious. Since I gave it to you, take it, Su Wan said. How is that egg doing? She was referring to the Shadow Cat egg. Egg no. 3 has mutated. It should hatch tonight, Lin Feng said. With dual Shadow Wind attributes there's a high chance it will meet your requirements. Very good. Su Wan nodded. Notify me once it hatches. I'll come and inspect it personally. Certainly. By noon nearly all the guests had arrived. Just as Lin Feng was about to announce the opening banquet, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the door. Move aside. Everybody move aside. A group of people pushed their way in, led by Manager Li. Behind him followed more than a dozen people, employees of Hualong commercial firm, members of the security team, and several men in suits who looked like lawyers. So they had come. Lin Feng sneered inwardly, but his expression remained calm. Manager Li, welcome. But today is my grand opening. What do you mean by bringing so many people? Lin Feng stopped pretending. Manager Li raised his voice. We've received a report that you've been illegally breeding and selling dangerous spirit beasts. The witnesses and evidence are right here. What do you have to say for yourself? Dangerous spirit beast. What dangerous spirit beast? That 3 attribute shadow leopard. Manager Li pointed toward the backyard where Xiaoying was lying in the sun. That is a mutant species with extreme aggression and uncontrollability. Under the new district public security regulations, mutant spirit beasts must be registered, filed, and placed under supervision. You bred it privately and even displayed it publicly. That's already illegal. So that was where they had been aiming. There was indeed such a regulation governing mutant spirit beasts. But normally no one enforced it, unless someone filed a report. Xiaoying has already been registered, Lin Feng said. There's a complete file at the Breeders' Association. You can go and check. Registered. Manager Li sneered. Why didn't I find any record? Lin Feng, don't think you can muddle through this. Today you'll either hand over the shadow leopard to us for supervision, or I'll seal your shop and have you arrested. The crowd began to stir. Manager Li, isn't this a bit underhanded? Wang Meng stepped forward. Boss Lin's shadow leopard did outstanding service during the Beast Tide and saved half the new district. And now you call it dangerous. Merits are one thing, breaking the law is another. Manager Li said with self-righteous severity. All are equal before the law. Bullshit. Wang Meng was furious. You're just jealous of Boss Lin's business and looking for trouble. Wang Meng, watch your mouth. The security officer behind Manager Li stepped forward. We're carrying out official business. Just as a conflict was about to break out, Lin Feng spoke up. Manager Li, you said Xiaoying wasn't registered, right? That's right. And what if I produce the registration certificate? Then show it. If you can't, you're coming with me. Lin Feng looked at Judge Bai. Judge Bai nodded and stepped forward. Manager Li, Lin Feng's Shadow Leopard was registered by me personally at the association. The file number is X2026-003, filed on February 28, filed by Bai Qiming. Would you like to see the original document? Manager Li's face changed. This is impossible. I checked, there was no record. That's because you don't have sufficient clearance. Judge Bai said coldly. The files of mutated spirit beasts can only be viewed by those above senior breeder level. What right does a Chamber of Commerce manager like you have to check them? Manager Li was speechless. Furthermore, Judge Bai continued, according to the Breeder Association regulations, as long as a mutated spirit beast is registered and filed, it is fully legal and compliant. Your report today constitutes a false accusation. Under the association's rules, those who falsely accuse others may be fined, have their licenses revoked, or even face legal liability. Manager Li's face turned pale. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be fully prepared. Manager Li, is there anything else? Lin Feng asked. And no, nothing. Manager Li tried to slink away. Wait. Lin Feng stopped him. You said I broke the law, wanted to seal my shop, and even have me arrested. Now that I've proven my innocence, you just want to walk away like that. Then what do you want? An apology. Lin Feng said. Apologize to me right here in front of everyone. Admit that you made a false accusation, that you were instigated, that you came here deliberately to cause trouble. You. Manager Li trembled with rage. If you won't apologize, that's fine too. Lin Feng took out his communicator. I'll contact the district chief right now and ask him what the penalty should be when someone from Wanlong Commercial House brings people to falsely accuse and cause trouble on the auspicious opening day of a new district. I'll apologize. Manager Li gritted his teeth, turned to the crowd and bowed. I'm sorry, I made a mistake, I apologize. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Louder, we can't hear you. Wang Meng jeered. I'm sorry. Manager Li raised his voice. I made a mistake, I apologize. And? Lin Feng asked. Who put you up to this? And no one put me up to it, it was my own. Manager Li. Zhou Wenyuan suddenly spoke up. Honesty will earn you leniency. If you tell the truth, our Tianqiong Commercial Chamber can speak on your behalf. But if you don't, Wanlong Commercial House won't be able to protect you. Manager Li looked at Zhou Wenyuan, then at Lin Feng, then at the hostile crowd around him, and finally broke down completely. It was the president of Wanlong Commercial House who sent me. He said we had to sabotage your opening ceremony today at all costs. The entire crowd burst into an uproar. Wanlong Commercial House is so despicable. They resort to dirty tricks when they can't compete fairly. I'm never buying from them again. Public opinion turned overwhelmingly against them. After finishing his confession, Manager Li and his men slunk away in disgrace. The farce ended in a complete victory for Lin Feng. Alright everyone, just a small interlude. Don't let it ruin the mood. Lin Feng clapped his hands. The opening banquet is starting now. Please move to the backyard, there's plenty of wine and refreshments for everyone. The atmosphere warmed up again. A dozen tables had been set up in the backyard laden with fine food and wine. The guests clinked glasses and chatted cheerfully. Lin Feng went from table to table, toasting and thanking everyone for their support. When he reached Su Wan's table, she said in a low voice, Wanlong has lost too much face today. They won't let this go. Be careful. They might do something desperate. I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Also, that egg. It will hatch tonight, right? Yes, I estimate it will hatch around midnight. Good. I'll come by at midnight. The banquet continued until 3 in the afternoon, when the guests finally began to take their leave. After seeing off the last guest, Lin Feng collapsed into a chair, exhausted. Finally over. Chen Ming was also worn out. It's not over yet, Lin Feng said. There's still work tonight. Chen Ming, Qin Feng, go get some rest. Come back and take over at 10. Brother Lin, aren't you going to rest? I still have matters to deal with. Back in his office, Lin Feng opened the safe and took out the deep purple strange egg. The suppressor was still attached, but the shell was already faintly warm and a rhythmic thump thump heartbeat could be heard from within. It would hatch tonight. Lin Feng carried the egg to the laboratory and placed it on a specially made incubation platform. 3 layers of defenses were arranged around it: an energy barrier, physical isolation, and a spiritual seal. Su-Wan would come tonight. With her here, the safety margin would be much higher. Still, Lin Feng remained uneasy. He bought 2 more energy suppressors from the system shop and stuck them onto the eggshell. With triple suppression, he should be able to keep it under control. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Su-Wan arrived right on time. She had changed into clothes convenient for movement, with a short blade at her waist and a small case in her hand. "How is it?" she asked. "It could hatch at any moment." Lin Feng pointed at the monitor. "The energy fluctuations are intensifying and the heartbeat is accelerating." Su-Wan opened the case, revealing several strange tools: a silver compass, several metal stakes carved with runes, and a bottle of dark red liquid. "This is a sealing compass which can temporarily seal a spirit beast's abilities. These are soul-suppressing stakes used to suppress spiritual power. And this is dragon's blood, which can forcibly establish a contract if necessary." Su-Wan explained. "If whatever hatches is too dangerous, we'll use these to control it. You came well prepared. It's a habit. Our exploration team often encounters unknown creatures. Carelessness isn't an option." The 2 of them stood guard in the laboratory, waiting in silence. Time passed minute by minute. At 11 o'clock at night, the eggshell suddenly shook violently. "It's hatching!" Lin Feng stood up. Su-Wan also tightened her grip on her short blade. Cracks appeared on the surface of the shell and purple light spilled out from the fissures. The temperature in the laboratory plummeted and a faint, sweet, bloody scent filled the air. "This smell." Su-Wan frowned. "It smells like blood." "Roar!" A deep, low growl came from inside the egg. It didn't sound like the cry of a newborn. Rather, it resembled some kind of ferocious beast. The cracks multiplied. Finally, with a crack, the eggshell shattered completely. A monster crawled out. It was only the size of a palm, resembling a lizard, but its entire body was covered in deep purple scales. It had 3 pairs of fleshy wings on its back, and its slender tail ended in a barbed hook. Its eyes were blood red, and its mouth was filled with dense, sharp fangs. The strangest part was a single horn on the top of its head, its tip flickering with an eerie purple glow. Species: unknown, mutated species, attributes darkness, poison. Level elite, growth potential, innate skills, poison, mist, shadow, corrosion. Status: frenzied, under the influence of a berserk agent, extremely aggressive, threat level high. So it really was a berserk agent. Wanlong Commercial House had tampered with this egg, ensuring it would hatch into a frenzied state. Hiss! The little monster opened its mouth and spewed a cloud of purple poison mist. "Watch out!" Lin Feng pulled Su-Wan back. Where the poison mist touched the experimental table, the metal immediately corroded, pitting into holes. Such potent toxicity! Su-Wan's expression turned grim. "Use the sealing compass," Lin Feng said. Su-Wan activated the compass at once. Silver light bloomed, forming a dome of light that descended over the little monster. But the little monster was extremely fast. With a flap of its wings it dodged. It crashed into the laboratory wall, trying to escape. "The soul-suppressing stakes!" Lin Feng shouted. Su-Wan hurled 4 metal stakes which struck precisely into the 4 corners of the laboratory. An invisible force field formed and the little monster's speed dropped noticeably. "No!" They attacked simultaneously. Su-Wan's short blade slashed at the little monster's wings while Lin Feng whipped out his shadow-binding chains, wrapping around its body. "Roar!" The little monster thrashed wildly, spewing poison mist without cease. The laboratory was left in shambles. "At this rate we won't make it." Su-Wan gritted her teeth. "Its poison is too strong, we can't hold out much longer." Lin Feng stared at the single horn on the little monster's head. The horn was glowing, seemingly gathering some kind of energy. "Break its horn!" he shouted. Su-Wan understood. Her short blade flew from her hand, streaking straight toward the horn. Clang! A metallic clash rang out, and the blade was deflected. The horn's hardness was beyond imagination. "My turn!" Lin Feng summoned Xiaolei inside. "Xiaolei, thunderstrike! Aim for its horn!" Xiaolei soared into the air, gathering lightning. Boom! A bolt of lightning crashed down, striking the horn dead on. Roar! The little monster let out a piercing scream. Cracks appeared on the horn and its glow dimmed. Seizing the moment, while it was wounded, Lin Feng rushed over, grabbed it by the neck, and poured the dragon's blood into its mouth. As the dragon's blood went down, the little monster's struggles weakened, and its blood-red eyes gradually regained clarity. Frenzy state removed contract conditions met contract now. Contract. Lin Feng was stunned. This little monster had been in a frenzy just moments ago, and now it could be contracted. Contract it now! Suwan shouted. The dragon's blood can suppress the frenzy, but the effect only lasts 10 minutes. If you don't contract it within 10 minutes, it will go berserk again. Lin Feng hesitated no longer. He focused his mind and established the contract. Because the little monster had already drunk the dragon's blood, the contract proceeded smoothly. 10 minutes later it was complete. Contract successful. Spirit Beast Poison Shadow Dragon Lizard Mutant Contract Bond 5 and 8 Skills Poison Mist Shadow Corrosion Dragon's Might Unawakened Status Weak Post Frenzy After Effects Potential Elite with a chance of higher Poison Shadow Dragon Lizard. A Dragon's Blood Mutant. Though it was weak now, its potential was enormous. We did it! Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the floor. Suwan was equally exhausted and put away her weapons. Your luck! You even managed to contract a frenzied mutant. I owe it all to you, Lin Feng said. Without the dragon's blood and those tools, I couldn't have done it alone. We each got what we needed. Suwan looked at the still unconscious poison shadow dragon lizard. So what are you planning to do with this little thing? Raise it, Lin Feng said. Even though Wanlong messed with it, the creature itself is innocent. Besides, it has elite-level potential now. With proper nurturing, it will become a powerful combat asset in the future. Suit yourself. Suwan stood up. But I have to warn you, Wanlong Commercial House was able to obtain a berserk agent, so their background isn't simple. You've foiled their plans again this time. They won't let it go. I know. If you need help, just come find me anytime. Thanks. After seeing Suwan off, Lin Feng looked at the sleeping poison shadow dragon lizard in its cage, his emotions complicated. Today's opening had passed with surprises but no real harm. Yet an even greater storm was brewing. Wanlong Commercial House, Tianqiong Commercial Chamber, the Shadow Exploration Team, and this newly contracted poisoned shadow dragon lizard. His world was growing more and more complicated. But it was also becoming more and more exciting. Since I can't avoid it, then I'll face it head on, Lin Feng said softly. Let's see who laughs last. Outside the window the night was at its deepest. The sign of the Wind Whisper Spirit Beast Ecological Park gleamed in the darkness. A new day was about to begin. On the third day after the new shop opened, Lin Feng received 2 invitations of starkly contrasting styles. One edged with gold foil came from the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce. We cordially invite Mr. Lin Feng to attend the annual celebration of the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce at 7 o'clock on Friday evening. Your presence is sincerely requested. The other jet black with silver gilding came from the Wanlong Trading House. We specially invite Mr. Lin Feng to attend the new product launch of the Wanlong Trading House at 7 o'clock on Friday evening. Your presence is graciously requested. The time and place were exactly the same. It was clearly a deliberate attempt to force Lin Feng to choose one side. These two are going at each other, Chen Ming said, holding the 2 invitations with a troubled expression. Brother Lin, which one are you going to? Neither, Lin Feng said, tossing the invitations onto the table. What? Neither. Won't that offend both of them? Offend them? Lin Feng smiled. If I go to one, I'll offend the other. Go to Tianqiong, I offend Wanlong. Go to Wanlong, I offend Tianqiong. If I go to either, they'll only think I'm hesitating and they'll intensify their efforts to win me over. But what if they both get angry? They won't, Lin Feng said with certainty. To them I'm a resource now, not an enemy. A resource can be won over, but there's no need to make enemies. As long as I don't take a clear side, they'll continue courting me. But it's so exhausting dealing with this every day. That's the price of growing up, Lin Feng said. If you want to climb higher, you have to learn to survive in the cracks. One day, when you're strong enough that they don't dare offend you lightly, it won't be this tiring. Chen Ming nodded, half understanding. Lin Feng didn't elaborate and began arranging the day's work. After the new shop opened, business was booming beyond imagination. Dozens of customers came every day, some to buy spirit beasts, some to make inquiries, some to seek treatment. The shop was severely understaffed. Lin Feng had posted a hiring notice, but suitable beast tamers were hard to find. Xiaoyu sorted out the appointment list. How late are this afternoon's consultations booked? Until 8 in the evening. Lin Xiaoyu flipped through the records. Brother, at this rate you'll break down. You're working 16 hours a day. I know, so I'm hiring. Lin Feng rubbed his temples. But a beast tamer isn't a waiter. They need technical skill and a sense of responsibility. Such people aren't easy to find. Just then a commotion came from outside. "Is Boss Lin there?" Boss Lin. A middle-aged man in tattered clothes burst into the shop cradling a blood-soaked spirit beast in his arms. It was a wind falcon, an elite-grade wind-attribute spirit beast known for its speed and reconnaissance. But now its left wing was completely shattered and hung limp, and a deep wound on its chest gaped to the bone. The creature was barely breathing. "Boss Lin, save it. Please," the man cried, his voice choked with tears. "I'll pay whatever it takes." Lin Feng hurried forward to examine it. Species Wind Falcon Elite Grade Status Dying Shattered Fracture of the left wing penetrating chest wound excessive blood loss treatment difficulty extremely high survival rate less than 20 recommendation perform immediate surgery use life essence to stabilize the condition and combine with Wind Spirit Feather to promote healing. He had the Wind Spirit Feather but only one diluted drop of life essence remained, it might not be enough. "How was it injured?" Lin Feng asked while preparing the surgical instruments. It was caught by Iron Claw Eagles." The man wiped his tears. "We're from the Gale Exploration Team. In the wilderness we ran into a flock of Iron Claw Eagles. To cover the team's retreat, my Wind Falcon." The Gale Exploration Team was one of the top 3 exploration teams in the new district renowned for speed and reconnaissance. The fact that this Wind Falcon had held on this long was a testament to its tenacious vitality. "I can only do my best, I can't guarantee it will live," Lin Feng said frankly. I know. The man gripped Lin Feng's hand. "Boss Lin, as long as you're willing to try, I'll accept whatever the outcome is. Put it on the operating table." The surgery lasted 2 hours. The shattered fracture required bone setting, the penetrating wound required stitching internal organs, the excessive blood loss required a transfusion. Fortunately, Lin Feng had stored some universal blood packs beforehand. The life essence was applied and the Wind Spirit Feather was used as well. When the final stitch was sewn, the Wind Falcon's breathing finally grew steady. Treatment successful. Achievement obtained. Miraculous Healer Reward 200 points. Life Essence Common 1 point. Balance 327. Done. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, his clothes were soaked with sweat. "Boss Lin, the man asked cautiously. "Its life is safe, but the left wing may never return to its original state. Its flight will be affected in the future," Lin Feng said, wiping his forehead. "It needs at least 3 months of rest. As long as it lives. As long as it lives." The man suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. "Boss Lin, you are the savior of our Gale Exploration Team. From now on, no matter what happens, just say the word. Our whole team will go through fire and water without hesitation. Get up quick." Lin Feng helped him to his feet. "The consultation fee is 3,000. The medicine costs extra. It comes to about 5,000 in total." I'll pay 10,000. The man took out a money pouch. "Keep the change. There's no need for that much. Charge exactly what's due." Lin Feng insisted on only taking 8,000. After seeing the man off, Lin Feng was so tired that he sat down and didn't want to move. "Brother, have some water." Lin Xiaoyu handed him a cup of warm water. "Thanks." Lin Feng took the cup. "Xiaoyu, don't you think we should raise our prices? An elite-grade spirit beast surgery for 8,000 is too cheap." But that man was so pitiful. "There are many pitiful people, but we still have to make a living." Lin Feng said, "Starting tomorrow, consultation fees will be adjusted. Common grade starts at 100, elite grade at 3,000, master grade at 10,000. Surgery costs extra. Wouldn't that be too expensive?" "There's a reason it's expensive," Lin Feng said. "That Wind Falcon just now, if it had gone to the 100 Beast Clinic, it would have cost at least 30,000 and the survival rate would have been under half. Charging 8,000 is already a fair price." Lin Xiaoyu nodded, half understanding. At that moment another guest arrived. This time it was an elegantly dressed lady leading a cat-type spirit beast with snow-white fur and a haughty gaze. Species Snow Spirit Cat Elite Grade Status Sub-Health Mild Obesity Joint Strain Signs of Depression Issue Lack of Exercise Overeating Owners Excessive Pampering Boss Lin, my dear Snow has been upset lately and eating less. Could you take a look?" The lady spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice. After examining it, Lin Feng delivered his diagnosis: it needs to lose weight and exercise. At least an hour of walking a day, half its current food, and more time playing with it. "Is that all?" The lady frowned. "No medicine. Why prescribe medicine when there's no illness?" Lin Feng was speechless. "Do as I say and within a month it will be bouncing with energy." "Then, how much is the fee?" 100. The lady paid, grumbling, "It's so simple and they still charge money," then left with the cat. Lin Feng shook his head. This was exactly why he didn't want to do ordinary business. It was trivial, low profit, and prone to complaints. But there was no helping it. The shop had just opened, and its reputation needed to be built. He worked busily until evening, and finally there was a lull. Just as Lin Feng was about to close for the day, another person came to the door. It was a thin, wizened old man with a slightly hunched back carrying a cage covered with black cloth. "Boss Lin, are you closing?" the old man asked in a hoarse voice. "Not yet. What can I do for you?" "Selling something." The old man lifted the black cloth. Inside the cage was a cub that looked like a fox but with long pointed ears, golden eyes, silvery white fur, and 3 tails. Species: 3-tailed spirit fox, elite grade, rare status, healthy but mentally listless, innate skills: spirit sense, detect danger, charm, influence minds, illusion, create hallucinations, potential master grade, has a chance to evolve into a 9-tailed celestial fox, a 3-tailed spirit fox. A rare species, skilled in mental abilities, exceptionally uncommon. "This. Where did you get it?" Lin Feng asked. "Found it," the old man said. "Do you want it, Boss Lin?" "I'll sell it cheap, 30,000 credits." 30,000. For a 3-tailed spirit fox, that was an absolute steal. The market price was at least 100,000. Why so cheap? Lin Feng grew wary. "Need money," the old man said bluntly. "My son is sick and needs surgery urgently. I found this fox at the edge of the misty forest. After keeping it for a few days, I realized I couldn't afford it. It needs to eat moonlight grass every day. How could a poor man like me afford that?" Moonlight grass was a spiritual herb that grew under moonlight. It benefited mental-type spirit beasts but was expensive. A single plant cost 500 credits. "What illness does your son have?" "An old wound relapsed. He needs water of life," the old man said. "I knew Boss Lin has connections, so I came to you." 30,000. The fox is yours, and give me a bottle of water of life as well. As for water of life, Lin Feng did have some. Suwan had given him a small bottle last time and half of it remained. But water of life was priceless. Even half a bottle was worth at least 50,000. "How do you know I have water of life?" Lin Feng stared at the old man. "I have my own channels of information." The old man smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Boss Lin, you won't lose on this deal. A 3-tailed spirit fox, if properly raised, will be master grade at the very least in the future. And it's very special. Special. You'll see once you let it out." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then opened the cage. The 3-tailed spirit fox jumped out. Instead of running away, it leapt onto the counter and tilted its head, gazing at Lin Feng. Its eyes were golden, and deep within its pupils it seemed as if stars were swirling. "Special spiritual fluctuation detected. The 3-tailed spirit fox is using the spirit sense skill effect, perceives the target's morality, strength, and potential. It's observing me." Lin Feng was amazed. Most spirit beasts did not possess such high intelligence, let alone actively use a skill to observe a human. "It's very smart, so smart that it doesn't seem like a wild beast." The old man said, "I suspect it has spiritual intelligence, but I'm not certain. Boss Lin, as a beast tamer, you should be able to tell." Spiritual intelligence referred to a spirit beast having wisdom close to human level, capable of understanding complex commands and even communicating with people. A spirit beast with spiritual intelligence was 1 in a million. Lin Feng studied the 3-tailed spirit fox carefully. The little fellow. It looked at him as well, then nodded. It nodded. "It agrees," the old man said. "It agrees to follow you." Lin Feng took a deep breath. "I have the water of life, but only half a bottle. Is that enough?" "Half a bottle is enough as long as it can stabilize the injury." "Deal." Lin Feng handed half a bottle of water of life to the old man, who left the 3-tailed spirit fox behind and walked away without looking back. Lin Feng looked at the 3-tailed spirit fox on the table. "Do you have a name?" The spirit fox shook its head. "Then I'll give you one. I'll call you Xiao Bai." The spirit fox seemed unhappy with the name, and shook its 3 tails. "Don't like it? Then Xiao Ling." The spirit fox nodded. "All right, from now on your name is Xiao Ling. Contract request. The 3-tailed spirit fox Xiao Ling wishes to establish an equal contract with you. Do you accept?" "An equal contract?" Lin Feng was stunned. An ordinary contract is a master-subordinate relationship where the spirit beast obeys its master. An equal contract is a partnership of equals, closer but far more difficult to establish. Only a spirit beast with true intelligence would proactively propose an equal contract. "Are you sure?" Lin Feng asked. Xiao Ling nodded again, its gaze earnest. "All right, I accept." Equal contract established successfully. Spirit Beast 3-tailed Spirit Fox Xiao Ling Contract Bond 10 Equal contracts start higher innate skills Spirit Sense Charm Phantom Special Ability Telepathy can communicate through thought potential Elite Tier with a chance to evolve into Sovereign Tier 9-tailed Celestial Fox Telepathy. Lin Feng tried to say in his mind, "Can you hear me?" "Yes." A crisp young girl's voice rang out in his mind. "Greetings, Master." It was not an actual voice but a thought that appeared directly in his consciousness. "You can speak." "No, but I can communicate through telepathy." "It is a gift of the Spirit Fox clan." "Amazing." Lin Feng was overjoyed. Being able to communicate directly meant training combat, and daily life would all become countless times easier. "What about your original master?" "I never had a master," Xiaoling said. "That old man found me at the edge of the misty forest. My parents were killed by savage beasts." Her voice carried sorrow. Lin Feng stroked her head. "From now on this is your home." Gaining Xiaoling was an unexpected blessing. But Lin Feng had no time to celebrate because trouble soon came again. Early the next morning, Manager Li from the Wanlong trading house returned. This time he brought no people and made no trouble. Instead he smiled and handed over a contract. "Boss Lin, there were many misunderstandings before. On behalf of the Wanlong trading house I apologize." Manager Li humbled himself. "To show our sincerity, we would like to cooperate with you." "Cooperate?" "Yes." Manager Li opened the contract. "The Wanlong Trading House is willing to invest 1 million and take a 30% stake in the Fengyu Ecological Garden. In addition, we can provide the best supply channels, customer resources, and protection in the entire new district." 1 million for 30 shares was indeed a sincere offer. But Lin Feng knew that this money was not easy to take. "What are the conditions?" he asked. "The conditions are very simple," Manager Li said. "For the rare spirit beasts you cultivate, Wanlong will have the right of first refusal. In addition, you must not accept investment from the Tianqiong Merchant Guild." Just as he suspected. "Manager Li, the Tianqiong Merchant Guild has already invested in me." "We know, 500,000. Manager Li smiled. "We can make up the difference, and add another 500,000. That makes 1,500,000 in total for only 30 of the shares, and we won't interfere with your operations." "Boss Lin, you won't lose on this deal." Indeed he wouldn't. 1,500,000 was enough to triple the size of his shop. But the price was to stand completely against the Tianqiong Merchant Guild. "I need time to think it over," Lin Feng said. Of course. Manager Li put away the contract. 3 days. "We'll wait for 3 days. If you agree, the contract takes effect immediately. If you don't, then regrettably we may have to resort to certain business measures." Carrot and stick. Lin Feng saw Manager Li out, then sat in his office deep in thought. The Tianqiong Merchant Guild offered 500,000, the Wanlong Trading House offered 1,500,000. Which side should he choose? In terms of money, Wanlong was more generous. But in the long run, the Tianqiong Merchant Guild was more reliable. At least on the surface, they conducted legitimate business, while the Wanlong Trading House smuggling black markets, perhaps even forbidden rituals. "Master, that man's intentions are filthy," Xiaoling suddenly said in his mind. "You can sense that?" My spirit sense tells me he is lying. The Wanlong Trading House's true goal is not investment, it's control. They want to use the shares to slowly devour your shop and eventually kick you out." Lin Feng's gaze turned cold. Just as he suspected. "Then what should I do? If I refuse, they may use business measures to suppress us." "We can accept, but we must add conditions," Xiaoling said. "For example, put a veto right or a founder protection clause into the contract. That way, even if they have shares, they can't control you." Lin Feng was surprised. "You understand this? My parents were spirit beasts of a merchant before they died. I absorbed it from a young age." He had found a treasure. Lin Feng stroked Xiaoling's head. "Thank you. I know what to do now." That same afternoon, Zhou Wenyuan from the Tianqiong Merchant Guild also arrived. "Boss Lin, I heard that people from Wanlong came to see you." Zhou Wenyuan got straight to the point. "Vice President Zhou, your information is indeed swift. In the new district, walls have ears." Zhou Wenyuan asked how much did they offer. 1,500,000 for 30 shares. Zhou Wenyuan frowned. "More than we offered. But what we can give they cannot." Such as safety," Zhou Wenyuan said gravely. "Boss Lin, the Wanlong Trading House is dirty behind the scenes. They dabble in black market deals, smuggle contraband, and may even be conducting illegal experiments. Cooperating with them will invite disaster sooner or later. And what about Tianqiong? We do legitimate business, Zhou Wenyuan said. Of course the business world is not without schemes, but we have a bottom line. Besides, we have official backing. Official backing, that was Tianqiong's greatest advantage. If I refuse Wanlong, can you guarantee my safety? Lin Feng asked. We can't guarantee absolute certainty, but at least Wanlong wouldn't dare touch you openly, Zhou Wenyuan said. Moreover, we can sign a strategic cooperation agreement. No shares involved, only business cooperation. You remain independent. We provide resources and support, and you give U.S. priority supply rights. This condition was far more lenient than Wanlong's. I need to think it over. Of course. Zhou Wenyuan rose. But Boss Lin, time waits for no one. Wanlong won't give you much time to decide. After seeing Zhou Wenyuan out, Lin Feng looked at the two contracts on the table. One was Wanlong's equity investment agreement, and the other was Tianqiong's strategic cooperation agreement. How to choose? Master, I suggest choosing Tianqiong, Xiaoling said in his mind. The Wanlong contract has too many traps. Although it offers more money, the risk is too great. Tianqiong's contract is fairer, and they need your good reputation, so they won't easily break the agreement. But Tianqiong pays less. Money can be earned slowly, but you only have one life. Xiaoling said very seriously. The Wanlong trading house gives me a very dangerous feeling. Their aura is very similar to that of the savage beasts that killed my parents. Savage beasts. Lin Feng's heart shuddered. Was the Wanlong trading house connected to savage beasts? Are you sure? I'm sure, Xiaoling said. That manager Li has the stench of blood fiend on him. Only someone who has long been exposed to bloodshed and killing would have such a smell. Blood fiend. Lin Feng remembered what Wang Hu had said about the Beast King's sacrifice and blood sacrifice. Could the Wanlong trading house really be conducting some forbidden ritual? Alright, I'll follow your advice. We choose Tianqiong. The next day Lin Feng replied to both sides separately. His reply to the Wanlong trading house was, thank you for your generous offer, but my ambition is not in commercial expansion. I only wish to focus on nurturing spirit beasts. As for the equity investment, I must respectfully decline. His reply to the Tianqiong Merchant Guild was, we can sign the strategic cooperation agreement, but I need to add one clause. Tianqiong must not interfere in Fengyu's business decisions in any form. The Wanlong trading house's reply came quickly and bluntly, Boss Lin, you will regret this. The Tianqiong Merchant Guild's reply was, pleasure doing business with you. The contract was officially signed, and the Tianqiong Merchant Guild became the strategic partner of the Fengyu Ecological Garden. Lin Feng gained Tianqiong's supply channels, customer resources, and a certain degree of protection. In exchange, Tianqiong had the right of first refusal on rare spirit beasts bred by Fengyu at a price 10 below market value. A fair deal. After the signing, Zhou Wenyuan asked Boss Lin, Wanlong may retaliate. What do you plan to do? When soldiers come, I will face them. When floods come, I will stem them, Lin Feng said. If you need help, just say the word. Thank you. After seeing Zhou Wenyuan out, Lin Feng stood on the rooftop of the news shop gazing at the night scene of the new district. Countless lights gleamed across the city, but beneath the prosperity undercurrents stirred. The Wanlong trading house would not let things rest, and the Tianqiong Merchant Guild was no pushover either. The Shadow Exploration Team was away on a commission, and there was no telling whether Wang Hu, that informant, was reliable. And the poison shadow dragon lizard was still recovering. Xiaoling was clever, but her combat strength was not great. Xiaoying, Xiaolei, and Xiaoho were growing, but they were still not strong enough. The road ahead was long. But at least he had his own shop, his own spirit beasts, business partners, and a circle of friends. Master, what are you thinking about? Xiaoling leaped onto his shoulder. I'm thinking about the road ahead, Lin Feng said. The road ahead is still very long, Xiaoling murmured, brushing his face with her tail. But it's all right. I will stay with you, Master. Downstairs, Chen Ming was greeting customers, Qin Feng was feeding the spirit beasts, and Lin Xiaoyu was keeping the accounts. The new shop was running smoothly and business was thriving. Everything was moving in a good direction. But Lin Feng knew that the calm was only temporary. The storm would come sooner or later. And he was already prepared to meet it. On the third day after signing the cooperation agreement with the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce, Lin Feng received a strange communication. The communicator emitted a low voice. Boss Lin, I'm Wang Hu. Wang Hu. The third boss of the Black Tiger gang. Lin Feng frowned. What is it? You asked me to keep an eye on the Wanlong Trading Company. There's news, Wang Hu lowered his voice. They've got a shipment coming in tonight stored in the abandoned warehouse No. 7 in the eastern outskirts. I overheard Manager Li on the phone mentioning sacrifice and ritual. It feels very wrong. Sacrifice. Ritual. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He remembered what Wang Hu had previously mentioned about the Beast King sacrifice and blood sacrifice. What time exactly? At 2. They'll move the goods. Manager Li is escorting it personally with quite a few men. Wang Hu said. Boss Lin, that's all I know. Please don't tell anyone it was me. If Manager Li finds out, he'll skin me alive. Don't worry. Lin Feng ended the call. 2. Warehouse No. 7 in the eastern outskirts. He checked the time, it was now 8 p.m. 6 hours to go. Qinming, keep an eye on the shop. I'm going out. So late, where are you going? Something to do. Lin Feng didn't elaborate. He changed into dark clothes, brought along Xiaoying, Xiaolei, and Xiaohua, and had Xiaoling stay in his pocket. Her telepathic ability was quite useful for reconnaissance. Master, are you going on an adventure? Xiaoling asked mentally. I'm going to investigate something. Then I'll come too. I can help. Your combat power isn't strong, it's dangerous. But I can sense danger and create illusions. Xiaoling insisted. Besides, I have a telepathic link with you, Master, we can communicate anytime. Lin Feng thought for a moment, and agreed. An extra ability meant extra security. At 11 p.m. Lin Feng arrived at the eastern outskirts. This was the industrial zone of the new district. Few people came even during the day, and at night it was even more silent. Warehouse No. 7 was an old warehouse abandoned for years with rusted iron gates, broken windows, and overgrown weeds. Lin Feng hid in the bushes opposite the warehouse and sent Xiaoying to scout ahead. Xiaoying merged into the shadows and slipped silently into the warehouse. A few minutes later, Xiaoying returned and sent a telepathic message. There's no one in the warehouse, but there are many cages. The spirit beasts inside are in terrible condition, some are dying. And the smell of blood is strong. As expected, something was wrong. Stay outside on guard. Notify me immediately if anyone comes. I'll. Lin Feng with Xiaolei and Xiaohua Xiaoling in his pocket stealthily slipped into the warehouse. The warehouse was large, filled with abandoned machinery and shelves. But in the center of the warehouse a clearing had been made. On the open ground lay a circular magic array 10 meters in diameter, painted with dark red paint. The patterns were eerie and twisted, resembling some kind of ancient script. Around the array were placed more than a dozen iron cages, each holding a spirit beast. Lin Feng approached to look. The spirit beasts were in terrible states, some were barely breathing, some were covered in wounds, some had vacant eyes clearly injected with drugs. They were of various breeds but shared one common trait. They were all at elite rank or above, and their attributes leaned toward darkness and evil. Species: Phantom Wolf Elite. Status: Dying, Excessive Blood Loss, Mental Collapse. Species: Bloodthirsty Bat Elite. Status: Weak, Large amount of blood extracted. Species: Rotting Venom Python Elite. Status: Comatose, venom extracted from body. All were elite level and all had been drained of blood or venom. They're collecting the essence, blood, and source energy of spirit beasts. Xiaoling's voice sounded in his mind. This is a preparatory step for a forbidden ritual. Master, it's very dangerous here. We should leave quickly. Wait a little longer. I want to know what they're up to. Lin Feng examined the array. The system scanned and provided information. Detected unknown ritual array. Function: sacrifice spirit beast essence blood to summon an unknown entity. Completion 75, requires essence blood of at least 5 more elite level spirit beasts. Danger level high. So it was indeed a blood sacrifice ritual. What exactly did the Wanlong Trading Company want to summon? As he was thinking, the sound of car engines came from outside. Xiaoying sent an alarm. 3 cars are approaching, about a dozen people. Lin Feng immediately hid behind a discarded machine and held his breath. The warehouse door was pushed open. Manager Li walked in with over a dozen subordinates. They wore uniform black outfits and masks, carrying iron cages in their hands. Inside the cages were 5 spirit beasts, all in poor condition. Hurry up, place the sacrificial offerings properly. Manager Li directed. The ritual must be completed on the night of the full moon. There are only 3 days until the full moon, we can't afford any mistakes. The subordinates placed the iron cages around the array, then began extracting blood from the previous cages. They used specially made needles to pierce the spirit beast's veins, and bright red blood flowed into glass bottles. The spirit beasts let out agonized cries but were controlled by drugs and unable to struggle. "Managerly, these spirit beasts are about to die," one subordinate said. "If they die, just throw them away, we've already extracted enough essence blood," Managerly said coldly. "Remember, don't let them die before the ritual. Once dead, their essence blood is useless." "Yes." Lin Feng watched this scene, his fists clenched. Sacrificing living spirit beasts was one of the cruelest forbidden rituals. If exposed, the Wanlong Trading Company would face catastrophic doom. "Master, they're extracting soul blood." Xiao Ling's voice trembled slightly. "This is the highest level sacrifice. It requires spirit beasts to die in extreme agony so that the soul blood remains pure. What they want to summon must be extremely evil. Can you tell what it is?" "No, but it's certainly nothing good." "Master, we must stop them." "How?" "There are a dozen of them, and only 4 of us." "No need for direct confrontation," Xiaoling said. "We can destroy the array. As long as the array is incomplete, the ritual cannot be performed." "How do we destroy it?" "The core of the array is the array I, usually maintained by some kind of energy source." "Find the array I and destroy it." Lin Feng looked at the center of the array, where there was a stone platform with a black crystal ball on it. "Is it that crystal ball?" "It should be." "All right, once they leave, we'll make our move." An hour later, Managerly left with his men, leaving 2 subordinates to stand guard. "Third brother, do you think this ritual will succeed?" one guard asked. "Nonsense, the president has prepared for so long, it'll definitely succeed," the other guard said. "Once the ritual succeeds, the president will obtain the Beast King's power, and then the entire new district will be ours. Then we'll get a share of the glory too." "Of course. The president said that once the ritual succeeds, all participants will be heavily rewarded." The 2 chatted, unaware of Lin Feng sneaking in the shadows. "Xiao Lei, use lightning strike to knock them out," Lin Feng ordered mentally. Xiao Lei flew onto a beam in the warehouse and aimed at the 2 guards. ZZZT! 2 thin bolts of electricity precisely struck the back of their necks. Without even a grunt, they collapsed unconscious. Lin Feng stepped out of the shadows and quickly moved to the center of the array. The black crystal ball emanated an ominous aura, and inside it seemed to flow liquid. As Lin Feng reached out to touch it, the system immediately alarmed. "Warning: high concentration of shadow energy detected. It is recommended to keep away. This object is the ritual core. Destroying it may cause an energy explosion. It could explode." Lin Feng hesitated. "Master, you can use Purify," Xiaoling said. "After my charm skill reached advanced level, it evolved into purifying light, which can neutralize negative energy." "Can you do it?" "I can try." Xiaoling jumped out of the pocket and onto the stone platform. She closed her eyes, raised her 3 tails, and her body began to emit a soft white light. The light enveloped the black crystal ball. The liquid inside began to churn violently, making sizzling sounds. "It takes time," Xiaoling said. "Master, protect me while I channel." "Okay." Lin Feng had Xiaohua and Xiao Lei guard the warehouse entrance while he stood beside Xiaoling. Time ticked by minute. Xiaoling's white light grew brighter and brighter, and the black aura of the crystal ball gradually receded. But Xiaoling's body was trembling, clearly struggling. "Xiaoling, can you hold on?" I can still manage." Just then the sound of a car braking came from outside the warehouse. Manager Li had returned. "Damn, I forgot something." Manager Li's voice approached from afar. "You 2 go inside and get the shadow stone from under the stone platform." Footsteps approached. Lin Feng's heart pounded. It was too late to leave now, they'd be caught red-handed. "Xiaoling, how much longer?" 1 minute. "No, 30 seconds. Hang in there." Lin Feng had Xiaohua and Xiao Lei ready to act the moment they were discovered. The warehouse door was pushed open and 2 subordinates walked in. "Huh! Why our third brother and the others asleep? Maybe they're slacking off. Wait, what is that?" They saw the white light at the center of the array as well as Lin Feng's figure. "Someone's destroying the ritual." The 2 immediately drew their guns. The world also had firearms, but they weren't very powerful, mainly for self-defense. Xiaohua fireball. Xiao Lei electric shock. Xiaohua spat out 3 fireballs and Xiao Lei released 2 bolts of lightning. The 2 subordinates scrambled to dodge, but the warehouse was limited in space, and they were still hit by the shockwaves falling to the ground. But gunfire had already erupted. Bang! Bang! Bullets hit the stone platform, sparks flying. Xiaoling, hurry! Almost. Done! Xiaoling's white light reached its peak and the crystal ball shattered with a crack. The black liquid inside flowed out but was wrapped by the white light and rapidly evaporated. The array's glow dimmed and those eerie runes began to vanish. The ritual array has been destroyed. Danger eliminated. Let's go. Lin Feng scooped up Xiaoling and ran toward the back door with Xiaohua and Xiaolei. But it was already too late. Hearing the gunshots, Manager Li rushed in with his men. Lin Feng. It's you. Manager Li's face turned livid. You dared to sabotage our ritual. You're asking for death. Behind him over a dozen subordinates drew their weapons. Not just pistols but machetes, iron bars, and even someone pulled out a shotgun. Master, you go first. I'll hold them off, Xiaoling said weakly. No, we leave together. Lin Feng set Xiaoling down and had her provide support from behind while he and Xiaohua and Xiaolei blocked the front. Xiaolei thunderstorm. Xiaohua flame core burst. Maximum power. Xiaolei flew into the air, electricity blazing all over its body. Xiaohua's golden chest fur ignited, transforming into deep crimson flames. Boom! Boom! Thunder and flames erupted simultaneously, throwing the warehouse into chaos. Manager Li's subordinates were blasted, tumbling, but quickly got up. They seemed to have been injected with some drug, making them fearless of death. Damn it, attack! Kill Lin Feng and the president will reward you handsomely. Over a dozen men charged. Lin Feng fought while retreating, but the back door was blocked. Master, there's a ventilation duct on the left, Xiaoling reminded. Lin Feng looked at the left wall. Indeed, there was a half-person high vent with rusty iron grills. Xiaohua burned through it. Xiaohua spat flame and the iron grill quickly melted. Go! Lin Feng, holding Xiaoling, ducked inside with Xiaohua and Xiaolei. Manager Li and his men chased to the vent, but the opening was too small for an adult to squeeze through. After them. Circle around outside. Lin Feng crawled through the duct. The passages were intricate, but with Xiaoling guiding it went smoothly. Master, turn right ahead, then go down. There's an exit leading to the sewer outside. All right. A few minutes later, Lin Feng emerged from a sewer manhole already far from the warehouse. He slumped by the roadside, gasping for breath. Xiaoling lay on his lap, sweating all over. Clearly the purification had cost her heavily. Xiaohua and Xiaolei were also exhausted, sprawling on the ground without moving. Master, you're injured, Xiaoling said. Only then did Lin Feng notice a gash on his arm, perhaps grazed by a stray bullet. The blood had already clotted. It wasn't serious. It's nothing, just a scratch. He tore off some cloth to bandage it. What about you? How are you? I've expended too much. I need a few days of rest, Xiaoling said weakly. But don't worry, Master, the array is completely destroyed. They can't restart it for a short while. That's good. After resting for a while, Lin Feng quietly returned to the shop with his spirit beasts. Ming hadn't slept yet. He was waiting for him. Brother Lin, how were you hurt? Ming gasped. Keep your voice down. Lin Feng gestured for him to close the door. Don't tell anyone about tonight. Where did you go? How did you end up like this? Went to check something and ran into Wanlong's men. Lin Feng briefly explained what happened. They probably don't know it was me, but they'll certainly suspect. We need to strengthen security at the shop these days and take turns keeping watch at night. Understood, Ming said seriously. Brother Lin, the Wanlong Trading Company is conducting this evil ritual. Should we report it? Report. What evidence? Lin Feng shook his head. The array is destroyed and the spirit beasts have been moved away. With no proof, we'd only be bitten back. Then what? Let them continue. Of course not. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. But we must wait for an opportunity. Either I find solid evidence or we wait for them to slip up on their own. Just as he finished speaking, a knock came at the door. So late, who could it be? Lin Feng gestured for Ming to open it. Standing outside was Su Wan. Captain Su. So late. I heard you went to warehouse no. 7 in the eastern outskirts tonight, Su Wan said directly. Lin Feng was startled. How did she know? Don't be nervous. I'm not here to interrogate you. Su Wan walked in. As for Wanlong's ritual, our shadow expedition team has been watching it for a long time. When I saw someone sabotage it tonight, I guessed it was you. You were watching too? Yes. Su Wan nodded. The president of the Wanlong Trading Company, Zhao Wanlong, is a madman. He wants to use a forbidden ritual to gain power and control the entire new district. We've been collecting evidence, but we always fall short. And tonight you destroyed the array and disrupted their plan, Su Wan said. But it also tipped them off. Zhao Wanlong is surely furious and will speed up his progress. What do you mean? The night of the full moon is 3 days away. They must complete the ritual before then. Now that the array is destroyed, they either give up or find an alternative. Su Wan looked at Lin Feng. And an alternative might require more sacrifices or more powerful sacrifices. Lin Feng's heart sank. You mean they'll capture more spirit beasts or even people? Possibly, Su Wan said. So we need to find their new ritual site before they do and stop them. How do we find it? We have an informant inside Wanlong, but he hasn't sent back any messages. Su Wan frowned. Something may have happened to him. Lin Feng, I need your help. What kind of help? Your shadow leopard has a high darkness attribute awakening and excels at stealth and reconnaissance, Su Wan said. I'd like to borrow it to infiltrate the Wanlong headquarters and find out their plan. Borrow Xiaoying? Lin Feng hesitated. Xiaoying was his companion. Going to Wanlong headquarters was too dangerous. I know it's dangerous, but only a dark attribute spirit beast can infiltrate silently, Su Wan said. Besides, if you don't stop them once Zhao Wanlong obtains the Beast King's power, the first person he'll deal with is you, because you ruined his plans. She was right. Lin Feng and the Wanlong Trading Company were already enemies. There was no turning back. Fine, I'll let Xiaoying go. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. But you must guarantee its safety. I give my word as the Shadow Expedition team, Su Wan said solemnly. And I'll personally lead a team as backup. When do we move? Tomorrow night, Su Wan said. The night before the full moon. They're bound to take action. That's our best chance. All right. After seeing Su Wan off, Lin Feng returned to his room. Xiaoying was curled up in its den sleeping. Sensing its master's mood, it opened its eyes. Ao Wu. What's wrong? Tomorrow night there's a mission, very dangerous, but I must go. Lin Feng stroked its head. You can refuse if you want. Xiaoying stood up and nuzzled Lin Feng's hand. Ao Wu. I'm going. Thank you. Lin Feng hugged it. The night was deep. Lin Feng lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. The Wanlong Trading Company, the forbidden ritual, the Beast King's power, the full moon night. Everything pointed to a huge conspiracy. And he was already deeply entangled in it, unable to extricate himself. Master, are you worried? Xiaoling asked mentally. Don't worry, we will win, Xiaoling said. I can sense that there are many forces around you, Master, willing to help. Judged by Vice President Zhou, Captain Su, Uncle Wang Meng. They're all on your side. I hope so. Lin Feng closed his eyes. Tomorrow would be a crucial day. The next morning Lin Feng opened his shop for business as usual. Yet he was clearly distracted, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the window. Over and over in his mind he rehearsed the night's plan. Su Wan would bring people to pick up Xiaoying, infiltrate Wanlong headquarters, locate the ritual's news site, and then... Brother Lin, your coffee. Qinming handed him a steaming cup of coffee. Don't be too nervous. Xiaoying is amazing, nothing will go wrong. I hope so. Lin Feng took a sip of coffee, the bitter taste clearing his mind slightly. The shop still had a steady flow of customers, but most were there to inquire about or purchase ordinary spirit beasts. Lin Feng had Qinming and Qin Feng attend to the customers while he stayed in the office preparing for the night's operation. He checked on Xiaoying's condition, shadow attribute awakening at 50, and the shadow clone skill could now create 2 clones each with 30 of the main body's power lasting 8 minutes. The shadow bind skill's range had expanded to 40 meters and its binding strength had increased. Xiaoying, tonight's mission is very dangerous, Lin Feng said seriously. Remember 3 things. First, safety comes first. Retreat immediately if you encounter danger. Second, once you find the ritual site, don't act rashly. Wait for Captain Su and the others. Third, if you are discovered, use shadow clones to confuse the enemy and find a chance to escape. Oh, understood. Xiaoying's eyes were resolute. It was no longer the frail little creature it had once been. In the afternoon, Lin Feng checked the other spirit beasts' conditions. Xiaolei had recently been practicing chain lightning, which could strike multiple targets at once, but the cost was immense, so it could only be used once. Xiaohua had mastered flame shield, forming a high-temperature shield around its body with impressive defensive power. Shaoling was still recovering. The core of the purification ritual had drained too much of its energy, and it would need at least 3 days to recover. The poison shadow dragon lizard. This little one had been very quiet lately, sleeping most of the time. Lin Feng had examined it. The berserk energy inside its body had been completely cleansed, but the mutation caused by dragon blood meant it needed a great deal of sleep to adapt to its new body. "Stay put, all of you, and wait for me to come back," Lin Feng said, patting each of them on the head. At dusk, Su Wan arrived punctually. She had changed into a black form-fitting suit with a tactical vest over it. At her waist hung a short knife and several pieces of equipment Lin Feng did not recognize. Behind her were 4 teammates in matching gear, each with sharp eyes, clearly skilled fighters. "Are you ready?" Su Wan asked. "Ready," Lin Feng said, picking up Xiaoying. "Xiaoying, remember what I told you." "Oh." Xiaoying jumped onto Su Wan's shoulder and affectionately nuzzled her cheek. Su Wan had been coming to the shop often recently, and Xiaoying had grown quite familiar with her. "Don't worry, I'll bring it back safely," Su Wan promised solemnly. "I trust you," Lin Feng nodded. Su Wan left with Xiaoying and the team vanishing into the night. Lin Feng stood at the shop entrance watching their receding backs, his heart churning with anxiety. "Brother Lin, go inside. It's cold out here," Lin Xiaoyu said, draping a jacket over him. Back in the office, Lin Feng was restless. He turned on his communicator, wanting to contact Su Wan but afraid of disturbing their operation. "Master, don't worry too much," Shaoling comforted him through their mental link. "Xiaoying is very clever and Captain Su is highly capable. They will succeed." "I know, but I can't help worrying." Time passed minute by minute. 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. The communicator remained silent. Lin Feng paced the office, checking the time every few minutes. "Brother Lin, why not get some sleep? I'll call you if there's any news," Chen Ming urged. "I can't sleep." At 11 o'clock at night the communicator finally rang. It was Su Wan. "Lin Feng, we found the place." Su Wan's voice was extremely low. "It's the abandoned No. 3 mine on the eastern outskirts. They've moved there. Xiaoying has already infiltrated. We're waiting outside for it to come out." "What's the situation?" "The guards are tight, at least 50 men all armed. And..." Su Wan paused. "We saw Zhao Wanlong himself. He's here in person." Zhao Wanlong, the president of the Wanlong Trading Company, rarely showed himself in public and was said to be a ruthless character. His personal arrival indicated that the ritual had reached its most critical moment. "Do you need backup?" Lin Feng asked. "No, too many people would make it easier to be discovered," Su Wan said. "Once Xiaoying obtains the specific intelligence, we will withdraw. Tomorrow night on the full moon we'll join the security forces and the military and wipe them out in one stroke." "All right, stay in contact." After ending the call, Lin Feng let out a slight sigh of relief. But soon his heart tightened again. Because the communicator rang once more, this time from an unfamiliar number. "Lin Feng, I am Zhao Wanlong." A deep, imposing voice came through. Lin Feng's heart clenched. How did he know my number? "President Zhao, what is your business?" "I heard you've been asking around about me." Zhao Wanlong chuckled softly. "Young man, excessive curiosity is not a good thing. Let me give you a piece of advice: don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Otherwise, those precious spirit beasts of yours might run into an accident." A blatant threat. "Is President Zhao threatening me?" "It's a reminder," Zhao Wanlong said. "I know you're close to the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce, but Zhou Wenyuan cannot protect you. In this new district, whoever I want gone will be gone." "Then try it," Lin Feng said coldly. "You've got nerve." Zhao Wanlong laughed. "But you'll regret that soon. Oh, by the way, that shadow leopard of yours. It's very special. I like it. Once the ritual is over, I'll take it for my own." He knew about Xiaoying's infiltration. Lin Feng's heart sank. "What have you done to it?" "Don't worry, it's quite safe. It's currently visiting my guests," Zhao Wanlong said. "If you want it back, come to the No. 3 mine tomorrow night when the moon is full. Come alone without backup. Otherwise, you will never see it again." The call ended. Lin Feng's face turned livid. Xiaoying had been captured. He immediately tried to contact Su Wan, but the connection would not go through. It had probably been jammed. "Chen Ming, gather everyone. Head to No. 3 mine in the eastern outskirts." Lin Feng rushed out of the office. "Now. Just us few." Xiaoying has been caught. I have to go rescue it. But Brother Lin, that's a trap. Zhao Wanlong deliberately lured you there. I know it's a trap, but I have to go. Lin Feng's eyes were firm. Xiaoying is my partner. I can't abandon it. Chen Ming gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll go with you. Qin Feng, you watch the shop. I'm going too. Qin Feng stood up. Xiaoying is my friend as well. No, you two stay in the shop. Lin Feng shook his head. This is my own affair, I can't involve you. Brother Lin, saying that makes you sound like a stranger. Chen Ming said. We're in this together. When trouble comes, we bear it together. That's right. Qin Feng also nodded. Looking at their resolute eyes, Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. All right, together. But you must obey my orders and retreat immediately if danger appears, understand? Understood. The three of them made brief preparations, taking Xiaolei, Xiaohua, and Shaoling weak but insistent on going along with the newly awakened poison shadow dragon lizard. The little creature seemed to sense its master's anxiety, crawled out of its cage on its own, and jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder. You want to come too? Lin Feng asked. The poison shadow dragon lizard gave a hiss and nodded. All right, together. At 11:30 at night, 3 people and 4 beasts quietly slipped out of the shop and headed for the eastern outskirts. No. 3 Mine was 20 kilometers east of the new district. It had originally been a metal ore mine and was abandoned 10 years ago after the ore veins dried up. The terrain there was complex, with tunnels crisscrossing in every direction, making it ideal for hiding. When Lin Feng and the others reached the mine's outer edge, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. There were lights at the mine entrance, and several figures were patrolling. Brother Lin, how do we get in? Chen Ming kept his voice low. I have a plan, Lin Feng said. Xiaolei and Xiaohua will draw their attention and we'll sneak in from the side. That's too dangerous. What if we get discovered? We can't afford to worry about that now. Lin Feng sent Xiaolei and Xiaohua into the air, approaching the mine head-on. Xiaolei used lightning strike on the rocks above the entrance. Xiaohua used fireball to create chaos. Chirp! Squeak! The 2 spirit beasts attacked simultaneously. Lightning slashed against the rock walls, sending rubble tumbling down. Fireballs exploded at the entrance, flames leaping into the sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guards panicked and fired into the air. Taking the chance, Lin Feng with Chen Ming and Qin Feng slipped into the mine from the side. Inside the mine was pitch dark, lit only by a few scattered miners' lamps. The tunnels were intricate and maze-like. Which way? Qin Feng asked. Lin Feng closed his eyes, sensing the contract link. Although Xiaoying was not a contracted spirit beast, their long time together had created a faint resonance. This way. They moved along a descending tunnel, going deeper and deeper. A sickly sweet bloody smell hung in the air, growing stronger. What is that smell? Chen Ming covered his nose. The smell of blood, Lin Feng said with a grim expression. After turning a corner, the way ahead suddenly opened up. It was an enormous natural cavern, at least 100 meters in diameter and over 30 meters high. At its center sat a ritual array even larger and more intricate than the one they had seen in the warehouse the night before. The ritual array was drawn with dark crimson liquid, emitting a thick bloody stench. Around it stood dozens of iron cages, each holding a spirit beast in even worse condition than those they had seen the previous night. Zhao Wanlong stood at the center of the ritual array. He appeared to be around 50 tall and imposing, dressed in a black robe with graying hair combed meticulously. What was most striking were his eyes. One was normal, but the other gave off an eerie crimson glow. At his feet, Xiaoying was locked in a specially made metal cage. The cage surface was covered with sealing runes, rendering Xiaoying's shadow abilities unusable. Xiaoying! Lin Feng charged over. Stop! Zhao Wanlong raised his hand and an invisible force blocked Lin Feng outside the ritual array. Lin Feng, you have finally come. Release it. Of course I will, but not now. Zhao Wanlong smiled. I need it as the core sacrifice for the ritual. A triple attribute shadow leopard with its shadow attribute awakened. What a perfect sacrifice. With its soul blood I will surely summon the mightiest Beast King. You're insane. This forbidden ritual will get everyone killed. No, you're wrong. Zhao Wanlong spread his arms wide. This isn't harming people, this is evolution. The Beast King's descent will bring a new order. And I will be the one who masters that new order. Madman. Only one thought ran through Lin Feng's mind: he had to stop him. Chen Ming, Qin Feng, go destroy the sacrificial cages on the outer edge of the formation, and release those spirit beasts. I'll deal with Zhao Wanlong. Brother Lin, he's very strong. I know, but there's no time. Zhao Wanlong checked the time. There are still 2 hours until the full moon. Lin Feng, since you're here, why not witness this great moment together with me? He waved his hand and several subordinates stepped out from the shadows encircling Lin Feng. Their eyes were vacant and their movements stiff like manipulated puppets. Be careful, they're being controlled, Xiao Ling warned in his mind. I know. Lin Feng released the venom shadow dragon lizard. Xiao Du used poison mist. The venom shadow dragon lizard opened its mouth and spewed purple poison mist. The mist spread quickly, and after the puppets inhaled it, their movements slowed markedly. Seizing the chance, Chen Ming and Qin Feng rushed over and opened the sacrificial cages. But the cages were locked and required a key. The key is on Zhao Wanlong. Lin Feng shouted. Then you go get it, we'll hold off these puppets. Chen Ming and Qin Feng drew their weapons. They always carried short knives for self-defense. Lin Feng charged at Zhao Wanlong. Yet Zhao Wanlong only smiled and took out a black token from his chest. By blood as the guide, by soul as the sacrifice, I summon my servants. The token blazed with red light and the cavern floor began to tremble. Crack, crack, the ground around the formation split open and more than a dozen spirit beasts crawled out from below. But these spirit beasts were wrong. Their eyes were blood red, their bodies radiated a savage aura, and they bore multiple stitch marks as if they had been modified. Species stitched beast modified. Attribute mixed. Rank elite. Status berserk, mindless, attacks every living thing. Threat level high. These are the war beasts I created using forbidden arts. Zhao Wanlong said smugly. Although they can only live for 3 days, their combat power is 3 times that of an ordinary elite rank beast. Lin Feng, what do you have to fight me? More than a dozen stitched beasts roared and charged at Lin Feng. Xiao Lei, Xiao Hui, Xiao Du, fight. The 3 spirit beasts met them head-on. Xiao Lei struck a group with chain lightning, Xiao Hui defended with a flame shield, and Xiao Du weakened the enemies with poison mist. But the stitched beasts were too numerous, and they felt no pain, and feared no death. They broke through the line in no time. A stitched beast lunged at Lin Feng. He barely dodged, but a bloody gash was torn across his arm. Brother Lin. Chen Ming wanted to come help, but he was entangled by several puppets. Just then the cage holding Xiaoying suddenly began to shake. Inside, Xiaoying slammed madly against the cage walls, yet the seal suppressed it, and its strength was greatly diminished. Oh, Master. Lin Feng heard Xiaoying's call. Hold on, I'll save you now. He charged toward the cage only to be blocked by more stitched beasts. Time slipped by second, and the full moon drew closer and closer. The formation began to glow. Dark red light rose from the ground, and the stench of blood in the air became so thick it was nauseating. Too late, Zhao Wanlong laughed. The ritual has already begun, and the Beast King is about to descend. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and pulled a bottle of medicine from his chest, the berserk potion diluted he had prepared a few days earlier. It had originally been for research, and had severe side effects, but he could no longer afford to care. He drank the potion. A surge of berserk energy flooded into his body. His strength, speed, and perception all soared, but his mind also began to grow dizzy, seized by an urge to destroy everything. System activate combat assistance mode. Combat assistance mode activated, duration 10 minutes, side effect weakened for 24 hours, after it ends that's enough. Lin Feng's speed exploded. Turning into a blur, he broke through the encirclement of stitched beasts in an instant, and reached the cage. Open. He grabbed the cage bars with both hands and wrenched them apart. Creak, the metal bars deformed but did not break. It's useless. That's a specially made sealing cage, Zhao Wanlong sneered. Lin Feng ignored him and kept straining. Blood seeped from his palms and stained the bars red. Master, use your blood. Xiao Ling suddenly cried in his mind. Your blood contains life essence and residual dragon blood, it can break the seal. Lin Feng immediately used his blood-stained hand to trace a simple rune on the cage, one he had learned from Xiao Ling, which could disrupt the flow of energy. Sure enough, the light of the seal dimmed somewhat. Again. He drew a few more strokes. Crack, the seal shattered completely. Xiaoying, come out. The cage door swung open and Xiaoying rushed out. Though weak, its eyes remained sharp. Oh, Master, thank you? No chatter, fight together. Man and beast stood back to back, facing the closing ring of stitched beasts and puppets. But Lin Feng knew this alone wasn't enough. He had to destroy the formation, or once the ritual was complete, everything would be too late. Xiaoying used Shadow Clone to create chaos. I'll destroy the formation core. Oh, understood. Xiaoying split into 2 clones and 3 shadow leopards darted through the cavern, making fools of the enemies. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Feng dashed toward the center of the formation. Zhao Wanlong's expression changed. Stop him. More stitched beasts crawled out from underground, at least 30 of them. Lin Feng was surrounded. Master, use that. Xiao Ling reminded. That. Which one? Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he still had 1 contract seed intermediate rewarded by the system. A contract seed could temporarily raise spiritual power and help contract spirit beasts. But what if he used it on a spirit beast that wasn't contracted? It might fail. Or it might unleash even greater power. Take a gamble. Lin Feng took out the contract seed and pressed it against Xiao Ying's forehead. Xiaoying accepted. The contract seed merged into Xiao Ying's body. Xiao Ying's body trembled violently, and its shadow attribute awakening rate skyrocketed 50. 55. 60. 65. Warning: shadow energy overload. Suggestion: stop immediately or the spirit beast may collapse. Xiaoying, hold on. Oh. Xiaoying raised its head and howled, and its body began to change. Its size did not increase, but its fur grew even deeper and darker, as if it could absorb all light. The multicolored gleam in its eyes merged into a pure dark gold. The silver patterns on its spine spread outward, covering its entire body. Shadow Leopard Xiaoying's shadow attribute awakening rate broke through 70. Unlocked new forms: Shadow Battle Beast, temporary duration 5 minutes. Abilities: Shadow Dash, Enhanced Shadow Bind, Enhanced new skills: Shadow Devour, Shadow Battle Beast. Xiaoying turned into a streak of black light and wove through the stitched beasts. With each one it passed, it used Shadow Devour to drain away the enemy's life force. The stitched beasts that had their life force drained swiftly withered, collapsing as dried corpses. Within a single minute, all 30 stitched beasts were destroyed. Zhao Wanlong was stunned. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Lin Feng walked to the core of the formation. There lay a blood pool in which a beating heart was immersed. That was the energy source of the ritual. It had to be destroyed. Xiaoying, final blow. Xiaoying gathered all its shadow energy into a black beam and shot it at the blood pool. No. Zhao Wanlong tried to stop it, but it was too late. The black beam struck the blood pool. The blood evaporated and the heart exploded. The formation's light went out in an instant. Ritual interrupted, danger eliminated. It worked. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. The potion's effect in combat assistance mode ended simultaneously. His legs gave way and he fell to his knees. Xiaoying also reverted to its original state, weakly lying on the ground. But Zhao Wanlong had not given up. You think this is the end? He let out a sinister smile, pulled out a dagger, and slashed his own wrist. With my blood I sacrifice myself to summon the Beast King. He was using his own blood to restart the ritual. Stop him! Chen Ming shouted. But it was too late. Zhao Wanlong's blood dripped onto the formation. The extinguished light reignited, more dazzling than before. The cavern began to tremble violently and rocks from overhead started falling away. He's summoning the Beast King's true body, Xiao Ling said in terror. Master, run. This place is caving in. Go. Lin Feng scooped up Xiaoying while Chen Ming and Qin Feng supported him as they ran toward the exit. Behind them, Zhao Wanlong's manic laughter mixed with the thundering collapse of the cavern. The Beast King will descend. This new district will be mine. Ah! A shrill, miserable scream followed. Lin Feng looked back and saw Zhao Wanlong being consumed by the backlash of the formation. His body rapidly dried up until he turned into a desiccated corpse. He had forcibly summoned with his life but failed. Or rather, had he partially succeeded? In the center of the cavern a vortex appeared within the formation. From the vortex extended a massive claw. Just the claw alone was the size of a truck. One claw of the Beast King had descended through the incomplete ritual. Roar! A deafening roar shook the mine as the entire tunnel collapsed. Run! Lin Feng and the others scrambled madly toward the exit. Behind them the giant claw swept across. Wherever it passed, rock was pulverized. Watch out! A massive boulder crashed down. Lin Feng shoved Chen Ming and Qin Feng aside, but the stones slammed into his left leg. Brother Lin. I'm fine, run. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng climbed to his feet and kept running with a limp. At last they burst out of the mine. Outside, Su Wan had arrived with the Shadow Exploration Team along with a large force of security personnel and military troops, and they had already surrounded the area. Lin Feng. Are you all right? Su Wan rushed over. We're fine. But inside. Lin Feng pointed at the mine. Before he could finish, the mine completely collapsed, sending a towering plume of dust into the sky. That enormous claw was buried beneath the rubble as well. Everything was over. But Lin Feng knew this was only the beginning. The Beast King had not fully descended, but its claw had already arrived in this world. What that implied no one knew. Lin Feng, you did very well. Su Wan patted his shoulder. The Wanlong Trading Company is finished, Zhao Wanlong is dead, and the ritual has been destroyed. The new district is safe. Is that so? Lin Feng stared at the collapsed mine, yet an ominous feeling stirred in his heart. The night of the full moon had passed. But the real danger might only just be beginning. On the second day after the beast claw was buried, the new district government dispatched an investigation team to seal off and survey mine No. 3. The military security forces, the Breeders' Association merchant representatives. All factions gathered, each eager to uncover exactly what had happened the night before. As one of those involved, Lin Feng was brought to the security headquarters and questioned for 3 hours. He concealed the critical details about Xiao Ying's mutation, the contract seed, and the system, claiming only that he had accidentally discovered the Wanlong Trading Company's conspiracy, and went to stop it, where he happened to meet Su Wan's Shadow Recon team, and together they destroyed the ritual. The security forces remained somewhat skeptical, but with Su Wan's testimony, and Lin Feng's status as an honorary citizen of the new district, they ultimately accepted his account. 3 days later, the official announcement was released. Investigation confirms that Zhao Wanlong, president of the Wanlong Trading Company, secretly conducted forbidden rituals, creating a major safety hazard. A formal arrest warrant has been issued for him, and all assets of the Wanlong Trading Company have been seized. All related suspects have been apprehended. We thank Mr. Lin Feng, Ms. Su Wan, and others for their heroic actions in preventing a disaster that could have endangered the entire district. The announcement sent shockwaves through the city. The Wanlong Trading Company had fallen, and the district's largest merchant guild collapsed overnight. Its shops were sealed, its assets frozen, and its people were either arrested or fleeing. The Sky Dome Trading Company seized the opportunity to absorb most of Wanlong's clients and channels, becoming the largest merchant guild in the new district overnight. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the Wind Whisper Ecological Garden rose to fame because of the incident. One man and one beast stormed the dragon's den, destroying a cult ritual. That was the headline on the front page of the new district daily, accompanied by a photo of Lin Feng carrying Xiao Ying out of the mine shaft. Though the photo was blurry, he was still recognizable. The report painted him as a lone hero. Though somewhat exaggerated, the effect was remarkable. Over the next few days, the Wind Whisper Ecological Garden was swarming with visitors. Not just people coming to buy spirit beasts or seek treatment, more came to see the hero. Some came for photos, some brought banners of praise, and some even came to propose marriage. A woman in her 50s insisted on marrying her daughter to Lin Feng, claiming her daughter was beautiful and could cook. Lin Feng was caught between laughter and tears and only managed to persuade the woman to leave after much effort. "Brother, you're the biggest celebrity in the new district now," Lin Xiaoyu said with a grin. "Aunt Wang just came by saying she wants to introduce her niece to you. She said her niece is a top student at the Breeders' Academy and absolutely gorgeous." "Stop right there." Lin Feng rubbed his temples. "I don't have time for romance right now. I can barely keep up with the shop." And it was true, he was busy. The new shop had been open less than a month, yet it had already been through so much. Now that its reputation had spread, business had more than doubled. Lin Feng was forced to hire 5 more employees, 2 front desk receptionists, 2 breeding assistants, and 1 cleaner. Shen Ming was promoted to shop manager assistant, responsible for daily operations. Qin Feng became the chief breeding assistant, specializing in helping Lin Feng raise rare spirit beasts. Because of this incident, Xiao Ying's shadow attribute awakening stabilized at 65. Although it didn't break through to 70, it unlocked a new skill, Shadow Domain, which could create a shadowy environment within a certain range, boosting shadow attribute skill power while weakening light attribute effects. Xiaolei, Xiaohua, and Xiaoling were all steadily growing. The venom shadow dragon lizard, Lin Feng named it Xiao Du, had also fully recovered. The dragon blood transformation greatly enhanced its potential. It was now at the peak of the elite tier and could break through to the champion tier at any moment. The 5 shadow cat eggs in the shop also hatched one after another. Eggs No. 1 and No. 2 were ordinary shadow cats, shadow attribute good potential, and were bought by Su Wan. She preferred a dual attribute beast, but ordinary shadow cats would do. Egg No. 3. Had indeed mutated. Dual dark and wind attributes incredibly fast, able to turn invisible with a perception range of 50 meters and formidable attack power. It perfectly met Su Wan's requirements. This is the one. Su Wan's eyes lit up when she saw the little creature. It was a pitch-black kitten except for its 4 paws and the tip of its tail, which were pale cyan. Its eyes were one gold and one silver. It stood quietly in the cage, neither crying nor fussing, just calmly watching Su Wan. It's very smart. It knows you're its master, Lin Feng said. Su Wan reached out her hand and the kitten leaped lightly onto her shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against her cheek. Does it have a name? Not yet. Waiting for you to name it. Su Wan thought for a moment. Call it Night Shadow. The darkness of the night. It suits him perfectly. A good name. Su Wan paid the remaining 100,000 credit points and left with Night Shadow. Just before leaving, she suddenly turned around. Lin Feng, I owe you a favor for this. If you ever need anything, come find me anytime. You've already helped me a lot. That's a different matter, Su Wan said seriously. Also, be careful of the Sky Dome Trading Company. Zhou Wenyuan is no pushover. Now that he's absorbed Wanlong's power, his next move might be against you. I'll be careful. After Su Wan left, Lin Feng looked at the new 100,000 credit points in his account and felt much more grounded. Combined with his previous savings and shop income, he now had nearly 500,000 credit points, practically a small tycoon in the new district. Time to think about the next step. Lin Feng sat in his office gazing at the street outside the window. He had fame now, money now, and a shop now. But the crisis was not over. Though the Wanlong Trading Company had fallen, the beast claw Zhao Wanlong had summoned in his dying moments was still buried in the mine. The military had deployed heavy guards, but Lin Feng still felt uneasy. Moreover, now that the Sky Dome Trading Company dominated the district alone, would it become the next Wanlong? And that beast claw? Was it truly buried for good? Master, what are you worried about? Xiao Ling leaped onto the table. About many things. Lin Feng patted its head. Xiao Ling, do you think the Sky Dome Trading Company can be trusted? Zhou Wenyuan's mind is complex. I can't see through him, Xiao Ling said. But for now his intentions toward you are kind, at least on the surface. As for the future, hard to say. Yeah, hard to say. Just as he was speaking, Chen Ming knocked and entered. Brother Lin, someone's here to see you. Who? He says he's from the Breeders' Association. Surname Ma. Old Ma, the vice president of the Breeders' Association from the main city. Lin Feng hurried downstairs. Old Ma was standing in the shop, hands behind his back, looking at the certificates on the wall. Old Ma, why have you come? Lin Feng hurried over. Just came to see you, kid. Old Ma turned around, smiling warmly. Not bad, not bad. You've got the shop looking quite impressive. I heard you went and became a hero. Just got lucky. Luck is also part of strength. Old Ma patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. The reason I'm here is to ask, are you interested in developing in the main city? The main city? Lin Feng was stunned. You're at the top of the new district now, but the new district is still a small place. The main city is the true stage. There you'll find the most advanced breeding techniques, the rarest spirit beasts, and the most elite breeders. Old Ma said. With your potential, staying buried in the new district is a waste. But my shop? You can open a branch. Old Ma said. Once you establish yourself in the main city and then come back to open a branch here, the grade will be different. Besides, the main city Breeders' Association is currently preparing for the Young Breeders Tournament. The champion's prize is generous, and it comes with eligibility for the Master Breeder Certification exam. Master grade? Lin Feng's heart stirred. He was only a junior breeder now. Though his actual skills far exceeded that level, his low certificate grade meant he had no access to many advanced breeding techniques. If he could become master grade. When does the tournament start? In 3 months, Old Ma said. Registration closes in 1 month. You need to pass the intermediate breeder exam first before you can register. So interested? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Good. Then take this. Old Ma handed over a letter of recommendation. Take this to the main city Breeders' Association, and you can directly sit for the intermediate exam. Once you pass, I'll personally guide you in preparing for the tournament. Thank you, Old Ma. No need to thank me. I have high hopes for you. Old Ma paused. But I'll say this up front, the main city is not like the new district. The waters there run deeper and the competition is fiercer. The great breeding families, merchant guilds, even the military, each has its own factions. If you go, you might get caught up in a lot of trouble. I understand. But I want to try. Bold. Old Ma nodded with satisfaction. Then it's settled. Come find me in the main city within a month. After seeing Old Ma off, Lin Feng looked at the recommendation letter in his hand, a surge of ambition rising in his chest. The main city, a bigger stage. Brother, are you really going to the main city? Lin Xiaoyu asked worriedly. But not right away. Lin Feng said. I need to get the shop in order first, and I still have to pass the intermediate exam. Besides, before I go, I want to fully stabilize the shop. Then what about the shop? Chen Ming and Qin Feng can handle it. I'll come back once a week. Lin Feng already had a plan. Also, I want to buy the plot of land next door and expand the training grounds and the boarding area. That way, even when I'm away, the shop can operate normally. But that would cost a lot. I have the money, Lin Feng said. 500,000 credit points should be enough to buy the land and handle the expansion. So he acted at once. Lin Feng immediately contacted Old Zhao and bought the empty plot next door, 500 square meters, for 200,000. He also called Captain Zheng's construction crew to expand the training grounds and boarding area with a budget of 150,000. He planned to take the remaining 150,000 to the main city as starting capital. Over the following 2 weeks, Lin Feng was busier than ever. By day he ran the shop, raised spirit beasts, and trained his staff. By night he studied intermediate breeder knowledge and prepared for the exam. Xiaoying, Xiaolei, Xiaohua, Xiaoling, and Xiaodu were all growing rapidly. Xiaodu in particular, the dragon blood transformation had made its growth rate far surpass that of ordinary spirit beasts. In just half a month it broke through from the peak of the elite tier to the champion tier. Venom Shadow Dragon Lizard Xiaodu has broken through to the champion tier. New skill unlocked, Dragon Might, a pressure type skill that can intimidate creatures weaker than itself. Potential assessment, Monarch tier with a chance to evolve into Poison Dragon King. Monarch tier potential. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Though it was only a chance, it was already astonishing. Throughout the entire new district, those who possessed Monarch tier potential spirit beasts probably numbered fewer than 10. Grow well and one day you'll be my ace. Lin Feng patted Xiaodu's head. Xiaodu let out a soft hiss and rubbed its head against his hand. At the end of the month, Lin Feng went to the main city to take the intermediate breeder exam. The exam was far harder than the junior one, consisting of 3 parts: theory, practical application, and battle. The theory section had 500 questions covering advanced subjects such as spirit beast genetics, genetic engineering, and energy mechanics. Fortunately, with the system's assistance, Lin Feng passed with ease. The practical section required raising an elite tier spirit beast on the spot, completing the entire process from hatching to basic training within 1 hour. Lin Feng chose the rock armor beetle and handled it with practiced ease, earning a perfect score. The battle section was the hardest. He had to engage in a spirit beast battle with the examiner to test his practical command abilities. The examiner was a senior breeder using a champion tier wind blade falcon with incredible speed and fierce attacks. Lin Feng sent out Xiaolei. Champion against champion. Elementally lightning countered wind, but the opponent was higher level and more experienced. The battle was intense. Xiaolei's speed matched the wind blade falcon, but its attack power was slightly weaker. Lin Feng commanded it to use hit and run tactics, constantly harassing and draining the opponent's stamina. In the end, Xiaolei struck the falcon's wing with a precise thunder strike, securing the victory. Not bad. Excellent battle awareness. The examiner nodded with satisfaction. You pass. The intermediate breeder certificate was in hand. Holding it, Lin Feng felt much more secure. With this, he could now register for the Young Breeders Tournament. Congratulations. Old Ma personally came to award him the certificate. For the next month, I'll give you special training. The tournament contestants are all prodigies from major families and factions. You must not be careless. Yes. The special training was grueling. Every day he woke at 6 to study advanced breeding techniques, gene formulation, skill engraving, attribute fusion, evolution guidance. At noon he did battle training, sparring with Old Ma's combat beasts. In the evenings he memorized data on rare spirit beast treatment plans for common ailments, and the characteristics of breeding materials. Lin Feng absorbed knowledge like a sponge. With the system assisting him, he learned quickly. Old Ma often sighed. You were born for breeding, kid. You learned far too fast. A month later the special training concluded. Lin Feng's breeding skills had advanced by leaps and bounds, nearly touching the threshold of a senior breeder. Several of his spirit beasts had also grown considerably during the training. Xiao Ying's shadow attribute awakening reached 68. Xiao Lei mastered a new skill, Thunderstorm Domain, an area attack of tremendous power. Xiao Hua learned Flame Core Eruption, compressing flame energy and releasing it all at once with devastating lethality. Xiao Ling fully recovered and its charm skill evolved into Mind Control, allowing it to briefly control targets weaker than itself. Xiao Du had fully mastered Dragon Might. Spirit beasts below the champion tier couldn't even stand steadily before it. The young breeders' tournament was about to begin. But on the day before registration, Lin Feng received an urgent transmission. It was Qinming calling. "Brother Lin, something terrible happened. Something's happened at the shop." "What is it?" "Speak slowly." "Last night, something broke into the shop and stole 3 spirit beast cubs." Qinming's voice trembled. "And Xiaoying chased after it and still hasn't come back." Xiaoying had chased after it. Lin Feng's heart tightened. "What stole them? I couldn't make it out. The surveillance camera only caught a blurry shadow moving incredibly fast. But I found this at the scene." Qinming sent a photo. In the photo was a deep purple scale the size of a palm with edges sharp as blades. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. This scale was exactly the same as the ones on that beast's claw. Lin Feng rushed back to the new district overnight. The Finu Ecological Park was in complete disarray. 3 cages in the breeding area had been violently torn open and the young spirit beasts inside were gone. A flame hound, a water sprite, and a rock-armored beetle, all elite rank with a total value exceeding 50,000 credit points. Worse still, after Xiaoying chased after them, it had not returned all night. "What about the surveillance footage?" Lin Feng asked. "Right here," Qinming said, pulling up the video. At 213. A dark shadow climbed over the back wall. The camera only captured a blurred silhouette, roughly 2 meters in body length, 4-legged with a tail moving with incredible speed. It charged straight at the breeding area, tore the cages open with its claws, snatched the 3 cubs and fled. The entire process took less than 30 seconds. Xiaoying, resting upstairs at the time, heard the ruckus and dashed down, running straight into the dark shadow. The shadow seemed to want to attack Xiaoying, but Xiaoying evaded using shadow dodge. After a brief clash, the shadow leaped over the back wall, and Xiaoying chased after it. "Did you call the police?" "Yes, the security team came by and said they'd investigate, but..." Qinming hesitated. "But what?" "But the security officers said cases like this are hard to crack and told us to be prepared for the worst," Qin Feng said in a low voice. "Also, after they saw that scale, their expressions turned odd. They said they had to report it, and then left." Lin Feng picked up the deep purple scale. It was cold to the touch with razor-sharp edges that glinted like metal under the light. He scanned it with the system. Item unknown scale. Attributes dark poison. Energy reaction high, same source as beast claw. Danger level medium. Same source as the beast claw. That meant the one who stole the spirit beasts was very likely connected to the beast claw. Was it the beast claw's true body? Its offspring? Or a creature corrupted by the beast claw? "Any news of Xiaoying?" Lin Feng asked. "No." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes reddened. "Brother, could something have happened to Xiaoying?" "No, Xiaoying is smart. If it can't win, it will run." Lin Feng said it to comfort her, but he himself was uncertain. Xiaoying was strong, but its opponent might be something connected to the beast claw, a threat of unknown magnitude. "Brother Lin, what should we do now?" Qinming asked. "You keep watch over the shop. I'll go find Xiaoying," Lin Feng said. "I'll go with you," Qin Feng said. "Me too." Qinming also stood up. "No need. Too many people will make it easier to be spotted." Lin Feng shook his head. "Besides, the shop needs someone watching. What if that thing comes back?" "Then be careful, Brother Lin." Lin Feng with Xiao Lei, Xiao Hua, Xiao Ling, and Xiao Du began tracking from the backyard. When Xiaoying had chased out, it left a faint trace of shadow aura. Although extremely weak with Xiao Ling's help, Lin Feng could barely sense the direction. "This way." Xiao Ling guided the way through telepathy. They tracked all the way to the eastern suburbs, where the trail broke near Mine No. 3. The mine had been completely sealed off by the military with barbed wire around it, and soldiers on guard. "The aura disappears here," Xiao Ling said. "It may have entered the mine or was taken inside the mine." The place where the beast claw was buried. Lin Feng's heart sank. If Xiaoying had truly been taken into the mine, they were in trouble. Can we get in? He asked. It's difficult. The guards are tight. Xiaoling took a moment to sense. There are at least 20 soldiers plus hidden sentries. And there's a very strong energy fluctuation inside the mine. It's dangerous. He had to get in. Lin Feng found a concealed spot and observed the guard rotation pattern. At 10 p.m. During the shift change there was a 2-minute gap. Xiaoling used illusions to distract the guards. Xiao Lei used thunderstorm to jam the cameras. Xiao Du used poison mist to create a blind spot. Xiao would be ready to cover us any time. Understood. With the plan set, Lin Feng crept to the barbed wire fence. At exactly 10 p.m. the shift change began. Now, Xiao Ling activated its illusion skill, creating a running human figure outside the guard's direct line of sight. As expected, the guards were distracted and looked that way. At the same time, Xiao Lei released thunderstorm, not very powerful but enough to briefly disable the surveillance equipment. Xiao Du spat out poison mist enveloping the area around the fence. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng cut through the barbed wire and slipped in. The mine entrance was sealed with concrete, but there was a ventilation duct beside it only half a meter wide, just enough to squeeze through. Lin Feng had Xiao Du shrink its size. Dragon-type spirit beasts possess a degree of shape-shifting ability, then crawled into the duct with his 4 spirit beasts. Inside the ventilation shaft it was pitch black with only a faint light glowing in the distance. After crawling for about 10 minutes, light appeared ahead. Lin Feng carefully peered out. Below was a vast space, the very ritual cavern from before. But now the place had changed completely. In the center of the cavern the beast claw was still buried with only the tip exposed. Around the tip, however, many deep purple tumors had grown, writhing like cancer and constantly secreting slime. The most unsettling thing was the many blood vessel-like tubes connected to the tumors. At the other end of those tubes were cages. Dozens of iron cages, each holding a spirit beast. Among them were the 3 stolen from Lin Feng's shop, along with others of unknown origin. Tubes were inserted into their bodies, draining blood and vitality, feeding it through the pipes to the tumors. As for Xiaoying, it was confined in a specially made cage covered with sealing runes. It appeared injured, lying on the ground, its aura weak. Xiaoying! Lin Feng called out in his mind. Master! Xiaoying replied weakly. Why are you here? Go, it's dangerous. I'm here to save you. What is that thing? It's an avatar of the beast claw, Xiaoying said. It used its remaining energy to create these tumors and is absorbing the spirit beast's vitality, trying to revive. Revive the beast claw. Lin Feng drew a sharp breath. He had to stop it. Xiaoling, can you break the cage's seal? Yes, but it will take time and we'll alert it. Alert who? Me. A deep voice echoed through the cavern. It wasn't heard through the ears but appeared directly in their minds. Startled, Lin Feng looked at the beast claw. The tumors around the claw's tip writhed and gathered into a vague humanoid shape. No, not humanoid, more like a reptilian creature standing on its hind legs. It was made of slime and tumors with no facial features, but 2 hollows in the head seemed to serve as eyes, looking at Lin Feng. Are you the beast claw's consciousness? Consciousness? No, I am merely a wisp of its leftover instinct, the voice said. But it needs a body. It needs life. So I created this. It, or he pointed at the tumors. You want to use the spirit beast's life force to revive the beast claw. Revive? No, it's evolution, the voice said. The beast king is too old, too cumbersome. I need a new body, more agile, more powerful. The flesh and blood of these spirit beasts will help me shape a perfect body. It approached Xiaoying's cage. Especially this one. Shadow attribute, tri-attribute mutation. What perfect material! Using its body as the foundation, I can create a true Shadow Beast King. Over my dead body. Lin Feng charged out. You overestimate yourself. The tumor humanoid raised its hand and several vessel-like tentacles shot from the ground, lashing toward Lin Feng. Xiao Lei cut them off. Xiao Lei unleashed chain lightning, charring the tentacles black, but they quickly regrew. Useless. Here I have unlimited life force. The voice chuckled. Once I absorb these spirit beasts, you will become part of me too. More tentacles surged from every direction. Xiao Hua spat flame, Xiao Du sprayed poison mist, and Xiao Ling disrupted with illusions. But there were simply too many tentacles and they regenerated rapidly after being severed. Master, this won't work. Xiaoling said. We must destroy those tumors and cut off its energy source. But the tumors are right next to the beast claw. It's too dangerous. Although the beast claw was buried, it still radiated a terrifying aura. Approaching it risked being corroded by the Beast King's remnant will. We have to try. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Xiaoling, you and Xiaohua and Xiaodu hold off the tentacles. Xiaolei, follow me. Yes. Xiaoling activated illusion, creating dozens of phantom copies of Lin Feng and Xiaolei to distract the tentacles. Xiaohua and Xiaodu attacked with all their might, temporarily suppressing the tentacles' regeneration speed. Seizing the chance, Lin Feng and Xiaolei charged toward the tumors. You want to destroy my foundation? The voice sneered. Too naive. The tip of the beast claw suddenly moved. Though it was only a slight tremor, a terrifying pressure radiated outward. Lin Feng felt as if a mountain weighed down on him. Breathing became difficult, and his legs went weak. Xiaolei also lost stability and crashed to the ground. This is the Beast King's pressure. Lin Feng was shocked. Indeed. Even a single claw carries the dignity of the Beast King, the voice said. You insignificant ant, kneel before your king. The pressure intensified. Lin Feng's knees trembled, almost forcing him to kneel. No, he couldn't kneel. He bit the tip of his tongue, using the pain to keep himself alert. Xiaolei, get up. Use thunderstorm to attack the beast's claw. Chirp. Xiaolei struggled into the air, electricity crackling all over its body, and a massive bolt of lightning struck the beast's claw. Boom! The lightning struck the beast's claw, but it only left a scorch mark, angering it further. The beast's claw trembled more violently, and more tumors burst from the ground, writhing, growing, and connecting as if alive. It's useless. You cannot harm me, the voice said. Once I finish my body, I'll devour you first. Just then Xiaoling suddenly moved. It opened its eyes, a gleam of determination flashing in its dark gold pupils. Master, help me. Xiaoling, what are you going to do? The shadow energy inside me is of the same source as its energy, Xiaoling said. I can temporarily disrupt its control and create an opening for you. But the window is short, only 10 seconds. That's too dangerous. There's no time. No. Xiaoling let out a low growl, and a blinding black light burst from its body. The black light formed chains that lashed out at the tumor humanoid. You dare resist? The voice was shocked and furious. The tumor humanoid was entangled by the shadow chains, its movements halting. The pipes connecting to the cages also paused for a moment. Now. Xiaolei attacked the tumors with full force. Xiaohua burn the pipes. Xiaodu suppress it with dragon might. All three spirit beasts struck at once. Thunderstorm, flames, poison mist, and dragon might all blasted the tumors. No! The tumors burst apart under the ferocious assault, spraying slime everywhere. The pipes connected to the cages snapped, and the spirit beasts inside were freed, weak but at least alive. The tumor humanoid began to collapse, its voice growing fainter. You cannot stop. The Beast King will descend. In the end it dissolved into a pool of slime that seeped into the ground. The cavern fell silent. Lin Feng rushed to Xiaoying's cage and pried the door open with the tool. Xiaoying, are you okay? I'm fine. Just a bit tired, Xiaoying said weakly. Master, those spirit beasts. They're unharmed. I'll set them free right now. Lin Feng opened the cages one by one, releasing the spirit beasts. They were all weak, but their lives were not in danger. Let's go. Get out of here. Holding Xiaoying in his arms, he led the other spirit beasts back along the same route. When he left, the mind dawn was just breaking. Brother Lin, Chen Ming and Qin Feng were waiting outside. Seeing Lin Feng emerge, they hurried over. Xiaoying! Lin Xiaoyu rushed over in tears. It's fine, just tired, Lin Feng said. The other spirit beasts are fine too, they're all behind me. That's a relief. Lin Xiaoyu wiped away her tears. Back at the shop, Lin Feng examined every spirit beast and fed them nutrient fluid. Xiaoying had expended the most energy, and would need several days to recover, but fortunately its life was out of danger. As for what had happened in the mine, Lin Feng kept it to himself. Although the beast claw's remnant consciousness had been destroyed, the beast claw itself was still there, remaining a latent threat. He privately contacted Su Wan and told her what had happened. I understand. I'll report it to the military and strengthen the seal, Su Wan said. But Lin Feng, you'd better keep this a secret. The beast claw is too sensitive, word of it would cause panic. I understand. 3 days later, the military announced the permanent closure of Mine No. 3 completely filling it with high-strength concrete and setting up energy suppression devices around it. The threat of the beast's claw was temporarily neutralized. But Lin Feng knew it wasn't that simple. The beast's claw was just a claw. Where was its true body? Why could Zhao Wanlong use a ritual to summon it? What exactly did it want? These mysteries had yet to be answered. For now, however, there were more pressing matters. Only 2 days remained before the registration deadline for the Youth Beast Tamer competition. Are you really going to the central city? Judge Bai specially came to find Lin Feng after hearing the news. Yes, Elder Ma recommended me to enter the competition. I want to try. That's good. Young people should go out and explore the world, Judge Bai said. But the central city is not like the new district. Factions are everywhere, full of intrigue and rivalry. If you go, you may encounter a lot of trouble. I know, but I still want to go. You have backbone. Judge Bai nodded. Tell you what, I'll write you a few letters of recommendation. I have a few old friends in the central city who can look after you a bit. Thank you, Judge Bai. No need to thank me. Wei Wei can live a normal life now, all thanks to you. Judge Bai said. By the way, if you go to the central city, what about the shop? Chen Ming and Qin Feng will take care of it, and Xiaoyu will be there too. I've organized all the breeding plans and client files. They can follow them. That's good. On the night before departure, Lin Feng gathered all his staff. This trip to the central city will take at least a month, at most 3. I'm counting on you to take care of the shop. Don't worry, Brother Lin will keep a close eye on it. Chen Ming vowed, thumping his chest. Brother, you be careful too. There are more bad people in the central city. Lin Xiaoyu said, worried. I will. Lin Feng gave a few more instructions, then returned to his room to pack. There wasn't much to pack, just some clothes, common medicines, his tamer certificate, and the letters of recommendation. The important things were all in his system: space points, materials, special items. He currently had 1027 points, which could buy quite a few good things. But with the competition approaching, he had to save his points for unexpected needs. Master will miss you, Xiaoling said, jumping into the suitcase. You can't go. Lin Feng picked it out. The competition rules state that each contestant can only bring 3 spirit beasts. I'm taking Xiaolei, Xiaohua, and Xiaoying. You and Xiao Du stay at the shop and help watch the house. Huh. Why does Xiaoying get to go? I want to go too, Xiaoling said, aggrieved. Xiao Ying's shadow abilities are very useful for reconnaissance and stealth, and the competition may have such segments. Lin Feng patted its head. Besides, the shop needs you. Your telepathy allows you to communicate with Chen Ming and the others, and you can notify me in time if there's an emergency. Fine. Xiao Ling agreed reluctantly. Xiao, do you too. Guard the house well and don't cause trouble. Understood. Xiao Du had become much steadier lately. Though still a cub, it already had the bearing of an elite rank beast. Early the next morning, Lin Feng with Xiaolei, Xiaohua, and Xiaoying boarded an air car bound for the central city. There weren't many passengers, mostly people going to the central city for business or to visit family. Lin Feng sat by the window watching the scenery rush past. The new district grew smaller and smaller, finally vanishing beyond the horizon. Ahead lay a broader, more complex and more dangerous world. Yet he felt no fear, only eager anticipation. The Youth Beast Tamer competition, the central city, new challenges, new opportunities. Here we come. Xiao Lei perched on his shoulder, Xiaohua lay on his lap, and Xiaoying curled up in his backpack. 3 spirit beasts, 3 companions. No matter what lay ahead, they would face it together. The air car pierced through the clouds, and the towering buildings of the central city glittered in the morning light. A new journey had begun. The headquarters of the main city's Cultivator Association was even more magnificent than Lin Feng had imagined. A 120-story silver tower pierced the clouds, its exterior covered in bioglass with adjustable light transmittance that shimmered with rainbow-like luster under the sun. In the plaza before the building stood a 50-meter-tall statue of a beast tamer's mount, head held high, the legendary Holy Light Celestial Horse that once shielded humanity, the symbol of the main city. Standing at the edge of the plaza, Lin Feng gazed up at the towering structure and felt a sense of smallness wash over him. So this is the main city. It's a completely different world from the new district. Pedestrians hurried past dressed in elegant suits or exquisite beast tamer uniforms, their companion beasts all rare breeds with lustrous, well-groomed coats. Occasionally private hovercars flew across the sky and patrol teams riding large flying beasts passed overhead. Make way! Make way! A luxurious hovercar pulled up at the association's main entrance. The door opened and a young man in his 20s stepped out. He wore a white and gold beast tamer uniform with a senior beast tamer badge on his chest. Beside him walked a snow-white steed with wings on its back, a subspecies of the celestial horse, a light attribute elite-grade beast worth at least $1 million. That's the radiant winged celestial horse. That's Zhao Mingxian of the Zhao family, right? A prodigy of this generation. They say he's already a senior beast tamer. Is he entering the youth beast tamer tournament too? Then the championship is already decided. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Zhao Mingxian ignored the murmurs and strode straight into the building with an air of arrogance. Lin Feng watched quietly, taking note. The main city was truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even an ordinary contestant had an elite-grade beast and came from a prestigious family like the Zhao clan. This tournament isn't going to be easy. He straightened his clothes, just a plain dark gray jacket which looked somewhat shabby among the dazzling crowd around him. Yet he paid it no mind, leading his 3 beast companions into the building. The lobby was even more breathtaking. The ceiling soared 30 meters high, and at the center floated a massive holographic projection displaying the association's latest research achievements. Ring-shaped service counters lined the hall with staff working busily yet orderly. Portraits and biographies of master beast tamers of past generations hung on the walls. The youngest among them was at least 40 years old. "Hello, how may I help you?" A uniformed staff member walked over. Though polite, his gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. Lin Feng's attire made it clear he wasn't from the main city. "I'm here to register for the Youth Beast Tamer Tournament." Lin Feng handed over his recommendation letter, an intermediate beast tamer certificate. The staff member took them, examined the certificate, then the letter, and his expression shifted. "A recommendation letter from old Master Ma. Please wait a moment, let me notify him." He stepped aside, spoke briefly into a communicator, then returned. "Mr. Lin Feng, please follow me. Old Master Ma is waiting for you in his office." Amid the curious gazes of those around, Lin Feng followed the staff member into a private elevator. The elevator ascended straight to the 80th floor. "Old Master Ma's office is room 8012. Please go ahead on your own." "Thank you." The corridor was carpeted with thick rugs and adorned with famous paintings exuding luxury at every turn. Lin Feng found room 8012 and knocked. "Come in." Pushing open the door, he saw old Master Ma seated behind a massive desk reviewing documents. The office was 50 square meters with one wall of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking half of the main city. The opposite wall was a full bookshelf crammed with books and materials. "Lin Feng, you're here." Old Master Ma looked up. "Have a seat." Lin Feng sat down across from him. "Did you have a smooth journey?" "Yes." "Good." Old Master Ma set down the documents. "Registration for the tournament has already closed. A total of 320 contestants are participating, all top prodigies from major families, powers, and academies. You're the only one from the new district and also the only intermediate beast tamer." "The only intermediate?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Everyone else is advanced." "Most are advanced with a few at the special grade," Old Master Ma said. "But certification level doesn't represent real strength. You may only be intermediate, but your actual skill is no less than advanced. I'm confident of that." "What are the tournament rules?" "There are 3 stages." Old Master Ma took out 3 documents. "The first stage is the preliminary. The 320 contestants are randomly divided into groups of 10 for beast battle elimination matches. Only the top 2 from each group advance, which means 80% of contestants are eliminated in the first round. 320 contestants, leaving only 64 after elimination. Brutal. The second stage is the points round. The 64 contestants compete in a round-robin format, 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for a loss. The top 16 in points advance to the third stage. The third stage is the finals, a single elimination tournament among 16 contestants to determine the champion. Lin Feng quickly scanned the rules. "What's the battle format?" "1-on-1. Each match involves 3 rounds, best of 3 with 1 beast from each side per round. But throughout the entire tournament, each contestant may use no more than 3 different beasts. In other words, you need to finalize your roster in advance, and no substitutions are allowed midway. Only 3 beasts allowed." Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Lei on his shoulder, Xiao Hua on his leg, and Xiao Ying in the backpack. 3 exactly? When does the preliminary begin?" 3 days from now, Old Master Ma said. In these 3 days you can familiarize yourself with the main city or practice at the association's training grounds. Also, I suggest you visit the Beast Compendium Hall. It holds records of all beasts collected by the main city, including many rare species. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. Alright. One more thing. Old Master Ma's expression grew serious. Stay safe during the tournament. The main city is not like the new district. Factions are complex here, and some people will stop at nothing to win. Your 3 beasts are all very rare, and they may attract covetous eyes. I understand. Go then and prepare well. I've already arranged a room for you at the association's guest house, room 803. Here's the key card. Thank you, Old Master Ma. Leaving the office, Lin Feng first went to the guest house to drop off his luggage. The room was small but clean, with a private bathroom and a small balcony. Best of all, it was free, arranged by Old Master Ma. After getting settled, he took his 3 beasts to the Beast Compendium Hall. It occupied the entire 50th floor of the association building. Inside, the layout was circular, with a massive holographic projector at the center, and rows of terminals around it, allowing anyone to look up detailed information on any beast. Lin Feng found a terminal and began searching. Search Radiant Wing Celestial Horse. Detailed information appeared on the screen. Radiant Wing Celestial Horse, Elite Grade, Attributes Light, Wind, Innate Skills, Holy Light, Healing Wings of Wind, Light Spear, Recommended Skill Build, Divine Blessing, Storm Wings, Judgment of Light, Weakness, Dark, Attribute Poison, Attribute Breeder, Xiao Family Breeding Center. Very comprehensive. Lin Feng searched several other species he might encounter: Thunder Griffin, Frost Dragon, Subspecies Lava Giant, Shadow Demon, Wolf. All Elite Grade with well-rounded skill combinations and careful breeding. Looks like Elite Grade is the baseline in this tournament. Lin Feng frowned. Xiao Lei was Elite Grade, Xiao Hua was Refined Grade, but had awakened the Flame Heart bloodline with actual combat power close to Elite Grade. Xiao Ying was Refined Grade but had awakened the Shadow attribute with limitless potential. 3 against 3, no advantage. I need to find a way to improve, Lin Feng thought to himself. He opened the system shop, looking for anything that could quickly boost strength. Skill Engraving Scroll, Rare, engraves 1 rare skill onto a designated beast. Success rate 50. Price 1,000 points. Too expensive, couldn't afford it. Attribute Essence Advanced enhances the potential of a beast of the corresponding attribute with a small chance to awaken a hidden attribute. Price 500 points per bottle. Also expensive. Training Accelerator, Elite Grade, accelerates the skill training speed of beasts below Elite Grade. Duration 72 hours. Price 300 points. This one works. Lin Feng had 1027 points left. After buying 1 accelerator, he'd still have 727. Purchase Training Accelerator, Elite Grade. Purchase successful, remaining points 727. He planned to spend all 3 days training. But training required a venue. Lin Feng asked the staff how much the association's training grounds cost. Basic training ground 100 credits per hour. Intermediate 500. Advanced 2,000. With Old Master Ma's recommendation letter you get a 50% discount, the staff said. Still expensive. Lin Feng only had 150000 credits on hand, so he had to be careful. Is there any free training ground? Free. There is, but it's very crude. It's the public training zone outside the city. Anyone can use it, but the conditions are poor and the crowd is mixed. I'll go there. The public training zone was located in the western outskirts of the main city, a patch of wasteland enclosed by barbed wire. The ground was pitted and uneven, the training equipment decrepit, and trash scattered everywhere. But it was free. Quite a few people were already in the training ground, mostly low-level beast tamers without money, or ordinary people learning beast taming on their own. Their beasts were also quite ordinary, mostly common grade with an occasional refined grade. Lin Feng's arrival drew some attention. Look at that guy! He's got 3 beasts and 2 are species I've never seen before. That silver grade bird, is it a thunder feather sparrow? Elite grade. Why would it be training in a place like this? That red bird is a blaze winged, but the golden feathers on its chest. Is that the flame heart bloodline? That's way too extravagant. The one in the backpack. Can't see it clearly, but it feels dangerous. Amid the whispers, Lin Feng found a corner and began training. Xiao Lei practiced precise control of thunderstorm domain. Concentrate the lightning within a 5-meter radius, don't let it spread. Xiao Hua practiced the charge speed of flame heart bursts. Aim to compress the charging time to within 3 seconds. Xiao Ying practiced the stealth of Shadow Devour, drain the opponent's energy without being detected. Each of the three beasts trained separately. Lin Feng activated the training accelerator, and a faint golden halo enveloped the training area. Training efficiency tripled. "Hey newbie!" A rough voice called out. Lin Feng turned and saw three shady-looking young men approaching, led by a bald man with a scar across his face. Three beasts followed them: an ironback boar, a stone statue hound, and a flame-tail rat, all refined grade but poorly raised with dull fur and vicious eyes. "Something I can help you with?" Lin Feng asked. "This spot belongs to us. If you want to train, you pay protection money." The bald man grinned. 1,000 credits a day. Or, you could lend us your Thunder Feather Sparrow for a couple days. Extortion right down to the beast companions. And if I refuse? Refuse. The bald man waved his hand and his three flunkies moved in. Then we'll teach you that the main city isn't some hick town where you country folks can do whatever you want. The other people in the training ground saw what was happening and quickly backed away, no one daring to get involved. There they go again. Scarface Lou is bullying another newcomer. Keep your voice down, don't let them hear. They're connected to the Black Serpent gang, you don't mess with them. That kid's in for it. 3 refined grade beasts, even if they're poorly raised, that's still a lot. Lin Feng glanced at the opponent's beasts, then at his own. Xiao Lei, finish it in 1 minute. Chirp. Xiao Lei soared into the air, electricity crackling across his body. Damn it, you still dare to resist. Brothers, attack. The bald man ordered, and all 3 beasts lunged at once. The ironback boar charged low, the stone statue hound lunged head-on with a bite, and the flame-tail rat circled around to spit fire from behind. A very basic coordinated attack. But it might work against ordinary tamers, against Lin Feng. Xiao Lei, Thunderstorm Domain. ZZZT. Within a 10-meter radius centered on Lin Feng, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Not as attacks. Instead, they formed an electric net, trapping the 3 beasts inside. What the hell? The bald man was startled. His beasts were bound by the net, unable to move, electricity leaping across their bodies as they let out agonized howls. Xiaohua, flame heart burst, warning shot. Xiaohua spat a deep crimson fireball that blasted open at the bald man's feet, carving a half-meter deep crater. The bald man collapsed to the ground in fright. Still want protection money? Lin Feng asked. And no. Please spare me, boss. The bald man begged for mercy repeatedly. Scram. Yes, right away. The bald man scrambled off with his flunkies and beasts. The training ground fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted in applause. Nice one. Can't stand that Scarface Lou. That kid's amazing, he finished 3 of them in a minute. Lin Feng waved it off and went back to training. But this little episode made him realize the other side of the main city. Survival of the fittest, even more naked than in the new district. Without strength you couldn't even train peacefully at a free ground. I need to pick up the pace. Over the next 3 days Lin Feng went out early and returned late, training frantically at the public training ground. Xiao Lei's thunderstorm domain shrank from 10 meters in diameter to 5, concentrating its power while consuming less. Xiaohua's flame heart burst charge time was compressed to 4 seconds, not yet 3 but already very fast. Xiao Ying's Shadow Devour had grown even more covert, silently weakening opponents in battle. 3 days later the preliminaries began. The venue was the largest arena in the main city, the Sky Coliseum, capable of seating 100,000 spectators. When Lin Feng arrived, the area outside the arena was packed with people. Contestants, spectators, reporters, and vendors selling snacks and souvenirs. Lin Feng. Someone called his name. He turned to see Zhou Wenyuan. The man had come to the main city as well, along with several people from the Sky Vault Chamber of Commerce. Vice President Zhou, what are you doing here? Came to cheer you on. Zhou Wenyuan smiled. You're a partner of our Sky Vault Chamber now. If you perform well, it makes us look good too. Oh right. This is Xiao Zhang, the assistant the chamber assigned to you. He'll handle miscellaneous matters and gather intel on your opponents. A bespectacled young man stepped forward. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Zhang Ming, just call me Xiao Zhang. I've already compiled the schedule and opponent profiles for these 3 days. Thank you. Lin Feng took the information booklet. Give it your all, aim for a great result. Zhou Wenyuan patted his shoulder. Win and there's prize money, plus a bonus from the chamber on top. I'll do my best. Entering the arena, Lin Feng was assigned to Group 17. People were already in the group, 9 young men and women, all with an imposing bearing. when they saw Lin Feng walk and they cast appraising looks at him. From the new district. An intermediate beast tamer. A young man in a blue uniform sneered. With that kind of skill you're actually competing. Did you get in through connections? Wan Hao, keep it down, a girl in a red long dress said. Everyone who competes here has some skill. Don't underestimate people. TCH, what skill could a country bumpkin have? Wan Hao sneered. Lin Feng ignored him, found a seat, and opened the information booklet. Group 17's opponent information: Wan Hao, Senior Beast Tamer, Beast Thunder Griffin, Elite Grade. Li Wei, the girl who just spoke, Senior Beast Tamer, Beast Ice Crystal Phoenix Subspecies, Elite Grade. Sun Yu, Special Grade Beast Tamer, Beast Lava Giant, Elite Grade. Indeed, the lowest were all senior grade, and there were even special grade contestants. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Feng frowned. But he wasn't afraid. So what if they were elite grade? He had killed elite grade beasts, saved a dying beast companion, survived a beast tide, and a forbidden ritual. This level of pressure didn't intimidate him. Group 17 contestants, please proceed to Platform 3 and prepare. The announcement rang out. The battle had begun. Arena No. 3 was a circular platform 50 meters in diameter, its floor constructed from a special material that absorbed most of the impact. An energy barrier surrounded the arena to keep stray techniques from reaching the spectators. The 10 contestants of Group 17 stood in a row at the arena's edge. The referee was a white-haired old man with a badge pinned to his chest that read Master Beast Master. You all know the rules? The referee asked in a booming voice. Each group has 10 people and you'll fight one-on-one. A win earns 3 points, a draw earns 1, and a loss earns 0. Each of you will fight 9 matches. In the end, rankings are based on total points, and the top 2 will advance. Any questions? No. Good. Now draw lots to decide the match order. The referee brought out a box and each person drew a number. Lin Feng drew No. 3. First match No. 1 versus No. 2. No. 1 was Wang Hao. No. 2 was a skinny young man named Chen Lin, a senior beast master whose spirit beast was a storm eagle of the elite rank. The battle was a foregone conclusion. Wan Hao's Thunder Griffin was at the elite rank and lightning countered wind. The Storm Eagle was quick, but inside the Thunder Griffin's thunder web it couldn't fly at all. Within 3 minutes the Storm Eagle was shocked unconscious and Wang Hao won with ease. Next match No. 3 versus No. 4. Lin Feng stepped onto the arena. His opponent was a bespectacled girl named Lu Yu, a senior beast master whose spirit beast was a water spirit, an elite rank healing type. A water spirit against a thunder feather sparrow. Lu Yu adjusted her glasses. I'm at a type disadvantage, but it's not hopeless. Lin Feng, please go easy on me. She was very polite, but her gaze was resolute. Please go easy on me. The referee waved his hand. Begin. Water spirit, use water curtain. Lu Yu's water spirit waved its hand and a wall of water rose before it. It was a defensive technique that could weaken lightning-type attacks. Xiao Lei used Thunder Strike to pierce the water curtain. Xiao Lei flew into the air and a bolt of lightning struck the weakest point of the water curtain with pinpoint accuracy. Crackle! The water screen was pierced, but the water spirit had already dodged and unleashed healing rain to restore itself. A steady way of fighting, Lin Feng said with a nod. But defense alone won't be enough. Xiao Lei used chain lightning to cut off its movements. Xiao Lei flapped its wings and several thin bolts of lightning wove into a net that covered the space around the water spirit. The water spirit had nowhere to hide. Struck by a bolt of lightning, its body went numb. Now. Thunderstorm. Xiao Lei erupted at full power and unfolded its thunderstorm domain, blanketing the whole arena in lightning. The water spirit struggled to heal itself, but the type disadvantage was too severe. 30 seconds later it collapsed and lost the ability to fight. No. 3 Lin Feng wins. The referee announced the result. Well fought, Lin Feng said, nodding to Lu Yu. You're very strong, Lu Yu said with a wry smile. I'm thoroughly convinced. Lin Feng returned to the contestants' area. Wang Hao glanced at him. Lucky you running into a healer. You won't be so lucky next time. Lin Feng ignored him and looked through the information booklet. His next opponent was Sun Yu, an elite beast master with a lava giant. Trouble. The lava giant was a dual fire-earth type with high defense, overwhelming offense, and immunity to most fire-type attacks. Xiaohe was pure fire, so it was countered. Xiao Lei was lightning type, which was only half effective against earth. Xiao Ying was shadow type, but the lava giant was immune to most negative status effects. I'll need to think carefully about tactics. The second match ended and the third began. No. For Lu Yu versus No. 5 Sun Yu. It was over without suspense. The water spirit was sent flying by a single punch from the lava giant, ending the battle in 10 seconds. Sun Yu hadn't even told the lava giant to use a technique, it was just a normal attack. So strong. The other contestants turned pale. Is this the real strength of an elite beast master? There are 2 advancement slots in our group. Sun Yu will definitely take one and the other will be a fight between Wang Hao and Li Wei. That kid from the new district will probably be eliminated in the next match. Amid the whispers the fourth match began. No. 6 versus No. 7. Match after match went on. Lin Feng studied each opponent's fighting style and spirit beast's characteristics. Wang Hao's Thunder Griffin was highly aggressive but had weaker defense, excelling at quick decisive victories. Li Wei's Ice Crystal Phoenix subspecies had powerful control abilities, using ice techniques to restrict an opponent's movements. Sun Yu's Lava Giant excelled in both offense and defense with almost no weaknesses. The others all had their own traits. Next match No. 3 Lin Feng versus No. 8 Sun Yu. The main event had arrived. Murmurs spread through the audience. The kid from the new district versus an elite beast master, there's no suspense. He'll be lucky to last a minute. Sun Yu's Lava Giant made it to the top 8 in last year's youth tournament, and it's even stronger this year. Lin Feng stepped onto the arena. Sun Yu was a tall, steady young man of 23 or 24, his expression calm. Lin Feng, I watched your last match. That Thunderfeather Sparrow is very well trained, Sun Yu said. But you're countered by type. You don't have a chance. Concede now and your spirit beast won't get hurt. How do I know until I try? Lin Feng said. You've got nerve. Sun Yu nodded. Then come on. The referee waved his hand. Begin. Lava Giant Rock Armor. Rock-like armor emerged over the lava giant's body, greatly boosting its defense. Xiaoing Go. Instead of sending Xiao Lei, Lin Feng sent Xiaoing. Shadow type. Sun Yu raised an eyebrow. Interesting, but shadow techniques won't do much to a lava giant. Lava Giant Lava Eruption. The lava giant opened its mouth and sprayed blazing magma across half the arena. Xiaoing's shadow vanish. Xiaoing turned into a streak of darkness, melted into the shadows and evaded the magma. The next second it appeared behind the lava giant and drove a claw at the back of its neck. Clang. The claw scraped across the rock armor, leaving only a few white marks. Its defense is too high, Lin Feng frowned. It's useless. Sun Yu said, Lava Giant Earthquake. The lava giant lifted its foot and stamped down hard. Boom. The entire arena shook violently, and the ground split open. Xiaoing lost its balance and tumbled out of the shadows. Now. Lava Heavy Fist. The lava giant slammed down a fist wreathed in scorching flame. Xiaoing's Shadow Devour. Xiaoing didn't dodge or flinch. It opened its mouth toward the fist, not to bite it in the literal sense but to absorb the energy of the blow through Shadow Devour. The lava giant's punch slowed visibly, and its flames dimmed somewhat. It can absorb energy. Sun Yu was surprised. But that's not enough. Lava Giant Continuous Attack. The lava giant threw both fists forward, a storm of punches filling the air. Xiaoing weaved through the barrage using Shadow Devour each time to absorb part of the energy, but it was also clipped by the shockwaves several times, leaving scorch marks on its body. This can't go on, Lin Feng thought. We have to break its defense. How? Rock armor was earth type, so lightning was half effective, fire was useless, and shadow was weak. Wait. Rock expands in heat and contracts in cold. If it was heated then rapidly cooled, would it crack? Xiaoing used Shadow Erosion and keep attacking the same spot. Shadow Erosion was a damage over time technique. Its individual hits were weak, but it lowered the target's defense. Xiaoing focused its attacks on the lava giant's left knee, the crucial point supporting its body. It's no use. You can't break through rock armor. Sun Yu shook his head. Lava Giant, finish it. Lava Burst. The lava giant's body glowed red, its temperature spiking sharply. The air around it warped. This was a finishing move. Once released, the entire arena would be flooded with magma. Now! Lin Feng shouted. Xiao Lei Thunderstorm Domain. Xiaoing Shadow Bind. Xiao Lei suddenly dove from the sky, fully unleashing its thunderstorm domain as countless bolts of lightning crashed toward the lava giant. It wasn't an attack. It was using the lightning's flash heat to heat up the rock armor. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Ying used Shadow Bind to lock the lava giant in place. It lasted only a second, but that was enough. Xiaohua flame core burst. Aim for the left knee. Xiaohua launched from Lin Feng's shoulder, the golden feathers on its chest blazing as a deep crimson fireball howled outward. Boom! The fireball hit the left knee and exploded. The rock armor expanded and the heat was flash heated a second time by the lightning and then was struck by flame core burst's concentrated detonation. Crack! A fracture appeared in the rock armor over the left knee. What? Sun Yu's expression changed. It's not over yet. Xiao Ying's Shadow Devour, drain it through the crack. Xiao Ying pounced, forcing Shadow Devour into the fissure and furiously absorbing the energy from inside the lava giant. The lava giant's body began to tremble and the crack in its left knee widened. Lava giant, break free. Sun Yu grew anxious, but the lava giant was disturbed by Shadow Devour and moved sluggishly. Final strike. Xiaolei, Xiao Ying's Xiaohua, combined attack. At Lin Feng's direction, Xiaolei's lightning, Xiao Ying's shadow, and Xiaohua's flame, 3 different elemental energies, converged on one point, the crack in the left knee. Boom! The shockwave rattled even the energy barrier violently. As the smoke cleared, the lava giant was kneeling on one knee, the rock armor on its left knee completely shattered, exposing its body beneath. It had not lost its combat ability yet, but its movements were severely hampered. Xiao Ying, Xiaolei, and Xiaohua were also worn out, Xiao Ying especially having used Shadow Devour repeatedly with an enormous strain. Still want to keep fighting? Lin Feng asked. Sun Yu looked at the lava giant, then at Lin Feng's 3 spirit beasts, and was silent for a few seconds. I concede. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. An elite beast master conceded. The kid from the new district won. The 3 spirit beasts' coordination was so. That did it. That final strike fused 3 attributes. The power at least quintupled. This kid's not simple. The referee cast an astonished glance at Lin Feng, then announced no. 3 Lin Feng wins. Lin Feng let out a long breath. He had won, but it was a hard-fought victory. Xiao Ying was badly hurt and needed treatment. Xiaolei and Xiaohua were also more than half spent. You're strong. Sun Yu walked over and said earnestly, I underestimated you. I hope we meet again in the later rounds. When we do, I won't underestimate you a second time. I look forward to it. Lin Feng nodded. Back in the contestants' area, the looks in everyone's eyes had changed. From contempt to wariness, and even a measure of awe. To defeat a special-grade beast trainer, even if by tactical means, was proof of real strength. Wang Hao's expression was rather grim. He had assumed the other advancement spot would be fought over between him and Li Wei. Now that Lin Feng had suddenly emerged, the situation had grown complicated. Just luck. He refused to admit defeat. Li Wei, however, walked over. Congratulations, Lin Feng. Your tactics were superb, 3 attributes in concert with timing perfectly grasped. Thanks. But I must warn you, your next opponent is Wang Hao. His Thunder Griffin is extremely fast, and its attacks are vicious. Be careful. I will. In the following matches, Lin Feng fought 2 more rounds. Neither opponent was strong and both were easy wins. Despite her injury, Xiao Ying could still handle ordinary matches. By the 7th match, his score had reached 18 points, temporarily placing him second in the group. The leader was Sun Yu, who despite 1 loss had won all the rest, 21 points. Third was Wang Hao with 15 points, 4th was Li Wei with 12. Match 8 No. 3 Lin Feng versus No. 1 Wang Hao. The pivotal battle had come. If Lin Feng won, he would basically lock in advancement. If he lost, everything would hinge on the last match. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Wang Hao stepped onto the stage and sneered, feeling proud after just beating Sun Yu. Let me tell you, that guy Sun Yu was too conservative, and that's the only reason you found an opening. But I won't give you that chance. Please enlighten me. Lin Feng said calmly. Begin the match. Thunder Griffin Lightning Raid. Wang Hao opened with his ultimate move. The Thunder Griffin turned into a streak of lightning, diving straight at Xiao Ying. He knew Xiao Ying was the tactical core, neutralize her, and Lin Feng's coordination would fall apart. Xiao Ying's shadow vanish. Xiao Ying melted into the shadows, evading the first strike. But the Thunder Griffin was too fast, banking around it, came chasing after her again. Thunder Net. A web of lightning descended, sealing off Xiao Ying's retreat. Xiaohua used Flame Shield. Xiaohua flew above Xiao Ying and spread a flame shield, blocking the net. Crackle, the thunder net and the flame shield collided, canceling each other out. You've got some skill. Wang Hao frowned. But how many times can you block? Thunder Griffin chain lightning. Several lightning bolts shot in from different angles, sealing off every space to dodge. Xiaolei counter it with thunderstorm domain. Xiaolei expanded his thunderstorm domain against the chain lightning, sending bolts scattering in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoying used shadow vanish once more and disappeared without a trace. Where? Wan Hao swept the stage with a wary gaze. All at once several shadow chains shot up beneath the Thunder Griffin. Shadow bind. Since when? Since the moment you used chain lightning, Lin Feng said. Xiaoying's shadow bind needs no direct contact. It can be triggered as long as the target is within the reach of shadows. And your lightning created plenty of shadows. Damn it. Wang Hao gnashed his teeth. Thunder Griffin break free with lightning. The Thunder Griffin flared with electric light and tore free of the bind, but its movements were one beat too slow. Now. Xiaoying shadow devour. Xiaolei thunder strike. Xiaohua flame core burst. All three spirit beasts attacked at once, each strike aimed at the Thunder Griffin's wings. Wan Hao's face drastically changed. Thunder Griffin dodge. But it was too late. Shadow Devour absorbed its energy, Thunder Strike paralyzed its body, and Flame Core Burst smashed home head-on. Boom! The Thunder Griffin plummeted from the air, crashed onto the ground, struggled a few times, and did not get up. No. One Wan Hao Spirit Beast has lost its combat capability. No. 3 Lin Feng wins. He had won again. The spectator stands erupted. He won again. 3 Spirit Beasts coordinating once more. This kid is terrifying. His 3 beasts move as if commanded by a single mind. Wan Hao was the standout of the Wang family's younger generation, and even he lost. The new district is about to produce a dark horse. Wan Hao's face was livid. Recalling his Thunder Griffin, he shot Lin Feng a vicious glare, then turned and left the stage. Lin Feng returned to the contestants' area to find a variety of complicated looks turned his way. Envy, jealousy, admiration, wariness. Son, you came over. Congratulations. It looks like the 2 of us are advancing from this group. Not yet, we still have the last match. Li Wei can't beat you. Son, you said with certainty. Your tactics are a hard counter to hers. Besides, your 3 spirit beasts still seem to have power in reserve, don't they? Lin Feng smiled without answering. In the final match, he faced Li Wei. Just as Sun Yu had said, Li Wei's Ice Crystal Phoenix possessed formidable control, but it was countered by Xiaolei's lightning attribute, suppressed by Xiaohua's fire attribute, and harried by Xiaoying's shadow ambushes. 10 minutes later, Li Wei conceded. And so with 9 wins out of 9, Lin Feng finished first in the group with 27 points. Sun Yu with 8 wins and 1 loss took second place with 24 points. Both advanced. Congratulations. The referee handed Lin Feng the advancement certificate. You are the biggest dark horse of this tournament. Prepare well, the opponents in the points round are even stronger. Thanks. As Lin Feng emerged from the arena, Zhou Wenyuan was already waiting outside. Lin Feng, brilliantly done. He clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder delightedly. 9 wins and 9 fights, first in the group. The Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce shines with glory because of you. Come, dinner's on me, let's celebrate. Vice President Zhou, I still need to treat my spirit beast's injuries. Treat injuries. Right, treatment first. Zhou Wenyuan said. I've booked a suite for you at the Tianqiong Hotel with professional treatment equipment. Take all your spirit beasts, their treatment is free. That's too much expense. Nonsense. You're our ace. Zhou Wenyuan said heartily. The points round is coming up, you must stay in top form. If you need anything, just ask. The chamber will back you to the hilt. Lin Feng knew quite well that this was an investment. He had now proven his value, and the Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce wanted to invest all the more, binding him completely to their war chariot. But he also needed the chamber's resources. Then I must thank Vice President Zhou. Don't stand on ceremony, we're one family. The Tianqiong Hotel was one of the most luxurious hotels in the main city. A suite alone cost 5,000 credit points a day. Yet Zhou Wenyuan booked a whole month without batting an eye. The room indeed came with top-tier treatment equipment, along with a dedicated beast trainer to oversee the care. Xiaoying's wounds were quickly treated, and Xiaolei and Xiaohua also recovered their strength. Rest well. In 3 days is the points round, 64 down to 16. It'll be even tougher. I've already sent people to gather information on your opponents. You'll have it tomorrow, Zhou Wenyuan continued. Good. The night had grown deep. Lin Feng stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of the suite gazing at the main city's nightscape. Lights blazed in splendor, prosperity hung like a dream. But beneath that splendor ran countless invisible struggles and undercurrents. Today he had won and become a dark horse, yet he had also become a target. In the matches ahead more people would study him and scheme against him. "Master, what are you thinking about?" Xiaoling's voice reached him through telepathy. Though she was not in the main city, the bond of the equal contract spanned far, so the connection remained. "I'm thinking about the upcoming matches," Lin Feng replied mentally. "Don't worry too much. Master is amazing." Xiaoling said, "Also, everything's fine at the store. Xiaodu has been very obedient lately. He even helped chase off a gang of would-be thieves." "That's good to hear. You all be careful as well." Master, go for it." The connection severed. Lin Feng lay in bed, but sleep would not come. He opened the system and looked at his information. Host Lin Feng. Occupation intermediate beast trainer, actual level advanced. Spirit power 25, ordinary persons average 10. Contracted spirit beasts, thunderfeather sparrow, Xiaolei elite grade, crimson flame bird, Xiaohua veteran grade, three-tailed spirit fox, Xiaoling veteran grade, poison shadow dragon lizard, Xiaodu elite grade. Non-contracted spirit beast, shadow leopard, Xiaoying veteran grade, shadow awakening. Point 727. Achievements, guardian of life, miraculous healer, dragon blood healer. He didn't have many points left, he had to spend them carefully. But the points round was imminent, he might need to buy some emergency items. System recommends some items usable in matches priced under 500 points. Recommended items. 1. Energy recovery potion, advanced 3. Each bottle quickly restores 50 of a spirit beast's energy. 300 points. 2. Wound treatment spray, elite 2, quickly heals non-fatal injuries. 400 points. 3. Temporary attribute amplification talisman, rare 1, temporarily boosts 1 attribute of a spirit beast by 20 for 3 minutes. 500 points. They were all good, but he could only buy one thing. Lin Feng thought it over, then bought the wound treatment spray. In matches what he feared most was injury. With this his margin for error would vastly improve. Purchase successful. Points balance 327. With just over 300 left, he would leave them untouched for now. Closing the system, Lin Feng shut his eyes. 3 days later, the points round. 64 into 16, an even crueler elimination. But he was ready. No matter who the opponent was, he would win. For himself, and for all those who believed in him. The opening ceremony of the points tournament was held on the central main platform of the Tiankong Battle Arena. The 64 advancing contestants stood on the stage, receiving the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators. Spotlights swept across every face, and cameras recorded the glory of the moment. Lin Feng stood in the crowd, looking at the young and confident faces all around him. These people came from every corner of the main city, heirs of great families, top graduates of prestigious academies, rising stars nurtured by the military, and dark horses like him who had climbed up from the bottom. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the points round of the 28th Youth Beast Tamer competition. The host's impassioned voice carried across the entire venue through the loudspeakers. After 3 days of fierce preliminaries from 320 contestants, we have selected the strongest 64. They represent the future of spirit beast training in the main city. Applause thundered. The rules of the points round are as follows. The 64 contestants will be randomly divided into 8 groups of 8, and each group will play a single round robin. The top 2 from each group advance to the round of 16 finals. The matches use a 3v3 battle format. Each contestant may field at most 3 spirit beasts, and the first to lose all 3 spirit beasts loses. 3v3 meant far more complex tactics, placing higher demands on lineup composition, attribute counters, and skill chaining. Now the draw for groups begins. The massive holographic screen lit up, and the names of the 64 contestants began to scroll and shuffle randomly into groups. Lin Feng stared at the screen and saw his own name placed in Group C. The other 7 in Group C: Zhao Mingxian of the Zhao family, Radiant Wing Pegasus, Sun Yu Master Beast Tamer, Lava Giant Li Wei, Ice Crystal Phoenix Subspecies 1 Hao Thunderbolt Griffin, Lu Yu Water Sprite, Zhang Kai Storm Warhawk, Shou Lin Shadow Leopard. A group of death. Lin Feng smiled wryly. Group C had gathered the strongest contenders from the preliminaries. Zhao Mingxian was the championship favorite, Sun Yu was a master beast tamer, Li Wei had strong crowd control, Wang Hao attacked ferociously, and even Lu Yu, a healer type, was not to be underestimated. Lin Feng, we're in the same group. Sun Yu walked over. Looks like we'll have 2 matches. I'll win this time. Wang Hao also walked over, his gaze unfriendly. We'll each rely on our own skill, Lin Feng said calmly. The draw ended and the first round matchups were released. Group C first round: Zhao Mingxian vs Liu Sunyu vs Zhang Kai, Lin Feng vs Zhou Lin, Li Wei vs Wang Hao. Zhou Lin. Shadow Leopard. Lin Feng recalled the information. The Shadow Leopard, a dark attribute elite rank spirit beast, excelled at stealth and ambush. It was fast with moderate attack power, a classic assassin type spirit beast. Dark against dark, Xiaoying has the advantage, Lin Feng thought. But he could not be careless. Anyone who had advanced through the preliminaries surely had something unique. Contestants, please go to your respective arenas to prepare. The first round will begin in 10 minutes. Lin Feng arrived at the Group C arena. In the waiting area, a short-haired girl in a black form-fitting suit was already there. She looked about 18 or 19, petite, but her eyes were sharp like a leopard poised to strike. Zhou Lin. Lin Feng greeted. Lin Feng. Zhou Lin nodded, saying little. I've watched your matches. Your 3 spirit beasts coordinate very well. But my Shadow Leopard is best at breaking up coordination. I look forward to it. 10 minutes passed quickly. Group C first round third match: Lin Feng vs Zhou Lin. Contestants, please take the stage. The two walked onto the arena. The referee was the same elderly man as before. Are the rules clear? Clear. Good, begin. Shadow Leopard, Shadow Stealth. Zhou Lin had it vanish into stealth right from the start, disappearing from the arena. A standard opening for an assassin. Xiaoying probe was Shadow Bind. Xiaoying stood at the center of the arena as several shadow chains rose from the ground and struck indiscriminately within a 10-meter radius. Left. One chain brushed against something. The Shadow Leopard's form flashed on the left for an instant, then vanished again. Very fast. Lin Feng commented. Your Shadow Leopard isn't bad either, but my Shadow Leopard awakened shadow acceleration, Zhou Lin said. In shadow state its speed increases by 50%. A 50% acceleration, that was indeed troublesome. Xiao Lei covered the entire arena with Thunderstorm Domain. Xiao Lei flew into the air and unleashed Thunderstorm Domain lightning, engulfing the whole stage. The Shadow Leopard was forced to reveal itself, weaving through the lightning to dodge. Now. Xiaohua protect Xiaoying with Flame Shield. Xiaoying prepare Shadow Devour. Xiaohua spread its shield while Xiaoying began absorbing the surrounding shadow energy. Trying to tank it. Shadow Leopard, Shadow Assault. The Shadow Leopard turned into a black streak, lunging straight at Xiaoying. Shadow energy gathered on its claws. The strike was no small force. Xiaoying used Shadow Clone. Xiaoying instantly split into 2 clones, the original and the clone moving in different directions. The Shadow Leopard struck nothing but air, hitting one clone and dissolving it. A clone. Zhou Lin frowned. Xiao Lei seal off its escape route with Chain Lightning. Xiao Lei released several bolts of lightning, cutting off the Shadow Leopard's room to dodge. Shadow Leopard used Shadow Leap. The Shadow Leopard flickered, vanished from its spot and reappeared 20 meters away, a short-range teleportation skill that was highly draining. Using Shadow Acceleration and Shadow Leap in succession, your Shadow Leopard doesn't have much energy left, does it? Lin Feng said. Zhou Lin's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, the Shadow Leopard was an assassin type, strong burst but weak endurance. 2 bursts had failed to end the fight, and its energy was nearly bottomed out. Xiaohua Flame Heart Burst. Xiaohua spat out a deep red fireball. The Shadow Leopard barely dodged, but the blast wave knocked it staggering. Xiaoying Final Blow. Xiaoying pounced, unleashing Shadow Devour at full power, and madly absorbing the Shadow Leopard's energy. The Shadow Leopard struggled a few times, then collapsed. Shadow Leopard can no longer fight. Lin Feng wins? The referee announced. Well fought, Lin Feng said to Zhou Lin. You're very strong. But next time I'll win, Zhou Lin said as she withdrew her Shadow Leopard. I'll be waiting. He had taken the first round with ease. Lin Feng returned to the rest area and watched the others' matches. Zhao Mingxian vs Liu was utterly without suspense. A single light spear from the radiant-winged Pegasus pierced through the water sprite's defense, ending the battle in 2 minutes. In Sunyu vs Zhang Kai, the lava giant took the Storm Warhawk's attack head-on and settled it with 1 punch. In Li Wei vs Wang Hao, the Ice Crystal Phoenix used Frozen Domain to restrict the Thunderbolt Griffin's speed, then ended the match with Ice Storm. Wang Hao had lost again, his face livid. It looks like the qualifying spots in Group C will most likely be fought over by Zhao Mingxuan, Sunyu, Li Wei and me. Lin Feng thought. For into 2, the competition would be fierce. The first round concluded and the second round matchups came out quickly. Zhao Mingxian vs Zhang Kai, Sun Yu vs Zhou Lin, Lin Feng vs Wang Hao, Li Wei vs Lu Yu. Wang Hao again. Lin Feng looked across. Wang Hao was glaring back at him with fierce hostility. I will definitely win this time. Wang Hao stormed over. Don't think you can use those cheap tricks again. There's no such thing as a cheap tactic, only effective and ineffective ones, Lin Feng said. We'll see. The second round began. Zhao Mingxian won easily again. The Radiant Winged Pegasus's speed and attack overwhelmed the Storm Warhawk. In Sun Yu vs Zhou Lin, agile as the Shadow Leopard was, the Lava Giant's defense was too high, and it was eventually drained of energy and lost. In Li Wei vs Lu Yu, the Ice Crystal Phoenix controlled the entire arena, suppressing the water sprite the whole match. Then it was Lin Feng's turn against Wang Hao. This time I won't give you a chance to coordinate, Wang Hao said through gritted teeth. Thunderbolt Griffin used Thunderlight Domain. He opened with his ultimate move immediately. The Thunderbolt Griffin blazed with electric light, forming a lightning domain 30 meters in diameter. Within this domain, all enemies would continuously take lightning damage and have their speed reduced. Trying to restrict our movements with an area skill. Lin Feng read his intent. Xiao Lei, counter with your Thunderstorm Domain. Xiao Lei flew into the air, expanding Thunderstorm Domain to clash against the Thunderlight Domain. The two lightning domains cancelled each other out, creating a safe zone between them. Xiao Hua protect Xiaoying with Flame Shield. Xiaoying prepares Shadow Devour. Xiao Hua spread its shield and Xiaoying began absorbing energy. Trying that trick again. No way. Wang Hao sneered. Thunderbolt Griffin used Thunderbird Clone. The Thunderbolt Griffin flapped its wings and split into 3 lightning clones. 4 Thunderbolt Griffins lunged from different directions. Clones. Lin Feng frowned. My Thunderbolt Griffin awakened lightning mirror image. The clones have 30% of the original's power, and can use some of its skills, Wang Hao said smugly. 4 against 3, let's see how you defend. It was indeed a problem. For Thunderbolt Griffins, even if the clones were weaker, the numerical advantage was obvious. Xiao Lei used Thunderstorm Domain to hold off 2 clones. Xiao Hua take 1. Xiaoying handled the main body. They split into separate roles. Xiao Lei's Thunderstorm Domain trapped 2 clones. Xiao Hua used Flame Shield to endure 1 clone's attacks, and Xiaoying tangled with the real Thunderbolt Griffin. It's useless. The clones share energy, so attacking a clone is attacking the main body, Wang Hao said. Sure enough, when Xiao Lei and Xiao Hua hit the clones, the real Thunderbolt Griffin was affected too, but not by much. Then hit the main body. Xiaoying used Shadow Devour and absorb at full power. Ignoring the clone's attacks, Xiaoying focused on draining the real Thunderbolt Griffin's energy. The main body's energy drained rapidly, its movements slowing. Trying to go for mutual destruction. Thunderbolt Griffin used Thunderbolt Cataclysm. The Thunderbolt Griffin gathered all its energy, preparing to unleash its strongest attack. Xiao Hua interrupted. Use Flame Heart Burst. Ignoring the clone's attacks, Xiao Hua spat a deep red fireball straight at the Thunderbolt Griffin's wing. Boom. Its wing-injured Thunderbolt Cataclysm was interrupted. Xiao Lei now. Hit all targets with Chain Lightning. Xiao Lei exploded with full power, sending several bolts of lightning at all 4 Thunderbolt Griffins at once. The clones were shattered in an instant, and the main body trembled all over from the electric shock. Final blow. Xiaoying Shadow Devour. Xiao Hua Flame Heart Burst. Xiao Lei Lightning Bolt. The 3 spirit beasts attacked simultaneously. The Thunderbolt Griffin finally could not endure and collapsed to the ground. Thunderbolt Griffin can no longer fight. Lin Feng wins. Another win. Applause rose from the stands. He won again. Lin Feng has won 2 in a row. Wang Hao lost again. That's rough. Lin Feng's tactical execution is incredible. His 3 spirit beasts move like one person. Wang Hao's face was livid. He recalled the Thunderbolt Griffin and walked away without looking back. Lin Feng also recalled his spirit beasts. Xiaoying and Xiao Hua had minor injuries and Xiao Lei was heavily depleted. I need to conserve them, there are still hard battles ahead. After the second round, Lin Feng had 2 wins and 6 points, temporarily near the top of Group C. Zhao Mingxian also had 6 points but ranked first because of his shorter total time. Sun Yu had 6 points and ranked third, while Li Wei had 6 points and ranked fourth. There will be half an hour of rest before the third round matchups are announced. Contestants, please go to the restrooms to restore your spirit beasts. The broadcast announced. Lin Feng entered the restroom. The Tianqiong Chamber of Commerce had already prepared healing equipment, and nutrient supplements. Mr. Lin, how are your spirit beasts? His assistant Xiao Zhang asked. Xiaoying has a scratch on its front left leg, Xiaohua has a burn on its wing, and Xiao Lei has used more than half its energy, Lin Feng said. Is there any way to recover quickly? Yes. The chamber has high-grade healing spray and energy supplements. I'll bring them right away. Xiao Zhang soon returned with 3 bottles of remedies. Lin Feng applied them to his 3 spirit beasts. Their wounds healed at a visible rate, and their energy slowly recovered. The chamber really went all out this time, Lin Feng thought. These remedies would cost at least 1,000 credit points per bottle on the open market. Mr. Lin, these are the profiles of your possible third-round opponents. Xiao Zhang handed over a tablet. According to the schedule, in the third round you'll most likely face Li Wei or Sun Yu. Li Wei's Ice Crystal Phoenix specializes in control, while Sun Yu's Lava Giant combines offense and defense. Lin Feng analyzed. Against Li Wei, Xiao Lei is countered by Ice. That's a poor matchup. Against Sun Yu we have an attribute disadvantage, but I have experience. As for Sun Yu, the chamber has gathered intelligence too, Xiao Zhang said. After the preliminaries, his Lava Giant seems to have undergone special training. It's said to have mastered a new skill, Lava Ward, making its defense even stronger. A new skill. Lin Feng sank into thought. Half an hour quickly passed and the third-round matchups were released. Zhao Mingxian vs. Zhou Lin, Sun Yu vs. Lu Yu, Lin Feng vs. Li Wei, Wang Hao vs. Zhang Kai. Li Wei it was. Ice counters lightning, so Xiao Lei can't fight, Lin Feng decided. For this match I'll use Xiaoying, Xiaohua and Xiao Du. Xiao Du was elite rank and possessed dragon might, so it should be able to suppress the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Third round, fourth match, Lin Feng vs. Li Wei. Contestants, please take the stage. The two stepped onto the arena. Li Wei was wearing a blue combat suit today, which accentuated her cool, aloof temperament. Lin Feng, we meet again. Li Wei smiled. This time I won't concede as easily as I did in the preliminaries. Let's have a good match. Begin. Ice Crystal Phoenix Frozen Domain. Li Wei opened with crowd control immediately. The temperature of the entire arena plummeted, the ground froze and snow began to fall in the air. Within the frozen domain, all non-ice spirit beasts had their speed reduced by 30% and took continuous low-temperature damage. Xiaohua resists the cold with Flame Shield. Xiaoying absorbed the chill with Shadow Devour. Xiao Du suppress it with Dragon Might. The 3 spirit beasts each carried out their role. Flame Shield insulated against the cold, Shadow Devour absorbed energy, and Dragon Might weakened the opponent. Ice Crystal Phoenix used Ice Storm. The Ice Crystal Phoenix flapped its wings and a gale of ice blades swept toward them. Xiao Du disrupt it with Poison Mist. Xiaohua counter with Flame Jet. Xiao Du sprayed purple Poison Mist to obscure the Ice Crystal Phoenix's vision. Xiaohua spat flames that collided with the Ice Storm. Ice and fire opposed each other, producing vast clouds of steam. Xiaoying now. Xiaoying merged into the steam and approached the Ice Crystal Phoenix without a sound. Ice Crystal Phoenix, watch out. Defend with Ice Wall. An ice wall rose before the Ice Crystal Phoenix, but Xiaoying did not attack. Instead it circled around the wall, and lunged from the side at the Phoenix's wing. What? Li Wei had not expected Xiaoying to be so agile. Shadow Devour. Xiaoying bit down on the Ice Crystal Phoenix's wing and frantically absorbed its energy. The Ice Crystal Phoenix cried out in pain and tried to shake it off, but Xiaoying held on with a death grip. Ice Crystal Phoenix, use Frozen Breath on yourself. Li Wei steeled herself and had the Ice Crystal Phoenix blast itself with Frozen Breath. It would free Xiaoying, and though the Phoenix would also be hurt, it could break free. Xiao Du, stop it. Use Venom Shadow Strike. Xiao Du turned into a purple streak and flew straight at the Ice Crystal Phoenix's face. Venom Shadow Strike was a skill it had recently awakened, fast and laced with lethal poison. The Ice Crystal Phoenix was forced to stop its breath and dodge. Seizing the chance, Xiaohua fired a flame heart burst from the other side. Attacked from front and back and unable to dodge in time, the Phoenix took the flame heart burst square in the chest. Screech! The Ice Crystal Phoenix shrieked in agony, its chest scorched black. Xiaoying final blow. Xiaoying's Shadow Devour opened at full power, and the Ice Crystal Phoenix's energy rapidly bottomed out. At last the Ice Crystal Phoenix collapsed. Ice Crystal Phoenix can no longer fight. Lin Feng wins. 3 straight wins. Lin Feng won again. 3 in a row. Li Wei's Ice Crystal Phoenix was completely suppressed. What is that purple spirit beast? It looks like a lizard, but it has Dragon Might. A Venom Shadow Dragon Lizard. Elite rank. Lin Feng actually has an elite rank spirit beast. The stands erupted. Elite rank spirit beasts were rare even in the main city. Here was Lin Feng from a new district with an elite rank beast that was clearly raised exceptionally well. I lost. Li Wei withdrew the ice crystal phoenix and said with a wry smile, your new spirit beast is very strong. Well fought, Lin Feng said. Back at the rest area, Zhou Wenyuan rushed over excitedly. Lin Feng, beautifully done. 3 straight wins. You're now first in Group C. Only for now. There are still 4 matches left. That's still amazing, Zhou Wenyuan said. When did you train that Venom Shadow Dragon Lizard? The chamber had no idea at all. It only evolved recently, Lin Feng said vaguely. Elite rank, now that's a real trump card. Zhou Wenyuan's eyes lit up. Use it well and fight your way into the round of 16. The chamber has hit the jackpot this time. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. He looked at the other arenas. Zhao Mingxian had also won easily and Sun Yu had won as well. Current Group C standings: Lin Feng 9 points, Zhao Mingxuan 9 points, Sun Yu 9 points, Li Wei 6 points, Wen Hao 3 points, Zhou Lin 3 points, Lu Yu 0 points, Zhang Kai 0 points. Next round I'll be facing Zhao Mingxuan, Lin Feng thought. The points tournament was a round robin, everyone would play 7 matches. He was currently on a 3-match winning streak, but the real test still lay ahead. The 4th round matchups will be announced in 10 minutes. The real battle had only just begun. The 4th round matchups are announced. Zhao Mingxian vs. Lin Feng. Sun Yu vs. Wang Hao. Li Wei vs. Zhou Lin. Lu Yu vs. Zhang Kai. Feature match: Lin Feng first place in Group C faces the championship favorite Zhao Mingxian. Lin Feng vs. Zhao Mingxian, this is going to be a great show. One is a dark horse charging out of the new district, the other is the Zhao family's prodigy. Lightwing Pegasus against Venom Shadow Dragon Lizard, elite rank versus elite rank. Who do you think will win? Definitely Zhao Mingxian. Lightwing Pegasus is a light attribute which counters poison, and the Zhao family's breeding techniques are no joke. But Lin Feng's Venom Shadow Dragon Lizard is not simple. It has dragon might, and its other 2 spirit beasts cooperate extremely well. The audience buzzed with discussion. In the resting area, Zhou Wenyuan looked worried. Lin Feng, Zhao Mingxuan's Lightwing Pegasus is at the peak of elite rank, and it is said to have already touched the threshold of commander rank. Do you have confidence? Not really, but I have to try, Lin Feng said. The Chamber of Commerce has detailed information on Zhao Mingxian. Xiao Zhan handed over a tablet. Last year he entered the tournament and stopped at the top 8. This year it said he trained intensively for half a year and has grown even stronger. Lightwing Pegasus's skills include Holy Light Healing, Wind Wings, Light Spear, Holy Light Shield, and possibly a hidden new skill. Holy Light Shield is an advanced defensive skill that can block most elemental attacks, Zhou Wenyuan added. Light Spear is a single-target attack skill of immense power. It's said to pierce defenses at the elite rank. Wind Wings boosts speed, and Holy Light Healing can heal. Attack, defense, speed, healing, an all-rounder. Indeed a tough opponent, Lin Feng frowned. Xiao Ying's shadow attribute is countered by Light. Xiao Hua's fire attribute would be halved in effect. Xiao Du's poison attribute is suppressed by Holy Light. Xiao Lei's lightning attribute works normally, but his speed might not keep up. We'll have to rely on teamwork. Lin Feng decided to send Xiao Lei, Xiao Du, and Xiao Ying into battle. Players, please go to the Group C arena and prepare. Lin Feng and Zhao Mingxian stepped onto the arena simultaneously. Zhao Mingxian still wore that arrogant expression, his white and gold uniform spotless. The Lightwing Pegasus stood beside him, snow white all over, with 2 wings on its back and a golden horn on its forehead radiating a soft glow. Lin Feng, I've watched your previous matches, Zhao Mingxian said in a flat tone. Your tactical execution and coordination with your spirit beasts are indeed impressive. But that's as far as it goes. Lightwing Pegasus is not something you can handle. We'll only know after we fight, Lin Feng said. Confidence is good, but overconfidence is foolish. Zhao Mingxian shook his head. I'll make you understand the gap between a true genius and ordinary people like you. Arrogant, but with every right to be so. The referee waved his hand. Begin. Lightwing Pegasus, Holy Light Shield. Zhao Mingxian opened with defense. A golden barrier materialized around the Lightwing Pegasus, greatly increasing its defense. Xiao Lei tested with Thunderstorm Domain. Xiao Lei flew into the air, expanding the Thunderstorm Domain. Lightning bolts struck toward the Lightwing Pegasus. Crackle! The lightning hit the barrier, only creating ripples without breaking through. It's useless. The Holy Light Shield can absorb elemental attacks, Zhao Mingxian said. Lightwing Pegasus use Light Spear. The horn on the Lightwing Pegasus's forehead glowed and a golden beam shot out at extreme speed aimed directly at Xiaolei. Xiaolei dodged. Xiaolei narrowly avoided it, but the beam grazed its wing, leaving a scorch mark. So fast. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. That speed was even faster than Xiaolei's. Xiao Du used Poison Fog to interfere. Xiao Ying used Shadow Devouring to absorb the barrier's energy. Xiao Du sprayed Poison Fog, covering the entire arena. Xiao Ying meanwhile stealthily approached, trying to absorb the Holy Light Shield's energy. Poison Fog has no effect on light, and Shadow Devouring is only half effective against Holy Light. Zhao Mingxian shook his head. It seems you don't yet understand the absoluteness of elemental countering. Lightwing Pegasus use Holy Light Purification. The Lightwing Pegasus flapped its wings and golden light burst forth. The Poison Fog dissipated instantly, and Xiao Ying was forced out of stealth. Holy Light Purification can remove all negative conditions and stealth effects, Zhao Mingxian said. Your stealth tactics won't work on me. A bad start. Then we'll attack head-on. Xiao Du use Venom Shadow Assault. Xiaolei used Chain Lightning. Xiao Ying used Shadow Bind. The three spirit beasts attacked simultaneously, but the Holy Light Shield's defense was too high, creating only ripples. It's useless. Your attacks can't break the Holy Light Shield, Zhao Mingxian said. Lightwing Pegasus used Storm Wings. The Lightwing Pegasus spread its wings and a violent wind arose. Several small tornadoes formed on the arena, trapping the three spirit beasts. Xiaolei used Lightning to break out. Xiao Du suppressed with Dragon Might. Xiao Ying used Shadow Escape. Xiaolei tore the tornado apart with lightning. Xiao Du disrupted the Lightwing Pegasus with Dragon Might, and Xiao Ying escaped using Shadow Escape. Your coordination is good, but the gap in power is too great, Zhao Mingxian said. Lightwing Pegasus used Light Spear Rapid Fire. The Lightwing Pegasus's horn glowed repeatedly. 3 golden beams shot out, each aimed at one of the 3 spirit beasts. Dodge! Xiaolei barely avoided using sheer speed. Xiao Du interfered with the beam's direction with Poison Fog, and Xiao Ying confused it with Shadow Clones. But the beams were too fast. Xiao Ying's real body was hit on the left shoulder, blood streaming down. Xiao Ying! Lin Feng's heart ached. Oh wow! Xiao Ying endured the pain and continued fighting. It's useless. Your spirit beasts are injured and their combat power has dropped, Zhao Mingxian said. Give up so they won't be hurt anymore. It's not over yet. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Incorrigible. Zhao Mingxian shook his head. Lightwing Pegasus end the battle with Holy Light Judgment. The Lightwing Pegasus flew into midair, erupting with blinding golden light, its horn aimed at Lin Feng's 3 spirit beasts as it began to charge. This was an ultimate move, powerful enough to instantly kill an elite rank beast. We can't let it finish, Lin Feng shouted urgently. Xiao Du interrupt with Venom Shadow Assault. Xiaolei attack with all your power using Thunderstorm. Xiao Ying used Shadow Devouring to absorb the energy. The 3 spirit beasts attacked desperately, but the Holy Light Shield was too thick to break in a short time. It's useless. Once Holy Light Judgment begins, it cannot be interrupted, Zhao Mingxian said. Unless you can break the Holy Light Shield, the battle will be over in 3 seconds. 3 seconds. Xiao Ying used Shadow Devouring to absorb my life force. Lin Feng suddenly shouted. What? Xiao Ying was startled. Hurry! There's no time. Xiao Ying gritted its teeth and activated Shadow Devouring, but the target was not the Lightwing Pegasus. It was Lin Feng. A stream of life force flowed out of Lin Feng's body and into Xiao Ying. This was an ability granted by the contract seed. A spirit beast could borrow its master's life force, but at a huge cost. Master! Xiao Ling sensed it from afar and desperately tried to rush over, but was blocked by the energy barrier. Xiao Ying used Shadow Domain. After absorbing Lin Feng's life force, Xiao Ying's Shadow Attribute Awakening instantly broke through 70, reaching 75. Shadow Leopard. Xiao Ying awakens Shadow Domain. Range diameter of 20 meters. Effect within the domain. Shadow Attribute skill power is increased by 50, while Light Attribute skill power is reduced by 30. A black domain expanded, covering half the arena. Under the suppression of the Shadow Domain, the Holy Light Shield's glow dimmed significantly. What? Zhao Mingxuan's expression changed. No. Xiao Du used Venom Shadow Assault. Xiaolei used Thunderstorm. Aim at the same point, The top of the holy light shield. The venom shadow and lightning struck the top of the shield simultaneously. The shadow domain suppressed the light attribute, greatly reducing the shield's defense. Crack! The holy light shield cracked. Not over yet. Xiaoying used shadow devouring, sucked through the crack. Xiaoying lunged forward, the shadow devouring seeping through the crack and frantically absorbing the Lightwing Pegasus's energy. Lightwing Pegasus, break free! But once shadow devouring began, it was extremely hard to break free, especially when the target's energy was suppressed. Holy light judgment has been disrupted, the referee exclaimed. The Lightwing Pegasus's charge was interrupted, backlash from the skill racking its body with tremors. Final blow. Xiao Lei Xiao Du Xiaoying, combined attack. Lightning, poison, mist, and shadow, three energies converged and blasted toward the crack in the holy light shield. Boom! The shield shattered completely, and the Lightwing Pegasus was blasted away by the shockwave, crashing to the ground. It struggled to rise but failed. The Lightwing Pegasus can no longer fight. Lin Feng wins. The entire venue fell silent. Then erupted into deafening cheers. He won. He actually beat Zhao Mingxian. A dark horse. A true dark horse. Shadow domain. That shadow leopard actually awakened a domain skill. Zhao Mingxian lost. The championship favorite lost. Zhao Mingxian stared blankly at the Lightwing Pegasus lying on the ground, seemingly unable to accept the fact. I lost. Good match, Lin Feng said weakly. Having loaned his life force to Xiaoying, he was greatly drained, his face pale. You. Zhao Mingxian looked at Lin Feng, his expression complex. You use your own life force to empower your spirit beast. It's my partner. Zhao Mingxian was silent for a few seconds, then recalled the Lightwing Pegasus and gave Lin Feng a deep look. I'll remember you, Lin Feng. I hope to meet you again in the finals, and I won't lose then. I look forward to it. Zhao Mingxian turned and left the stage, his back somewhat lonely. Lin Feng also recalled his spirit beast Xiaoying, having expended enormous energy, had already fallen into a deep sleep. Xiao Lei and Xiao Du were also exhausted. Lin Feng. Zhou Wenyuan rushed over and supported the staggering Lin Feng. Are you okay? I'm fine. Just a little tired, Lin Feng said with a wry smile. Quick, go to the treatment room. Xiao Zhang, go fetch a doctor. In the treatment room, after examining Lin Feng, the doctor breathed a sigh of relief. It's just mental exhaustion and a loss of life force. A few days of rest and you'll be fine. But you can't engage in high-intensity battles in the near future, or it will damage your foundation. What about the upcoming matches? Zhou Wenyuan asked. At least 2 days of rest. 2 days. Zhou Wenyuan frowned. There are still 4 rounds of the points competition. Missing 2 days will let others catch up in points. I can tough it out, Lin Feng said. No. Zhou Wenyuan shook his head. Your health comes first. Losing in the points competition is one thing, but if your body breaks down, everything is lost. The Chamber of Commerce invested in you because of your potential, not for you to risk your life. But... No buts. Zhou Wenyuan was rarely so firm. Listen to me, forfeit the next 2 rounds. Once you recover, you can fight the last 2 rounds. With your current points, even if you forfeit 2 matches, you still have a chance to finish in the top 2. But Zhao Mingxuan's son Yu Li Wei. They'll also fight each other, so the standings will change. Zhou Wenyuan said. The most important thing now is to recover and prepare for the round of 16. That's the real stage. Lin Feng fell silent. Indeed, the body is the foundation. If forcing oneself to fight leaves lasting damage, it would be a loss outweighing the gain. Okay, I'll listen to you. For the next 2 days, Lin Feng rested in the treatment room. Xiaoying, Xiao Lei, and Xiao Du also received treatment. The points competition continued. Other results from the 4th round. Sun Yu defeated Wang Hao. Li Wei defeated Zhou Lin. Lu Yu defeated Zhang Kai. Group C standings update. Lin Feng 12 points, 4 wins, 0 losses. Zhao Mingxian 9 points, 3 wins, 1 loss. Sun Yu 12 points, 4 wins, 0 losses. Li Wei 9 points, 3 wins, 1 loss. Wang Hao 3 points, 1 win, 3 losses. Zhou Lin 3 points, 1 win, 3 losses. Lu Yu 3 points, 1 win, 3 losses. Zhang Kai 0 points, 0 wins, 4 losses. 5th round matchups. Lin Feng forfeits vs. Wang Hao. Zhao Mingxian vs. Sun Yu. Li Wei vs. Zhang Kai. Zhou Lin vs. Lu Yu. Feature match: Zhao Mingxian against Sun Yu. because Lin Feng forfeited this match would decide the top spot in the group. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to watch? Xiao Zhang asked. Watch, of course I will. Lin Feng sat on the bed in the treatment room watching the live broadcast. On the arena, Zhao Mingxian and Sun Yu were already in position. After losing to you, Zhao Mingxian seems to have been galvanized, Zhou Wenyuan said. It said he treated and adjusted the Lightwing Pegasus overnight, and its condition has recovered quite well. Sun Yu's lava giant is also very strong, Lin Feng said. This will be interesting. The match began. Zhao Mingxian changed from his previous steady style and launched a fierce attack from the start. Lightwing Pegasus used storm wings. A violent wind swept across, attempting to restrict the lava giant's movements. Lava giant used lava armor. A layer of lava armor formed on the lava giant's body, greatly increasing its defense as it weathered the storm. Light spear rapid fire. 3 golden beams shot out. The lava giant blocked with its rock armor, which cracked under the impact but was not breached. Impressive defense. Zhao Mingxian frowned. Your attacks are useless against me, Sun Yu said. Lava giant use earthquake. The lava giant stomped its foot, shaking the arena. Wind wings ascend. The Lightwing Pegasus flew into the air, dodging the earthquake. But in the air it's a sitting target. Lava giant used lava eruption. The lava giant opened its mouth and spewed scorching magma into the sky. Holy light shield. The Lightwing Pegasus deployed its shield and blocked the magma. But the shield drained quickly under the intense heat. We can't keep this up, we need to get close. Zhao Mingxian gritted his teeth. Lightwing Pegasus used light speed charge. The Lightwing Pegasus transformed into a streak of golden light, instantly closing in on the lava giant and stabbing its horn at its chest. Clang! The lava armor blocked the strike but was dented by the thrust. Tough defense. Zhao Mingxian was surprised. Not done yet. Lava giant used lava heavy punch. The lava giant punched toward the Lightwing Pegasus, which barely dodged but was still grazed by the punch's shockwave and sent flying backward. Holy light healing. Zhao Mingxian immediately healed and the Lightwing Pegasus steadied itself. This could go on forever, Sun Yu said. Let's decide it with one move. Lava giant used volcano eruption. The lava giant's body flushed red, its temperature skyrocketing. The ground beneath it cracked open and magma surged out. This was an ultimate move of immense power, but it required a long charge time. Then let's settle it with one move. Lightwing Pegasus used Holy Light Judgment. The Lightwing Pegasus flew into the air, once more golden light blazing as it began charging. That move again. Lin Feng watched the screen. But this time without your shadow domain suppressing it. Holy Light Judgment should be able to release fully, Zhou Wenyuan said. On the arena, 2 ultimate moves were being charged. Volcano Eruption versus Holy Light Judgment. Boom! Whoosh! Magma and golden light erupted simultaneously and collided. Crackle! The colliding energies produced a blinding flash. The energy barrier trembled violently, nearly shattering. The dust settled. On the arena, both spirit beasts were still standing, but both were tottering. The Lightwing Pegasus's wings were scorched black and it panted heavily. The lava giant was covered in cracks, its lava armor shattered. A draw. The audience was astonished. No, it's not over yet. Lin Feng stared at the screen. Sure enough, the Lightwing Pegasus suddenly moved. With its last strength it flew toward the lava giant and drove its horn into its chest. What? Sun Yu was shocked. The lava giant tried to defend, but its body had reached its limit, and its reaction was half a beat too slow. Squelch! The horn pierced into the lava giant's chest. Though not deep, it disrupted its energy flow. The lava giant's body stiffened, then crashed to the ground. The lava giant can no longer fight. Zhao Mingxian wins. He won. Zhao Mingxian won. A Pyrrhic victory. The Lightwing Pegasus is at its limit too. Zhao Mingxian recalled the Lightwing Pegasus and nodded to Sun Yu. Good match. I lost, Sun Yu said with a wry smile. You're truly strong. You're strong too, one of the toughest opponents I've ever faced. The match ended and the standings updated. Zhao Mingxian 12 points, 4 wins, 1 loss. Sun Yu 12 points, 4 wins, 1 loss. Lin Feng 12 points, 4 wins, 0 losses, but with 1 forfeit. Effective points still 12. Li Wei 12 points, 4 wins, 1 loss. 4 players tied. Now this gets interesting. Zhou Wenyuan laughed. The top 4 in Group C are tied. The last 2 rounds will decide who advances. Can I recover by the day after tomorrow? Lin Feng asked the doctor. Yes, but you can only bring out 80% of your strength at most. 80%. That's enough. Lin Feng looked at the screen, his gaze resolute. He had to win the last 2 rounds.